the way my dad was. I watched my mom take pot ash and throw it on. It's almost like taking battery acid and tossing it on a person. When the freaking skin melted off his body. My dad come back again. When you look at that Raven he hates, you look at that Raven Lamar hates. There's nothing different violence. Nothing. My mother would tell you that. The only difference, I'm not plunderizing to my wife's body. I'm not stabbing her. I haven't never shot my wife. I don't do these things, man. You know, these freaking people, man, it's a shame, it's a disgrace, you know. And like I told him, I know one thing, that set the tone for the rest of us. I tell you that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'm not afraid of nothing, man. Nothing. If it's my time, it's my time. I can't avoid it. I can tell you that.
What did they do to you after you beat the shit out?
They did nothing.
Nothing.
They get to determine who it was.
Right. But typically, isn't it true that when there's like big fights that they put both people in the shoe?
Scattered.
Right. Okay.
They're running. So who you going to get?
Right.
What is he going to say? He started the fight.
Right.
I didn't start it. He started. I didn't come in his room. He came in my room. You know? The law says that if there's an image threat, he came to me. No, man. No. No.
So after this, and Michael Bloom became your attorney, can you explain to me what it was like, the process of going to that trial? And obviously there was a jury. It was a jury trial, correct?
Yes.
So they had to select a jury.
Yes.
And explain the process. How long did it take?
Well, on August 27th, 01, came to me and Mr. Bloom said, hey, we're going to go to trial, which is what I wanted to hear. Because they had offered me a 5K1, which is a downward departure and immunity. Also, immunity is when, if they give you a 5K1, it's for you to testify against somebody else. And if that person chooses to go to trial, right, then now, immunity, which is another incentive. I told him, and I told Mr. Bloom, I'm ready to go to trial, and we went. So on September 27th, we went to trial.
They were going to let you walk in exchange for cooperating with some other people?
Yes. So I had been incarcerated 11 and a half months. And they told me you're going to do 16 and a half months and you'll go home in 3 months. I told them the devil's a lie. I'm going to trust God and know that God going to deliver me. I'm going to trial. So they wanted me to allow these other 6 people and send them to prison for natural life. I told them if they did wrong, you're going to get them, but you're dead. So they offered me 16 and a half months, even though I was faced with natural life in prison without possible parole. I told them I'm not taking nothing. I'm going to trial. And on October 27th of 01, Mr. Bloom and I went to trial. And during the course of trial, let me tell you something. Danny, when they put you, when the marshals take you to court, they have your hands in front of you like this and a like I was in Alaska with no clothes on. It was so cold. It was just like a one black ultimate. All business people. And I just begin to recite the 23rd Psalm. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down and green. I continue to trust God. Most people would have taken a plea.
Yes.
Whether they're guilty or not guilty.
Absolutely.
Not me. Not me. I told him I would have taken life imprisonment. I'm not going to admit to something I did to.
So, what was the attorney saying?
The same thing she said in the magistrate court. To the court that I went to all these states to live in all these kilograms. So the judge said, "What are drugs?" Right? She said, "We have no drugs." He says, "Where are the money?" And he says, "Why is this man here?" "Oh, he gave confidential law enforcement information." FCIC, NCIC. That's a document that I was showing you, Danny,
right
before we start the podcast.
Right.
Well, the communication operator testified, Captain Munez, said, "I went to check. Mr. Hicks has not ran this information. It's controlled by your Social Security number." And she said, "Furthermore, there's a certificate of completion from FDOE. There's a sign-in sheet." And she said, "Mr. Hicks has not ran this information." Then they lied and said I was on audio tape. When they played the tape for the jury and the judge, I just showed you where it says missing documents turn up in deputy lawsuit, where the same person who arrested me at my home, it was him on the tape giving the information that said I gave.
What was his name? Bernard Brown.
Internal Affairs called him down there. Sergeant Joseph Fitzpatrick called him down there and interviewed him. Next thing you know, he admitted that it was him on the tape. He was promoted to a detective.
That it was him on the tape?
Yes, after they found out that it was him on the same tape I let you listen to, I let Mark listen to, and I let Matthew listen to. It's the same tape that they called him in there from Internal Affairs. And guess what? He admitted that it was him on the tape. And they promoted him to the detective.
Did he have to leave that?
No, he stayed with the Broward Sheriff.
Stayed with the Broward Sheriff.
Absolutely. Everybody was promoted. They still work on it right now to this day. There is no accountability. There is no transparency. But I'm very optimistic that when the right people, the right person hear this situation, I can promise you that they're going to know that Raymond Lamar Hicks was not a criminal. And that's why I thank God for Miss Jane Turner. I love this lady. I love this lady. Miss Sarah, yourself, Danny, Matthew Cox, Mark Latham. Man, it wasn't by coincidence. God knew, because I've been praying for 20 years. And that's after losing everything. My home, my cars, my finances. I couldn't even feed my family. I was applying for food stamps and unemployment. I couldn't get it. And the person I told you, he gave me a job as a laborer, working 13 hours a day. The same person who went to prison 2 or 3 times was the same individual that gave me a job as a laborer. Now guess what? His son worked out with the Miami Dolphins, Jonathan Akins. His other other son, Marquise Aiken, worked out with Jacksonville Jaguars. He owned his own construction company right now.
Wow.
That's Bernard Brown.
So Bernard Brown's the person behind all of this.
Bernard Brown was the person who arrested me. That guy right there.
But was he sort of like the spearhead behind this whole thing against you?
No,
Okay.
no. There was Joseph Damiano, who's still working the Broward Sheriff Office right now.
Okay.
Richard Pasanti, Ricky Clark, William Caneen, all of these people.
And they all wanted to do this because they feared that you were going to expose some of the stuff that they were doing.
Well, absolutely. In 1999, my wife and I bought a Mercedes-Benz. You're going to read it in the book. The car was 1990. It was 1993. We bought the car in 1999. It cost us $37,000. I got the documents and everything. But BSO tried to use an informant, NCL Pratt, that I just showed you, right, who was arrested. He was the one telling all these lies. He's the one came up with the $750 million. He's the one came up with 350 kilograms of coke. He came up with, I was giving confidential law enforcement information. That's that guy.
And you said they paid him?
Yeah, they paid him. They paid him $20,000 and $15,000.
And documented?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. So they went in my car. My brother was washing my car. And when they went in the car, they said, how could your brother afford this car? He must be selling drugs. So when my brother called me, I went to the location where he was. So I called communication. And when I called communication, I said, can you have the sergeant 56 me at my 1020? Which means have the sergeant meet me at my location. Well, the sergeant never showed up. So when he didn't show up, I called my lieutenant, Ron Thompson. And I said, Sergeant Thompson, the drug task force just went in my car because they call them the Raiders. In the hood, they call it the drug task force the Raiders, the jump out boys. So of course, that's the same group that I was working with. So of course, he said, Ray, when you get to work, go down to Internal Affairs and file your complaint. I went down to Internal Affairs. I spoke to Sergeant Charles Tate. And when I spoke to Sergeant Charles Tate of Internal Affairs, he said he had other complaints from the community. Those same individuals were misusing their authority. And he was the investigation. Well, even though my investigation wanted an investigation, my complaint, he never did a thorough investigation. And you're going to see in this book how Sergeant Tate took my 911 tape for communication and he gave it to the sergeant who arrested me. And Sergeant Tate right now, Sergeant Charles Tate, he's deceased. He just died recently.
As well as Bernard Brown.
Brown is deceased.
I don't think we got to it. I'll go back to your first trial.
Yes.
Where do we leave off?
You actually about being in court, and I began to tell you about how there was chills all over my body. I was recite the 23rd Psalm.
I was called for a sidebar.
He called for sidebar.
Okay.
And he asked him, where was the drugs? Where was the money?
Right.
They had no drugs. He said, so why is this man here? So that's the wrong information.
Okay. And then you proved that it wasn't you.
Communication operator, Captain Boulez, and she proved that it was not me.
Okay. Then what?
And then, of course, they said I was an audio tape. So when they played the tape during the judge, they found out that it wasn't me on the tape, but in fact, it was Bernard Brown.
This was the jury.
It was played for the jury and the judge.
Then what?
And that's why it's titled Missing Documents Turned Up in Deputy Lawsuit. Because all of a sudden, the jury, right? The case to the jury for deliberation.
Okay.
Give time served.
Really?
Yes.
Repercussions for the other. They were just all promoted. That was it.
Yes.
How?
I sued them, but it went nowhere. They had to disqualify the judges. That's why you're going to have to read the book, Danny, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's really going to blow your mind. The first dude involved in my case, he was directly involved in my criminal case. He wound up with my civil case. And his brother was a high-ranking official at the town sheriff office as the major over human resources. So there was an attorney that called my attorney, and told me, he said, hey, if I'm not mistaken, this attorney was directly involved in his criminal case, where he signed off for the penny register, which is a wiretap, with the detective who arrested me, Richard Basanti. So all of a sudden, the judge said, well, I thought you got that I had a brother who was a high-ranking official at the sheriff's office. All of a sudden, he signed a letter recusing himself. But I don't understand it. How is it that the judge is directly involved in where he signed off on the penny register wiretap with the detective who arrested me, and then ultimately, he wound up with my civil case? Oh.
Right. Yeah, that's odd.
Then I went through.
Did you get your job back?
No, they offered me my job back within 2 weeks. They gave me my job back. They continued with harassment. After I was exonerated, the judge with the not guilty verdict, I went home. And when I went home, I don't know how they could describe to you, just to be there with my wife and kids, man. And of course,
after how long total were you?
16 and a half months.
16.
But my wife and kids, and I have to mention, my wife stood up in the pain. She stood up in the pain. And she did everything she could to make sure that she took care of the neighbor while I was gone. But can you imagine, Danny, if somebody stormed your home, get the freak back and tell your kids, or you can go with them. But hey, get DCF out here and get these kids out of here. Your wife was asked the question, what is going on? And all of a sudden, they go home, they get down, hand and shackled. Your 2 boys.
Can't fucking imagine.
And they tell you, now you're going for natural life, they say. Your wife asks you a question. What do? All of a sudden, while you're incarcerated, your wife tell you, hey, Daddy, I just want to let you know, our home is being foreclosed on now. Hey, Daddy, I just want to let you know, the ring that you bought me, I had to pawn that to the pawn shop, $700. Your kids are asking you questions. Hey, Dad, when you coming home? Now your wife, she's asking you questions. What do I do? You watch them stand in this long line. Unpleasant weather. It's raining. It's sunny. It's cold. For hours. To come and visit you for 1 hour. And she come in and tell you, hey, Daddy, I'm sorry to tell you. Listen, all and everything that we have, gone. The cars have been repossessed. The house back out of the vending machine for you. I don't have a couple dollars to get a snack. What do you do?
I don't know what I would do, man.
talked to a brother the other day, Alex, from China. He went through a situation. I don't even know his situation. My hat goes off to you. He said because it's
Where's that justice? Where's that justice?
you trying to take care of your family, you know, you face with natural life imprisonment. I want you to visit this. You imprisonment without possible parole. Okay, I'm telling you. It's gone. Why? Because I hate drugs. I choose not to play drugs. Don't take my word, Danny. Go to 1991 and Google. And you type in DEA state. $200 million went missing. And some of our people that worked at the sheriff office were placed on death duty.
$200 million.
Yes, 200 million went missing.
Where?
That's a good question.
Oh, you ever referring to your case?
No, this was in 1991.
Okay.
They said there was a DEA state where $200 million went missing. 2 of our individuals placed on death duty. These people sent me death threats. They told me and my wife, I'd be lying in my room in a pile of blood. I'll be lying in my room in a pile of blood.
Who sent these death threats?
The Brown Sheriff Office.
How do they send them?
They left it on my answer sheet. Yeah. So I called communication, and I called communication 911, and I told them, I said, my name is Raymond Hicks. I'm a former deputy sheriff for the Brown Sheriff Office. My CC is 4693. Can you dispatch a unit to my home because I'm receiving death threats? They left it on my answer machine saying I'll be lying in my room in a pile of blood.
You got that saved?
It's gone. Everything is missing now because we was kicked out of the house.
Right.
So what I did is this. It's been recorded. Because when I called communication, they dispatched a unit to my home. The guy name is Rick Watson. Deputy Rick Watson came to my house. I said, Rick, listen to this audio tape. Listen to what they left on my answer machine. And when he listened to it, he'd say, Ray, be careful, man. You know how these people play. I told him, I said, the only thing I need you to do is a 98 AAPA, which is a written report. That's when I called my mom, and I went and bought an AK with 180 rounds. I told my mom, you might as well go get your black dress, man. Because I'm not going to let these people come in and kill me and my whole family. Right. But my mom said, well, wait a minute, son. But did not God deliver you? Are you not there in your home with your... And this is before I got kicked out the house. And I took the gun back to the same people that I got the gun from. It's a shame, man. It's a disgrace. But to this day, I still love law enforcement. I tell anybody that. When I wore the uniform, how about this? Several people have watched the video that Matt and Mark put up. And may God be my one from the Brown Sheriff Office. Ray, I'm sorry, man.
Oh, really?
I'm talking about captains, lieutenants, sergeants, deputies.
Any of the guys involved in your case?
No.
None of those guys ever reached out?
No.
Bet you they've seen it.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And they know I'm speaking the truth. I'll never forget it, man. My mother beat me one time. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. My mom had this coconut pickle jar. And she put these coconut bar cookies in the jar. And she told me and my brother, she said, listen, I'm going to give you guys some cookies, but don't go back in there and save some for another day. And guess what? But since my mom worked 2 jobs, she worked at John's Island cleaning people's homes, and she worked as a migrant worker, making $1 an hour to take care of us. But when she went to work, I went in the cookie jar and I ate the cookies. All of them. No, No, I ate some of it. And my mom, unbeknownst to me, she counted the cookies. So she said, who wanted the cookie jar? I said, I don't know. So she asked my brother and sister, Bobby, go over, who went in the cookie jar? So Mommy, I don't know. So my mom said, I'll tell you what, don't get out the clothes. So we had to strip down to nothing. And she said, go get the extension cord. And I stripped down when I got the extension cord. And she said, I'm going to ask you again, who ate the cookies? I said, Mom, I ate the cookies. She said, why did you lie? I said, because I thought you beat me. She said, I'm still going to beat you. I'm not going to beat you because you ate the cookies, but I'm going to beat you because you lied to me. I lied then. But when I was faced with natural life imprisonment, no. I wasn't take life. I'm not going to ever admit to something that I didn't do. And because my life is guess what? You're not going to tell me that I did something that I didn't do. That's not going to happen.
Like I was telling you before we started recording this. You have an undeniable change has happened with many people besides yourself that didn't have that will and determination that you have to fight to the death for yourself and for your family. And I'm sure there's people who are sitting in prison today. I mean, there's definitely a lot of them who are completely innocent.
You're absolutely right. Please. Yes. Because you know what? That's why I put in my book. So many people are forced to plea bargain to avoid facing increasingly hard sentence because they cannot afford these high-powered lawyers.
And that's one of the things that your deputy was telling me. What's his name again?
Sergeant Booker.
Sergeant Booker. I was talking to him last night.
Yeah, good sergeant.
He told me, he said, Danny, the federal prison system is a business. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think the number is like $60-something billion a year is made through the federal prison system, which is bananas. That, I mean, it's the worst part of capitalism is what it is. That we can have a system of business in the United States that profits off keeping people in a box, that profits off putting innocent people in jail, and it's just this destructive race to the bottom is what it is, of locking up people no matter what, like to plead, get them in jail, and it's not a system that is geared towards fixing a problem or fixing society or making our country better, right? If you want to make your country better, you want to make your people better, not just profit off the people by locking them up. So it's so sad to me to hear stories like yours and just to see how corrupt and how it's really, when you boil it all down, it's all about money. It's all about greed, money, and unfortunately, the worst atrocities happen where the people are the most desperate. And unfortunately, people don't make enough money. Like we said during the podcast, a lot of the people that we're working with, they barely make enough money to afford to live. They're living paycheck to paycheck.
You gotta have because there's a lot of people that go out and commit crimes. And those people should be incarcerated. I don't care if it's me, my wife, my kids, or whoever. You make your bed hard, you gotta write out in it. But there's a lot of innocent people that are facing time for crimes that they've never committed. Like myself. But how do you people in place? That's another thing. We vote these people in the office. We put these people in the office, right? And next thing you know, they get in there and they know who they are. How do I know that? Because that's what happened to me. A good friend of mine, a personal friend of me and my family, turned his back on me and my wife and kids. there and did everything I could to help him become, the sheriff of Broward County. But through it all, Phyllis, but one thing is sure, I would never have nothing to do with him the longest day I live. I mean that. Why? It's because of the fact that you showed me your true color. I showed you my loyalty, me and my family. But at the end of the day, and that's the only way we can change the system, is by changing the mindset of individuals who actually wear these uniforms.
How do you get people like the guys that are working in your department? How do you get more people like yourself? And when you're talking about stuff like this, you can't really just talk about like the country, right? You should distill it down to the communities, the individual, to police departments.
Yeah.
That live in the communities that they played in. Yeah. How do you get those people to make their own community a better place? And do the right thing.
It's having the right people in place. From the sheriff all the way down to the deputy. For sheriff. You can Google it. I was running as a Republican, but a friend of mine, Mr. Eugene Steele, who's deceased now, actually was running the race with us, and he read my book, and he says, "Oh my God." He says, "Wait, man, listen, I can help you. I can get the Republican Party to run behind you." I was getting endorsement by the Republican Party, Democrat, and nonpartisan. You know what they did? They removed me from the race.
Why?
Because I was speaking the truth. When we went to these debates, they found that they disqualified me. I paid $11,357.84. And I qualified. I can send you the document showing that they from the Rabbri County the people who you have to pay the money to, in Broward County. I went down there for my campaign fund and everything. I paid $11,354.87, if I'm not mistaken. And I qualified. And they found a way to disqualify me. They had the judge remove me from the race. So there's one guy who was running for sheriff also as a Republican. He joined ship with Alan Pollock, who was running as Democrat, and he was Republican. So the two of them joined together, and they filed a lawsuit to get me out the race. So the judge removed me from the race. But to be honest with you, I didn't care about the fact that being a sheriff. What I cared about was getting my information out there to the people, and to let the people know that it's a national game that these people play. But I can tell you one thing, just recently, just to show you, there was a brother who was sentenced by the Broward Sheriff Office.
Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash Course Religion's own voice. Dan, this is going to be fun and nobody's going to get offended. Let's start with a few easy questions. What happens when we die? Why do bad things happen to good people? More importantly, why do good things happen to bad people? What's the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? Why am I like here, specifically me, here in this studio? It's been a while. Why am I hosting this show instead of, say, a scholar of religion who's referred to religious sensation Hank Green? Well, I was introduced to the academic study of religion as a freshman in college when I took a class primarily because it fit into my schedule of not wanting to get out of bed before noon. I thought the class would be easy. I figured religion was just made up stuff. I've always been pretty good at making stuff up. But on my first day, my professor, Dr. Rogan, said something that's been dogging me ever since. Whether you're religious or not, you worship a band, or you worship an economic ideology, or you worship a system of ethics, or whatever else. And understanding what you worship, why, and how that worship shapes you is important, not just for individuals. I ended up majoring in religion, and since then have often written about it. I mostly studied early Islamic history, although I am myself Christian, belonging to a branch of Christianity called the Episcopal Church that derives from another called Anglicanism, which was created so that a king could get a divorce. It's good to have such founding stories, so I won't take myself too seriously. I'm not a scholar of religion, but the Crash Course team has worked on it. which is how this series was made. I'm excited to learn more about religion alongside. In 24 episodes, we'll find surprising harmony and discord in the answers to these big existential questions, not just across religions, but also within. We'll learn about traditions where rivers are people, where people are gods, and where God is everything. We'll think about cults and magic and the supernatural, and we'll consider whether atheism falls within religion's very wiggly borders. That'll be a fun episode. And as we unpack history and culture of religions, we'll think about medieval Islam, because the truth is, religions influence us. Forming how we think of ourselves, each other, and the world, and also molding and changing over time. So I'll warn you, if you hop on this ride with us, you might start to feel like religion is some kind of ideological collection, that science project that's solving one moment and the next. Religion seems like something firm, concrete, and it oozes out of your grasp as soon as you think you've got a hold on it. And whether you consider yourself religious or not, religion gets into all sorts of things: sex, death, politics, science, culture, even taxes. Maybe the best simile is that religion is like glitter. It's in everything. We begin this series by asking questions, breaking our brains over what the word religion even means. I look forward to seeing you. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religions. We're still here in the studio in Indianapolis, Indiana.
I don't want to sit a second.
If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everyone forever,
Then you put
join
in
our
your whole life change. Your whole life change.
Your whole life is just systematically dismantled.
Yeah.
Your family, your kids, everything.
Yeah, everything.
All right, I guess we're doing this. They've been asking for it for years.
My kid
Praying
really wants me to
I'm
jump
John
out of my
Green.
home and
Welcome to
handcuff
Crash
myself.
Course. So I begin with a confession. I don't know,
back after you guys on.
but I also don't know what art and what literature is, or for that matter, what it's like it's the virus of biology.
Well,
I don't know.
it's
Because
on January
to say that religion
January
is a thought word
I
would be
done
very
something on my
fascinating.
home
Like,
because
think of the many ways
said I was
people
shooting at someone in my
answer questions
backyard.
about religion.
his
I
name
know
was Sergeant
church,
McCoy.
but I do follow Star
Wait a
Chart.
minute, I just saw
Practice
religion
religion,
in
I
the
do press yoga,
They done
fascinating
woke up the
example.
whole
Actually,
They
Missouri's
pick up the
government
crack
pushed
dude. He didn't know
classifying
because
yoga
the
classes
department
as
was
tax-exempt
the
spirituals,
He
but
goes
as
up to me,
recreational
put
business
your effing hands
same
behind your
tax
back. I said, man, if you put your hands on me, one of us
But
going
a
to
few
be
years later, in 2013,
So my neighbor,
some parents in
she came on the
California
street.
sued their
said,
kid's school district,
Man, come on, man.
teaching
Man,
yoga
I said,
during
man, this freaking dude, I said, this must be a
promoting
reason. I'm like,
Says
that is, that's
religious or
excellent,
not
man.
often depends
It's
on
what I'm
who's
talking about.
asking the question and who
And
benefits
he
from
basically
the
just
answer.
ignored that. He's telling me that he's going to face it. That's how he thinks. And all of a sudden, I'm getting handcuffed in my backyard for almost 6 hours.
We fought wars over it. We built
So
societies
this white
around
guy
it.
showed
We
up to my
even
yard. I told my
pretended
wife,
we
I
weren't
said, don't
home
show,
when
I
people
said,
knocked on our
don't
doors
show the
about it.
doctor
That's
showing
right.
that we were
We
getting
have
caught.
two cameras
white
this
guy.
time. Camera
Had to
2
been a
is for
Lieutenant
civil
Captain.
conduct. Camera 1
So of course,
for
my
serious
wife showed it to him
religious
with the
business. But what
second
even is
discipline.
religion? Like what
They were all
unites
going to
Hinduism,
second.
Christianity, and
Then they
Wicca under the
sent me
same
a charge in the
umbrella?
mail,
And what
said
sets
that I discharged the
religions apart
firearm.
from other stuff that people do? Like
So I take that
reciting
case
the
to
Pledge of
the
Allegiance
field
or wearing the
before
same jersey every time you watch the World Series or
and
the
the
Jerry
judge said, well, where the
Soccer
kick
team.
go?
We can think of religion
We
as
didn't have the kick.
frameworks
Did
that
you
help
do a
people
ballistic test?
organize, shape,
No,
and
where the
make
bullet
sense
kick?
of their lives. But of
He said,
course,
so you
that's
mean
our
to tell me
own
that how did that way up to the court
atheism,
saying he
religion. What
committed
about
this heinous crime, but you
what
have
about
nothing to
organizing your
suspension
entire
the
life
charge.
around the exploits of 11 23-year-old men in South London who are over-identifying as
So my
attempts?
attorney
Again,
presented documents to him showing that my
very
wife and I had gone to court. Within 10
So yeah,
minutes,
it's
I was
tricky
tried by the
because
court
no
and I
single
was acquitted by
definition
the judge.
contains all the
No
ways
way.
in
True
which
start location Earth.
I've been getting
and
back
stakes
to
are high here.
Oh, it's on.
I went into the community. I won the highest award.
Has impact
Thank
on all
God.
lives, whether we're religious
If you
or
go to
not.
Google
So when we
and type
use the
in
word religion, what we
AfricanAmericanAchievers.com,
often
you'll see
mean
me
is
in
a belief in a
2004,
higher
Raymond
power.
Hicks.
A trait
For
that
reading
English
education, I am
philosopher
certified with
Lord
Christian high school diploma
Church
GED.
proposed back in the 17th century as one of the 5
And all of a
fundamental
sudden,
truths
guess
about
what
religion.
happened?
Oh my God, I'm so good at
They
pronouncing
come
the
at me a
names of
third
lords
time.
of churches. Like, is that a joke? job is mispronouncing British lord names and job because if so, sign me up. And to get credit to Lord Herbert, it's true that lots of religious traditions involve gods and goddesses, except for the ones that don't, of course. Like many forms of Judaism and Buddhism, which focus on ethical behavior and self-regulation. So, okay, what if we defined it more broadly? Let's say a religion doesn't have to have a higher power, but it needs a shared belief system. Again, for some traditions, that's fair. Like for most Christians, it's really important that everybody's on the same page about Jesus as Savior. Religions with shared beliefs are called creedal religions and are often linked to the same text. But even this broader interpretation doesn't cover everything, right? Like there's some sense Buddhism emphasizes action, smelling mindful awareness of meditation, cooking, and caring for other people. We sometimes call these motive religions, traditions that stress what people do rather than what they believe. And of course, many religions focus on belief and action, like Islam's emphasis on both practice or orthopraxis. Disagreements on seen as more killing and dying for over this stuff. So in truth, no single idea unites every religion, not belief in God, not prayer, not praying for the afterlife. The term religion is sort of like the word sports, which lumps together soccer, synchronized swimming, or curling, and even pickleball, which is adherence genuinely to religion. The way we define religion is specific to the societies we live in, just like the practices themselves. Sociologist Emil Durkheim said that religion is a system of beliefs and practices surrounding the same, basically anything a community has given special meaning to. Like crucifixes, or landscapes, or altars. His definition also leaves a lot of room for other things to be considered, like Taylor Swift, Diet Dr. Pepper, because there's no shared feature of these systems we call religions. It's all the more important to be aware of whose interests are served by schools. Like the yoga teachers disagreed with Missouri's reclassification of the practice and believed that yoga studios had more in common with churches, which don't have to pay sales tax, arguing that yoga is more than exercise and can't be separated from spiritual ties. But in the California case, the judge acknowledged that yoga is religious as approved. This kind of yoga wasn't religious enough. Not in the way school people already do it anyway. For one thing, the kids on the words position crisscross applesauce, and you can tell that's not a joke because we're saying it here with one literally called it crisscross applesauce. So how did we get to this point? Was there ever a time when religion was simple or straightforward? Not really. In the United States today, we often use the word religion to imply a special sphere of society set apart from the rest of life and sort of separate from politics or culture or the economy, but also overlapped with all of them in many ways. Including that I don't find your Bibles about any of them at Thanksgiving dinner, which is also not true. But until just a few centuries ago, most languages didn't have a word for the kind of religion we're talking about. Like the Arabic word constantly when it appears in the Quran, it sometimes gets translated into English as religion, which is kind of like interpreting an ancient word from before that to be car, and it didn't exist yet. Even the Latin word religio originally just meant rules at a time when many Roman emperors were seen as divine, like Caesar's law was God's law. The idea of religion as a private personal belief system traces back to a very specific time in the 16th century Western Europe. During the Protestant Reformation, Christians disagreed over how much authority the church should have and whether it was valid for the church to sell indulgences, which were these like little pieces of paper that read along the book and made donations to the church building. Martin Webb reportedly mailed 95 hot takes to a church door, radically argued for a separation of the churches. Basically, he thought that the government should worry about stuff on earth and let the church handle the afterlife. This idea served Protestants' interests as it brought Christianity to allow ideas and practices on the Shamash big boss / Reformation also redefined the meaning of religion in Western Europe as a personal, private relationship with God. And it wasn't long before Europeans took this model of religion on the road. During the colonial era between the 20th centuries, Europeans encountered other ways of doing religion, colonizing cultures in Asia, Africa, Oceania, and the Americas, and they found that many indigenous peoples traditions
still
related to their ancestors or the
With
land
uniform.
rather than
So
a
when you
deity.
look at
For
this
example,
book,
Native Hawaiians
that's why
honor
you
the
see
sacredness
started.
of the Mauna Kea volcano, considered to be the
That
physical
represents me
embodiment
being in
of the
uniform.
gods, as well as Amakua, or ancestral spirits who provide
That
families
makes,
with guidance.
as you
But
can
that
see,
didn't vibe with European thought, which
the star,
assumed religions
it's
to
like
be
being
Christianity
uniform,
shaped
but
with
I'm
the path
arrested.
of sacred texts,
Because
clergy,
that's what this
rituals,
symbolizes.
and the church. Now, we're going to explore more of what stemmed
So
from
to be
that in
honest
our
with
next
you,
episode,
know,
but for
as
now,
I
what's
told
important
everybody,
to know
they
is
say
that this
something from me
prevailing
that I
model
love.
of
And let
religion
me tell you something,
hasn't
Daddy.
always existed.
Everybody that I've
It served
campaigned for,
very particular
I voted
interests in 16th
99.9%
century
of the
Western
vote for them.
Europe, as it does
I'm
now,
talking about
prioritizing
Hispanics,
some traditions
Caucasians,
over
as well
others.
as
And this
by
has
doing
tangible
black.
impacts outside of the religious sphere.
I
Like
think that
calling
love for
something
the
a
community.
religion can come with
You know
some
why? Because I'm
distinctly
always
earthly
doing something
perks
in the
like
community
tax
as far as
exemption,
other
legal protection,
To this
baptismal
day,
hot tubs,
I'm
and when
still
it's
inspiring people.
denied
I
in some
still feed the
traditions,
homeless.
that can create real-life consequences. Many countries
My
today
wife
have
has worked with
laws
the Postal
protecting
Service now for
religious
35
freedom
years.
or the
Oh,
right
wow,
to own
no
a
way,
religion
really.
of their choice. But how those
Sometimes
countries
she works
define
10-hour
religion
shifts.
determines who is actually afforded that freedom.
I'm
For
working
example, the Chinese
now
Constitution
security.
officially grants
I
legal
work 12-hour
protections to
shifts.
normal religious activities, but since
I
2017,
do
the government
special
has
ops
detained
now
over
for
1
Apple.
million
So we
Uyghurs and
look for
other
any
Turkic
type of crisis
Muslims in
situation.
re-education
You
camps.
got to have
In
church
India, a
religion to do
controversial
what I do.
2019
I'll be
created a
retired.
fast-track
And even though I
citizenship for
fought
refugees
to get
from
my
some religious
retirement,
groups,
they gave me a
but
partial
specifically
retirement.
excluded Muslims,
But I'm
which as a
retired.
way
I
to
want
demonize
everything that's new to me and my
and
wife and
exclude
kids.
certain
And that's why I'm
often
going to continue
religious
to fight.
practices
That's
that
why I'm
aren't
going to
officially
continue to speak.
recognized are deemed illegitimate
I don't look
or
for a guy
illegal,
from
like
you
many
or
Rastafarian
anyone else,
adherents
and I
have been
appreciate
incarcerated
everything
for
that you guys
smoking
are giving.
marijuana,
You're
a
giving me a
substance they
platform
view as
to
a
talk to my
sacrament,
family,
but one that's
speaking about the
criminalized in
things
many
that we've
countries
experienced
from
for the
the
last
UK
21
to
years.
Cuba. In North Korea,
But
where
I hope and
unauthorized
pray.
religious activity is prohibited,
And I told that
Christians
this, and I'm
and
telling you
followers
the
of
same
Korean
thing.
folk
And I
religions
told
have been
Martha
arrested,
that
tortured,
God is
and
going to
even
elevate you
executed
guys to
by
that
the
next
government.
level.
The big takeaway here is that there's no single way of doing religion, no defining quality that unites these practices, but that's what
And
makes
I'm
it so
over prayer
important to be
that
conscious of the definitions
the
we're
business and
using
everything,
and
the
aware
platform
of
that you
who's
and Steve
placing
and all
their
these other
boundaries.
guys,
I'll leave you
Pastor
with one more slightly
and
jazzy
Mark Blake
definition
have.
from the philosopher and
That's in
theologian
touching people
Paul
all over the world.
called religion
I
the
hope and
state
pray
of
that your
being
offspring,
harassed
your
by
kids,
ultimate concern.
kids,
And throughout
can
the
live off
series,
with you
you'll
guys.
find no single
And what you
idea about what
because
that
to be honest with you,
concern is, the
it's
shape it
Father,
takes,
Son,
or how
we've
we're
been
grasped
suffering.
by it. There are many ways people define
But do it all.
religion, contest it,
You know,
make sense of
I
it,
stand firm.
practice it, and live it. Over
I
the course of
worked
this
so
series,
much.
I try to make sense
I've
of some
started
of them
drinking.
together. But this
I've
idea
never started
of
drinking a day
ultimate
in my life.
concern of
Hey, son,
or series of
we've been together
beliefs that
since I was 18
structures
years
and
of age.
animates your life can be a very valuable thing to
I'm
have.
58 now.
And of course, it can be dangerous too.
I never took a drink
I
until
wonder
after
if
this
you
situation.
have an ultimate
I went into the
concern,
liquor store,
or I guess more to the
and
point,
the guy's like,
if
"Big
you're
kid, what you
conscious
doing in here,
of what
man?"
your ultimate concern is and how beliefs
I
and
lied.
practices in your
Oh, man,
life
I'm buying some stuff for the guys down the street, man.
In our next episode, we'll
You
ask
know why?
how many
Because I was
religions are
ashamed.
and again, find out what the answer.
I wasn't about it for nobody down the street.
Thanks for
I was
watching
about
this
it
episode of Crash Course Religions with our studio in Indianapolis,
So,
Indiana,
yeah.
and made with the help of all of these nice folks.
People
If you
refer
want
to
to help
those
keep
things that
Crash
makes
Course
them
free
feel
for
comfortable.
everyone forever, you can join our
People
community
refer
on
to those things that makes them feel comfortable. You know? If drinking makes you feel comfortable, you're going to
Hi, I'm
drink.
John Green, and
If
welcome
smoking
to
makes you feel
Crash
comfortable,
Course
you're going to smoke.
Religions. Does this look familiar? You probably know it as the
If working out
coexist
makes you
design,
feel
a
comfortable, you're going to work
smattering
out.
of symbols that come
If
together
running
to
makes you
spell
feel
the
comfortable,
word
you're going to run.
coexist. This is just one of thousands of car
If you've
movements
been
that
out on the
uses
water,
its design to proclaim a
if that's
desire
what
for
makes you
peace
feel
and
comfortable,
religious
that's what you're going
tolerance
to do.
to
But
other
it'll take you
drivers,
away
I
from
guess.
everything
Now,
else.
you might see the go as simple as a
So
representation of the
people
world's
refer to
religions,
those
right?
things
You've
that
got
makes
a
them feel
crescent moon
comfortable.
for Islam, the Jewish Star of David, a cross
To be honest with
symbolizing
you, what
Christianity,
makes me
the
feel comfortable
wicked
is the fact that I
pentagram
got
to
my
dot the
family,
I.
I
The
got
thing
my
is,
closest
that
friends
doesn't cover all the religions practiced in the
that I can
world,
count on my
and
finger,
not by a long shot. And what it
and
leaves
I'm
out
most
tells you
important, I
a
got
lot
God,
more about the history
my
of
Lord and Savior
religion
Jesus Christ.
than you might think.
And you know what I did? So these brothers that called him. They didn't think I would call him back. They didn't think I was going to respond. I just talked to a cop yesterday. My wife would tell you.
Seasonal lights on,
Inspiring
they
him.
take only a handful of religious practices.
Well, she
Scholars of religion have used the big five major world religions for decades: Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, and Buddhism. But those aren't the most practiced religions. Like there are more followers of Sikhism worldwide than there are followers of Judaism, and Shinto is used by millions of people, and yet zero representation on the coexist bumper sticker. So we're like the big five that want to hear about new religions while ignoring tons of others. Let's go back in time and figure that out. As we saw in episode 1, what counts as a religion is actually quite complicated. The idea of religion as this special category set apart from other stuff people think, believe, and do, well, that's only a few hundred years old. It came about in 16th century Western Europe during the Protestant Reformation. Christians used the religion label for traditions that had founders, sacred texts, clergy, and particular times and places for doing religious stuff. In short, to be a religion, it had to look kind of like Christianity, which Islam and Judaism kind of do, and Buddhism slightly does, and worshiping particular economic system doesn't. Even if the Asia, Africa, and the Americas, they look for signs of religion with their own Christianity-shaped mold in mind. But it turns out people have a lot of ways of making sense of their lives, organizing community, and relating to other world forces. And many of them don't look like what European colonizers understood as religion. Like in 1553, Richard wrote that indigenous people on what's now the Canary Islands went naked without shame, religion, or knowledge of God. The news of Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas kept this narrative going, showing colonizers living large with a priest along for the ride, heroically bringing religion to people assumed to have. At the time, many Europeans assumed religion was a natural category to be recognized on sight. People either had if they didn't, you needed specifically. As necessary. Of course, Muslim and Buddhist and Jewish communities were also colonized. Was never really logical. By the 19th century, Christianity was everywhere on it came to the colonized world. But the colonized world also came to Christianity, with indigenous beliefs and practices helping to shape the religion. DNA was Bible, which was integrated into I'll let you take a guess for which religion's got the good Buddhism, Hinduism, and other Asian traditions were translated into English, which helped cement the idea that these were a universal feature of the world. Meanwhile, those with world traditions were seen as for the record, this crash course video is happening in the oral tradition, and I don't think that lessons to learn directly informed by the Christianity-shaped mold of what a religion should look like. Right? It tends to lead out routes that don't match the vibe, like those that don't focus on sacred texts, such as Disease and Quran. So the idea of what counts as a major religion was decided mostly by people who thought that Christianity was the ultimate model of religion. But so arbitrary choices about religions matter, but that's significant consequence. Sikhism is one of the most practiced religions in the world. Now to the conversation about major religions. It originated in 6th century India from the teachings of
My
Guru
mom would go
Nanak,
to the world preach
this of God and the king of all people. But Sikhs are in the minority and transmit persecution and violence. And in the United States, misunderstanding prejudice have also led to attacks.
She paid $3 for a pair of sneakers.
For example,
I go out there and play basketball on the asphalt,
a Sikh man named Rabbbi was murdered in an anti-Muslim hate crime.
I go out there and play basketball. They know that whole body come out the shit.
In which Sikh men customarily weigh and understood by the power of life and death for people of any religion. And the lesser stood. The war that separates in discrimination, harassment, and violence.
She said, well, you know what? You go ahead and school.
For basic knowledge of their religion to be taught in schools, just like the so-called Big Five. Religions have often been misunderstood as mixed ideas that
And that's why I just want to inspire these young kids. That's why my foundation, the Raymond Down Hit Foundation, LLC.
Religions
You
are
can go to sundays.org and look it up.
can foster
I
essential
get back to
where
it.
groups of people
We have a foot band.
and I believe false stereotypes.
I have a big house. It's a multi-cultural.
Terrorists, all Episcopalians,
Four
Mary,
goddamn
Clemens,
cops out there.
Catholics, and
The
Islams. That's all true of our founder. Cultures are eternally and generalized about what all members of a
To be honest with you, I'm going to continue to get back.
traditions we hear from how early members did stuff.
I was just this morning.
Like,
I said, you know what? We need to go get Danny some more
which is
something.
good
I was
news,
getting ready to take
because I lack the moral courage
but
to
the
face
place,
off
you know,
against
they
a
didn't
lion
have
in a
the place
coliseum.
was
But
closed.
my way of being Christian is also
Why?
different from the
To say,
Southern
hey, you know
Baptist
what?
or
Hey, you man,
Ukrainian
you know,
Orthodox
this is something me and my
There's
wife.
vast diversity within
As a matter of fact,
well as beyond stereotypes. This focus on continuity also Taylor Swift's country music because that's original. Taylor Swift, the Southern one, who ruled Pennsylvania. Linking a religion's current interpretation to the borrowed past becomes a way of excluding and controlling other people's interpretations, which, in my opinion, just isn't cool. Taylor Swift is both country and pop, and also everything else, the one true guiding light of our we not turn Taylorism into a religion. Actually, we're going to get into that in another episode. Okay, so we often see this with religious nationalism, where governments or politicians will their interpretation.
there's also just paperback book on Amazon, Barnes and Noble online, Walmart online, $7 million online. And the only reason why my book is not in the store is because I'm going to the store, and I have not restarted those books. And those books and the store,
Religious minorities have organized politically to restrict access to abortion and LGBTQ people for religious reasons. And it's not religions are always changing, but there are also no firm boundaries walling them off from each other. In the United States, many people with grounded religious practices worship in the same space.
and not only that, I talk about my Lord and Savior
Blending
Jesus Christ.
African and Catholic traditions for
Talk about how
doing
God
so in
is
secret
all.
to protect themselves
I
from
told that.
persecution.
I said that.
Considers the
I'm
major
grateful. And I'm hoping and praying that you allow me to stay with you guys.
nuance than
Because at the end of the day,
even though
this
Judaism,
is what it's
Christianity,
about.
Islam
And the
share
reason
many
why
of
it's
the same
about that,
stories and
is
central
because of the
figures,
fact that some
they're
people may
treated
not
like
know, but I
distinct
know God
separate
ever since I
traditions.
was a little
Meanwhile,
kid.
diverse communities
When
get
we didn't have food on the table,
Buddhist, even
my
though
mother
groups
would
vary
stretch
in
her
their
arms towards heaven
interpretations,
and say,
texts,
Lord,
and central
please send
figures. So
somebody
where do we go from here? I mean, humans
to
make
help
up
me and my
categories to
kids.
understand the
And
world.
Miss Maggie
What
Wallace
we do.
came down the street with 3 bags
Is
of
also
groceries.
interrogating those
The Father, the
categories,
Son,
questioning
and the
how
Holy
serve
Spirit.
us better
And I
and
never
more
forget,
able.
Mom,
Really
she just
understand
pulled
all
out
of these
righteous.
cases.
Some people say
And
we're
that
wicked,
tracking shows
but
us
God
that
is
a
a
list
spirit.
of major religions isn't a
You know?
map of a
It's just like you
pre-existing
never know
system.
me, Daddy.
It's an
I
idea
never
that
knew you.
creates
But
a
I can tell you
system,
that I love
one
you,
that
man, and I
reflects
appreciate
and
the fact
reinforces
that you
power,
afforded me the
obscuring the criteria.
real car
But the cool thing
my
is,
wife
the more
talking
we
about
expand our understanding of religion,
that I'm going
the
through
more
for the
these
years.
systems and their flaws as they
That's right,
operate
but I'm not,
all around us.
and I'm not,
We can also catch a glimpse of commonalities
and that's
across
real.
these devices.
And the reason why I'm not
And
that,
sharing
that I
values
trust
that
my
we
Lord and
serve
Savior.
to find close. Keep in mind that theme in our next episode is not just
So God
it's a
chooses
cult,
sometimes.
but
He
who
chooses
gets to
individuals to
decide
go
what
through a
goes into
situation in
this?
life.
I'll see you then. Thanks for
So
watching
that
this
can
episode
give
of
you a
Crash Course
testimony
Religions, which
and a
is filmed here
testimony
in
to somebody
Indianapolis,
else.
Indiana. And
It's
to
just
help
like
all
when I
of
told
these
you
nice
we're going to
people,
do
if
it
you
back
want to help
home.
keep Crash Course
And
free
how
for
God
everyone
said the
forever,
peace that
join our
that was speaking on each one of the things. Oh no, that didn't happen like that. Yeah.
Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash
But I
Course
told
Religion.
him,
So picture this. You're in
I said,
a
let me
cozy
tell you
room
something,
surrounded
man.
by people
God
welcoming
will take
you
you
with
to the
food,
level that you have never
kindness. They're
seen
showing
before.
interest in your questions, your anxieties.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this.
Hold on a second.
Look what the
This
numbers
is
are.
read the headlines, watch the documentary about the MLM or country situation, but without the stereotypes of white robes, wilderness compounds, and tinfoil hats. Can we really tell the difference
You know,
between a
when I
religion
told
cult?
God, man, I feel that the Lord give me the right to do. And He's giving us the,
Thinking about cults, we often think of dangerous, like Heaven's Gate or Doomsday Cloak, who's never died by mass suicide in 1997, or Home Sugary Kill, or proof that putting deadly gas into the Tokyo subway system in 1995. Stories like these gained notoriety. Historically, cults were a little eccentric, sure, but for the most part, accepted by society.
I know
In ancient Rome, the word cultus was used for small elite groups devoted to worshiping particular deities. They were more like fan clubs for obscure gods whose temples were closer to frat houses than big compounds. Lines of Dionysus got pretty big. Even what we know as Christianity began as a cult and was viewed as a pretty weird one in its early days. If you consider religions or cults when they first emerged.
Oh, baby
Let's
girl.
head to the book. In the 1820s, a man named Joseph Smith said he was visited by an angel. The angel led him to unearth a golden book written in a language Smith called Egyptian. In 90 days, he translated it using special stones, gave the book back to the angel, and published all 588 pages. He called it the Book of Mormon, and with it, he started the Latter-day Saints movement. Smith argued Christianity needed a total makeover, and the Book of Mormon, which recounts Jesus' visit to the Americas, was the start of that makeover. Smith's movement drew tens of thousands of followers, but also countless haters. Fleeing persecution, Smith led his flock, who had picked up the nickname Mormons, west from New York to Ohio, then on to Missouri, and eventually where after the locals got wind of his teaching, by road, one cannot even be sure whether it is a sect, cult, a new religion, a church, a people, a nation, or an American sub. Indeed, at different times and places, it is all this. Whatever it's called, 200 years in, the fringe movement was raised on. Thanks, Doug. So the way we think of the word cult today is in the 1950s, when years of brainwashing took hold during the Korean War. To the American public, brainwashing was a scary but convincing answer to the question, why would anyone become a communist? Before long, brainwashing became a way to explain people's interests in other society. Members by showering them with tension, fears of brainwashing. Before it, the movement got slapped with the this time the word picked up
graduated with honors.
founded ideas like
High school with honors.
cults,
College with honors.
religions.
My oldest daughter getting ready to get her
I
doctorate.
forgot.
She has a
Hey,
master's degree.
Johnny boy! Yeah, the answer's pretty simple. There's obvious tells. For one, charismatic leaders like L. Ron Hubbard of the secretive and famously litigious Church of Scientology. Please don't sue us. But religions have Jesus, Muhammad. It's hard to get to it. I'd argue we're a lot more influential than L. Ron Hubbard. And that are right, even the ones who did it right. Again, please don't sue us. Alright, but what about all the rigid social norms that cults enforce? Like how the Family International forces its members to forsake all school, loading, doctor's visits, even having a job. That seems pretty sus, bro. Yeah. No, wait until you find out about Catholic priests and nuns, though. But think about it, man. Cults exploit people. Members get manipulated and fork over all this cash in the hopes of enlightenment, salvation, or belonging. There's an abuse. We've seen it with the Branch Davidian Family International, and Jewish, Muslim, Buddhist, and Hindu religious leaders gain wealth from their followers, including millionaire pastors and evangelical megachurches. And sadly, abuse and suppression of stories happen in many religious traditions. Literally ever. That's how these arguments work. I've been on Twitter, bro. It's called X now. Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm done. The harms we associate with cults aren't unique to the risk I have to go. I have a dental procedure I need to this conversation. So, as I was about to say, many scholars of religion today think that we should ditch the word cult altogether because it implies like abuse, exploitation, and violence across religions. These labeled cults are often viewed as doing religion wrong, even if their beliefs aren't that different from accepted religions. Like devotees of the Santa Muerte follow many Catholic traditions like praying rosaries, placing offerings on altars, but they do it in honor of Saint Death, who often appears as a skeletal woman in a white dress. And because Saint Death isn't recognized by the Catholic Church, her followers get labeled as cultists. So some scholars argue that the cult label reveals less about the group itself and more about who's using the label. Again, I'm not trying to say that religions, including religions with few followers, that obedience and have charismatic founders can't cause harm. They cause harm all the time. Any system that has both sick believers is always going to get terrible harm. I'm saying that this harm is always something to pay attention to because religion, regardless of the novelty of practice. Most experts today prefer less charged religious or minority religion, or that don't label a religion as necessarily bad, just practiced by fewer people. By definition, many qualified shakers and Jehovah's Witnesses, crystal enthusiasts, and the spiritual but not religious. Here's the thing, maybe we want to call an unfamiliar group a cult because we're worried about its members and we want to highlight that they may be in danger. But the problem is that sometimes calling something a cult brings on new types of danger, and groups already disproportionately targeted by the police. Further marginalization can be especially dangerous. Take what happened in 1985 between the Philadelphia police and a primarily black religious movement called Moon's members were dedicated to resisting racist systems through what they saw as a natural lifestyle with practices like composting and communal living. But law enforcement repeatedly misunderstood Moon's beliefs and labeled them a cult. Ultimately, when neighbors complained about members shouting on bullhorns and children living in reportedly filthy conditions, police bombed the home where members lived. The bombing killed 11 people and destroyed the homes of 250 neighbors. A report 1 year later condemned the police's actions as unconscionable, but no one associated with the bombing was ever criminally charged. So when we tend to associate the word cult with violence, we have to also account for how the label itself progressively violence. Calling a community a cult can change how its police sometimes bring in more harm to vulnerable people. At the end of the day, the word cult is complicated. It's changed over time and stretched to include everything from drinking the Kool-Aid to being like a little too obsessed with Disney World. Though the word tries to draw a hard line between traditional and non-traditional religions, time tends to blur that line as new religions gain following, acceptance, and old religions participate in some of the abusive practices associated with cults. That line eventually gets so fuzzy that many scholars argue it doesn't exist. So what is a cult really? Well, many contemporary scholars argue it's often a way of saying this group is too weird or threatening or dangerous to count as a religion. And of course, some of those groups are weird and threatening and dangerous. But that label doesn't necessarily bring us closer to addressing harms within or beyond. The members of these movements seek the same thing followers of any other religion seek: belonging, meaning, acceptance. And when we look at it that way, many scholars argue the line isn't just fuzzy, it's practically invisible. Next time, we're going to examine some more fuzzy lines, specifically the ones between magic and religion. I'll see you then. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religions, which was filmed in our studio here in Indianapolis, Indiana, and was made with the help of all these nice people. If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everyone forever, you can join our community.
Lord, we ask these blessings, ever bless your name, Jesus. In your name, Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Hi, I'm John Green. Welcome to Crash Course Religions. In some Christian traditions, people experience glossolalia, or the gift of tongues. It's described as a gift from the Holy Spirit that allows the recipient a language they don't understand. But this gift isn't unique to Christianity. When spirit mediums aim to speak with the dead, they sometimes enter a trance where, in a similar way, a new voice flows through them. One of these is often recognized as a religious experience, while the other is often considered magic or superstition. So, what's the difference between a spell and a prayer? Between channeling spirits and channeling the Holy Spirit? Where's the line between religion and magic? Like religion, different things to different people. Like to me, magic means verified as a child of a man who apparently had the ability to spontaneously generate guinea pigs from a top hat because, as he later explained to my mom, rabbits were too expensive. But that's not the only definition of magic. Also, like religion, way to do magic. The word grows together a bunch of diverse practices that call one invisible powers. Physical rituals deemed magical are often personal, private, and goal-oriented, or defend or transform someone's life, like video game soccer, and
Oh, I love this guy.
in a game of actual soccer.
I
That's
kind of
magical
watched this.
thinking, right? Now it's
I will put my arm in there, land crab, by the elbow, and try to pull him out. And the crab would actually drag me. And then my dad would come find me and pull me pull me back and pull the crab right out of the hole. So he's a hand. At the age of 4, like that. So picking up ribs. So when I was a kid, I didn't think about Batista or any of that. You know, that's just children don't think about any of that. They just life was normal for us. You know, I noticed changes once the castle took over, like the properties, the ranch we used to go play in, like National Forest. All of a sudden, we couldn't go there no more. The government confiscated it, and all the properties were. And a lot of bad things were happening. I had no clue what was going on. At the meantime, my dad joined up with the CIA to fight against Castro. And later on, he got infiltrated into Cuba.
You know, what was that problem? What happened to him when he got recruited by the CIA? Like, what was specifically going on with your dad? What was he doing?
Well, our whole life was being uprooted. I mean, I was a kid, so I wasn't paying attention. But the adults saw that we were losing our freedom in Cuba. Money was being confiscated, property, just huge changes, and very just doing whatever they wanted to do. And a hardline communist dictatorship was taking effect.
What did your parents do for work?
My dad was a salesman. My mother he was a salesman for Bacardi. Yeah. My mother, her great grandfather was like foreign minister exterior for Cuba. He was in all these minister of education. He was all those Cuba one time or another. He's a big time politician. He owned 54,000 acres. And beyond the Rio, it was my favorite place when I was a little kid to go play in Cuba. They have horses here. They have mountains, forests, deer everywhere. Beautiful property. He also had a beach house. He had a big house in Havana. So he's very well known all day. If you go to the ranch, the entrance says Hacienda Cortina. So since he was such a known figure in Cuba, even though the Castro team still kept his name on the ranch.
Yeah. That was your grandfather?
Grandfather. My mother's grandfather.
Wow. Living in again?
In Havana, the Rancho Centenal del Rio, which is the western end of Cuba mountains, the whole entire range. And to this day, if tourists go to Cuba, that's where they go. Tourists go visit a place that's one of the natural wonders of Cuba. It's a beautiful property. They got mountains.
Your dad, like what kind of you were always just like roaming around looking for wildlife, swimming in the ocean, fishing, doing that kind of stuff?
In Cuba, I went on a couple of fishing trips with my dad. Dad liked nature, but he had a family to worry about and other things. My dad was also an Olympic athlete. He had represented Cuba in rowing. Rowing is very popular in Cuba. So his team won like a bronze medal in London at the 1948 Olympics.
Oh wow.
Damn, Manny.
Yeah,
you're just some crazy dude.
His brother-in-law and several of those guys, they all came and they won. They didn't win the gold medal, but they got a bronze medal. But they were like champions of Cuba, very famous. There's a lot of newspaper articles about them. So he's very much into being an athlete. He also played football at University of Havana, American football.
Oh, okay.
They used to play the American universities. They always got slaughtered by the American teams. That's one. The Cuban team that didn't stand a chance in football against like Georgia Tech and universities like that they played against.
Right.
They would get annihilated. Supposedly everybody would get drunk before the game to take all the things. Those are the stories I heard anyways.
Wow, that's hilarious. So he was a big salesman for Bacardi. So when Castro took over, what happened with Bacardi?
Yeah, they moved over here. They opened up Bacardi rum in Puerto Rico. I think it was their base, but they had people in Miami and everything. So, but there was a family. One time they sent me to the border, and it was Bacardi family that paid for it.
Where's that at?
Tampa, Florida. It was a type of school that you live in and everything. I thought it was good for me to stay in a school like that. My mother had a real hard time because when my father was captured, he was executed.
Well, we're jumping a little far ahead.
Yeah, I'm jumping a little ahead.
So your father went from working for Bacardi, obviously the revolution, the Castro rebels like scoured the land in Cuba and basically took over all the businesses.
Well, under communism, you're not allowed to own private property. You're not allowed to have wealth. You're not allowed to have money. You're not allowed to do, you all have to be poor. That their method, that's what, if you're not being educated, what communism really is. Most of the young kids have no idea what communism is. They read a few books, and they think they have an attitude, they trip on the shoulder, whatever it is, and they think they thought that communism is good. No, communism is not good for anybody. It's evil. And usually they'll take people who are unqualified to do a job and take the qualified one and have them do something that he's not meant to do. They rearrange everything.
And you Cubans, I mean, the people, former Cubans like you, or Cuban-born people like yourself who were part of the revolution, are the people that are the most outspoken about that. They're the.
Well, if you're a Cuban and you believe in constant, you stay in Cuba.
like that's an interesting thing too. When Castro took over Cuba, he never mentioned communism once. But it was Che Guevara who was with him, who was a Marxist. Is that what it was?
Yeah, Che Guevara was a Marxist, and his brother Raul was a Marxist. Castro supposedly an opportunist. I mean, he's a crooked guy, but opportunistic guy. And so he tied up with the Soviet Union and to get protection from the United States.
Right. That was much later.
That came much later.
So I'm curious about father though. So and just let's say in this beginning part of the revolution, like right after it happened in '59, what was like you guys all stayed in Cuba? Obviously, you survived the revolution.
I was in Cuba. We thought the revolution. I was a kid, and all the propaganda was out there. I thought it was really cool guy.
Right. As did a lot of Americans.
All you were going down the street. Hey, Fidel's coming down. This is great. We need war day. And all of the ladies and the nannies, everybody's excited about it. Oh, I had no idea. I thought he was a great guy. My mother, when I kept my dad coming home, my mother turned around and told me he's not coming home. That was me and my three sisters. She told us that. And she goes, that was not a good thing. He said he killed the father. That was like, so I went from thinking it was a good guy to all of a sudden shock.
And your mom you asked your mom randomly one day when dad coming home and chopped it on you?
Yeah, well, the time was come by, she had to tell us sooner or later. But we have no notion of time. My mother was arrested also. She was locked up. They caught her. When they arrested my dad, they arrested her. There were several women arrested. But the Cuban government's kind of like the pigs people. They did a deal. But CIA guys, like my dad, and they're all, people crack jokes and take the balls around and laughing at it. It's like a big party. And then they're all executed the next day. So, yes.
So your dad was recruited by CIA right after the revolution. And how was he was obviously recruited in Cuba? And what specifically, do you know what he was doing for them? Or like, was he
infiltration team. The team was guys that like Felix Rodriguez. They were going to be an Escom bribe. Felix told me the story years later. But he went to, they were training in Nicaragua at the time. That's what CIA took him to. Okay. That's what of course, I'm a kid. I'm not aware of any of that. Mother told me some stories before she died.
Your dad went with Felix to Nicaragua to train.
They were down there, all the CIA guys. They're all part of the same team. Money invited them to go to Havana. And Havana was the hotbed. That's where the Castro soldiers were taking care of them. They were searching houses one after another. Somebody ran out of water. Where they were all hiding. And then all of a sudden they walked in, they recognized Surin Marin, we got the big fish, and all of a sudden everybody got surrounded, but everybody got arrested. So they caught him accidentally, but either way, it was a hotbed. This is the day before the Bay of Pigs, a couple days.
Oh, really?
So it's all going down at the same time. So a couple days later, after the Bay of Pigs invasion, they're all executed. There are 6 guys in firing squad. A lot of people were killed in Cuba in the firing squad in those days. It was non-stop. A year later, Castro even put his own top guys in firing squad. He executed #1 general, Rothschild. He executed his 2 top guys, De La Guardia brothers. So he killed Abrantes. Either they killed him or they put him in a prison where they weren't going to come out alive. So he got a clean house. All people were top dogs in there. Most communist dictators do that. They killed top brass.
So, how old were you when you guys found out that Castro was your father?
He was 5 years old. But after that, we were able to go to Miami.
So, right after that, you went to Miami?
At least we were able to get out because I was a military age. Military age guys were not allowed to leave. They had to join the military. So we got out. My mother came back to bury my father. She almost never got out. She had to go to her grandfather's political rival. He was a communist, and asked him to help her get out. And he helped her get out. He was my grandfather went way back. Political rivals, but they wanted to show.
So they still Rick's way younger.
Yeah, he would have been my age.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
would have been 5 or 6 years old at the time.
Yeah.
Felix,
Your dad is friends with Felix because they trained in Nicaragua.
right. He liked my dad a lot. He came by to visit my mom. Sometime before she died, yeah. He came by the house and all that.
Did you ever talk to Felix?
Yes.
When did you Felix?
I met him a few times that I was he introduced himself to me. And we talked. I was on a TV show not too long ago. I ran into him on a TV show. I was talking about Shark and Cuban politics. You know, both on the topic of we were on Spanish TV. We were both guests that day. And I saw him. I go, it's Felix. I started talking to him. He's getting older. I could tell, you know. Got a lot of years on him now.
Do you have any?
Not as much to me. He said to a friend of mine from my friend's house, and he told him that he really admired my father. That's what he told my people. He admired us. So, I mean, I never met anybody say anything bad about my father. You know, good or bad, I never heard anybody. Everybody, he was very likable, very popular guy.
Right.
So being an athlete, you know, famous athlete in Cuba at the time. But the new generation doesn't know anything about that. This is all the past. There's a few people coming up, you know, the history has been erased in cases. I was always interested in the wildlife, and once I got into Florida, the person told me there are venomous snakes in Florida, so be careful.
When you're how old?
I was 6 years old.
6 years old.
In Miami, and my friends had a later on, when I was a young teenager, they would take me to the ranch. But in high school, I was already bit by rattlesnake. I went to school, man, elementary school.
Okay.
And then for high school, I went to private school, junior high, and then in high school, I went to Gainesville, Florida. And that explained to a lot of the woods, a lot of venomous snakes. That's where I got bit by a venomous snake over there, and alligators. I would go after school, walk around the edge of lakes, see alligators sneak up to my
Cool Manny photos. You were ripped. Walking around where to go.
Yeah. For a long time, you know, different techniques you pick up over years for diving, spearfishing. I spent a lot of time.
Look at that one on the left. Dude, you're like Zeus. How old were you there? Really?
In my 40s, that's when I started doing more of the TV stuff.
Yeah.
I learned more about the sharks and alligators. I started interacting. Before that, I did a lot of. Notice I got a spear in my hand. I did a lot of commercial spearfishing.
So let's go back real quick to when you were in high school. You went to high school in Gainesville, you said?
Yes.
And you were just like, there was a lot of wildlife around there, a lot of woods, and a lot of lakes, and a lot of, obviously, the Gulf is there.
Yes.
What were you doing when you were in high school? Like, you obviously went to school, but so just you spent all your spare time just hunting and fishing and catching alligators?
That kind of stuff. I would do things like, okay, I told my friends I'm going to skip school. Drop me off in the woods over here. I would be out in the woods by myself. You know, eating whatever I caught, surviving under the swamp. I was doing this is 17 years old. I was doing this stuff like that.
Did you know anybody else doing the same shit you were doing? You just wanted to go do it by yourself?
Myself, then later on, I talked to friends of mine to come out with me. So sometimes I do it, but that time I wasn't by myself. And go out and camp out and all that. Later on, my friends bring a tent, sleeping bags, things I didn't bring the first time.
What was it that made you want to go do that? Spend 3 days in the wilderness, just like hunting, catching, eating whatever you caught, being alone. Like there was no fear of anything. What were you like?
I was attracted to look. I like baseball. I didn't care for football. I cared for. I wanted to live off the land. I wanted to live like Tarzan, like Native Americans, off the land, hunting and fishing. And I used to watch seals going underwater. So I got into spearfishing a lot, where I made a living spearfishing for many years. That put me in contact with sharks. And one of my first shark encounters was in the Bahamas. I had a shark bite a fin off my foot when I was 18 years old, before I even saw a shark. The only thing I've ever seen in my life at that time was a shark.
How did you do the Bahamas area?
There was this boat captain out of Miami. He's a lobster fish legal, as long as you're 12 miles offshore. So my uncle, I wanted to dive. So I'd be picking up traps all day long, but I was looking at the water. I just couldn't wait to get in there. But, we were working. Rocks that are trapping. It's brutal. And these are people, you're slow. They were yelling at you all day long.
Were you allowed to spear them? Gig them?
No, you were in a Bahamas. They but we weren't divers. The guys that went with were trappers. And, I was exhausted every day. But the guy goes, "Okay, I want to eat grouper tonight." And we go, "Hey, go in the water and spear grouper so we can eat it tonight." So I jumped in and shot a grouper, and a shark came from behind me and bit. And I say, "No, I thought it was one of the guys who's playing a joke on me. Wait a minute." Because the thing came flying right off my foot. I turned around and saw the blood of a shark that was leaving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. The fin floated. I let go of the grouper I just speared. I let go of that. The grouper took off the spear and all went into the bottom, went into a cave. They threw a rope over the front of the boat. One of the guys saw it. So I climbed up the rope right up the highest side of the boat and got in there. And they put a small boat in the water. They picked up the fin. It was a floating fin. And they could see the jagged through all the. You could touch my toes by that much. You could see the entire cut. With the shark had bit on my fin. The shark does. I'm not sure if I think it might have been a lemon. I remember seeing a yellowish color. So it could have been a lemon shark. It was so fast. I didn't know my shark very well at that time. I didn't have any experience with them. Wow. And
18 years old when you first shark.
And then the captain asked me, "Can you go back and get the spear gun?" And back then I was like, I was kind of scared. And but I said, with those guys, you can't show. You gotta be macho all the way. So I jumped in, went down, swam down, looking every which way, pulled the grouper up, went to the surface, and he goes, "Can you get another one?" I couldn't shoot another fish. Every time I was going to aim at a fish, I looked this way, looked that way. I couldn't. Now, years later, little did I know, I'd be hunting sharks and riding them.
Right.
I got bit. That was my fin. Later on in my life, I got bit by 4 different types of sharks. I got bit by mako with my finger all hand. I got bit by Caribbean reef shark in my leg. And I got bit by a nurse shark in this leg. And I got bit by lemon fingers.
Right.
So I took some shark bites.
So when you're 18, you're working for the commercial fishing company, you're catching lobster. How long did you work for this company, commercial fishing in the Bahamas?
That was just in the summer.
Just during the summers.
Well, summer months. I was out 36 days one time, and I went one more time out, and I was out like 20-something days, and I never went out again.
Good for you.
Now, then later on, I got my own lobster license, and I would swim under the bridges and the keys, catch lobsters with salt. All you need is a $50 license. I could catch as many lobsters as I wanted. So, but the lobsters were, hard to get and hard to find. I didn't have a boat. I was swimming around with a life flag, and there was a lot of current down there. So I get a slack tide, make the best of it. But half the time they kick it against the current, swim down and grab the lobsters and put them in a bag. So it was brutal work. At the end of the day, we just pulled the fish out. They said they catch out there.
Really?
For your lobsters, it's straight like for your lobsters on a scale, and they pay in cash.
And you were how old doing this?
That I was in
that's just how you made all your money, was just doing that.
I did that for a while. I got into it some more people, heavy duty the commercial script. I used to go down there catching up fish every day, pay for dinner, the hotel room, and go do it the next day all over again. So later on, I met some people that do it more professional. They go out on trips, make more money, catch large amount of lobsters or boats. People knew where we were going and how much we were able to harvest more fish.
Like the online?
No, spear fish.
All spear fishing.
We do like Goliath. Like one trip we came back, I think we made like $1,400 worth of Goliath for each. We paid for the food, paid for everything. The first part we divided up. That's a good paycheck. Other days I make $400, $500 for a long time. So it's more money back. We would spear grouper, snapper, hogfish. Also did tropicals for a while. And in lobster season, I would do lobsters. But whatever we would put money to shoot, including the sharks.
Really?
I used to shoot the sharks before I started making movies. Once
What kind of sharks did you shoot most?
Well, we shot down there was lemon, bull, and great hammerhead. Occasionally, we would shoot a golden reef shark and blackfin.
And you weren't hunting the sharks? They would just show up looking at your fish, and then you would just.
They were, but they were all. They got it from me. First thing we do is barracuda and tie to a string. Like our guy would drop you off in the ocean and pick you up later, or you'd have to swim a couple miles where the boat was at and work your way outwards. So we'd be dragging fish with us, and when a shark would show up, we'd pop it. And pieces of fins, sell the beak, cut the jaws out, take pictures of the shark, hang up the jaws on and do all that. Interact with the sharks. That was our. There's more profit in that than killing a shark. The shark is more valuable to us alive. So at that time, I was like, hey, they're getting too many. We're going to have a hard time finding them. So it wasn't. You could spearfish all day long without ever seeing it. Shark. Then everybody got into commercial love line for sharks, and they got depleted. It was really hard on sharks. Like they were getting wiped out.
What year roughly did the commercial long line for sharks start to pick up?
Probably 30-something. Okay, I was in
Like the early 90s.
my 40s. Okay, my 40s. Yeah, I would say early 90s and all that. They started picking up. Once they started detecting certain types of shark, like they put a ban on catching sandbar shark. Once a sandbar shark was protected, the commercial guys, there was no reason for it to go long line for shark and they couldn't make any money.
What is that shark?
What kind of shark is that?
Is that a mako?
That's a mako.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not my shark. That's Mark the Shark's mako.
Okay.
I came with a scientist, Dr. Castro, to look at the shark. And so he got a picture with him.
Where did you catch that?
You're not allowed to get him anymore. But he's got permits. He's still out there catching sharks.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah. He's sure we want. Yeah, he's.
Oh, is he? A big ass mako.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's 10 feet. I've encountered makos that big in Louisiana. As a matter of fact, at the Shark Week, I was riding a big mako. Makos bigger than that.
Riding it?
Or hand feeding and riding. I did a lot of stuff with makos. I like makos a good shark to work with. Very dangerous. But the open ocean sharks will come at you quicker because there's less food out there.
Right, to be desert.
Yeah, so they're more aggressive.
Yeah.
Which is perfect. That's what mako shark.
A little baby mako.
That was a mako I carved out of bronze.
Oh, you carved it?
Yeah, it's bronze.
Can't click on it. Okay. Look at that, Manny.
That's a bronze. I'm an artist, so I sculpted that. That's a
metaphor.
That weighs about 85 pounds. It's probably still 85 pounds. But it looks like a real mako.
Yeah, it looks exactly like a real mako. It looks like one of those taxidermy ones.
Yeah. So I did a hammerhead, and I did alligator, and I did a gourd. So
So when you started doing this commercial spearfishing in like your early 20s, what was it that made you? Did you just like have this inner sort of desire to push the limits farther than anybody else? Like, did you feel like that was kind of what you were destined to do? Like, you wanted to kind of outdo everybody else, dive deeper than everybody else, find like catch these fish like more primitively than anybody else was? Like, what was it in you that made you?
At first, I wanted to make a living instead of a job that I didn't like. I wanted to spearfish for a living because I didn't want to have a job. I like the idea of going out there with a challenge and catching fish. Then later on, I was always attracted to catching fish instead of with a spear with my hands. And I had fantasies of catching sharks with my hands. So later on, that all happened, just like catching alligators with my hand. In high school, I was catching alligators.
But I'm saying, like, what was it? What was it in you that made you have this desire to do this? Like, what made you want to push all these limits and do all these things that nobody else knows about?
I wanted to do what my fantasies were when I was a child. I wanted to do what Tarzan did in movies. It wasn't real. I wanted to do it for real. And I said, I may not be the deepest diver in the world or the best spearfisher in the world, but when it came to hand fishing and all this stuff, yeah, I took off with that. Most people wouldn't think of it. It didn't cross their mind to try to catch a giant Goliath or to catch a shark with their hands and things like that. That all started kicking to me. But the more I learned, I started studying them and looking at them, and I would think, I can get closer. I can do this. I started seeing ideas like that. Like catching a barracuda with a knife. I saw how close a barracuda came to me. And the son told me, pull out your knife and get one. I did. But I literally hit them with my hands first. So I said, if I can touch them, because they're attacking the fish I had on my hands, if I can touch them, I can get one with a knife. And I stuck and grabbed it by the neck real quick. That's the only food I ever caught with a knife. If I would have slipped, that food would probably bit me right here. I had them right here like this.
Yeah, barracudas are terrifying fish. Even when like I'm diving and spearfishing, I'm almost more afraid of barracudas.
No, I'm not.
I mean, you're not afraid of anything.
I'm not
Like,
afraid of a shot of barracudas to eat the sharks and for me to eat. But I've shot so many small ones, and
but like
I know a lot of people that hurt by barracudas real bad.
yeah, they're and they get humongous. They get bigger than some sharks too.
Now, the biggest food I've ever read about was long 6 feet 9 inches. And
so walk me through how you caught that barracuda. Like what was going on?
well, there was a spearfishing competition. Homer, they were holding it. They invited me there. They used to sponsor me, so I went up there. And it was in North Carolina. They were in the Outer Banks. So a bunch of groups were there. So I wasn't participating. I was just hanging out. So I could go with any crew I wanted that day. And I went with Eric Salado and Luis Pereira. These were a doctor and an engineer. Both of them are fanatical spearfishing. And they're very classy guys. Free diving. It's all free diving. So it's they're going probably halfway down where it was 150 to the bottom. And the guy in the boat was attacking me. And they were biting at the spade fish. They were really biting my hands. And I was literally pushing them away. Literally to pull the knife out, stick it. So I grabbed it by the gills immediately. And I stabbed him in harder. I used a fish and I gave you a break. Grab him real quick. If not, he could have turned on me. Then I brought it back. A bull shark came up and wanted to eat it. I wanted attacked by a shark and you show aggression, that's usually a good way to save you most of the time. Not always it'll work. Whereas if you run from them, I did that experiment. I saw a shark. Okay, I'm not gonna swim as fast as I can to the boat to get away, right? I turned around, the shark was on me. I did it again, he attacked me again. So I figured, okay, if I go after him, he runs it away. But if you start panicking, get away, get nuts.
Rabbi's like, this guy's
Like
Bigfoot.
when you
I love you,
look
Joe
down,
Mark.
as you're coming up for air, as soon as you look down and you see a shark following you, if you see things, you're running away from it. You really need to get up for air. But it looks like you're on the run, so you're acting like prey. He is a predator. Predator attacks prey.
Fuck yeah, I'm like
You
Bigfoot.
act like
If Bigfoot was a pimp, shout out to the Utah Yetis.
Sharks attack you too. He thinks you're gonna take a chunk out of
Fuck
him.
those mastodons.
Like a bull shark will get attacked by a large great hammerhead, for example.
Right.
So he's gonna show aggression. His natural instinct is to run. So you can bluff him.
Oh, wait, you got that very pretty boat.
I've had to fight a bull shark a million times in my life. Spear fishing. And also, I used to create shark being friends. Or, to interact for the shows and stuff.
So you can probably, there's videos on Sherman literally chasing the bull sharks to shoot cobia off of their backs. And it is like I think it's a thing people do still on the East Coast where, because these giant bull sharks, these like 12, 15 foot long bull sharks will just be cruising. And there'll be these.
You gotta track the shark by pulling the rubber bands under straight and popping them. Then the bull shark thinks you're shooting fish, he runs up, or they take a plastic bottle and make a sound with it, a crackling sound. So when he comes up, the guys will go.
That one on the very right, top right, yeah.
Yeah, those are following a tiger. See, they also follow the rays. But what happens is, every once in a while, the shark is actually very hungry.
So there's videos of those cobia actually swimming on top of the bull shark.
Well, they swim, they follow from behind. When they shoot them, sometimes the shark will turn around and attack. I know divers have been demolished by doing that by bull shark. After they shoot the cobia, the shark turns around and instead of going after the cobia, goes after the diver and tears him apart.
Seems like a bad idea.
It's a great, these guys are gutsy, it's a great adventure. It's a not but it's a bad idea. You're gonna get close sooner or later.
Right. So, have you ever done?
Well, a lot of guys get hurt doing it. They get away with it.
There's like 100 bull sharks all around them.
Yeah, they're looking for cobia following one of them. There's your
So
cobia.
there's cobias right there, yep.
There. See?
Shoots the cobia. No sharks are chasing them.
Well, sometimes a shark is not hungry. You've got to be hungry for that to happen.
If that shark wanted to, could you just turn around and eat that cobia?
Sometimes you'll eat the cobia. Other time you'll eat
I'm saying like before they shoot it, before they.
fire over. See how they're under attack?
Now, where's the bull shark rank on like as far as like dangerous sharks?
Probably the world's most dangerous shark.
Why is that?
Okay, let's see how clear that water is. Imagine being attacked like that, and you're in the intercoastal with zero visibility. You won't see them coming.
Right.
They go upriver, they go on the beaches, and they attack you. There's a coastal shark, and he's got a ferocious temper. On top of that, man kills his temper, and his bite is lethal. It's a shark you can shave your arms with, and they can bite 3 times harder than a great white shark.
3 times harder.
Yeah, they're smaller, but they're deadlier.
So how would you compare it? How is that their bite is harder than a great white? But why isn't a great white? So if you were hypothetically, we put you in a swimming pool with a great white bull shark, how would the great white eat? Or how would the bull shark eat you?
There's more in the water. They're very shy, but they're very explosive in their attacks. And great whites are big eaters. The bull is not as big.
Oh, okay.
Like a tiger usually eats a person. Very rare. But a tiger doesn't have a bad temper. Neither does a great white, like a bull shark does. Bull shark and lemons have bad tempers. They have high levels of testosterone. And if you spear him and he's in the line, he'll come after you. If you're in water with him, usually he'll come after you.
Still shooting these cobias surrounded by these bull sharks.
But yeah, a lot of guys have been doing that.
So this is just normal for when you were spearfishing, doing these competitions. It was just normal to see these bull sharks. You just kind of gotta be cognizant.
There's a lot of bull shark out there right now. For many years, there was no sharks. The commercial long lining had decimated them, and there was hardly any sharks around. So they passed all conservation laws. Now they're back.
What year did they pass those conservation laws?
I'm not sure. They came little by little. Understand, I've done a commercial spearfishing for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
But they started they one species after another started being stopped. You want to deal with the dusk. Great white shark is protected, and that's why they're doing more now. Of course, if you protect something, they come back. The black grouper was hunted to oblivion. Now it's coming back. You start seeing more and more. The sharks are everywhere. There's a disbalance out there. Once in a while, a good shark tournament things out might be a good idea. I like the spearing because you can target that type of shark that you can target it.
Yeah.
Instead of there was a real rare species catch. You don't want to catch it on bycatch. So my idea was, spearing tournament. That's my idea. Nobody's ever going to agree with me. But to go out and have a tournament, let the guys shoot several sharks every so often, kind of like level out the fish and shark population to a balance. Because it's if you talk to divers and fishermen, they can't get a fish to go half of them.
So do you think there's a problem with there being, you said there's way too many sharks out there right now, and then people see them everywhere. Do you think there's a problem with there being too many sharks?
If you're like a biologist, you say, well, it's a healthy ocean, it's full of dangerous sharks. But if you're just a human being who wants to go in the water, it's a bad idea. It's a balance because it depends how you look at it. Yeah, a healthy ocean is a dangerous ocean, but I believe that God gave us the right to fish, hunt, and grow crops, harvest lumber, whatever we need from the earth provides. So we don't worship the sharks. The shark, they're in the ocean, but we're caretakers. But they're like, it belongs to them. They're the gods of the sea. No, they're not. There's a God that made them, but they're not the God of the sea.
Manny Quigg's the God of the sea.
No.
If there's any human that's closest to Poseidon, it's you.
Keep it humble. I believe in Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. I keep it that's His creation, that's His ocean. So His creation has been my adventure. He kept me alive because He can let those animals tear you apart. Keep me humble, and once in a while you get things like this.
Oh yeah, show. Hold it up on this side. Manny's got the perma shocker.
This is a rattlesnake bite. That's the second rattlesnake bite I got. I got bit in high school. This thumb I came out okay from that one. This is the Western Diamondback in Texas. And that was a bad bite.
Yeah, I want to get to that. I want to stay on the sharks for a little bit though.
I got bit by sharks. I got bit by an alligator in the back. Came out good from that one. Yeah, I came out good from everything except maybe this one. I got gored by a boar. This one too.
There's more and more stories popping up every day about people being attacked by sharks. It seems like it's hard to really know if it's just the media blowing shit out of proportion or if this stuff happens all the time.
It's increasing. It's increasing because there's more sharks out there and there's more people in the water. So you put a lot of people and a lot of sharks in the water, you're going to get more incidents. wildlife is making a comeback around the world in many places, and there is a lot of wildlife attacking people. As far as bears, tigers, lions, things like that.
Do you know any like the numbers as far as like shark populations now compared to like 30 years ago?
A whole lot more.
A whole lot.
A whole lot. Not worldwide. U.S. waters.
U.S. waters.
Now, worldwide, yeah, we talk about tiger population is growing in India, for example. Leopards in Africa, yeah, it's growing tremendously. Mountain lions in North America, yeah, in Florida, yeah, they're increasing. Bears are increasing. A few places, certain wildlife is very endangered. You know, a smarter tiger is in trouble. You know, a few species like that. Gorillas are thriving. Lowland gorilla. Non-gorilla, maybe not so. But the lowland, there's parts of the Congo where there's hundreds. There are a couple 100,000 of them.
And why are these animals like? Why is their population growing?
Protection laws. I also believe there's times God might be multiplying again time. Because they're going to attack people.
Can you explain your belief in that?
The Bill writer, the Bible, shows 1/4 of the world's population, war, hunger, disease, pestilence, and by the beasts of the earth, wild animals.
The Pale Rider.
The symbol of death. That's a biblical thing. So, all in all, wildlife, word for word, the Bible word for word, it's fitting in the pattern. You got more wildlife, more attacks in the world population, world, and as well. Now, wildlife, yeah, I'm fanatic about all. I'm fascinated with bears, alligators, all kinds of fish, all kinds of wildlife. I'm a fanatic of all that. But I'm aware that these attacks have been increasing. More and more. Like snakes kill 100,000, 100 a year. It's just,
How many people do sharks kill a year? You know?
not as many as like they may be. They don't really know.
Oh, look at this. Great white shark population is booming, researcher. This was posted literally last month.
Okay, the result of that is real simple. What they eat, you can't kill them. So this world was designed for great white shark haven.
Summer begins, and people stickers are learning more about the mysterious apex predators that's beneath the surface. On the seeing an ocean that's teeming with life like we haven't seen since the 40s or 50s. Chris Fisher, founder of the research organization OSearch, told CBS News. OSearch has been studying and tagging great whites for the last decade. In that time, Fisher has.
So, you believe me now?
Oh yeah, I never doubted you.
Okay. When I was doing my spearfishing, I never once encountered a tiger shark in the Atlantic. Not one time. Now the guys see them all the time. They have been wiped out. They were no good. The teaser were, but that's gone. Now, when I found my first tiger, we were 100 miles in the Gulf of Mexico with a 500 pounds of food ripping them apart. Hour after hour, we had a couple hundred sharks around before the tigers finally showed up. Those were my first tigers. And I was hands-on right away.
How are you killing them?
We went out there with spear Buddha after Buddha after Buddha after Buddha. Every Buddha you spear potentially fight. But that was like normal. So even by bait, they like fresh. So to get fresh food, you gotta get it right there. You spear barracuda to feed them. I went to Hawaii, they gave me fresh skipjack tuna. And I sort of fed the tigers over there.
So you were saying a minute ago, we kind of got off track, but you were saying that the sound of popping the bands on a spear attracts the sharks now.
Because
Sharks, how recent is that?
sharks are very,
Yeah.
they, certain places where they know when the fish are pulling up with the boat, they drop anchor, he's going to start fishing. They pull up because they know he's going to catch fish and steal. Sharks are not stupid. attacks, shark attacks. I know in U.S. waters they're big because they're protected. If you go to maybe South China Sea, they're there, sure. Like China's just about wiped out the Chinese tiger.
Really?
Yeah, they have Manchurian tiger, which is borders Russia, because that's really a Russian protected.
There have been 10-12 foot tiger sharks that have been caught right on the beach right here in the last week. Yeah.
20 years is back.
You have a video of that guy in Egypt who got eaten by the tiger shark. Now I told you on the phone, I was like freaked out when I saw this because I already I have never heard other than like open ocean shipwrecks in a desert out there. I've never heard of a story of somebody near the beach.
Well, there was a girl killed in shallow tiger sharks ate her in front of her family recently. There's no video of it, but they killed them. The parents saw it. 3 tiger sharks came down from their daughter, Hog Island, right there where the hogs go swimming.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In that shallow water, she was there swimming. What? And they got her there. There's a tiger beach in the Bahamas. There's a lot of tigers there. And they, when they think they're hungry, they're not docile. They can pick up speed, and they're devastating predators.
Watch this. Full screen that video.
And the Red Sea has a short, just a little distance that drops to the depth.
Oh,
So
really?
you could be on, and you can see an oceanic whiteness. Because you swim 100 feet short places and it drops thousands of feet. So you have these ocean sharks that come in here. There were 3 attacks in the Red Sea not too long ago by mako shark and oceanic whitehead. Mako, they caught it later on, the human remains in the village. And you go off the reef, 100 feet or so, and you're already in the middle of the ocean. The big sharks can basically right there. The Red Sea has tigers, makos, and oceanic whiteheads.
Yeah, I think this is like the 3rd tiger shark fatality in like the last 2 years off of the same beach.
Yeah, it's let's go.
Not full screening. What the frick?
There you go. There it goes. Right there.
Not full screening? That's okay. Doesn't matter. We're not gonna see. What's shark doing to him right there?
Cutting up the pieces. They recovered his body the next day screaming. He screamed for the fight. It might have been a leg off already. It's horrible. There he goes. Understand, he's attacking like he's a turtle. He's barely moving. Okay, a tiger's teeth.
Okay, you can pause it.
A tiger shark's teeth look like this. They aim this way, and then they also aim the other way. So what it does, it's designed to cut turtle shells. So he saws back and forth, they can slide through bones and everything like this. That's what a teeth saw is, not just like a giant saw. One after another goes like this. So he does this, and then he'll keep sawing until he cuts like a piece of turtle shell. They eat the sea turtles. So it's a tiger shark is designed. It's a devastating predator.
Yeah, I guess this was actually a pregnant, from what I read, pregnant female that was like roaming around. Footage of the shark actually on Twitter on the docks very slowly. They said like up to an hour before this happened.
Looking for food. Sometimes they don't eat the person.
So what do you do? What would you do in this situation?
Well,
If you were this kid out there?
don't go in the water. If it's clear water, which it is out there, don't snorkel fins and bring that shark living with you. Push a shark on. Make it go somewhere else. Bite on something to bite on.
But if you don't have any of that, like if you're just swimming with no fins, no. But I'm saying if you are, what the hell do you do? You can't do it.
That guy, no, he's a sitting duck because he can't do anything about it. That's great. The guy that he changes and sends the sharks on terrible. Only America can save him about that.
What about like if hypothetically you're in that situation, you try to charge it, you try to swim towards it. What do you try to do? Grab it, gill.
If he's in shallow water, excited sometimes they back away. It can affect them different ways. But the whole idea was for me to get the sharks fired up so they will come in aggressively to get pressure. They're off in the distance, you're not getting anything. So you want the sharks on you. If you have people with you, they're not scared of me like they are. They're like that kind of stuff. They'll stay like that. Not everybody was willing to do that. But I give people a false sense of security.
Yeah, Steve was talking about.
Yeah.
Steve was saying whenever he wasn't as scared because you were there, he felt protected. He wouldn't pay attention.
We call it it's a false sense of security, but it works. You get that. He's more comfortable. I put on bad stuff on a surfboard with a bunch of sharks. Biting fish on the surfboard.
Didn't you tell me that him or Chris Pontius, they wanted to be trolled through Bogey Brand in a tarpon suit?
I'm trying to remember. They come up with a bunch of ideas, and I didn't do all of the ideas they had.
Right.
I noticed one thing: we did troll Chris through tackle from killer whales in Alaska, which is probably the worst thing. Everybody thinks killer whales are just killer whales are dangerous. They're dangerous. But think about I can walk shark, I can defend myself. Believe most of those guys can't, but killer whales or after you, they're gonna be able to do anything.
I've never heard of a killer whale attacking a human being. Have you?
Well, and SeaWorld one killed 3 people.
Right, yeah. That one murdered 3 people because of what they fucking did to it. Put it in prison.
What about if a killer whale in the ocean decides it doesn't like you or it feels like he doesn't have any laws, he doesn't have a rule book. Okay, I'm not supposed to bother people. Where does that? He could just, like any animal, listen, a horse can come up and kick and bite you.
Right.
A dog will bite you sometimes they won't. Killer whales have different personalities.
Don't they like get up on great whites?
They kill great whites. They know they're smart. They know how to kill everything out there. Just like if I'm gonna catch a fish, strategically you figure out how to do it. And us, well, we're gonna gang up on it. We're gonna attack it this way. They figure out how to do their hunt, how to get it.
So you were they beach themselves too. They literally freaking swell up on the beach and eat shit. Seals and stuff. Yeah. God.
Yeah, but like
Crazy.
the wild world is a dangerous place.
You swam with orcas, right?
Yeah, in Alaska.
Walk me through that day and what you were doing and what made you decide to jump off the boat with a bunch of orcas.
We're making it. We need action. And that's Wild Boys. And we went out whale watching. So I put on my suit. Like, okay, there's a pot of killer whales this way. I told the captain, okay, they're headed that way. Take your boat, go over front, drop me off in their path. So they'll intercept me. And that's why we did that. And they came over. They only see them when they were very, very close.
What visibility was there? What, 4 or 5 feet?
I don't think I could see you. But I could see the fins and all that coming up, and then finally I two of them approaching where I could see the black and white on the blue close, something like that. They stared at me. That's the game. So that's it.
They just come on you and you're dragging
Yeah.
down.
When you're dragging adrenaline's running, you want to show it's like the pressure is on, let's make things happen. You want to do the best, and you want your job to be the best.
What was going through your head when those orcas were right towards you? Were you scared? Were you comfortable? Or were you just full of adrenaline?
I was full of adrenaline, but I shouldn't be comfortable. I should. But at that time, the water's very dirty. People did it later on in dirty water. But I did it dirty water. And some people think everything is nothing. You feel like, okay, we're fine. They didn't hurt anybody. We can keep going. We got what we want. Let's just get out of here. It's enough is enough.
Is that an orca attacking a human at SeaWorld? Yeah. Yeah, they're real, man.
Yeah, everything's okay 1 minute, and then we don't know what they do. We're thinking sometimes. It's going to tell the animal. Every alligator, we haven't talked much about alligators. I spent many years among alligators. Daytime, nighttime, diving with them at all hours. Everything, big ones, small ones, hand catching, riding, levitating, trying to get mobility, you name it.
Well, let's go into that. I want to watch that video of you with the Makos. Okay, that's on one of the tabs where it's that's one of them. So what were you guys doing this day? This is filming for.
We're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Full screen this one, I think.
Yeah, the Pacific Ocean. And all the time they're asking me to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it until it happens. So I think it's going to happen. You don't have to go to California. Yeah, see, that's a nickel right there. But you see, I put my hand underneath him, I lift him up. Okay, that's a small nickel. We had 6 nickels and 3 blue sharks that day.
So you guys are chumming up barracuda?
Yeah, they ain't chumming there, but what really does it, see that fish right there?
Yeah.
I'm going to take my knife and work it.
Right.
See what I'm doing right there? That's what makes it happen. That's what draws the sharks in. Okay. The knife is the secret for all that. That's a small nickel.
So yeah, that was the first one that showed up. You guys are literally surrounded by a chunk tornado.
I grabbed this one or another one. And then I flip a big one on his back. And this one, I lift him out of the water and I show him to everybody. It is the fastest shark in the world.
The Mako.
Yes, so you don't want to move fast. So you want to let him get comfortable. Like right there.
You want him to go slow. Yeah.
Yeah. See, you just got to take it easy. Don't move fast. Let him come around you. You don't want to scare him. This one bites the float. They get feisty. Mako is very dangerous, but see, this Mako's never going to see another human being again. He lives in the middle of the ocean.
Right.
So I like working with them because people say, well, man, you're working these sharks on the beach. You know, the blues and Makos are my common shores. I've worked coastal sharks before, but it's been a long time and I won't work them again. If I do sharks again, it'll be open ocean. That way, they don't, whatever I do with them, they won't learn, they don't become accustomed, they won't attack people on the beach. Stay out of the ocean. Certain people are safe.
You want them getting comfortable with humans too. Oh yeah, you put it on his back. Wow. You're feeding this little Mako. He's shredding this fish right out of your hand. So yeah, that's the fear, right? That's the fear when you interact with all these sharks all the time. You're swimming with them and spearfishing with them all the time. They get used to human beings. They're not afraid anymore.
If you're spearfishing, you're worse off because you're busy struggling with a fish when the shark comes from behind and gets you. The shark's not attack from behind when you don't see him.
Look at that thing. So like a 10-footer?
Probably about 8. It's a nice size Mako. Oh, it's exaggerating on the show. We're not sure on the size, but yeah, it's probably about 200 pounds. They're very heavy, a lot heavier than they look. Yes, very muscular.
Were you ever being bit that day, or did they try to bite you?
One blue shark almost bit the producer. A blue shark almost bit me in the stomach. There's a scene in there where I'm chopping a blue shark off my stomach as I'm feeding a Mako. The blue comes in to bite him both at the same time. Okay,
What is it? Blue?
Blue shark, yeah. We have 3 blue sharks.
What is the story with blue sharks?
They're deadly.
As deadly as Makos?
They're different. They're both very dangerous. But a blue shark, if you hold it in your hand, he'll take it. So, hey, are you gonna bite this? Just come up and grab it.
Yeah, they're weird.
I'm feeding them right there.
So you did this with Steve-O and those guys too?
We did not this part. What I did with them is I put them on a surfboard one time in the Gulf of Mexico. We put a bunch of fish on. We had about 25 silky sharks and 8 huge dusky shore. I had them there. Also the mako and hammerhead and mako. The hammerhead and mako in Louisiana also. The 2 in Louisiana and also put the lemon shark in shallow water. So I've had them about 3 different times. The good sharks. Mako was good. Like that's a classic.
Is that when you got bit by the lemon shark?
Shark when we used to dive on for the boat.
Oh, okay. Were you riding those great hammerheads?
That was, I saw one day and I looked at her footage and said, I can ride this thing. And people said, you're not going to build it. You're not going to let you do it. And I went out planning on doing it and I did it.
Where were you?
The Keys. So after that, I just rode plenty of hammerheads. He doesn't have a back end, but I discovered that. I rode a bull shark and I rode a short distance. When I let go of the bull shark went after me everything he had.
Really?
I had to fight him off.
What did you have to fight him off?
Like kicking them, punching them, everything you can imagine.
Did you have a spear gun or anything, a knife or anything?
No. That because I was we had pole spears for getting bait. But a lot of times we'd drop everything and we were in there with our hands, But we were getting bait. We had some stingrays that killed on there. They devoured stingrays in the time. A bunch of bull sharks showed up and devoured it. The water was very dirty too. And I went down and caught a right on one. It was a huge one. And I knew that not to stay on it very long. It was a very short ride or he's going to come. Something of a lemon. They come back and get you.
Can you find footage of him riding the hammerhead? That footage is wild. Because the hammerheads are interesting too. Would you, like the hammerheads, they never bite humans, do they? They'll never attack humans, which I've never heard of a hammerhead.
Yeah, hammerhead will attack.
They will?
Yeah.
Alright, so we were just looking at,
Yeah, I thought it was good. Like, I've never heard of it. Dog, he'll fucking fuck you up, dude.
So this is footage of you. Alright, I think
It's hand catching a mako.
your hand catching a mako shark. Holy shit.
Yeah, look at from it first. It shows you how I grab them at first.
Rewind it a little bit. Okay, look at that. How big is that mako shark?
That mako is about, let's say, 5.5 feet, about 100-something pounds. This is a very strong shark.
It looks much bigger than 5.5 feet.
It might be. It's very, I understand they're very dense. It could be about 80 pounds. See how he just takes my hands on him? Yeah. Because there he goes. Yeah. So this is how you hand catch a mako shark.
I'm trying to bite you.
Give him the chance to.
Manny, that is the same thing I've ever seen. People that are just listening, Manny is hugging this 6-foot mako shark, and the thing is swimming full speed, and Manny's not letting go of it.
I gotta let go when I get back. I told the guy I'm gonna end up back at the boat. If I didn't have a camera with me or something I needed to eat, I would have kept it. I'm gonna let there's a police right
Okay, now it's no mouth open.
Yeah, I let him go. But I would have tried to keep him. And you know that mako stayed with us the rest of the day.
Did he really actually get to him?
They hung out the rest of the day. All the mako stayed with us.
Hey, Manny, come back. I want seconds.
No, they don't really care. This is another one that showed up. They kept getting bigger ones and bigger ones. That's a blue.
The blues are kind of goofy looking. They're like little torpedoes.
Yeah, they are.
You know what's the weird looking shark? Is a thresher shark. They're kind of goofy looking.
I've never seen one. They can hit you with a tail. That's what they do.
Yeah, they have a massive tail.
This is like classic shark though. This is like for fishermen. When it's hooked, they'll jump 20 feet in the air, land in the boat, fight the fishermen.
The mako?
Oh yeah, they'll jump right into the boat.
Yeah, there's that girl, what's her name? Ocean Ramsey, I think. She rides great whites. Like she'll be like holding on to this great white, riding it in Mexico. And
I think it's in Hawaii.
in Oh, that's in Hawaii. There's great whites in Hawaii, really?
Yeah. I think that some of those sharks, if they're well fed and all that, they're not hungry, you can put your whole family on. They're not gonna do anything.
Her videos on Instagram are absurd. She is swimming and like kissing these 20-foot tiger sharks on the mouth, like on the nose, and they're like,
there's a lot of people doing that right now. I was in Hawaii messing with them 20-something years ago, before they were. And she picked up where Jimmy Hall left off and everything, those guys. But I was out there.
click that top one. So you can't do this unless you know for a fact that shark is well fed, right? Like you don't.
They show the docile side. I would fire the sharks up, so I did it different.
Right. But still, to ride a great white,
You could ride one tomorrow. If you get the wrong one, the wrong time, it might not come out as well.
okay, so they had like different personalities.
Well, the shark is not being aggressive, it's not being hungry.
He's just cruising.
Yeah.
He dives down, she grabs his great white by the dorsal fin.
At that point, if he wants to kill you, he can. At that point, it's like at that point, it's like riding a whale shark.
How big is that thing, Manny?
That's about as big as it is. I think the biggest one I ever taken was 19.5 feet on Cuba. It was long line when they were hunting for the liver. Sharks were depleted back in 1945. The ocean was wiped out. Then they came back. They depleted again, and now they're back again. So it's always been depending.
There's been a bunch of tiger sharks attacking people in, I think, in Hawaii recently. There was you saw the video, that tiger shark attacked a guy in a kayak.
Yeah.
The thing just like torpedoes and grabs his kayak.
Hawaii attacks there. They have a higher tiger shark population in the areas. They don't have bull sharks in most people.
Yeah. That's crazy for a tiger to do that to a kayak. Look at this. You just had a whole.
See, when that shark is acting like that, I've had it before where they attack the boat, they attack the cameraman. If you jump in with that shark at that moment, it may not be as docile. If that shark sneaks upon you, it's not going to be pretty.
Right.
See the speed at which she comes? You got to know, people who know, they know who to play with. Not to.
Right. There was I told you another story recently. There was this film crew that was out on one of the outer islands off of Oahu, and they were like scouting for a film shoot or whatever. And they had one of those inflatable motor. What is it called? What are the inflatable boats called with the motors on?
Oh yeah.
Dinghy?
Zodiac.
Yeah, the Zodiac. They were in a Zodiac, and a tiger shark hit the Zodiac a bunch of times. The thing was deflating, so they had to haul ass back to shore. They were 300 yards off the beach. So they had to take the Zodiac full speed back to the beach. They got back just in time. But the tiger followed them all the way back to the beach.
These tiger shark animals, they have behaviors that humans have never seen before. When people think they know everything, they don't know anything. They're going to do something you've never seen them do before.
They seem hungrier than they've ever been. They seem like they're fucking with us more and more.
Well, if there's more sharks, they're going to work on their food supply.
Right.
And, it's just like normal.
There's more company. The more sharks there are to go around.
Something like that. In Brazil, there was people's slaughterhouse. They used to throw all the leftovers from the cows into the ocean, and the vultures would come and eat them. They shut down the slaughterhouse, so the sharks come down to the beach and start attacking people. So that's another result of that. We've always fed animals, but just in the last few years, people said, "Oh, it's bad to feed them." But that's for hundreds of years of fed wild animals. We've always had.
Right.
We fed bears, we fed alligators, we fed deer, everything is out there. Then in my lifetime, I saw also, oh, that's a bad idea. It became like a political thing. People took me out bad, they're getting accustomed to this, accustomed to that. Back in the days, it was like people went to Yellowstone to feed the bears, the keys to feed the deer, and the Everglades National Park and fed the alligators. That was normal behavior for humans to do.
It's a political thing because everybody is so against killing the sharks. Like, don't fuck with the sharks.
Before they wanted to kill him, that's politics. And now they don't want to kill him. So when everybody was killing him, when I was trying to film him, I said, guys, I told my friends, we're going to fish. Don't kill him over here because we're trying to get footage. I said, Dad, we can't film him.
Right, yeah, we need more.
And the sharks, it's like, go get somewhere else. That
Right.
was my mentality. I find a honey hole, okay, leave a spot alone for me. I'm going to walk this area where I can find them. Because we go out kind of the time, couldn't find them. And I was an expert from miles away.
You're chumming them up, you couldn't find them.
And I'm an expert. I'm the best shark chummer.
Right.
I mean, I'm stupid at many things, but I'm good at that.
So if the President of the United States came to you, if President Joe Biden said, Manny Quigg, I want you to be in charge of all of the fisheries around the world. You're in charge of conservation of all the sea life. What would you make the rules for sharks?
I would do the smartest thing to do. I don't want any species going extinct. I would divide them up according to numbers and say we can take this, we can't take this, so many of this, so many of that. And I would encourage like harpooning so people don't get the wrong type of shark.
Spearfishing and harpooning.
Spearfishing, harpooning.
Market exactly.
Wrong. A lot of people, I'm not going to go against a lot of real guys and everything, but some of the sharks they catch on the level, they're going to die anyways. They ran to death anyways. But you kill one shark, another one's going to take its place. None of the species that I know have people made extinct. We didn't make the hammerhead go extinct. We didn't make the lemon go extinct. The boars are not extinct. The great whites didn't go extinct. Matter of fact, they come back. So we haven't hunted a species in Florida to extinction. The only thing we ran to extinction in Florida was black wolf, the gray wolf, and the red wolf. We wiped them out. Now we got coyotes. Now we got coyotes. Now we got coyotes. But our bears still here. Good numbers. Lots of them. Going back, which is a Florida mountain lion. That's what it is. These animals are widespread over North America, including Florida. But everything else, the boars are brought up the Spaniards. 500 years ago.
The boars?
Yeah, they're good. They're the hogs. They're good because that's what the panther eats. You get rid of them, the panther's going to eat the farmer's cow, they're going to eat the deer, the hunter's going to get pissed off at them because there's no deer. So why not the boars? The panther's extinct anyway, so why not? That's the other thing is renewable resource and animal. If you cut a tree, the tree will grow. But like you saying, it doesn't fish. So the ocean is not a natural park. God made it so we can catch fish and eat. I have to do this planet is not overpopulated. You can have population in one place like Miami. Maybe there's a lot of people there, but overall the entire planet is not a lot of wildlife. We have a lot of good land, this planet produces a lot of food and properly managed. We got room for double what we have as far as human beings.
I was reading recently, there was like a study, a statistic that if you took being all inside the city of Los Angeles, that's how few. That's like 9 billion.
People.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with like the plastics and shit. So we drink this the water out of cans, not plastic. The phthalates,
There's a lot
plastics.
it's a culture. People not having kids.
Yeah.
And some people, they're bent on wars. Probably doing dead people, both sides of it. It's easy, so that's a lot of people that would have been alive. It wasn't for wars. People died.
You know that tiger shark that killed that guy? That was a Russian guy. And there was a photo of him when he was right before he got eaten by that tiger shark. I guess he was paddling around in a kayak like 10 minutes before that, and he was talking shit about Ukrainians. And then he gets eaten by a tiger shark.
Yeah, people. In all reality, I don't know. I respect human life. I'm a Christian. I do. Animals, you can kill for food. I don't believe in abusing animals, torturing their hair, but hunting for food, growing cows for food is fine. Growing crops, harvesting lumber, slow down the fires, trees grow back. We recycle the forest makes everything. Humans are not just damaging. When you clear land, let's say for cattle in Florida, that brings more grass. When you got more grass, you got more deer, more hogs. You got more panther, more bobcat.
Right.
When you have a virgin forest, it has less wildlife. When you go in the ocean, you sink a wreck. That's fish coming there.
Right.
So a lot of what we do helps out. We dig a canal, it's a drought to fish. There's not a lot of fish for the diet, so not everything. The deer, there's more deer around the farm than in the middle of the forest. Because the farm has got sources of food. Every deer we had in North America now, we got 30 more than at the time when the European settlers first got here. Our pumping the deer is going 3 times over. For every they have, we got 30 now. That's how much deer we have because
Yeah, one of the biggest conflicts of surrounding this debate is the Amazon rainforest and like down in Brazil.
it's a bunch of balloons. When I was a little boy, I could go back. The Amazon was going to be gone in 10 years, so it's completely destroyed. They were cutting and burning it to like you could see from outer space. I was like, oh wow, look at terrible. They didn't even know apples. What they're gonna do? This is me back then. Yeah. Now the Amazon is the same. If anything, it's bigger. There's animals are crazy. Look at Pantanales. There's every 10 feet is a jaguar nowadays. Well, they wiped out all the caiman. So the jaguars started attacking the cows and they shot the jaguars. Now the caiman are back. The jaguars are laying off the cows, mostly and eating the caiman and they're pumping off. But the jaguars, you see the footage, just like this. They're like 20 feet away from the guys.
No,
Oh yeah, I can look at my phone every day.
so there's my buddy Paul Rosalie, who wrote that Mother of God book. He moved down to the Amazon like when he was like in his late teens, and he started living down there. And he's been like following what's going on, and it's crazy how many more roads there are now, 20 years later, and how many people are coming in. Like the Chinese are coming in and contracting all the locals there to cut down trees and sell them off.
Well, they're going on Indian land. That land belongs to, if you own a ranch, it's your ranch. If the Indians have a plot of land, that's your ranch. Private property. Yeah, they're just stepping on the Chinese is coming in, kicking in, and again, they're going to wreck the place. But yeah, but all those roads, guess what? The jungle will go over that 10 minutes of the video.
Right.
The wildlife will come back, right? But now if you clear, sooner or later something will happen. They'll leave it alone. If you clear,
What will happen? Like our species will get wiped out.
and if you clear forest, like in the Amazon, when the grass starts to grow, all the animals in the forest will be there eating them. So in Florida, when you burn a field, burn it down, you go back 3-6 months, and all the deer and hogs are there. There's new grass growing. So the forest has to be recycled. So you do that in certain parts of the Amazon, they get burned, they get cut down. When it starts to grow back, that's where the animals go. The pure virgin forest doesn't support that much wildlife. In Russia, it doesn't. They go to where the people are. In Russia, when they started cutting down all the trees and stuff, oh wow, they're destroying the tiger forest. There's more grass, the stag population exploded. So then the wolf population went up to 200,000 because that was so much stag. In other words, if there's a lot of fish out there, you're going to get a lot of sharks. If there's a lot of hogs in the woods, you're going to get panthers. If there's an area with a lot of fish and game, you're going to get alligators. Mammals or the deer. If you have a cornfield or no forest, all deer are going to be there. And they're going to grow bigger eating that corn. So whatever, like the Native Americans that live in these, they didn't have to go to work at a deer. They grew corn. So they had to do is wait on the edge of the cornfield and pull an arrow and they could get all the deer they want.
Right.
Because they were going to come there. Nobody ever thought of that. That's typical. If it's like that now, it was like that back then. Nothing has changed. People have a lot of
Hello.
Welcome. How are you?
wildlife.
What do you think about Jews?
How fuck your dick right now?
Okay, we're just
You
watching.
are black and you will die. Oni rozumieją? W ogóle oni są żywi? Nie wiem.
Wait, you understand?
Po prostu jest taki Discord moderator. On ma 5 komputerów podłożonych, ale widzisz tych telefonów rozłożonych?
Wiesz, on jest na każdym Discordzie? Na każdym Discordzie siedzi multikontakt. Znasz ten Discord social?
Boże. O,
Co tam chcesz? To jest totalny
mogła powiedzieć. Jezu, ale to jest straszne. Ej, on z tego żyje? Da się zarabiać?
About it, how to manage it, this and that. They go from extreme to extreme. They go from exterminate everything to overprotect everything. They don't see things properly or the way it should be done. Over the years, I've taken a lot of interest in that kind of stuff because I've been watching it all my life and I kept track. When I was a kid, there were 8,000 polar bears. I was into it back then. I looked it up. Now it's between 30 and 50,000. When I was a kid, by the time I was in high school, the leopard population in Africa, sub-Sahara, was about 50,000. They were getting wiped out with the skins. Now it's about 700,000 leopards. The target population was down to 2,000. Last year went to 3,000 overnight, 1 year in India. The Jawa tiger, when I was a kid around, completely extinct. So a few areas they were completely annihilated, but other areas, grizzly bear population is 120,000 worldwide. 6,000 in Japan. Most people don't know that. There's 6,000 grizzlies in Japan. Anybody thought about it? Are people worried about grizzlies being endangered? They were back then. The Mexican grizzly was wiped out. When I was a kid, there was still some there. I kept track of that. A lot of different species, like the Mexican wolf, I think it's completely wiped out. They're trying to bring it back. Jaguars in North America, there's a few in Arizona. They used to be in Texas. There's no cayman up there. Some of these areas, there's the alligators, but they're eating cattle, so the ranchers shot them off. So there's none, except a few in Arizona, they're crossing the border from Mexico. Now, land is found from Canada to the Amazon deserts, trees have the terrain, the mountains, lowlands, everything.
Yeah, it's crazy how much different information you can find when you try to search for this kind of stuff. It's just like it's really hard to find information.
You gotta go to
all over the place.
You gotta go to old information from the old days, so they don't change it. Go to the archives because somebody will grab the book and rearrange it.
Right.
So I go back to what I back then. I'm a history fanatic. Most people know that. But I like to read the history. I like to read my Bible. From believer in Jesus Christ. Definitely. We're supposed to manage the fisheries, the forests, and all that. Not to destroy it, not to wipe it out, but not for you to treat it like a god. Some people want to make the entire ocean a national park.
Really?
But some people do. They want to save everything. They think that humans are scorching the earth and they need to get rid of the world population. because we're sinful. We're sinful, we kill each other. Never mind what we do. All that. Killing each other. It is a resource, and certain areas need to be protected, other areas need to be open, back and forth. Yeah. But there's nothing wrong with raising cattle. There's nothing wrong with growing rice. There's nothing wrong with commercial fish myself. We sold the fish. So back then, everybody, oh, meat is bad for us. Everybody's eating fish. And they think, oh, they're eating all the fish. But before, there was fish everywhere. Nobody liked fish. Everybody wanted beef. So then they say no. Everybody, the commercial revolution, that they ran and everybody, whoa, you got beef and start eating fish. Now they're complaining about it. You know, it's insanity of the whole thing.
Yeah, it really is insanity. People really eat barracuda.
Yeah.
How many people? Because it's a human thing.
I've eaten a lot of barracuda. It's one of my favorites.
It's good.
It's really good fish.
But what?
That's the problem.
Why do they have ciguatera, and what is ciguatera?
Ciguatera is a toxin less of the food chain. It starts with little fish eating it off the bowl. And the barracuda, the older the fish gets, the bigger he is, the older, the more of that toxin you accumulate. It becomes poisonous to human consumption. It doesn't hurt the fish, it was perfectly fine. But if you eat it, you'll get real sick.
And why do barracudas have it?
It ain't just barracudas, grouper, snapper, amberjack, kingfish.
They all have it.
Any big territory fish in the tropics can have it. It's called tropical fish poison. It grows in the tropics. The further north, the less likely it's ciguatera unless a barracuda swam from the Bahamas to North Carolina.
Right.
Which it could happen. And then somebody caught a native with it and he got sick as all get out. But if it up in that area, none of that grows in. So it's less likely to get it there. But you get your own risk.
But it seems like people associate ciguatera with barracudas more than anything.
It's like it's called just a reputation. Yeah. A lot of people never got it from the barracuda. They got it from grouper. I never got it from barracuda. I got it from the grouper.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What is it like when you have it? What are your symptoms?
Diarrhea, stop, things that are cold feel hot, it affects your nerves. It's really messed up and it takes a long time to get over it.
How long?
It could be years to finally get over it. And if you eat another fish that has a little bit on it, you get your symptoms right back.
Really?
So you got to stay off the fish for a long time. I was eating freshwater fish for a very long time.
What does barracuda taste like?
It tastes like, I would compare it to snuff.
Really good. Better than kingfish.
Oh, way better. No, it's a great fish. In certain places, like in Central America, talk to people, ciguatera, I never heard of that. They eat all the barracudas they caught. There are places that people eat them and they don't know. Ciguatera doesn't grow everywhere. It's only in certain areas.
So if you catch one like the Carolinas or in Florida, a small one, you should be fine.
You should be fine. You should be, but I'm not responsible for it.
Right. You don't condone it, right?
No, you can do that. I just don't, like I tell people, you want to swim with sharks is a great idea. But they're dangerous if they bite you, I'm giving you a heads up warning. Well, you told me that's fine. No. I'm telling you right now, swimming with alligators or sharks is deadly. Picking up venomous snakes is deadly. So that free diving for spearfishing, you can black out. You can get attacked by sharks. Sharks are not misunderstood. Put this in your head. It's a very dangerous predatory animal. It makes it unsafe. Simple as that. So I like sharks, yeah. I think they're magnificent, whatever, but they are dangerous. And same thing with alligators. They're magnificent or what? But they're dangerous. Now, alligators are very well managed in Florida. Protected. They are protected unless you get your license. When season comes around, you get a tag, you get your license, you can hunt it. So they don't like just squat and fill the truck with them. You gotta follow the rules, regulations, which is orchestrated to protect the alligator as a natural resource and a game animal in Florida. It takes money in gator hunting and gator farming and the whole 9 yards. It's a valuable resource, but it's also a very dangerous resource. The alligators 400 years ago, when the French naturalists came to Florida, you couldn't cross St. John's River in a canoe without getting attacked by alligators. They attacked Indians in broad daylight. They're very aggressive, very dangerous. After 400 years of people shooting, they tend to shy away from people. When I was a kid, alligators didn't attack people. They're reading a book, they're not attacking people. As soon as they were protected, the numbers started to come back and started getting more abundant. Attacks started happening left and right. So alligators do attack people. Look at the history. It did. Just when they came back, they started doing it again. So then they started hunting again to slow down the attacks. But for a while they were attacking people left and right. Now they got a nuisance control that if he's in the city, he's in your swimming pool. Now in your backyard, whatever, they remove him. Before, attacks like kills your dog, your kid, just last month, they got the bar by now here, 100 dogs.
I saw the video of it.
Yeah, there's all kinds of people getting attacked all the time.
Yeah.
I've been attacked a bunch of times by gators. I spent more time in the early days with the alligators than even the sharks. I encountered sharks that started working hunting sharks at 25. In my 40s, I started interacting with sharks. But I was not catching alligators since high school, all the way until the later years.
Now, what is your process if you're, one weekend, you feel the urge to go catch an alligator in the wild, it's a lake in Florida? What is the process in going about catching a gator by hand?
Well, back in the day, I would dive on them. Put somebody hold a light on them. I'd come running and dive on them.
At night?
At night. Tackle, pull them any which way I could. Suicide attack, basically. Now, I never take the alligator. I back away from him, grab him, back away from him. And when he tires a little bit, then I take him.
So, you only at night, though?
No, I do it. I can do it in the day. I'm underwater now. I can go get an alligator from the water.
Okay.
Anytime I want. I do it nowadays? Not really. I haven't done since TV shows. I already lost a finger to a rattlesnake. I can bit by an alligator on the back. The good Lord told me enough is enough. So we got a canal and I got ambushed. So I got bit by an alligator and killed by a hog over in the end of my ankle and all this kind of stuff. It's sometimes okay. The Lord does something to keep you humble. They slow down. I got a family now, so my responsibilities. So I focus more on my hard work.
Right. One of those videos of Manny levitating a giant alligator, the canal monster. I think they're my
Canal monster is one of my biggest.
I have a tab pulled up for the canal monster, I believe.
I got the two biggest gators. One is in North Florida and this one is in South Florida.
Okay. A little bit of volume.
Yeah, he's already gone under. So I'm gonna
So you are
this canal is full of hydro on the bottom. Yeah, I've seen it from the van. I encountered him twice.
Surface.
Yeah.
I like the voice of it. Is he really arching his back?
Yeah.
This thing is right towards you.
Right.
But if he's going to attack you, he's not going to just chilling on the surface like that, is he?
He's going under now.
Oh, no, he's going under. Oh my God. He just grabbed him by his neck fat. Or skin of his neck. That's like a what, 15-footer?
13 plus. They haven't seen a 50-foot alligator, I think, in Florida.
Oh, really?
The record is 14 foot and a half. Not no bigger than that. So, if we move it forward, I'm gonna run him out of there, but I'm still feeling fine. But he goes into one more time all the way to the surface.
Wow.
Yeah, just move it a little bit.
So he's hiding in like a little cove right now, like mangrove.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go. I can't get to him, so I'm gonna try to get him out of there. I can't even. I can pick up an alligator by the scoop just when he's so big. I can't. Yeah.
He's not even doing anything. Even though you're fucking with him, he's just laying there.
Yeah. Alligators that big are great to work with and very deadly. If he bites you, he will crush everything in your body. That thing will kill a horse or a cow. That'll kill a whole drag a whole cow in the water. An alligator that big.
So he's trying to escape. He's trying to run away.
Yeah, I'm gonna run him out of there.
Oh my God, he's a Goliath.
I'll pick him up once or two times and no more. So then he'll attack.
Still trying to escape on the very bottom.
Oh no, he goes into a hydrilla. Now I gotta go find him.
He's just leaving it alone, bro. Just trying to get mad. How long can they hold their breath for?
The whole day. One that big hours after
Hours to get their breath?
a big one like that.
That's incredible. Are there any other animals that can hold their breath for that long?
Sperm whale.
Oh yeah, whales, obviously, yeah.
They go 1 hour on the bottom of a mile deep. Squid.
You got him right out of the hydro.
Put the head straight up, it goes to the tonic ability, just like a shark.
So when you put his head vertically like that, he's like sort of in a trance.
Yeah, he gets it for a few seconds. He's not a. Once I hit the surface, he explodes.
Right.
But you can see the size of him as they spin around. But I've done that so many times. I had so much time with the alligators.
Now he's gone. Oh, he's still cruising.
He's got the camera on. And now he's shaking.
Do
Talking about it.
you think that you're
Last time I told Quinn, no more. Leave him. Back off.
right? Pissed now.
You gotta think what?
I'm saying, are humans more vulnerable in the water with the gator, or like right next to the shore?
In the water, probably. Because I'm sure you can jump backwards or something. You still got, you're real clumsy in the water. The alligator is very agile in the water. You know, he can catch fair water. He's super fast.
Extremely fast, can't they?
Short, just a short distance from here to here.
There's a bird.
He's not gonna catch you. If you see him coming down the road, I can just run you over. He's not gonna catch you.
Really? And I've always heard they let you run in zigzags. Like they can't make sure.
Just run straight. If you're behind a tree or something, or a post, get behind him. You gotta get around it, so you can always get behind him. You can't get around him. So he's here. He's gotta get back this way. He's gotta back away, so you can get on this side. So you can be around the post all day long.
Okay.
So like a telephone pole,
He can get you.
no, because you use your brain. You can't bite you.
Right.
You can get behind the telephone pole. You go this way. You go this way. So this way.
Right.
You can't get you.
And when you actually got hit,
I felt like somebody hit me with a baseball bat across my back. I was swimming down a canal, and I was looking for a fish or hand catch. I already levitated a couple alligators that day, and I got lazy. Didn't look behind me. I was supposed to look behind me in case one is sneaking up on us. And sure enough, one came behind me and hit me on the back. I felt like a bomb went off on my back. He didn't get a good grip on me. If you would have got a hold of my arm, you would have ripped it off. He would, like slipped away. The wetsuit pulled away with me, and he took 12 scratches on my back. He didn't get a good grip on me. And I was able to get away from that. I came out pretty good from that. I went after him, chased him off.
so you charged him.
Yeah,
Right after he did that.
I grabbed him by the neck and all that. He went to the bottom, and then he took off.
What?
Well, in order to turn around so he doesn't come after me again. And then I was able to get on the airboat. And I said, if I can get an airboat, kick up on the side, I might be okay. I'm going to pull my wetsuit back. I took a picture. Okay, he's not that bad. That's it. I got to get in and put the leech on it and everything. But
They're gonna
faster, but they don't have the endurance of an alligator. That's what I know about. The alligators, a guy from the fishing walleye told me a long time ago where they used to catch them for tagging and all that. The alligators fight twice as hard.
Really? That's fascinating. I know in like Costa Rica, the crocs are a big problem. Even when you surf near the river mouths, like they chill out there.
It's the same crocs we have here.
I've never seen a croc here.
They're here. I've seen them.
Really? Not on the beaches though.
I've seen them underwater, in the key largo, the mangroves, flamingo. It's a good place to see them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all over. So, Turkey Point, Key Biscayne, Coral Gables. There's a lot of them I like around Coral Gables and West Miami and Biscayne Bay, Florida Bay, all that area. It's got all the way to the Keys,
Right.
all the way to Big Pine North, all there. They just can't handle it. They spend more than people. So it's invasive.
Right.
Listen, everything's invasive.
Everything is, yeah.
Yeah, they you know, we brought them, but they came on their own.
Right.
Coyotes came on their own, manatees came on their own, and crocodiles came on their own. They all came from Cuba.
Yeah.
And they were in, what a coincidence, they're down in South Florida, Cuba, and Jamaica. What does that tell you? In Haiti.
Right.
American crocs, and in Costa Rica. And both sides of the Pacific. So, but it's the same crocodile. Acutus. American crocodile. It's a very big crocodile.
What is, are there a lot of deadly snakes in Florida, like rattlesnakes and stuff like that? Where's the biggest population of man-killer snakes?
In Florida?
Or in just the U.S. in general?
Probably California's got a lot of rattlesnakes.
Really?
They got the Southern Pacific rattlesnake. I've played with those before. That thing bites you. You're going to be bleeding out of your eyes, nose, and ears, and everything. Dissolves your brain. It's horrific. Now,
Those are in California.
yeah, Southern Pacific rattlesnake. Now, in Florida, we have the biggest rattlesnake. Each are down in it's dangerous. It's down here. We have cottonmouth, and we have coral snake. And we have the pygmy rattlesnake. The smallest, the biggest. And then in North Florida, you get copperheads and ticker rattlesnake. They can't break in North Florida. There's only 4 species. Okay. 2 types of rattlesnakes, coral snake, and moccasin is the same.
Yeah, those things are swimming around the lakes and stuff.
Yeah, now cottonmouth bites you, it'll run you away. The rattlesnake, you get bit by it, shut down with that. You don't go to the hospital, you don't die. Simple as that. You get bit by any virus, just go to the hospital.
What? Like,
If you don't die, who knows what?
so a cottonmouth, you buy a cottonmouth, there's no saving it.
Yeah. Go to the hospital.
Go to the hospital, you can potentially save.
Yeah, it'll save you survive it. You may damage
To the hospital.
if you have everything right there ready to go, you survive. But if you get bit, but you have anything to save, you can have that. A coral snake, it'll kill you. Once you get any venom or get an arrested, because it paralyzes your lungs.
Lost your finger.
Western Diamondback, which is like the second biggest rattlesnake.
And you in Texas.
Texas.
What was going through your mind when that rattlesnake?
When the rattlesnake hit me, I said, I messed up. I'm calm, but it's like the rest of okay, the trip is over. All the plans you had are over. You're in big trouble. If you look at the video, when it's on and it shows me getting bit. Real wild, yeah. It shows me getting bit. I looked real calm. I'm holding the rattlesnake in my hand. I told the producer, he got me. And he goes, you kidding me? Kind of like, I didn't want to tell him, but, you know, I was like embarrassed to tell him that it got me. That's it, right there.
That's the one?
Yeah. It got me, see it? up with good safety suit. Well, you have that little camera.
Yeah. For the volume up a little bit. Oh. Oh my God. Get that guy. He's got a great beard.
You have to be closer. You're right there.
You're smiling. So what was going on right here with your hand? How did it feel?
So the pain is a terrible thing. It's just like, you're not supposed to do anything.
Really?
I put a full chicken on it, but not even supposed to do that. You're supposed to do that.
No, it's a line.
Yeah, they were like real relaxed with the hospital guys. I need about 55-gallon drum. The battery ran like
Yeah,
now.
I'm gonna be dead in like 15 minutes. We need you to hurry up. So they went in there to put anti-venom in you, and then what happened after that?
Then I stayed there for several days, 4 days. Mark took me to his house. So I was in his house. I couldn't get on an airplane and go home. I was so much pain. So 2 weeks later, I went home. And my brother-in-law saw me cleaning my finger. He saw a finger. He said, "You need to go to the hospital." Took me to the hospital. The doctor said, "You got to take that finger off."
How long after was it?
Probably about a month.
So it was just all black where you got bit.
Yeah.
You can take them off. That's okay, we can take them off. So you went to the hospital and it was not, what did they do? The same day you went in, they amputated?
No. I went down to the city. They kept me overnight and they amputated the thing. I told the doctor, "Go do this as quick as you can so I can get over this." And I said, he goes, "Well, I can take the whole out, make it look better." No, I don't care how is a hand more efficient. I don't care what that's like. He goes, "If the finger does survive, it's going to be like a hope you're going to trap
And how long did the pain last after they amputated? Wow. But was like the sharp pain there for a while? The amputation.
After a month, I forgot how long it was. Just I never had anything. My hand was swollen forever. I was swollen in the morning and tried to stretch it. The pain was unbearable. It was just like I could pick up a cup of coffee.
No more for that. You were tired from catching snakes and alligators and sharks, and you're just focusing on your art now.
Focusing on that's a gift that God gave me. I was a little boy. I was always in school, like terrible grades except for art class. I was always one student in art class. So I was in the art while I was. That's how like I wasn't into sport. That's my thing. The wild, the sea, and the forest.
Now, do you ever just like want to go out and just catch a fish on a rod and reel, like, or is that just too much for you?
Like I go out with my friends sometimes eating tilapia at night from the airboat, and that's like okay, we go out and have a great time, catch a bunch of tilapia, take them home, fillet, and then eat fresh fish. That's more like my idea of hunting nowadays.
Right.
I don't want to get big fish. I want to get medium-sized fish, just stuff to take home to eat. Yeah, before it was the action for the day, but I've done so much of it. Want to learn more. I'm not going to tell what I've already done.
Right.
Pretty much. So I've done it. Everybody's out there messing with sharks and everything right now, but I was doing that 20-something years ago. So I was really keen on all that. And I mean, God bless them all. I'm all into it now, but it's it's a dangerous thing. But everybody wants to do it. There's so many people doing it. It's kind of like you want to do what nobody else is doing. If I'm not doing it, nobody was really into it. Kind of the point that I was doing.
What made you want to specifically design these tridents? Like, what is the tactical advantage of having a trident, these three prongs? For people that don't know what it is, why don't you grab that trident you just made for me? Hold up so we can see it.
This is a trident. This is one of my specialties. The work that I do, I make this out of 316 stainless. These were done to catch fish, to hunt. The first trident I designed, big one, I saw on cardboard. Because when you throw it, instead of one point, you got 2 points.
And that's like that giant one on the wall back there that you made. That's protection of wildflower.
Yeah, that one probably got alligator support.
That one's heavy as shit. I can barely hold that thing.
Use that great momentum for hunter.
Right.
I caught alligators by hand, but when we took out, I guided, take out alligator hunters. These guys, okay, they want to get an alligator, trophy gator, whatever. They use a gun or they can use a trident for private man. And letting it use the trident, they would mount the gator, pack the meat, take the skin or nose with them, and then rock them to put the trident.
When you hit a gator with a trident like that or like this, you have to like aim for a specific part of their head.
No, if you hit them in the head, they'll bounce off.
Oh, you can't hit it.
No, in the body. And then you gotta cut the vertebrae here.
So when you hit him in the body with the trident, like in the back or something,
Yeah, it's got a rope on it.
it's got a rope, and they take off.
No, they don't take off the trident. They take off with a harpoon tip, and then you gotta follow them for a while. You don't try them, they stay in the same place and just spin on and twist. They don't maneuver well. It does it quicker. The trident actually, the harpoon that they use doesn't actually kill it. The trident does.
So after you hit them with the trident, they twist around and they tire out, and then you have to jump on them and you have to
Pull them out and have the guy. This is he wants to go on a primitive hunt. He can use his rifle, he can use a bow, he can use a trident. We got the option for him to do. We want to do a primitive hunt with a trident. And a lot of times they do. But I like history. Tribes roots were given before, but the Roman gladiators decided to use them on a show. So you see that in the arena, gladiators are fighting each other with these things. It's a horrible thing to do, but to attack another human being, having each other, so for entertainment, go at it,
right.
I guess some people still like that kind of stuff. They haven't changed. There was a gladiator event, and they were playing shows. I don't want to see it. I'm not interested in seeing
gator with the same hypothetical by this, and I hit the gator with it, and he's twisting around. How do I go in there and like actually like end him and just like
You pull them and you say, I have an extra trident, an extra harpoon, stick it in. It's a process, and then pull them out, and then another that says like 3 tools to hit them in the back of the head.
okay,
Also make. What happens is double secure them. This is weight.
okay,
But in case you hit them in the back, if you hit them on the side, the skin closes in. So you can come out, hit them in the back, it's not the same head, because the skin in the back doesn't like stays the same. So you can pull out some out of the middle of the back. If we're trying to hit the side here,
oh wow,
then we have to surgically move it out of it. So that's really the bar. It's really to catch a fish. So when you're catching an alligator, you're catching, large fish. Probably you're in the shallows, you probably throw it at a shark.
or a barracuda. Well, that might be too wide for a barracuda. No, that would work for a fat barracuda.
Yeah, depends. Anything will work on anything. That other one,
That little one over there.
that'll work on a barracuda.
But like, if I hit something like that with a shark, or whatever, I'm afraid it would take off, and I would have to dive in after it. And go get the fucking. I want to try that. Oh, okay, yeah.
You put a strong rope.
And you just tie that to something.
Yeah, exactly. It depends where you're going to get. Yeah, I mean, if you're in the flats, you can get a shark with this, no problem. You hit him for the boat, yeah, you put a buoy on it, yeah, you can whenever you're going to get him.
Right.
But if you get caught, you got a line and everything on it. So you try to back up. It's pretty strong.
Yeah.
It breaks it apart.
Yeah, it's industrial strength.
Yeah, industrial. This one here is 3/4 steak. So the thing is, you got to fill it over here. This is crunch. Smash it here. All this, like, that's how I do all that.
And you make these to order people, like when they hit you up, and they
Yeah, I can get them the fishing trident, which is more like one that over there, or just one little two that I'm making. So they tell me what they want, and we'll take care of it.
How long can you hold your breath?
I used to do 5.5 minutes, 5:35 to be exact. Now I haven't done a long time, so I just seriously doubt it.
How long do you go right now?
Not much longer. I haven't trained for it.
How do you hold your breath longer?
You train a little bit, but a lot of it is technique. It's preparing. When you're out of shape, you got to prepare better. When you're in good shape, you can get there quicker. You slow breathing, but that's what also gives you to pass out on the water and die.
But like, how would you, like, before you go out in like a spearfishing competition, like freediving competition, a tournament or something like that, how would you actually prepare to do that to hold your breath longer?
Well, you exercise, you train, you go underwater laps. Still, people spotting you. You hold your breath as long as you can. You do your breathing exercises. And then I had a method I did when I was going to be underwater a long time, 40 breaths.
40 breaths first?
Deep, slow breaths. Now, what can happen? You can black out in the water and die. So, it's a deadly game.
How do you black out?
You're underwater, swim around, you're relaxed, you find all of a sudden you don't know what happened. Next thing you know, you're going to rescue you. And what are you doing? And you don't remember what happened. You're total blackout.
Does the blackout happen only when they get to the point where you're like really close to being out of breath?
No, the brain doesn't tell you how much oxygen you have. It only lets you know how much carbon dioxide you have. So you've been exhaling and breathing fast. You could be out of oxygen. You don't know. So when you run out, the brain doesn't let you know. You think you got plenty air and you don't have any more oxygen left. You fool your brain.
And does that happen from just doing too much freediving?
From the spending to the deep breathing. From the breathing, fast breathing, hyperventilating before you go down. You deep breathing and hyperventilate to get rid of the carbon. See, to be able to relax in the water, you gotta get rid of your carbon dioxide. That's what makes you. When you want to breathe, it's not that you're out of oxygen, it's you have too much carbon dioxide in your blood. So the trick is you fool the brain. Stay down as long as you want until you die.
Have you ever blacked out freediving?
Yes, I have. Swimming pool.
In a swimming pool?
Yeah. The girl was trained for freediving. pulled me up. And I asked her, what are you doing? You're disturbing my routine. She goes, no, you blacked out. You're completely out. So I will watch her. She watched me. We're training a simple. This is our team at the time. We worked on Mark and Megan. She was Mark's girlfriend. She was freediving champion, Megan. Freediving champion.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for the U.S. at that time. She held a record for Maryland.
After you blacked out, did you just like take a break for a while, or did you go right back in, start diving again?
No, I said diving again. Jumping out was more cautious because
Right. Make sure you have somebody
if
watching.
you're close to black out, you don't black out, you get like a dizziness, and that's a suffer. When you black out, you won't get that. Oh, like, you never get that warning. But I got that.
No warning at all. You just black
Yeah,
out.
if you came close and you survived, you feel like a dizziness. So that's yes, I did at times. Diving by myself, going down 100 and something feet to shoot fish, free diving. I would go 110 feet of water and lay on the bottom for like 40 seconds.
At 110 feet.
Yeah, just lay on the bottom down there. I would start counting myself on the bottom. And then I back up. So all by myself. So
With weights on your weight belt.
if I had a very lean if I had a wetsuit on and the thickness, I would put more weight depending on the thickness of the wetsuit. I could swim 400 feet.
So more. So you could go beyond 200 feet.
Back to the swim both ways.
It's only halfway.
Fall. You only take them way up.
Right. Because you're fighting against the weight belt.
Once you feel once you break 30 feet, I can't get there.
How lose your equilibrium and shit when that happens. You hurt yourself? Blew with a power head?
Yeah.
They just blew up next to you? That's insane. Well, man, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it. This is I thank you for the trident and bringing this t-shirts and all the photos. Everything.
Maybe we'll do something in the future. Get some other clients here.
I would love to get you here again, man. I'm a huge fan of what you do in your artwork, especially. Where people that are like watching and listening, where can they find some of your stuff, or how can they contact you if they want to get a trident, or show your knives too? Hold your knife up.
Manny Quick on Instagram.
They just contact you, message.
Yeah, there's a picture of me holding a shark jaw. I got my face in it.
Yep.
Full shark jaw. Just Manny Quick, just contact me and let me know. I got t-shirts.
Oh yeah.
I got knives. I got necklaces. All kinds of goodies.
Look at that. Tiger shark teeth.
Great white.
That's a great white tooth right there.
Great white. And also have fish hooks.
Oh, that's big.
You want some fish hooks?
That's incredible.
And make cloth.
Oh yeah. And you carve custom shit into them, like people's names or any kind of custom messaging them. Beautiful.
This one is 316. This 316 is right. 316 is also
Yeah.
famous verse.
Yep.
John 316.
That's
Look it
cool.
up.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks again. I very much appreciate it. I'll link your Instagram below. People contact you, and we'll get you back here to tell some more stories. Cool. Bye, world. Take care.
The news is brought to you by Sleep Daily. was in the Arctic right What? Yeah, I just came back from Svalbard. Where's that? It's in the Arctic Circle. So it's like the last point that there is an inhabited like city. I mean, it's a town, a really tiny town. Like an expedition from the North Pole. The North Pole. Okay. And it's not like Norway. So you actually like cross out of the border of Norway to get to Svalbard. And there's like one tiny town there that's like mostly a holding town and scientific research, but like it's crazy. Like the sun never sets there. So yeah. So people there. Oh yeah, the town was dope. Yeah, you meet everybody within the first 15 minutes that you're there. Because it's that tiny. Oh yeah. So like we were up there. I sort of convinced my buddies to go and do a marathon in Svalbard, which is like the northernmost marathon in the entire world, and it's the only one with polar bear guards. So they have like dudes and guns just like hanging out just in case like runners get attacked by polar bears. Is it one of those marathons where they swim and run? No, it exists, but I just thought it would be like a one of a kind bachelor party for my buddy. Yeah, I convinced him to come up to the Arctic Circle with me for marathon. Nobody got eaten by a polar bear, which is awesome. I had a guy here once that did one of those. Also, he was swimming across that channel between Russia and Alaska. Can you do that? Yeah, he swam across it. There's like a little island in the middle. About that. Isn't that like what do you call that? Like Tomorrow Island or Yesterday Island? Yes. Yep. It's like one of the only places in the world where I don't even like I've descended in Twilight Zone even trying to figure out or to explain it. So it's like the day moves forward, but it doesn't move forward on that island for some reason. Is that the deal? I don't know what the exact time difference is, but like basically you swim and you move from like this one part of the land to this island that's I think less than a mile away. The time changes by like 8 hours. Something crazy. Oh, for maybe 12 hours. I'm not sure, but it's like you're definitely the next day. Yeah. Was there anybody there to like greet him? Yeah, there were some people. There's like a small village of people that live there. Like a very few people live there. It's a very remote place, but apparently they get by. I mean, this is like one of the the sort of like dream projects is like just go to literally the most remote place in the world and just see what people do there. What is the most remote place you've ever been? Remote's not really what you're going for, but yeah, I mean, I think maybe the Somali desert. Oh shit, okay. It certainly felt really remote. Svalbard, like in terms of like you're just beach far away from any metropolitan city center. But there was infrastructure out there. But when we went out to the desert of Somaliland, it's like you're basically driving through wadis, which are these sort of dry riverbeds, and there's no infrastructure whatsoever. So your driver just kind of has to know how the desert looks. As far as I understand, I mean, I didn't speak enough Somali or any Somali to ask him exactly how he's navigating, but yeah, we were in jeeps and sort of armed convoy for like 8 hours, no roads, and then eventually just sort of came upon a nomad village. And I was like, did you chew any of that cat? I did. Did you really? How was it? It's pretty great. What is it? How does it make you feel? It's like, okay, the best I could describe it, at least my experience with it, is like, it's like you have the energy of having drunk like 12 cups of coffee, except without any of the anxiety. Yeah, so it's just like sort of mildly euphoric, like a maybe what I'd imagine a low dose of MDMA would be like, something like that. But it's it was funny when I took pot, I decided to give it a try because I was sort of finished up my work in Somaliland, and I was like, okay, I'm not get really high because I deserve it.
That sounds awesome. I was listening to Rick Strassman talk about how he was growing it in his yard.
Can you do that?
Apparently, I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. Like, I mean, it's pretty interesting from an economic point of view too, because it's like, from what I understand, like the coffee has to be transported. It has to be fresh for it to be psychoactive. In the middle of a desert, it's hard to get really green leaves, and that's the first thing that you notice when you shoot pot is you strip some of the branches away, and it's like this sort of really vibrant green chlorophyll flavor. Like, I mean, if you imagine biting a plant, then that's exactly what it is. Yeah, and then it turns your tongue like this vibrant neon green. But it kind of sneaks up on you. Like, I went to this hotel that was in the area, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna eat a bunch of mildly hallucinogenic East African leaves and just see what happens. And so it's like, okay, put like 5 leaves down, and they say that you have to eat like the leaves of 10 branches, or you don't actually do them, right? So it depends. From what I understood, unless somebody was messing with me, which is totally possible, in Yemen they tend to spit it, and like they spit out the sort of mash. And then in Somalia they tend to swallow the whole mash. Totally possible somebody was just like messing with me and just trying to get me to eat these. That is 100% possible.
But if it worked, it worked.
Yeah, I mean, look, I ate a lot of leaves. I had a belly full of leaves, and I think it took like maybe like 30 branches. But since it snuck up so slowly, I was like, I'd eaten maybe 20 branches and stuff. And I was just sort of washing it down with non-alcoholic beer. And it's not like it tastes good by any stretch of the imagination. So I like came up with a strategy where I just sort of like mash the leaves together into some tight ball, and then just like put it in the back of my jaw and sort of like chew it as hard as I could, and then like swallow it. And I just felt like an absolute, like, I literally just been eating this 1 minute, maybe an hour, I don't know. So like I was at home, so I went back to where I was staying, and then I realized as I was sort of like looking at this like really gorgeous sunset and having remarkable feelings of warmth and gratitude, that I was still like eating the leaves. Like I had never like, well, that's interesting. And then immediately I was just like, you know what? My clothes have no idea how much I care about them. And I was like, I gotta wash my clothes. And I, at this point, was like, maybe I'm getting a little bit high right now because I've never really thought about my clothes' feelings towards me before. But at that point, I was just sort of tearing through branches of pot and doing laundry, and sort of like firework show of gratitude about the world at large. And at a certain point, I was like, while I was doing laundry on East African leaves, I like looked at myself in the mirror and I realized my whole mouth was just like Slimer green, like glowing green. It's like I think the cop worked.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the photos and the videos of those guys that do it all the time, and they're like, their whole jaw is like decaying.
Yeah, well, so that's an about it too. And so at least how it was explained to me was that cotton actually has a different effect the longer you use it. So you might start out with these sort of like this rapturous, almost hallucinogenic experience, but then as you get addicted to it, it starts to be more of a sedative. So when you see cot shacks, and in Somalia, this is the only place that I've really seen them, Somaliland, I should say, then what you're essentially seeing is people like laying on these mats, and they have like a bottle of water or like some tea next to them, but they look strung out as hell, and that was the exact opposite of my experience with it. My experience was like super energetic and effusive, and my mouth was green. I was essentially just like a doing laundry and chewing on these leaves.
I had a guy here the other day who was trying to teach me all about this stuff, kratom. I guess
I've heard about this.
yeah, there's bars that are dedicated to it right all around here.
This is a Florida thing, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I had a hippie give that to me one time, and it was just weird murky water.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but a lot of like recovering alcoholics, a lot of recovering opioid addicts sometimes use it, and I guess it helps them sort of like kick the alcohol or the pills they were taking before.
Yeah,
And it's like has a similar effect to alcohol. But this guy was also telling me that it has a very similar effect to Adderall. He's like, I drink it with my coffee, and it makes me supercharged. It's like drinking 20 cups of coffee.
So was this the guy that podcast? Or he just talked about outside the APM?
He was not on a podcast. He was telling me about it. I guess like he has a kratom business. I'm trying to know about it.
Isn't there also like a kava bar deal out here?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing.
Is it? I have no idea.
I'm not sure.
Because kava is from the South Pacific somewhere. I think it's like your body is like one of the main places that they have it, and from what I understand anyway, it's like a root that used to be sort of like chewed up, and then you would like I think they had like kids that would like chew it up and then spit it out, and then you sort of drink this water out of shells. So as the drug would take effect, you'd like you know be like 2-3 shells in, and suddenly be impermeable to pain. I haven't tried it before.
Yeah, it's interesting. I never tried it either, but I'm gonna definitely try that kratom stuff. Yeah. Anyways, so thanks for coming.
Yeah.
And tell people how you got into this journey of traveling all over the world to these non-existent states or nations.
Yeah. I don't actually know the right word either. I should know about
Like neutral zones, right?
I would just say like unrecognized countries. And after like studying for 5 years, I was just like, I don't think I've done any further to like understanding. I did a bad job at research.
Yeah.
I should know more about this.
You started out working in intelligence.
Yeah, briefly.
How did you get into intelligence?
This is super weird. I'm doing.
Tell everybody.
I'm a writer. I'm an author, and I've got a book out today called "You Are Not Here: Travels Through Countries That Don't Exist." So basically, I spent a year.
Poster.
Yeah, I have a poster.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
You are not here. Travels through countries that don't exist.
That's right.
What is the picture?
The picture was done by Arabuza Route Studios in Kosovo, and it's kind of like an amalgamation of various landmarks and the 5 unrecognized nations that I went to. So down an old in the center of Erbil, which is the capital of Somaliland. Some stuff from Kosovo. We got little bits from Lieberland here. But yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we kind of wanted to go for like a Where's Waldo vibe.
Okay, I like it.
Very few people are going for the Where's Waldo vibe these days. But yeah, I decided to write the book because I just kind of followed a really dumb question that I came across while I was working briefly as an intelligence analyst. Everyone gets a job. Basically, I had been a Peace Corps volunteer before, and I had always been a writer, so I was working mostly
Peace Corps.
Yeah. Peace Corps Albania. 2008. Yeah, well, they sent me to northern Albania. I was in a small town called Bayram Secretary, in the district of Tropoia. So like the claim to fame of that area is that like, the bad guys in the movie Taken were from Tropoia.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean it's a have somewhat of a reputation for being the seat of more traditional, but so they've had an issue organized crime there too, and Peace Corps volunteers there to make sure that So like what they were was a geopolitical forecasting company. So draft war, yeah, just like them, just like them. So what happened was while I was in the Peace Corps, I'd come out of university with a degree in theater, and as soon as you leave university with a degree in theater, you're like, that was a mistake. It was an error for me to get a degree in theater. Like there are zero people out here, zero crossover. Nobody wants me to do two contrasting monologues. Nobody wants to know about Shakespeare, so I should probably go and get some skills. So I went to Albania, while I was there, I was still writing. I was producing plays that were going back to the States, and they were kind of like live blogs that were performed back in the States, and then the money would come over to Albania, and we started like a mobile library out there in Sequoia. But as I started doing more like nonfiction stuff, I was like also reading a lot more nonfiction, and so guys like Christopher Hedges and Sebastian Younger, and I read this one fantastic book about like big wave surfing called The Wave. I can't remember who it's by. Have you ever heard of that? Oh, it's awesome. And like I never, you're fairly starved for books in the Peace Corps. It's like the library has. So
What did you learn from the big wave surfing book?
well, it was. I'm not a surfer. I'm pretty well an indoor child. I found it like really engrossing, and I was sort of struck by this journalist who was following these big wave surfers who were basically taking their own lives in their own hands, and nobody could quite understand why they were doing this. It's like if you're not successful on this 100-foot wave, like you'll either die or be injured greatly. And the book was largely about like why do people take these tremendous risks? And what I found in that book was that it was uniquely meaningful to them, and that the proximity to danger was inspiring and life affirming to not only to them as athletes, but to the community around them. And so as I was reading that, I was also reading, like I said, Christopher Hedges and Sebastian Younger, all these like incredible like geopolitical writers and war correspondents. And I was thinking that like, well, journalism felt, especially international journalism, seemed a lot like the sort of like big wave surfing of writing.
Yeah.
It's like, and also I was sort of coming into a time where I was thinking like, I have a certain amount of skills, and in this sort of like weird Venn diagram of like, wanting to go to places that are a bit more unusual, being decent at putting a sentence together, and being interested in history. It's like, how can I be the most useful possible? And I didn't think that writing an American realist play is going to be the most useful thing for me to do with my skill. I was like, okay, well, I want to start being an international journalist. And so I basically knocked on the doors of a journalist, and I was like, how do you do this? Like, how does one do any of this? And
Who'd you talk to?
Talked to a couple of people who were reporting in Israel and a couple of Middle Eastern journalists. This was like over 10 years ago now. But basically, a lot of the feedback that I got from them was just like, just go. Just go and start reporting. And at this time, Syria that everybody was writing about, and I had some understanding of Turkey. And I was like, well, it seems like a reasonable thing to do to go throughout Turkey and just try to get some stories sold. But of course, meanwhile, like I had to save up some money, like go write in Turkey for a little bit. So I got myself a job as like, cause I the Peace Corps at education training, and then I worked in special ed for a little bit. So I could run a summer camp.
Okay.
I can tell people to tie their shoes and stop running. Boy, can I really prepare me for war zones, man. Really, I've seen some shit you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
kind of, considering how I want to about this kind of stuff, and I'm realizing that, well, in a certain way, there are a lot of good-hearted journalists, and especially Western journalists, who are going into these places to, but sometimes that also ends up in the way of conflict and potentially making a dangerous situation for them, making it a dangerous situation for other reporters on the ground. And so since I was just sort of starting out and learning to write from these areas, I was like, I really want to talk about the conflict. Really, I wanted to write about stuff that was on the side of it. I wanted to maybe write human interest stories about things that were not getting covered because the war was gory.
That's always the most interesting stuff.
That's what I thought.
Everybody focuses on the big thing.
Yeah, and I think that warfare, as it is now, as it probably always is like it's so fascinating to people and gobbles up so much of the news cycle that it's easy for people to forget that there are just real people having normal days and struggling through life and getting up and cooking eggs for their kids and complaining about work, even though a couple miles down the road there's bombs going on. And I think that sort of parallel universes are pretty interesting to me. Yeah, parallel universes, subcultures, and the fact that they can just exist right next door to you, and you would never know. I've always found that kind of thing fascinating.
Yeah, that is very fascinating. That's what I like. That's some of the best documentaries that I find on YouTube or stuff. That when people are just picking up rocks, looking at the rocks, finding things that no one's shined a light on before, and even if they just follow a small group of people and what their lives are like, it's maybe affected by the bigger picture, whether it be a war or genocide or something like that. But it's seeing how their lives are.
Did you ever see? You may have even called it on a show or had him as a guest. But did you ever see Love and Saucers?
Yeah.
And
the guy who made that documentary.
Incredible work. I mean, it's
that's beautiful. That was a beautiful shot film.
100%. And I thought it was incredible because we're taking this.
Brad Abrams.
That's right. I've heard him on a couple of different things, and it's takes the subject so seriously. He's not, sort of there's no subject. This is so. This guy who feels that he had a relationship with an alien throughout his
virginity to an alien.
Correct, and then he's a painter, so he kept this alien for basically his entire life. And does he look like Brooklyn or something?
Yeah.
And so it was so then it was his first art, and it's these are the neighbors that you pass in the street every day. People are quietly involved in their own galaxies, and it's amazing if you ask the right question, you can turn the key and suddenly be involved in it. So that has always been these are the best stories as far as I'm concerned.
That's one of those things that that I think about too. It's that guy truly believed that happened to him.
Yeah,
if you watch that movie, it's a 30-minute movie. He truly believed that happened to him. He talks about every little detail. He paints all of these beautiful pictures of these hybrid human aliens that took him into the woods and fucked him.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And the alien had real human tits.
Yeah.
A real nice set of something.
Yeah.
And
the large-breasted alien is a
large-breasted alien.
prominent figure of that film.
He impregnated the alien and gave him baby. He gave her babies. And man,
years ago I was doing a story. Sadly, I was doing about UFOs, and I went to these 3 different things in Los Angeles. And I went to this abductee support group that happened randomly every third Saturday in Marina Del Rey. And it was just in a random strip mall. And for some reason, I had to pay $5 to go into a support group. But I think it was because some
fancy alien guy. That's great.
He was the dude who was one of the leading experts in removing alien implants.
Okay.
But he was a podiatrist, and shockingly, every implant that he removed was from the foot. Anyway, I saw him talk, but like, you know, people would get up and they would sort of say their piece, and at a certain point, you know, somebody was like, okay, well, how many people have been abducted in this room? And, you know, it's a room of like maybe 80 people, and I figured, you know, 12 hands would go up, and it's like, I was the weirdest person. But at this point, I've never been abducted by an alien.
Right.
Still to this day.
My working theory on alien, you're familiar with John Mack?
Yeah.
My working theory on the alien abduction thing is that some people, like a certain percentage, maybe 1% or less of the human population, has like something, an advanced version of their brain. Some people think it's the basal ganglia that lets them tap into like another dimension a little bit. Like they're able to receive signals, right? Like similar to a radio antenna, where they can somehow receive signals from elsewhere. Somehow, like when you think of some people who talk about they see ghosts, or like they see certain things, whether they're ghosts or not, or aliens. Like I think that might be something when you're talking about this guy, David Huggins, the little guy who talked about fucking aliens.
That's right, yeah.
I think that might be what it is. It might be something in their brain that they're actually experiencing. And I don't know if it's real from another dimension, or if it's all just hallucinations in their mind. Or it's like the whole DMT thing. Like if you take DMT, you go to that world with the dancing.
Yeah, the machine elves or whatever.
Yeah. When you go there, like, are those elves real, or are they in your head? Well, look at reality. Yeah, reality is all in your head. It's all a construct of your senses. So that's kind of like how I think about it right now.
Well, it's like your brain is a reality generating machine, and then on top of that, or sometimes like, you know, the pathway in is like, you know, what are the things that you believe, and it's amazing how like something as ephemeral as like what you believe has real world effects. You know, like that guy believed that he had a hybrid alien child. Like, try and convince him that he's wrong. This is not that dissimilar from somebody in an unrecognized nation or somebody in a recognized nation saying, you know, this place still exists. Like, no matter what you tell me, this is the best country in the world. I have an absolute religious belief about this thing. And one of the things that I find fascinating is how that abstraction can be leveraged to change how people think. You know, obviously, believing in aliens and believing in countries are totally different things. But there is this human mechanism for generating beliefs about how their realities work that is one, able to be manipulated, and two, it's deeply important to us collaborating with one another. You know, because like when I was at the alien abductee support group, you know, afterwards, honestly, I think the most fascinating part was like afterwards, like all of these alien abducted Denny's together, and it's like, yeah, I'm like, I felt myself like so like glad for them that like these people could like hang out and have a moons over my hammy and talk about their abduction experiences. Like, you know, they have community and they had this shared lexicon and that, you know, was able to bring them together. Like, it may not make sense for all of us, that's fine, but like they were certainly like together in their own belief structure. After that thing, I left. Man, you get some wild stuff in meetup.com. It's cheaper than movies. Just go into the depths of meetup.com and you'll find them. Oh, yeah, absolutely. So I went to an alien summoning from meetup.com.
Okay. Summoning.
Yeah, I learned how to summon. It was a park in Los Angeles. And now, when you're imagining a UFO summoning, are you thinking about it at night? Probably. Noon. In July. Very hot day. And so I walked up. I pulled my buddies along with me to this thing. And I was like, guys, more people show up. Well, it's just like, guys, we're going to go to an alien summoning. So, no, I didn't. I'm a writer. I'm not technical at all. But we've been, there's a lot more people there than I thought it was going to be. It's like there are 40 people in this park, really hot day. And so I was always just like, I'd be pretty honest about people, like, oh, hey, I'm working on a project here. And then they're like, oh, great, that's awesome. You should talk about science lead. Like, okay, who's the science lead? And so this guy named Hans comes over, and he's like, oh, I gotta show you the book of UFOs. And I was like, okay, sweet, let's look at the room. And he like opened up this like a bunch of pixelated, highly pixelated photos, and he was like, it's not a UFO, but that is a UFO. And they like balloon UFO, and then he flipped the page and he's like, that's a UFO pretending to be a balloon. And I'm like, Hans, what kind of doctor are you? He's like, I'm a dentist. I'm having less confidence. And he's like, we'll just wait for the summoner again. He's gonna teach everybody summon. So I was like, this sounds great. Skill. That's a little bit better than the theater major. So everybody in the park kind of comes up around this summer. The summer. People just like in the middle of Carling's to you. And then you just repeat that until they come. Like, step 2 should have had more steps, I feel. Like, so right. You're just like standing in a field with like all these people just sort of staring at the sky, and then eventually somebody will just say like, oh, there's one. And then the crowd will just like rush over to somewhere else in the field and like point at something in the sky, and everybody's still like trying to like, see whatever they're seeing, and then it would happen again somewhere else, and it's like, I have no idea. Did you see anything? I have no idea. Nothing that I would define as UFO. Right. And to add insult to injury, there was definitely a birthday party going on in the park, and like some balloons totally blew away. And I was like, realized that had happened. I'm like, I think it's probably time to go home from the summoning. Yeah. But it's like, you convince those people that they're wrong. Like, no, they're like that's their clearly it's their community, and it's also something that they feel passionate about, and it gives them some kind of place and understanding in the universe, right? Literally the universe for them. And I mean, who am I to tell them that that's not a real thing? Yeah. Wacky people out there, man. Mm-hmm. And they're beneficial to the government when they want to cover up or use false information to either cover up real stories, or push narratives that they want. They can easily use these people as like a. Well, it's like one of the things that I always think about with like with these sort of like broad sweeping movements, like, and especially how media often works is like. The loudest voices are generally like not the most informed voices. Yes. Right. And they're the most extreme. Exactly. Like not to get super political, but like the image that we have of January 6th is who? Like the QAnon shaman. Yeah. It's the dude with horns on his head. Yeah. Pitch perfect. And when you have this image to collect an entire group of people under, it's like, oh, you're going to be like that crazy person, then it becomes really easy to discount anything that might be a legitimate complaint on either side. Yeah. And I've always, like, that's the that I was interesting to genuinely go to places, find out what's actually happening on the ground. Because there's only so much information that we get in the United States, and oftentimes it's so salacious, it's so sort of filled with fear and with anger that it's hard to understand that there are real people who are actually living on these places. And that was was to find maybe some of the more quiet stories. And then I did end up going to Turkey instead of coup. Wow. Yeah. So this is back during I can't remember what year it was. Was it 2016? Must have been. I think it was more recent than that. No. Was this the fake coup? I have no idea if it was fake or not. It was a. I know that they had while I was working on working at the summer camp there. It was like telling kids not to run and like listening to reports about how there were like tanks in the street of Ankara and Istanbul. And at that point, I was like, well, I'm gonna take it to Istanbul pretty soon, and I didn't quite know what I should do with that because I was like, this. I specifically didn't want to put myself into a situation where I feel like it was a community or like that I would get myself like into a situation that I couldn't get out of just because I was trying to learn how to be a journalist. And so I was talking to my folks about it, and my dad was this geopolitical forecaster guy. I'll call him Frank.
Your dad was close with him.
Yeah, he was close to him. Well, they were like pen pals, and he was like, I like your geopolitics. And then the guy was like, thanks, I'm gonna keep
Like your geopolitics.
That is like
That's a great compliment.
It's like the most dad compliment ever. Like everybody's dad, once they get old enough, they're like, I really like the Civil War or World War II. Or my dad is World War I. So yeah, he's stoked on geopolitics.
Okay. Your dad introduced you to Frank.
Yeah, he's Frank. He's like, well, let's write Frank and Frank says, so I wrote him and no idea. Okay. So I was like, hey, I hear you think about that. Also, what they like learn together about the networks and the best background. Which I realized immediately took me impossible. It's like this, like trying to write like Moby Dick without ever using a fail or like the letter A. So it's like full of these ideas, and then what we actually was like, well, here's why you're gonna end up in prison, and you're not gonna get. And I'm like, oh, well, okay. Well, if you look back at the photo, I said, what should I do? And then Frank was like, okay, go to Lebanon and I'll coach you. And I was like, okay, I mean, I don't know what that means. I've never met this old man. But sure, yeah, I'll buy a plane ticket to Lebanon and have this old man coach me. So I had a plane ticket with my summer camp money to go to Beirut, and I was there for like a month. And so I was got to Beirut, my hostel. And I was like starting freelance films, and I emailed Frank. Accusations of magic and witchcraft were often okay, we gotta go meet this marginalized communities, and for centuries in Europe and North America, this had maybe it seemed like it. I was just eager beaver with a laptop. So I would just like go and like centuries, just like went in a random car outside of Fort Worth in Beirut. And the guy laid me down, he was speaking English, and speaking English with French, and started driving on the outside town, like this, like, at that point I was like, this might have been a poor choice for me. So I'm already like 5 minutes in the car, and at that point I'm like, scholars today are it's almost certain her confession was coerced. Yeah, it was. But then he ended up dropping me off at this scholars saw it as irrational, theorizing that magic was merely a stage of I went into this office and the guy was like, oh, you're from Frank, right? And I'm like, science. Yeah. It's a culture shaken off its old superstitions. But how is it? Where to draw the line between magic and religion? Bronislaw Malinowski argued that religions ask spiritual beings for help. Magic I turned out to be a counterterrorism expert. Emil Durkheim, meanwhile, said that religions were magic was one of the but whatever the rules, there were always exceptions to any
And at a certain point, he's like, yeah, enough. I'm like, totally. And then driver flew back and
objects and using religious
And then the
practices
next day,
like
like
prayer
not
and
the next day, but like
sacrifice
a week later, I went to
actions
meet
to serve an
political
individual.
science.
Other scholars see magic as a
Sort of same thing happened.
toward a
I was praying.
specific effect. To
Good.
see magic
His
as a
wife.
term that
Didn't know the other wife.
aligns legitimate
Great.
practices
Good.
with practical use at all.
So chatted with him for a long time. And then the final interview was a guy who identified himself as Lebanese general. Still, no idea.
Like the Islamic
And we
term
talked
sahir,
about it for a bit.
as magic,
And then
even though
we
it describes
sent
things
my
that
way, and I was like, well, this was a strange trip.
Yeah.
Through Beirut.
slander, not
And
just sorcery.
I got some articles
Plus
published
traditions
by
like
people.
Buddhism just weren't so
It was like,
differences
hey,
between
I gotta keep like learning about this stuff, and writing about this stuff. So like,
religion and magic is good at chaplain at a children's hospital, and I developed a short. I always laid out my shoes and my chaplain jacket in a very particular way designed to avoid injuries and illnesses among the kids in the hospital. And I guess that's a private
I know. Which tells you like I would be the worst spy because
but I
of
would
me.
also
Because I
pray
got
for
that
the
email,
protection
like, you
and
know
health
what
of
I
all
am?
children in the hospital,
Hey mom,
which I suppose
yes,
is a religious practice. So it's not just
You don't
common
use it
for these things to coexist. I
don't
would
tell
argue it's
anybody.
almost inevitable. Even those of us who don't
So,
believe
but
in
I ultimately
supernatural
like what the
still
work sort of
wish
boiled
and
down
hope
to was like being a really
well, the
advanced
hierarchy of magic bad,
right?
religion
So
better, science best has a
these are
long
trained us to
and
have
sordid history.
this
It doesn't
working
necessarily
model
help us to understand why
the
people
world,
practice
and
magic.
you
For
break
that,
that down
let's head to
into
the
whatever the constructed
three
imperative
sinks,
of major
a sacrifice
nations
sheep,
are. And by
3
major, I mean
days
the
and 3
people who
nights
sort of
without
wield
food,
the
water,
dominant
or clothes.
economic,
That's what it
military,
took for author Zora Neale
social
Hurston
media
to be
power,
welcomed
right?
into the world of
And so every nation
was
has
a
a
novelist.
certain
She was an actress.
things
She
you
came to
think
New
that they're
Orleans in the
supposed
late
to,
1920s
and
to
then they're
study
constrained
this
by
closely guarded,
So I
often
mean, use
misunderstood
an
tradition.
example.
Voodoo had started with enslaved
Well,
people
the
who were
imperative
adapting
is
West
to
and Central African rituals at a time
maintain the
when
ability to project
practicing their
power
traditions
across
was a
the
crime.
Atlantic and
Voodoo
Pacific
combined
Ocean.
knowledge of plants, spirits, and
Constraint
ancestors,
might be
and was
something
believed
like
to have the power to hurt people
dwindling middle
or
class.
help them.
So economically, we might not be able to support
Earning
that
experts
power
trust and
projection
training with
over
them
a
for
certain time.
months. Some
And so
specialized
you
death,
can start to
others
look
had
at how a
recipes for
nation
changing someone's
will
mind or
behave
dealing with a
based
bad
upon what
landlord
their
or landing a
imperatives
job.
are and what
They
their
taught her their
constraints
spells for the hard
And
parts
what
of
that
life,
ends up
betrayal,
making is
breakups,
a
gossip,
model of the
love
world
wounds. Like
where
taking a
you
secret, you
have,
could write it down,
as he
fold it
termed
in
them,
paper
front
up, and
lines
slip it into a corpse's
certain
hands,
areas of the
whispering the
world
secret
where
in
there
its
might be
ear.
this
Or to split up spouses, you could put
where
dirt
there
from each grave
there
in the
are
corners
these
of their
areas
bedroom
that if
while
something is
eating,
going to change
just
the
fuss
power
and
of
fuss
the
till you
world,
go away
a
from
black
you.
one.
Voodoo was
It
full
will
of
happen there.
supernatural
So
solutions
an
for
example of
everyday
this
problems,
might be
including protection from violence,
the
a major
Baba
concern for generations of Black
which is
Americans.
near
And because
the
Voodoo
Gulf of
didn't
Mexico,
shy
there's
away
a big
from that
power
reality,
corridor that
it gave a sense
were
of power to people that
last
were
there
doubted
is like
for
60%
so long. Today, some Voodoo practitioners embrace the magic,
the Red
while
Sea.
others claim it's just a way of
So
life.
yeah,
Either way,
it's
as Hurston
like
wrote in
important choke point for
1931,
energy. So you're talking
nobody
about
knows
like
for sure
countries'
how many
ambitions,
thousands in
what they're trying
America
to do,
are
and what's the
warmed by
downside
the
of their
fire.
ambition. So like an example would be with that, like
So
if you
whether we
relate that
call
to
it
America,
religious,
up to
spiritual, or
$1
magical,
on
traditions like
military,
voodoo
and
often reflect the social
class
conditions
is
of
what
the people
takes
practicing
the
them. And
downside
by the
of that.
1930s, anthropologists like Evans Richard were starting to argue that magic wasn't necessarily
Yeah, so we're
supernatural.
it's less the things that are blocking us,
Magical
the
and
things that are
scientific
holding
reasons. For example, if a
we're
building fell down and
constrained
killed Ande,
if we have a
what
good
now sounds
enough
might suggest witchcraft as the reason
to
why
pay
this
into
terrible accident happened at that
military
moment
adventurous.
to that person. But they
And
also
so,
diagnosed that
some,
termites had
in fact, a good deal
to collapse, where science could answer the question, magic could answer the question, why me? Magical practices are essentially strategies that help people make sense of the world
history has
and
told us
manage
constantly.
uncertainty. Like a 22-year-old chaplain doesn't know what the night
Alexander the Great was heard
I
back.
don't think we see
Napoleon,
many
the United States, we have the best geography,
It's
right?
like consider
Well, I
protective
mean,
object
that
this
was,
Jewish
right?
amulet
Like,
created to
we're
shield
surrounded by
the
the
young
two
girl from
oceans.
evil forces.
Yeah, so we've got, I mean, we have, like, I can't remember which geopolitical guy called it, but he called the United States the
And we also
the
find the
idea of
use of
this
specific
inevitable,
words or
right?
phrases
And
of
the idea
power
was
in many
that
established religions,
we
like the
have,
Hindu
we have
mantra,
so many natural features
otherwise be called magic,
arable
sometimes
land
goes by
and
another
rivers,
name,
which
like
allows for
miracles.
incredible
There's a long
amounts of
history of
agriculture
Catholic
to happen
reports of the
right in the
Virgin Mary
center of
appearing in
our
shrouds through the
obviously
sky,
it's highly defensible.
statues,
Huge
even
lakes on
tears,
top of
blood.
us, a damn
Some
desert,
hit
the
right
Rocky
through
Mountains
healing and
blackening everything.
reading and
So
conjuring.
invading
And in
the
beyond
United States
Marzo,
genuinely
wizards are said to have special
insane
powers to
things,
heal
right?
and fly and turn
We're
metal
also
into gold.
super heavily
When we
armed.
recognize
So,
how common magical
yet
practices
another
are
reason,
in
right?
long
I think
established
I can't
religions,
remember
we can
who
see
it
how
was.
they respond to the many
Looked this up,
uncertainties
but
and fears
I think
that
it might have
face
been
human.
Lincoln.
These
But
days, magic is as
said,
commonplace as good luck charms and as visible as
some
we
early
just shared
president,
spells on TikTok.
who
Some
either had a
stigma
powdered
certainly
wig or a
remains
beard,
from centuries of bad
said
PR.
something
Many
about
magical
the fact
communities are
that
reclaiming their
because the United States is so
For
blessed
example, Korea
geographically,
has roots in
the
indigenous
death of the
practices
U.S.
that
as a
were
nation would
punished and
never come from
demonized and
outside, that it
threatened
would
to
only
hide
if
it
there
by
was
colonizers and the Catholic Church,
I can't remember
leading to centuries of stigmatization
find that
throughout
quote.
Latin
Goes hard.
America
That
and
is
the
a hard
Caribbean.
quote. Yeah, I know.
When today's
Man, it sounds
are
like
working
it
to
seems like
reclaim
it's going on
heritage by
the last
talking
couple of years.
publicly about how their
Internal
practices
division,
help them find
internal
balance
division
and to feel
is
connection
another
to their
constraint.
ancestors.
It's a
It's important to
geopolitical
remember that
constraint.
these categories
But
are created. They're
you know,
created by
in a
us,
society
and we
that
create categories like
presumably
magic
permits and
or religion
encourages
to
freedom,
make sense
you
of
have
the
to
world
tolerate
around
amount
us.
of
They may be just
division.
words, but
But
those words
as
cast
you
ideas
divide
into the
away
world. And those
the
ideas
singular
create
vision of the
structure and
nation,
meaning in
then suddenly
society,
there's conflict that are
building and reinforcing systems of
you know,
power
everything is
under
right.
illusions,
Yeah.
like the idea that some people
Was it?
deserve persecution.
Oh, hell yeah,
when
it was
their
it.
practices
Yeah,
are
very
somehow
cool. Never be destroyed from outside.
But when we part
Oh,
that
good.
veil
You
that peels
think
the
book
off,
said
we can see
Lincoln.
the definition of magic is as
Late Abraham is hard, dude. I know.
to wield power.
They don't give Lincoln credit for his success. Seen that recent video of all those guys
Even in a
pledging
world
allegiance
that's
to Trump
difficult and uncertain,
2 days ago.
no matter which
This
way
is
you
surprising.
find
No,
it, there is.
it looks
In
like
our next
it's
episode, we'll
a
ask the
giant
question,
warehouse,
does it
and
mean
they're lined up.
Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Indianapolis, Indiana. It was made with the help of all of these nice people. If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everyone forever, you can join our community on Patreon.
What is that garbage?
Crash Course religion, so it's a new celebration. So is this, and this, and so is this one.
I have questions about this warehouse. Like, where's the warehouse? Like, close out there, see if you can see some possible context.
Oh, that's
Just like, is there like a Kmart next door?
They've got diverse gods.
But yeah,
And that raises a question. With all those many ways of doing
this is exactly the thing that like I find so fascinating about the idea of nationalism is this huge
the universe moves in
and
cycles.
what your nation is something that's collective. Like
maybe the universe
how
began
you believe about whatever America is somehow gels with how every other American
or perhaps
thinks
a
about
lotus
America.
flower,
And that creates a picture of America, right? It's something that we're all
to create the
generating
heavens, the
together.
earth, and the
So
sky.
when you have
In another origin story,
such
the creator was just
radically
lonely,
different
wanted some
visions
friends,
of
which
what
is why I
that
started playing
is,
Sims. And you know what?
then
Credit
suddenly
to
you
this
see a
universe's
bifurcation
creator
of
because
the
they've never
nation.
like
Or
locked
you can
me in
even
a
see
bathroom
sometimes
for
the
the rest
term
of my
of
natural life,
balkanization
which I've definitely
in
done
reference
some
to the
Sims.
Balkans,
So which
where
of these
it's like
creation
it's
stories is
almost a
true?
shattering
Well, it's kind of all of the
various
above.
persons,
Hinduism stories that seem
because
to contradict
people
themselves are not
are
typically
aligning
seen
with
as a
whoever they feel
problem to
they're
be resolved, but fragments
and
of
I mean,
ultimate truth.
the thing that I find fascinating,
And it's true that
terrifying
some of
about
its texts over
is that
3,000 years
it's
ago
so
in
religious.
this river valley.
Like this
But
is a
those early
religious
storytellers
and I
didn't
think
call
that people
themselves
need to
anything.
continually
That
check
title
themselves.
came first from
Is
the
my belief
Persians,
well
then
founded,
from the
or is it a
Greeks,
religious
and
one?
originally it was
But
supposed
that's
to
sort
be
of
a
like
geographic
who thumbs or
basically
has
meaning
always
those
been to
people
me
with
anyway.
that river.
Do I know
So
what
out of the word
information
Hindu
that
refers
would
to
make
a
me change?
collective religious identity.
Right?
Now, some
So,
sources trace this
I
vibe shift to the
say,
19th century when
I
British
believe in gravity.
colonizers used
Like,
the Hindu
I use it every
category of their
day.
census,
Haven't floated once.
versus
I mean,
with the catch-all
pretty
term
convinced
basically meant
But if, you know, somebody is to come floating over to me and be like, oh, that's bullshit, man. Be like, oh, that's pretty compelling. Like, yeah, so it's like, you can have certainty to a certain extent. But at the point that you're saying, no, absolutely not to these facts, absolutely not to reality on the ground, then you have a religious belief. Then the thing that's powering you is faith and your own personal identity. Your own personal identity is so involved in what you think.
There are two kinds of Hindu stories. First, the authorless, divinely revealed kind known as Shruti, Sanskrit
The
for
number
what is
one
heard.
revolutionary in the revolution
Some
staunchest conservative the day after the revolution. That's right. Yeah, because now they own the state.
Right. Yeah. And that's, it's like people when, and I think that there's this sort of romanticized idea of revolution in that respect too. Yeah, and you know, there's the sort of Indian version of and you know, then suddenly everybody's equal. But the question is equal according to who, right? So the revolutionary, the day after the revolution, now they control what
space. They're flexible and adaptable, allowing for several versions of the same story.
if we're all going to agree on this consensus reality, how are we going to generate this? And that's ultimately statecraft, is definitely Lincoln. But somebody said, I can't just keep living on Lincoln this whole time. But somebody said that, you know, statecraft is all about
That's how
the
one version
generate
goes, according to an
right? And so
sometime
there's a
around
lot of ways to generate
There's a different version
the
where
government.
Rob banishes Cena after
Him and put a gun to our head and
much. The
make
version
us
where Cena is
participate in
ever
a
kidnapped
belief
and
that
really need the
we have
force.
our consent. Well, yeah, I have a shot. Super, you do have my consent. Another way to do it, and the way that at least in the United States is through representative government. And representative government is how we go about, you know, doing this governance, which is identifying problems, creating problems, and then enacting those solutions. But the belief in the United States is that if we sort of force the idea of how best to move forward as a nation, we'll come up with not only a better solution, but it will be fully supported by the neighbor system. Now that's the ideal version. Whether it works that way or not, you know, who knows? Some of the most successful countries necessarily, and military power-wise power, certainly not democracies. Right, you know, they're autocracies. Right. And Andy Bustamante explained this beautifully in this diagram he calls the creation of state pyramid, which says the foundation. Explain that? So yeah, so he says the foundation of the pyramid, bottom of the pyramid, is individuals. And that's basically whatever I hunt, every man for himself. The second level is tribalism, and that's where 4, 8, or 12 of us were a tribe. I may be a good hunter, you may be a good gatherer. I go out and hunt food. We share in our resources, right? I can't go into your house, go to the head and drag your wife out because we have rules, right? We're just all a little tribe. So give it up and go take your wife. Above that is the creation of a state where there's a governing body or people that you elect to basically run this nation or state or whatever. And that could be a collection of resources like taxes, so you have water, you have food, the safety, you have electricity. And basically, what he was getting at is that we have to be okay with giving up certain freedom.
And Hindus have a lot of different takes on this. One of them you may have heard of is karma. This view of your actions have an effect both on the world and on your soul's future path.
He's like, I'm willing to
cycle of birth, life,
position
death,
that
and reincarnation.
I'm kind of coming around to where I don't know what I feel about it. He said that he's okay with the government
I would like to be reincarnated
looking
as a
at
dog, but I
the
feel like
film
my
that I
karma
watch, or
is,
like
for lack
looking
of a
at
better
my
term,
browser history,
house
it's gonna
lunch.
keep us safe and
For some
care.
Hindus, the goal is getting
Yeah,
off
I mean,
the
it's
samsara
this
ride
is
to become liberated
a
a state
sometimes
called
called like
moksha, which
the
some
neo-Hobbesian
interpret as
point of
letting
view,
go
right?
of all
So
desire. But others
the
view
whole
moksha
Hobbesian
as
sense of
only
being
possible
in
after
a
death,
state
and only if you clear your karmic
fair
jobs.
creature
For many Hindus, the aim is to fulfill dharma, the duties of the social position.
and we, as we sort of ascend this pyramid,
Can impact how behavior
things
being
get better
sent on
because
loved ones
we
after
are
they die.
able to
And
sublimate
interpretations
these
of dharma have also
natural
been used to
tendencies
arrange social
towards
hierarchies like the
violence
immensely
into the
complicated
state.
caste
We
system,
give
which
the
is
state
used
the
throughout
monopoly
South
on
Asia to
violence
assign different
so that
levels
we
of
can have
privilege
the
based on
order,
inherited
right?
social status, even among
and,
non-Hindus.
you know,
Scholar
that
Isabel Wilkerson has
certainly
noted that
makes
caste
sense.
functions similarly to race.
But
For the amount of
it's kind of
respect,
like the who watches
resources,
the
and
Watchmen type
social
of thing,
standing a
right?
person has
And it's like how much transparency
by their
one do
race.
you want,
There are actually
and
two
two are you
forms of
comfortable
caste.
with?
One is Varna, which refers to
Yeah,
one
I
of the
think
four
one of the
categories
things
of
he said
people
was,
named in the Rig Veda.
yeah, right.
The other is Jati,
Your kids,
which
everything
refers
you
to the
do.
rankings
I've heard that before. Yeah, yeah. I was like, no. It's like,
Although
yeah,
caste have existed in some form for
but now
around
that I have
3,000
like the
years, they
ability to
became
like
a
watch
much
it,
more rigid way of organizing societies when British colonizers kind of hijacked creating deep and lasting social
I mean, that's certainly the abstraction, right? Yeah, like that's like it's like I'm sure you've probably seen seen a video of somebody on YouTube being yelling at something like I pay you the salary. How old is that guy? Right. But it rarely at no point is the police officer sort of like devastated state at that point where like, oh man, I'm sorry about that. Like that like yes, that person certainly believes that. But in point of fact is that happening. I mean, not if they end up in handcuffs right.
It's also something happen at home or in
How
temples
do different places navigate creating incentives?
It's thought that it makes it possible to access large state of seeing and being
So I live in Albania,
transcendental based
because
the temple goers brings food, which is then had
and so I lived there for like on and off for about 4 point. I was in an Albanian art gallery.
as a
I was
geographic
looking at
link.
old
Hinduism is not
pieces
only
of
in South
artwork
Asia,
and
it's spread to
paintings.
the Caribbean,
A lot of
South
it was sort of
Africa,
like Soviet
Indonesia,
realist
North
stuff
America,
because Albania
and Europe,
was
living more
one of
diverse
the world's
practices
first
into an already diverse tradition. In fact, one of the most important Hindu holidays
and
of
she was
all
under
were the
North Korean
For some, it represents Ram's triumph over Ravana. For others, it's Krishna's peak of the
one
demon
of the things that's
Narakasurah.
really interesting
For still others, it's about Vishnu sending away the demon king Ram. What's constant, though, is the hope of good winning out over evil, with room for more than one story in the glow of those lights. Multiplicity is Hinduism's beating heart. Many gods, yet only one.
Western
More than one
statues
life,
and
more than
artwork
one
that I've seen in the
universe,
United
more than
States,
one version of a
and I
story.
realized, well, how
So it's fitting, really, that a tradition so at ease
people
with
pointing their rifles up, they're pointing their rifles down, they're defending
straightforward
against the
answer to
armament.
the question.
So the geography
In our next episode, we're going to
determined a
explore the
lot
way
about
Buddhists
how the government structure ended up. The
Thanks for
geography
watching this episode of Crash Course Religions, which was filmed in our
even
studio
though
here in
the
Phoenix,
Baltic
Indiana, and
Peninsula
made
is sort
the
of
help
full
of
of
all these things.
colleges
If you want to help
and
keep Crash Course free forever,
their language is branch of the European language. And they're also surrounded by mountains. So isolation is to be this
found
way
yourself
up, right?
everything
So
falls into
the
place. You
geography
finally exit the screen,
who ended up being most successful, and then who ended up creating the culture that was populated throughout right? You can tell a lot about a country based upon the people that are
going to do it. You know, I mean, when you think about the people that individuals point to, it's like, oh, that's an American hero. All people with guns, who are like, it's like, you know, people who are living in freedom. You know, Martin Luther King Jr., John Wayne, I was going to say John Wayne, or people who died, Rosa Parks, you know, John F. Kennedy, people who are going their own way. And I don't, I think that goes, you know, we, in the United States, and so we don't for granted what an individual is. How big is it? That's not just because of yeah, you've been in their history, but it's because, you know, they're technically the hill. What am I looking at here? Like Bill. Oh, hey, we're doing American Heroes. Look at photos. Oh, look at all the American Heroes. Einstein was not American. He was, as far as I know. I might have to go check history about that. Oh, hilarious. So, yeah, I mean, where we go? It's Lebanon.
Well, no, I want to go back. You were in Lebanon, and
I was in Beirut. I was just reading. Geopolitics.
Frank was like, come back and be an intelligence analyst.
Yeah, so I did that. I was actually, by the way, Frank is a pseudonym. It is a pseudonymous name. And it used me where I don't live.
Did an amazing podcast. Who's the guy's podcast? Chris Ryan. Yeah, and Chris Ryan, who's plus Frank's wife.
There that goes. I would be dead. Nice knowing you, Danny. If my book comes out, You're Not Here, Travels Through Countries That Don't Exist, and I die, I hope it sells well. You're Not Here, Travels Through Countries That Don't Exist.
I can get that.
You know, I'm keeping them if you like it. So
Working for him now.
I'm working for him, and basically the details being just a very detailed. So what a working day is like. I work really early in the morning. So like 4 in the morning. I'm living in Los Angeles at this point. Which is a very weird place to be at. Yeah, brewery art colony, and he's dude. It's like the red, but like so much dirtier. Yeah. It was like you get like a big old art warehouse, and then it's like, you know, build your own, you know, do really artwork. Yeah. Last Angeles, almost strange as I am. Yeah, I've never been. Oh my God, it's a great place. It's so close to the U.S. I just went to like my memory, and I was like, what do I know about Miami? And like, I think a full music video just started playing, and that's it. That's all I know about Miami. Totally different animal than trap. Great sandwiches and awesome cars. Great cars. Lots of rich people. Lots of great food. Like, just so many. It's a great place to go. Great place to go. That's not all the. I mean, like I said, big Willie Sound. Okay, that is the so anything video where the fuck is Miami? This is the first time I've been to Florida, man. Yeah. I haven't explored the U.S. that much. Most of the last 10 years, you know, in unrecognized country, right? Yeah, but when you're training, I went out to Texas.
cause to suffer.
which was
And
like
that cause
so
desire. Now this is a little different casual want and more like a clinging, twisted version of desire. You're holding on too tight. Like your college girlfriend.
like it was like the three, and there was three other people that I was
And also conceived that person as a thing, which was a problem.
I feel like I should do this the entire
Anyway,
time.
there is suffering, and suffering is caused by
Air
desire.
quotes. Yeah, I just air quotes. I was a very, very advanced newsreader and future guesser. So I learned a lot though. I mean, fascinating work. But like we were, me and three other strangers who turned out to be amazing.
Neither extreme asceticism nor
Satisfying.
indulgence, but something
Great people. So like we stayed in this like house in like suburbia outside of Austin.
about to start watching the game
And then people were friends and like whole clothes out and be like,
speech, action,
it's like, well, it's a bayonet going into China, and like then tell us like all
I
of
know
the
that's
history
awful, but it all
of
boils down to is that
and
if we let go that
America's
ravenous desire
around the
and
other
conceit
people
of other humans as good, we'll cease to suffering and
and each
achieve
one of us kind of got some area of the world to like
while some other converts in the U.S. and Europe do use it as part of their
and
meditation
try to
generally wasn't something regular folks
based
did
on
for most
the constraints and imperatives of that
It's usually been reserved for
what
monks
might
and nuns.
happen,
Instead of meditation, a
what
lot
they
of
might want to
believers
do
work on
strategically,
getting money
or
or
what
clothes
might
or other
occur
necessities
to
to
them.
nuns they often live.
And after
Possessions,
it's a
chanting
pretty much
mantras,
like
a
get
prayer
my tin
meeting,
foil
playing a
out
temple, or making rings to them. Directions like this one are
treating
seen
it
as
out
what's
Alexander
normal,
Lukashenko.
no matter what the person says
At
or
a
not
certain
be your
point, I was
boyfriend.
just like,
I mean, I guess
Alexander Lukashenko doesn't think about me nearly as much as I
which
think
case
about him.
karma can be your boyfriend,
Which is
to
a shame.
Buddhists,
And I was
karma
like,
connects your
okay, so
actions
it's
to a system of cause and
Russia
effect that ultimately
and
impact the ways that
Belarus,
ends cycle
they're
of
like,
samsara.
right
Some
now
of the
anyway, they're
Hungarian
like,
trends
some
for
weird
believing
war
that the good
words.
karma they create
I
in
think
life
Belarus was
can be
saying,
passed on to
here's
their dead
a 10
relatives in order to help
shield
them inch closer to it. Finally, the third jewel of Buddhism
and
is
then
the Sangha, which refers to the
like,
monks and nuns who continue to spread
I
Buddhist
can't
teaching.
remember these.
In a wider sense, the Sangha can also refer to the larger community of all
And
people
so
who
I
take
was like,
refuge in
I was,
Buddha and the Dharma.
talking to the French office, and he's like, well, like, what do you think is going to happen?
As the Buddhist teaching spread to other
Are
parts
they
of the
gonna
world, lots
fight
of
or
small
whatever?
differences emerged, and eventually war started,
aren't they?
leading
He's
to
like,
two
research
major
it,
branches
find
we
out
have
why.
today, Theravada Buddhism and Mahayana
so,
Buddhism.
Just kept reading more and more, and then you find out that like
the lineage
the energy infrastructure of
and it's the largest branch in Southeast Asia. Theravada is based on the Pali Canon, a collection of texts in the Pali
there's
language
oil there,
considered
but
to be the earliest
unproven,
records
so
of
it takes
Buddhist
years and
teaching.
years for them to
Meanwhile,
actually get
Mahayana
to it.
Buddhism is a variety of texts
The
not found
constraint
in the Pali
is they
Canon,
certainly
written
can't
in a
break
number
away
of
from it. They
languages,
can't
including
go
Sanskrit,
have a war
Tibetan,
with
and
Russia.
Chinese.
So
The different
why are they
sub-branches of
having this
Mahayana
public
Buddhism
war?
value a
And at
variety
that
of
point, that's when
bodhisattvas,
real
beings who are able
analysis
to achieve
happens.
nirvana but
Is
intentionally
you're
delay
looking
it,
at
sticking it out on
what is
earth to help
actually going
alleviate
on
suffering for
when
others,
you know what
much
the
like
constraints
for
are.
himself. And within Mahayana
And
Buddhism,
so
we find
that was kind
another
of the
branch,
training
Tibetan
area for
Buddhism,
me.
one of the most
It was
well-known
just like,
thanks to the
write a
Dalai
book
Lama,
about that.
globally recognized
So
figure.
I wrote a book
Buddhists and
on it, figure out.
non-Buddhists all over the world
So,
found
nothing.
wisdom.
Yeah, and that's the other great thing about one of the wonderful things about learning about political analysis is like most of the time the world is not burning down. Like most of the things don't mean a lot. I had the best example of this was one day a colleague of mine sent me about Tajikistan.
Like the limbs of the Bodhi
The
tree
guy had blown
itself,
up in Tajikistan,
and all of them
and
together
she's
make
like,
up
what
the
do you
song.
think of this?
So the path to enlightenment isn't as straightforward as it might seem. Ways of doing Buddhism and following the middle way are varied, from spinning the prayer wheel at a temple to living a life of chosen simplicity. To saying a mantra to help the mind, and so much more.
blow himself up. Like that's like, yeah. Sometimes people just accidentally blow themselves up. Sometimes that's just totally geopolitically irrelevant. And depending on how you look at the world, that could be very comforting or very not. Because it could mean that nothing is significant if you worry about anything, or it could mean that the most mundane thing is deeply significant if you worry about anything. So, I mean, for me anyway, at that time when I was doing that work, I was the opposite. So, as I was doing that work and in the I started out the book writing that I was analyzing an Islamic State beheading. I was trying to sort of like impress the boss. It had cropped up at some point. I think it came out in the Islamic State. But yeah, if it's just a regular video, then we start talking about the normal stuff. You know, that this one specifically was in Farsi. So it wasn't in Arabic. And the people who were being beheaded were in uniforms anyway of popular mobilization units who are Shia-backed or Iran-backed Shia militias that operate in Iraq. I was watching the video to see if there was a way of determining that this was definitely Islamic State message to Iraq, right? And as I was watching this thing, and realizing that I was finding myself becoming more and more paranoid and liking the world and that's the ones that were warfare, I was realizing that there's no way for me to actually determine this, right? Because, yeah, like you can put those uniforms on anybody, you can put that insignia on anybody. So does it mean something could happen tomorrow? Like, is the Islamic State now rolls the tanks into Iran? Or not tanks, like, you know, the Toyota Hiluxes? Like, are they gonna do that? Like, probably not, but it was like, that was the only thing that I had to analyze that day. You know, you get all these cryptic phone calls,
several countries justified their forced assimilation and Christian conversion of native peoples based on the so-called
and by the end of my brief, they were like, well, that's irrelevant. So like I had, you know, in my article in Los Angeles, I spent the morning watching beheading videos and it was religion. Like my coffee shop wasn't even open. Yeah, and so like I remember like looking at that, you know, because I definitely had like I leaned into the stereotype, like I'd go along my room. It never really got to normal status. It's like, oh, I'm yawning, but it never like showed everything that was like fluorescent grassy. I know, I wish I had a picture. But yeah, I was looking at all the maps on the wall and I did a lot of traveling before I love stuff. I like liking the world. And I realized as I was looking at now, after, you know, a couple of months of just reading how the world was tearing itself apart, that I really not only just liked the world, but and that was not a great headspace to be in. And at the same time, I was also like the worst person to sit next to a bar because I just feel like, oh, you know about the range of that missile? You heard about this World War I treaty? It's like that nobody wants to sit next to that guy at a bar. Right. So like I had to make a change. And unfortunately I got fired like a month later. So I was, but while I was looking at the Middle East, I did some you know, the Kurds and Iraq Afghanistan work is enormous force and the United States out of northeastern Iraq. And so they were using this political capital that they had at the time, this was 2017, to launch a referendum on ethics from right? And so I had been reading about this area and
which is the
of
humans
all of
are
the
the only
stories that
spiritual beings
you
bopping
read
around
in
the
the news,
universe.
it's so
And that can
rare
make us start
that
to
you
think
find
differently
one where
about
you're like,
rivers and a lot of other things.
and it's
Like in
and it's
Mesoamerican
exciting,
traditions,
where you're
there's
like, this
the
is an
novel
independence
or guardian
movement. Not only
spirit
is it
linked to
an
a person
independence
from
movement,
birth, usually
but it's
taking the shape of an
one
animal.
that's done
Often,
through
whatever happens to a person's novel,
basically democratic
good or bad,
means.
is
Like
believed to
it's
shape
a
the
new
course of
country
that
that could
person's life.
potentially
And
vote
in many
itself
indigenous
into
African
existence.
traditions, diverse spirits are
And so as
viewed
I
as
started
active
researching it, I was
forces
like,
that like
and
do
you know,
things
as
in
I've
the
done
world, like
watching
taking
the
ancient
videos,
Vodou with roots tracing back to
it's
West
like,
and Central Africa,
you know,
and
because
communities of
anytime you
enslaved
lose a
people
job,
forced
you're
to
like,
work on
oh man,
Caribbean
well, if I could do
plantations
anything
starting
in the
in
world,
the
what would I do?
16th century.
And I
Vodou
was like, I
recognizes
want to
each
go
one
see
of
the
the
referendum
different
on
spirits
independence
called
in Erbil
Wa, spirits
in
of
Iraqi
water,
Kurdistan.
love,
And so like I
dreams,
googled
death.
jobs in Iraqi Kurdistan,
Law are the
and I
spirits
found
that people can have a
a job as a
personal
third grade
relationship
teacher.
with, unlike the higher
And
God.
so like
People
2 weeks
can't
later,
vote.
I had a ticket to Northern
The
Ireland.
law are so insensitive,
Yeah,
in fact,
teaching what
that
English.
venerating
I was basically third and fourth grade. In the book I call it the Kurdistan International School, but it's a Lebanese school system
Vodou
called Salvis.
practitioners liken the experience to
And they,
becoming
you know,
a
put me up,
force.
gave me
The
an
law
apartment,
is
and,
right.
you know,
Then there's the
maybe
importance of
okay for
kinship,
the
those
area.
bonds we
But it was
form with each other that
third
bring
grade,
structure
fourth grade,
and order to our social
social
and spiritual
studies,
lives. To many
homeroom,
people in
and
the Nyagahaga or Mohawk tradition,
by yourself.
kinship is seen as something you do, not
I mean,
just a status.
there were other international
You take
teachers
care
at
of
the
your
school, but
kid,
yeah,
your kid
just
takes
went
care
out
of
there,
you,
and
that kinship
that was like a
extends to the
great
places
way
where
to
you live and every
basically
event we
start
trying
trying
many
to
indigenous African
figure
traditions,
out
that
about,
sense of
you know, trying to
reciprocity
start writing
also
about
extends to
things
ancestor spirits who are
where
thought to
it wasn't the
occupy a
world tearing
separate
itself
realm from
apart,
the
but
living,
it
but are
was
still
actually new
linked
things
to
being
us. When
created.
ancestor spirits are honored with offerings,
But
those
of course that
spirits
didn't
help
actually
move
end
things
up
come to
happening
their living kin.
for the
And
Kurds
some indigenous
in
Hawaiians contend
Iraqi
that
Kurdistan.
everything humans
So
and
while I was
plants
there,
die
I
shares
was
the kinship.
obviously
Ancestor
teaching,
spirits
but I
known
was
as
also
Rabbbi
meeting
are
other
viewed as
journalists
guardians
and
for their
talking to
descendants,
NGO
often
workers.
taking the form of an animal such as a lizard or
Make great friends
owl or
with some
eagle
of
or
the
shark.
locals.
It's not that kinship is a bond, even the separation of death.
Watching and waiting as
The living
this boat
call upon their ancestors through prayer, and ancestors convey
it's
their presence
amazing
known
how the city
Finally, many indigenous
Erbil
traditions
started to
hold strong
feel
connections to the
got
land, and that's going to take us back to the river story, I promise. Native American communities often use the phrase
the
since
larger
time
regional powers did not
to get such bands go. And that's
the
a
reason
very
for
deep
that because
relationship
the
to place
church
and also
is the largest
time,
stateless
than
group
me
of
saying
35 million Kurds.
years ago.
They're
And with any luck, may not
they're
this
spread
200 years
across
from
in
now.
one sort of unbroken band across from the Zagros Mountains
So this
in
since time
Iran and
immemorial is
Iraq,
why indigenous
all the way
people
to
but a place. We began this
that's a
episode
big
describing
looking
people
Kurdish,
of the
the
land
Kurdish
and how
nationalism.
the
Yeah.
that word
And
figure
so,
means
yeah, the
land,
notable
but it
Kurdish
also
dynasties,
means
shout out to
placenta,
Saladin the Great.
that nourishes a fetus
He
before birth.
is
So when the
he
Maori
was
called
the
themselves
leader of the
nothing
Ayyubid
but
dynasty.
looking
So
upon
was
to the land,
yeah, so
it's like a
where
mother
did
child. At the same time, the
they
Maori
were
other
a nomadic
indigenous people
person
often
group
find
that
themselves
was,
from the
I mean,
ancestral
you know,
lands
they're
Many
originally
also
from
have
the
traditional
Zagros
practices
Mountains area,
restricted
right?
by government nation states that don't always recognize their
So I've
beliefs as
heard
legitimately
that, and
religious,
sometimes,
much less
like,
legal.
I don't know if this is just like a general reading of it. I've heard that it relates to tent dwellers, so nomadic
For
tribe people.
centuries, indigenous people have
But
lived now
I
Mexico and
didn't
the
include that
southwestern United
specifically in my
States,
book because
including in their traditional medicine
basically. So this is the
By the end of the
flag
19th
of
century,
Iraqi
dozens of
Kurdistan,
Great
and
Plains
it's
tribes
important.
adopted
Yeah,
peyote to their
it's
own
important to
traditional
understand
practices,
too
and a
that
movement called the Native
there
American
are
Church formed around
many
an ethic of
different
kinship
Kurdish
and taking
governments, Kurdish
peyote as a
languages,
sacrament. But federal and
and
state
Kurdish
governments,
groups that are
churches, and
contained
even some
within
tribal
the
groups
larger
didn't
areas
consider
of the world
peyote
we consider
ceremonies
Kurdistan, or
religious.
certainly
Decades of
Kurds.
legal battles ensued, and it
So
wasn't
there
until
are,
1994
you know,
that amendment to the American Indian
there's a Kurdish region of Iran, there's a Kurdish region of Turkey, there's a Kurdish region of northeastern Syria, and also
So
Iraq.
indigenous people have
Each
had to fight to
has
gain recognition
ostensibly
for
different governmental
practices
systems,
respected
and even
working
sometimes different
within the
languages.
confines
So
of the Western
Kurdish languages.
concept
So
of
in Iraq,
religion. But at the same time,
Kurdistan,
they've often
they speak
drawn
a
upon
language
their
called
unique
Sorani. But
perspectives
you
to
also
find
have
creative solutions to legal
Kurmanji, which
challenges.
is a
And
majority.
that brings us us back to the Wampanoag River. In the
And
Maori
one of the
traditional
reasons
view,
that the
the
Greek
river
empires
has a
don't
life
want
force
any sort
inextricable
of
from their
independence
own lives, which is often expressed through the saying,
Kurdistan
I am
is
the
that
river,
they'll
and the
animate
river is
independence
me.
movements
When the
in
river
these
is
other countries
disrespected, like
to Turkey doesn't want Kurdish independence movement to happen within its borders. So this red area, this is the disputed area between Iraq and Kurdistan, which is the green, and then the dispute area is in the red there. And so while I was there, the Kurdish referendum on independence happened, but immediately Baghdad was like, hey, these people aren't independent, and you're also not taking care of them. So the reason that Kirkuk was short people is the majority, a huge amount of oil comes out of Kirkuk. Okay. Back in the day, Saddam Hussein was like, okay, too many Kurds in my oil land, so I got a bunch of Arabs up there, and but he terrorized the area. So that he would have, which part of Africa? Right there. That's where it was teaching third grade. Erbil. Yeah, okay, you're in Erbil. Oh, well, that's the green zone right here. Correct. Why is that green? What does that say on the bottom? So that's the area of the Kurdistan Regional Government. Okay, got it. So it's an autonomous region within Iraq. Recognize this region that Rabbbi, leave it alone. I mean, yeah, there's to an extent, yeah. It's kind of like similar to how sort of like Russians were there. And there's a differentiation in government. Definitely. Yeah. So there is a government that is run independently, but it has direct relationships with Baghdad. It's under control. And so when they tried to vote themselves independent in 2017, Baghdad reasserted its control and decided to basically go to have a small war over Kirkuk with the Kurdish fighters to ensure that Kurdistan, the Iraqi Kurdistan, never took the oil producing region with them. And so at the same time, Iraq basically said, okay, also all your airports belong to us and we're shutting down your airspace. And, at this point I was sort of early on in wanting to write about unrecognized nations, but I didn't realize that in my book wasn't going to just be about Iraqi Kurdistan. That's what I thought it was. But then I decided to leave Iraqi Kurdistan because my girlfriend was a Fulbright scholar in the area. So what the school had told me was like, okay, well, if you leave, you might not be able to come back in because you certainly can't come in through the air because
Make it right, you bitch.
So I was like, okay, I'll leave
How is this motherfucker still here?
State bus across the border, and then we fly from this place called Siraj, I don't know if that's how it's pronounced, in eastern Turkey. So yeah, I went across the border, and then, my girlfriend at the time, and then we decided to just go back to Turkey for New Year's because I was like, okay, well, I have to go back through Turkey overland anyway to get back to Iraq. I have my apartment there, my friend there. And so there's a great train that you can take from Sofia, Bulgaria to Istanbul. They take that train. And, they take us off the train at 3 o'clock in the morning. Get passports. Give me my passport. And they start looking at us a little funny. And they're like, where do you live? And then my girlfriend, Savannah, was in Bulgaria. She's very small. And I massively said, Kurdistan. And immediately I fell. And so they took both of us, and I got a 2-hour interrogation from the Turkish authorities. What they thought was that I was some kind of political agent, either operating on behalf of the United States or operating on behalf of the KKK or the Kurdish Party. Because, frankly, this was good. New York Times shit, CIA. United States today. They absolutely none of them seem seemed too shadowy to me. Yeah. So it's one of my legs a little bit. It just was, I don't know. I didn't know if it was an offensive or not. But I crossed my leg, like just like crossed my leg. And dude hit my leg. He was like, oh shit. I guess this is real. And so he's like, so you work for KJ, you work for CIA, like, who do you work on? Like, dude, I'm a third grade teacher. I'm trying to write a book about recognized church. See, I know, and that's the worst part. And then they Googled me, and then they found all the writing that I had done for the previous geopolitical forecasting company, which is a lot of stuff about Turkey. And they were like, let me see your camera. Just previously been to a rally, like an independence rally, Iraqi Kurdistan. So like, the whole memory card was just nothing but like hyper-nationalistic Kurdism. Like, yeah, it's like, I was thinking two things basically at the same time. I was like, one, like, how mad is it to be at me for getting us kicked out of Turkey, or two, am I going to Turkey prison tonight? Municipalities now? Of what?
Hold on, man. That's my crypto broker. I gotta go. I need to stop answering those numbers. The point is, Jewish identity
Conflict.
Some Jewish people feel more
I should say I never really went into the tertiary Turkey for the research for my book, right? And I haven't been in that Turkey since because they banned I'm straight up banned still. How did that happen? They handed you some papers and said you're banned. Right after they interrogated you, and they said, I think we were on the border of we'll still have a picture of the papers you can pull up. I don't know how many now. I'll try to find them. What happened to that? No, I don't think so. I actually tried to go back one more time. Oh, really? Yeah, well, because we thought it was some kind of, we thought that there was a formula because there was some sort of antagonism between the United States and Turkey at that time, and we thought maybe this was not that big of a deal. Because that's really big deal. So they had me come through Turkey. I can fly through Turkey, but as far as I know, I haven't tried airport. Yeah, I haven't tried to go that big sense. But yeah, they kind of left us at the border of Bulgaria and Turkey, and we're like, okay, well, walk. It's December, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning in Bulgaria, so fortunately, tablets coming through the border. That was coming through because there were casinos on the other side. This absolutely insane guy named small town called Medium Gravity. But at that point, I'm just like, oh shit, here goes a book. And this was also my thesis project. I was getting my master's degree in writing from Oxford. So I was like, this totally torpedoed my whole book. And also, I lost all of it. I had my apartment, I lost my job. I'm starting from ground zero here, and this is not looking good. So I was like, okay, well, I've got to continue on this journey of unrecognized countries. There are other unrecognized countries. So what if I just make my mind to go to other unrecognized nations that be sort of open times for them? And so I decided recently to go back to Kosovo. So Kosovo is have a lot of bad Serbian listeners right now. According to the Serbs, Serbia, according to over 100 nations in Europe and around the world, Kosovo is its own independent nation. So when Yugoslavia fell, Kosovo fought a war to break apart from Serbia. Actually, it's pretty geopolitical. There's a lot of things happening in northern Kosovo as well as Kosovo and Serbia. Yeah, so Yugoslavia broke up, and Serbia, Kosovo, and Albania. So Albania was never a part of Yugoslavia, but Montenegro, Northern Macedonia, Kosovo,
So besides the written Torah, there's also the oral Torah, which, despite its name, has also been written down for a very long time. The
So
oral
all of
Torah
Serbia
is
is
the
the ones
whole
that
body of Jewish
were
teachings,
massacring
law,
everybody, right?
practices,
Yeah, so it was a
interpretations, passed down
Serbian,
alongside the written
yeah, it
Torah.
was the
That all
Serbian
sounds a
led,
little
it was
counterintuitive
under a guy
until
named
you hear about the two
Slobodan
guys who started it.
And so, yeah, there we go.
There once lived two rabbis, Shimon
Yeah, right.
and strict fiery.
So the reason for that dotted line around Kosovo is because it's not recognized by
Despite their
everybody.
differences, the two rabbis actually
Right?
agreed on most
And so
things,
I
but
was
they
there for
each
the
had their own
10-year
schools of
anniversary
Torah
of
where they
Kosovo.
made Shammai the more strict
So,
and made Hillel
In,
the lenient.
and
And
you
as
know,
those schools
oftentimes
grew, so
countries
did the
don't
hot
recognize
takes on the
Kosovo
finer
because
points
they
of
have a
Jewish
close
law,
relationship
like
with
is it
Serbia,
okay to
or
divorce?
because they
And
have their
Shammai
own
said,
independencies
in
that
serious
are within
cases,
their
Hillel
countries
said,
that
sure, for
weirdly
lots of
Spain
reasons,
doesn't
from
recognize
infidelity to
because
intentionally
they
observe sport. Or is it okay to tell a white lie? Beit Shammai
So
said,
it looks a little bit strange for them to
means
say,
telling a woman
hey,
she
yeah,
doesn't
we
look
recognize
beautiful
your
at her wedding.
independence, but
Beit Hillel said, every woman looks beautiful at her
right?
wedding. You
So,
think she doesn't?
so
No, you don't.
when you're building a
For
country,
centuries, the two
essentially
schools
boils
debated
down
marriage
to
laws,
declaration
holy days,
and
and
recognition.
everything in
So you
between.
can
And
declare
around
a
the year
country all you
200
want. In
CE,
fact, I just saw
rabbis started writing these opinions
some
down
DJ
and
in
writing down
the
opinions about
California
those
desert
opinions, so
decided
that
to
two
declare his own
perspectives would
country
literally
called
circle
Slow
each other on
Jamistan.
the page. This
So
is the
yeah, look up
confidence
Slow
that became
Jamistan.
known as the Dome.
Slow Jamistan. So he's declared it was this. That's Southern California. Oh,
Thanks,
that's
Bob. So
perfect.
today,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Talmud
Joshua
is
Tree.
the most comprehensive collection
There we go.
of world tour with over
The Republic of Slow Jamistan.
words
That's
laying
right,
out
man.
opinions on how to interpret Jewish laws. And add another wrinkle, when Jews talk
Travel
about the Torah, they often
advisory
mean
on
both
American
the written
travel
and the oral Torah. That dual Torah is the source of Jewish rituals, holidays, and customs today, including practices like wearing a wearing called the kippah, circumcising
so
baby boy
they're-
every Friday at sunset.
They're not the exception to
Because
the
there are
rule.
ways to interpret
This
the
is-
laws
this
of the
is,
dual Torah,
you know,
the
this is
debates that
accepted.
started back with
But
Shammai
at
and
the
Hillel
time when like
continue today around
group of
questions
violent revolutionaries decided to meet in a bar,
is it okay
you know,
to
like,
refrain
yeah, it was
from
probably a
creating
pretty
fires
goofy
today?
time, but
The
it ended up
answers
working
depend
where
on
I
how
think
to
gaining
Jewish laws
recognition.
in general.
Not only
Are
could
they
they
meant to be
generate
wavering,
sentiments with
flexible,
government, but they could
or
generate
somewhere in
consent
between?
amongst
Ask
other
three different
countries
Jewish
to say
people,
yes
and
to
you
it.
might get three
And
or
that's the
different
thing
answers.
that
Preachers of Judaism have
the
sprung
right
from these
Kurdistan was missing in
interpretations on
Serbia.
the by the book
They
end of
needed
the spectrum
support
when it comes to keeping
to
Shabbat,
help us fight
following
the Islamic
dietary
State. They armed them enough to do that,
at an
but
Orthodox
not
synagogue,
enough to fight
men
back
and women
against
worship in
Baghdad
separate
to have
spaces.
a
Men
revolution
can be rabbis,
within
a child is Jewish only if their mom is Jewish. Also, there's no pushing an elevator button on Shabbat, but you can
well, we
want to stop and
for a while
automatically. And in
in
places with
San
large
Antonio
like New
called
York City
Operation
and
Provide
Jerusalem,
Comfort, which is
some
called a
elevators are
fly
designed to
zone
do exactly
over
that.
Iraq, and this
On the
was
opposite
to
end of the spectrum,
help
there's
the help the Kurdish
the most
population along the
progressive
border
branch
who
and
were
the most
fleeing
common
Assad
evidence
and
today,
Saddam
which
Hussein.
views the oral
So
Torah as
we
divinely
had a close
inspired
relationship
to a
with them,
definitely human
but
being.
you know,
Reform
we are
Jews think
constrained by
traditional laws
our
like the House
relationship
built
with
long
Turkey
ago that
and with
needs to
federal
pay its
rights.
current
So
occupants. So
that
in
we
Reform
would never actually
Judaism, men
support
and
it.
women worship together,
Right. At least
women
that,
can be rabbis,
yeah,
as long
okay,
as one
that's my
parent is
understanding of
Jewish,
it.
the child
You know,
is Jewish too. Whether or not you push an elevator button on Shabbat is
well,
okay.
look, nobody consulted
You have
me as to whether or not
conservative
like they
which
should support
holds
Kurdish
tradition
independence.
and
I
change
was
as its
the
motto.
you know,
So there's
Jewish
reverence for the
structure to
old
it.
ways of tracing
Kurdish.
Jewish
Let's take a
ancestry,
break. 8-year-old.
but openness to people's needs now.
We're
Women
both
can be
living right
rabbis
now.
and worship
Then
alongside
it's Bob
conservative synagogues, and while using electricity
so I
on
was in,
Shabbat is still discouraged, rabbis made an exception for permitting live stream services in light of the pandemic.
unrecognized
Other
bars,
groups with their own
not Lincoln-esque
interpretations,
bars, but bars
reconstructions to prioritize learning from the past,
So I was
but finding
in
what's meaningful now.
Mitrovica,
People who
which
say
is
I'm
this area in Kosovo. So this area in Kosovo, which is like disputed between the Serbs and the majority Albanian population. I should say that the majority of Kosovo is Albanian and Albanian speaking, but there are other ethnic minorities that live there. Serbs that live there. Right. Yeah, there it is. And so I wanted to go up there because, I mean, look, I'm an American. And I live in Albania. So that's certainly my point of view. Because America sort of led charge data bombing campaign that stopped Milosevic. And so I'm Albanian, so I'm massively biased towards that point of view. And so I was working on this book, I was like, well, I went up to northern Mitrovica, and there's this bridge that crosses over a river. It's called the Ivar River, and it's sort of patrolled by all of these crews sometimes in parking areas. I was like, well, I need to cross the bridge and we can go, like, to somebody. Just over from the side of us, just from my own, like, nationalistic conceptions, to the side of them. Because I know for a fact, and I know for a fact that the Serbs do not belong to America because they're Catholic. In fact, the Fonda building was a Catholic monument, right? And so, feeling yourself change, how do you feel in a place based off of how other people are perceiving you? Like, that's kind of the essence of the illusion of statecraft, right? I'm just crossing a bridge. Like, nothing's changed, but everything's changed about my brain. Suddenly, I feel it. And so, I cross the bridge, and, kind of doing what I usually do as a travel writer, which is just make friends. Right. And so I go to this bar, except they don't help you. Hire me. CIA, what's up? Not doing anything. Except for my book. You're not here. Travel services that don't exist. CIA recommended. So I go to this coffee shop, and I'm kind of just sitting there having a drink and smoking a cigarette. My man business are also trying to make friends. And at some point, this guy looks over to me and he's like, "You Balkan?" And says it in what do you think? Well, you drink like a Russian, you smoke like a Turkey, you look like a Jew.
These ways of being Christian might not look like what someone in money used to see, but they represent some of the fastest
so I'm like, hey, can I buy you a drink? He's like, a Muslim. No, but you can buy me a coffee. I'm like, cool, man. So we start chatting, and the Muslims don't drink. I mean, some do, but obviously more Orthodox Muslims don't drink because it's haram to them. And he was. And so it was a fascinating conversation with the guy. He's Muslim, right? And so a part of Milosevic's genocide was Muslim non-boys, like the Srebrenica massacre was a horrifying massacre in Bosnia, and yet there I have a Bosniak guy sense to me.
Trances that match
You know, playing
positive that God
although
elders
you're
rejected
not
some teachings
you
as
would understand
Trump's
that. Like, no, I'm not. Like, no. He's like, look, I speak Serbian.
At a time when the
I
U.S.
have
was
the same
deeply
religion
segregated
as
along
many of the
racial lines,
Albanians.
Sebring
I even speak
welcomed
Albanian.
people of every class
But
and race,
I
from
know
white professors
that
to black
and I grew up in
workers.
Yugoslavia.
This
But I
event,
know I'm
which
not
eventually
Albanian
became known as the
because
Street
my
Revival,
father was
was a
Slavic.
significant
And
launch point
certainly
for
I'm
the modern
Slavic, but
Pentecostal
I know I'm not Serbian.
faith.
I
Also,
know I'm
let's
not
talk about
Croatian.
denominations, right? My favorite joke. Once
I'm
I saw a
like,
guy
okay,
waiting
so
for a bus. He looked sad. Sad.
Actually,
It's great. Please preach it on Northern Baptist. He said Northern Baptist Eastern region.
another
And I
group
said to him,
European
pushed to the front of the
different
cars in advance
Bosniaks,
with scriptures
and
we
they all had
discussed on a
different
given
national
Sunday.
characters.
Pentecostal
So
services
when
tend to be very
Yugoslavia
spontaneous.
fell
The
apart,
idea is
they
that God
divided
himself
along
might take the
cultural
worship
lines.
experience in
And so
surprising
he understood
directions.
himself religious
It
beliefs
includes both
and
the Old
also who
Testament,
he
also
said
known
he
as the
was.
Hebrew Bible,
And so at that point I was like, okay,
Christianity is often
well, you're right,
described as a
definitely
creedal
not
religion, which means many of
and
its members
maybe I would
emphasize
understand it a little bit better if I
This
didn't
is
grow up in
different
Southern
from
California.
other religion like Buddhism.
And then
Buddhism, where the
too,
way you act in the world
was
is
it
more
like,
important
you
than
know,
what you
living
believe.
in
But
a
even
Serbian
that
city
is
after there was
complicated.
this,
In fact, there was a whole constant
she's like, well, you
reformation
wanna,
about it. But tens of
you wanna
billions of
see,
Christians recite the creeds
how
of their faith
church
every
streets
Sunday,
all
like
down?
the Nicene Creed,
Yeah, he's
which,
like,
among
you
other
go to the
things,
funeral.
states we believe in one God,
Okay,
the Father,
you want to
Almighty,
jump to one
maker
tomorrow?
of heaven and
I'm
earth,
like,
of
what?
all things visible
And he's
and
like,
invisible.
yeah,
And because
like,
beliefs
who
are so
died? He's like, my
important in
mother.
Christianity,
Like,
small creed often
okay,
determine
yeah, I'll come here. And it wasn't like a
now that
funeral.
came in a big way
And
in
so, like,
2023,
I
when
was like,
around
yeah, I'll
a quarter of
totally,
United
so
Methodist
staying on the
churches
Albanian side of
West
the
went to
bridge.
the United Methodist
Decided to come my way.
transforming attitudes toward
So,
a denomination
but yeah, totally.
Methodist Church had emerged the year before in
Um,
response to United
so
Methodist
I,
increasing acceptance of
and
gay and
it
transgender
was
members,
experience too,
including
because I was like,
proposals to
okay,
rule out gay marriage.
yesterday I felt like all this anxiety about me crossing
Methodist Church contended that the debate over the
and like
LGBTQ
them
votes
are
represented
going
deeper
to
creedal disagreement, deep enough to
think badly
split
of
the
me
church
because
in
I'm
two
so
in what's known
squarely
as a schism.
on the opposite
And that's
side.
just one example of how Christianity,
Damn
like
right.
all religions,
But that are like bringing
which
something
denomination
that
you're
is
part
like
of
real
affects what
Christianity.
type of rituals
So I went
and
over to an
practices
Albanian
you
bakery and
participate
got
in,
some
or
awful
which version at least is baptism. For a Catholic, baptism is just a few drops of water sprinkled on it that's intended to purify and welcome them into the church community. For Baptists, it could be a
And so
dip
I
into
walked
a
across
river
and,
or a church
you
baptismal
know,
pool,
and
which
sort of
usually
sat
occurs
with his
only when
family
you're
is,
old enough
and
to decide
you know,
to
it was
accept Christ into your
I
life
don't know if that's
forever.
a typical
Which is to say
Bosniak place, but we all just sort of
Whereas
like
in my
sat
church, you don't
around
get confirmed
and
until you're
kind
much
of like
older and
held
more ready to
silence
make long-term
his mother who
lifetime
passed.
decisions.
After a
When you're
little bit, he was like,
In
well,
truth, we find differences even among pretty
So
universal
we went
Christian
outside
practices.
and he was like,
Some
let
branches
me
of
show you
Christianity, like
what so he goes over to this sort of like
liturgical
dance,
system, which
and
follows
it's
specific
sort of staple
patterns,
to
recitation of the Lord's Prayer, the taking of bread and wine,
the area.
may or may
He's
not
like
be
the
the literal
green
blood
one
of
is
Christ,
because
depending on your
Jesus.
perspective. But many evangelical churches
As you
have
can see,
services
you
that
know,
might
this
include
house is
motivational,
full of
thematic
stuff,
reenactments or an extended
we're
concert
trying
of
to
contemporary praise
like
bands.
at a certain
And
point,
figures from the Bible, different
don't care about
mythologies
that.
are involved. Most Catholics revere the Virgin Mary, the mother
then
of Jesus,
I had
and
a
Mexican
similar
Catholics
conversation
honor Our
with
Lady
a
of Guadalupe,
Muslim
an indigenous
who
version of
was
Mary whose
like
image
a
is
Bulgar's
believed to
hero
miraculously appear on a cloak
in
in the 1800s. Another version may be
during
is
the
crucial to Christian
war.
traditions in India and Pakistan.
And
based on
I asked him, you know, was
another
time
But
that
if
he
you go
sort of
one
felt
common
this like,
figure system,
I mean,
when he goes by the name
this be released on July
To us
5th.
Christians, Jesus is
And
wrapped up in this
Americans have this sort of, like, at least I do, I think, let me speak for myself, but I had this sort of, like, assumption
Jesus is seen as one of three persons
that, like,
made
at the
one
point
God.
that
The
the
other two
Declaration of
being God
Independence
the
was
Father and
signed,
God
you know,
the
the flag is
And the really
waving, like,
special
there's
thing
this,
about
like,
Jesus compared to the other two
glorious
persons
elation
is that he
that,
was
like,
like
we have
a
a country
person
and
who
we
walked
did it.
the earth. Historians can
And I think
vouch
that
that
might
Jesus
actually
of
fit.
Nazareth was an
Because I
apocalyptic
asked him
prophet
about
living
that,
in
like,
the
was
Middle
there
East
ever this
who was
point
executed by the
of
Romans
like,
around 30 CE.
you know, absolute joy that
Apocalyptic in this
you
sense
want?
means an unveiling of
No,
the truth.
because then you have
The
to build
prophet
it.
is a person who's in touch
Yeah,
with the
you
divine
want it, but,
directly
like,
and shares a message
you have
with
to build
humanity.
it.
So
You have to build
essentially,
these
the followers of
now.
Jesus believed
You have to
he
do
was
all the
sharing the
hard work. You have
divine
to clean
truth.
up all the buildings. You have
So
to
what was this
you have to
truth?
help
Well,
them
during
prepare the
his years of
shattered
trial,
lives.
Jesus
You have
professed
to
that
deal
humans must
multiply with the
repent of their
genocide.
sins, that is,
There was no
acknowledge and
moment
turn
of
away
elation.
from them.
I was like,
He
so
taught
when,
practical morality, commanding
you know,
that the
when
last
does
shall be treated as first, and that the poor are
what is the work
especially
of
blessed. And
building
he
a
performed
nation
miracles, healing
actually
the sick,
stop?
including
And
those
the
stigmatized by
is like,
disease
well,
like
there's a
leprosy, and
graveyard
feeding the hungry.
on the
He also
border of
taught that
Albania and
God would
Kosovo.
triumph over
Their
evil
work stuff.
permanently sometime in the
They don't
future,
do it.
leading to a kingdom of
But the rest
God.
of us,
But of
we're
course,
still
this rise of the
creating.
new kingdom did not sit particularly well with the
And
Romans,
I
who
went
were
back to
pretty
Kosovo
keen on the
fairly
current
recently,
kingdom.
and I was
And
there
after
for my
a famous
50th year
betrayal by one of his
anniversary.
followers, Judas Iscariot,
And
Jesus was
I
executed
talked to
by
Serb
crucifixion.
and
But according to the New Testament and the
Albanian
Bible, he
coast
didn't
parts. Of
stay
course, there
dead
are
for
there are
long.
other
3 days later, he was resurrected
minority groups there
before
as well.
eventually
There's
ascending to
Tom
heaven.
Yats.
Jesus' early followers sharing his stories, and
there.
over time, gatherings known
But
as
I remember one
churches
certain
formed,
guy,
which grew in size and
the
complexity.
docent
Those early teachings shaped Jesus' life, death, and
And it's like this
resurrection
sort of
into a broader narrative
Serbian
about the
majority
salvation
in
of all
Kosovo.
humanity. His death came to
And,
be taught as the
you know,
ultimate
I'm
sacrifice in
in
which Jesus
a
gave
Serbian
his life
monastery,
to
and
repent
immediately
of
have
the
to learn
sins
from.
of everyone
Kind of
on
surprised me, and
earth.
normally it's
In
like,
this way, he was positioned as a bridge between
you know,
God
so
and
it's the
humans, allowing us to be part
but I
of
was like
God's
in the United
kingdom
States,
in heaven.
and
And even from those earliest days, Jesus'
And
followers
so,
believed
you know,
he would come back
you know, like,
someday to put an end to evil
right,
forever. Many
yeah,
communities today preach about
like,
this eventual
those
second
statue
coming of
of Bill
Jesus and what it will mean for the world.
Really?
Now, this
Yeah, he
folklore
has a
story
really
is
big hands.
combined
You
with a
can find
variety of other
the
stories
statue
in the
of
Christian
Bill Clinton.
Bible.
Wanted to
Many
have a
Christians
statue of
study the
because
Bible
he was
extensively
the
to try to
he was the sort
understand
of leading
more
force in
about
the
God,
bombing campaign
Jesus, and
against
how they should live.
against
Millions of people across
Bill
the world
Clinton. Oh yeah, he
practice
could have been
Christianity,
91, right?
whether
Yeah.
in a mega church in
Oh no,
Nigeria,
later it was
Coptic Orthodox
oh
Church in
shit, look
Cairo,
at that.
the
Yeah.
Circle of a
Now
dozen
Bill.
silent
There he
Quakers
is.
in Pennsylvania, or
Yeah,
in
they also have like a
in
clone shop
downtown
called Hillary.
Indianapolis. Its history has shaped not only its own course, but the
Absolutely
course
not.
of many other faiths by extension. Sometimes
But
in
you know, it's not
collaboration,
that this guy and
and
he's like
sometimes
jumped in
colonization and
this
conflict.
monastery,
What it means to be part of this
and
massive,
you know, he
influential
starts
faith
walking
is
through
different for
the
everyone.
alternate
For
history
me,
for him.
it's about
Alternate
scripture and the
history. And
light
like,
and
it's not like
sacrifice
he's
of
just sort of
Jesus
like
Christ to
spouting
bring
off
my life to me.
propaganda that
It's
he's
about trying to
like he's
reconcile
affected by
finite
this
nature
too.
of life and everything
And
we
he
see
said,
with our
and he
ability to
used this
conceive
phrase
of
where he's like,
infinity. And it's about a historical and
you know, this is
theological
half
framework
time
in which to
in the
consider the
football
great questions
It's
of
not over.
human life. Why
Yeah,
suffering
Serbia
is
is going
unjustly distributed among
going to
humans, what we owe to
Yeah.
ourselves and to others,
Syria
and
again,
how we
even
can
though
try
this
to
area
bring about a better world for the most
within
vulnerable among
Kosovo.
us.
So
But to others,
it's
in fact,
again,
for
it's like
most
that
Christians, that framework of Christianity doesn't resonate
people's
at all.
ability to
Religions are vast,
construct reality
misaligned,
around themselves
contradictory, and complementary.
and
They share is a desire to
whatever
understand
promises
what it
them.
means to live in this world and how best
So
to.
while
In our next
he
episode,
looks
we'll
around
explore the rituals, beliefs, and history
outside of the differences,
We'll see you. Thanks for watching this episode.
everything
It was filmed in our
and
studio in
sees,
Indianapolis,
you know,
Indiana. And
you
we
try to
help
offer
these nice people.
the
If you want to help keep Crash Course free for everyone forever,
he
join our
says
community.
himself, well, in the future, it's not going to be like this. In the future, it's going to be part of
I'm John Green. Crash Course Religion. So imagine you're close to
promise you either a future or a past.
around you.
The reason that they promise you will be able to
Friends, family,
so
pets,
look at Make America Great Again.
you're alone. But there's a
Cool way,
tradition
exactly.
that
Was
was
it,
responsibility.
you know, when we had this bus driving middle class after World War II because manufacturing infrastructure of the world was destroyed in Europe, and he Atlantic? Is it there?
Russian mission to International Station in 2007. He faced all these
Oh, that's who he's talking to.
as a young Muslim.
If there's this Mormon in America, and I'm certainly not right off the United States. I think the United States is great. I mean, we've done remarkable things. But to look at your own nation through only rose-colored glasses is to not actually see your nation. Every nation, like every person, contains really incredible bright parts, but also incredible. And any nation is able to elicit violent force and domination on the world has done horrifying things. And this goes all throughout it. Like that is the state of the nation. And so how people perceive that, whether or not they perceive that as greatness, that's something that political leaders use to guarantee them a future that is brighter than their current present.
Of course, this is just one aspect of it.
You know, that makes sense. You know, the
It's the
Soviet
second
Union.
largest religion in the world.
We're moving towards communism.
Practice this long
Right now, we need power for strong men
For
so that
example,
resources
election
can be
reform,
distributed.
not all
And then we'll have, you know, this fair, equitable, non-hierarchical.
Look at this West Side. Thanks to
You know, we have to do this sort of like, right. And so, political leaders are promising the future, or the important thing is they're promising something that's not immediately visible. They need your consent.
It makes me think about where we are right now, where most Americans like Trump campaign.
Yeah, nobody can deny that.
Muhammad preached the words
And
of God
I'll see the president doing that.
Many were not fans of
Having a great marketing campaign, I'm not just having a great marketing, sure.
Because
Or
that early Muslims
like they're
faced
not really
harassment
giving
and
any
persecution in Mecca. Eventually,
something
Muhammad
that
and
they
his
get
followers
that
led the
has
city,
something
traveling over
job
200
on
miles
right
to
like
Medina in a journey.
Yeah. Well, that's the Zubov in surveillance capitalism to have a right to the future
In the Christian
right?
calendar,
And so a right to the future tense is this idea that when you project your own personal identity into
the cross was written
reasonably,
down by Muhammad's
and you can
followers,
say,
it
I'll be
remains the
more
most
productive,
well-known
I'll be more wealthy, I'll be more secure, my children thriving and healthy, do that.
which some
I have many problems with this. Totally.
Now, you may have noticed that we haven't
When
actually shown
motivation
yet.
of the future becomes dimmer and darker, and it's like things are actually getting worse for you, but it looks like things are getting worse for you. Then suddenly you're going to cling to any ideology that promises you that future, even if it doesn't actually bear any resemblance to reality. Because we as human beings need,
Frankly, unlike other founding
to
figures of
feel that
Jesus or
our
Siddhartha
future
Gautama,
is going to
Muhammad
be
was
secure,
both
and has
a
a
religious
purpose.
figure
Exactly. And you can so easily pour purpose into national identity. You know, I was talking to the guy in the Serbian monastery who's
military affairs
almost 2.5 years talking about like how Serbians like reclaim this monastery that he cares so much
ever
about.
changed the landscape
But he has to believe that because it's identity is so deeply involved around him is awesome. It's so interesting to use in nations that are unrecognized or that they're building up their own national identity, or that they've won a national identity partially, or that they've won national recognition, but not throughout the entire world. United States, and see that like we've grown up in a nation where we think of that as immutable. Right? We've grown up in a nation thinking that the United States has been around, always will be around, and it's not going anywhere. And
continued to spread an area known as the Islamic starting in the 8th century. And with its surge of art, mathematics, and astronomy, breathtaking feats of architecture such as the Jerusalem during this period. Astronomers like Abdul Rahman soon began deepening our understanding of the cosmos, while mathematicians like Muhammad ibn Musa
I mean, what do you call yourself? I run this question all the time.
not easier
Like,
for me, but easier for
Americans tomorrow.
I'll be honest. On some level,
Like, what am I?
2 equals 8.
I probably still identify as American. I would be a Californian.
That's right.
I mean, I'm not Albanian. You know, would I go back to like whatever my grandparents were?
Shahada. And Muhammad is the
I
message.
don't know. I'd ask the question though of brave people. What would they do if the United States
The Shahada unites more than 2 billion Muslims around the globe and countless
the other superpowers like
Muslims respect the Shahada during important milestones and in everyday life.
Russia,
As part of the
China,
Azan,
would they, how much
prayer,
of a
and
grip
some
would
of
they
the
have on us, and how
It's also possibly the most common
much
last words
security
in
would
human
we
history
have
as
living
people often repeat the prayer as they pass away.
So
The Shahada
that's a
sums up 2 of the
super
main
interesting point of view, and I think
First,
that's
there's
super.
just
It's definitely
one
like
God, no more.
the God in Islam. Because it's like I think the things that define the American character is one of the things that defines the American character is self-determination. But on the flip side of that, the shadow of that is paradise. Right? It's like I can do what I'm doing, I'm gonna go out and make it on my own.
I'm so sick.
But going back to your point about China, I mean, I'm in no way any
How you living, pimp?
Yo, dog, did you hear me?
Like a fat kid misses cake.
Oh, yeah.
What's homie?
Who do you hate more, Grant Cardone or Ty Lopez?
I don't hate anyone.
No, I'm just saying, out of the two of them, which one do you hate the most?
I really
If
don't.
you had to choose someone to dislike,
I dislike them both equally.
that's not what the question is asking.
I recognize that. I'm very political with my answer. I would say I know less about Ty Lopez than I do Grant Cardone. So
Actually, thought about this about 2 minutes ago. And I actually like and respect Ty Lopez for a variety of reasons, but Grant Cardone seems way too much like a grifter.
all right. How has your wallet been recently? Your bag, has it been successful? Are you gonna tell me every fucking instance about it, like the one, the only Zoot?
Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear.
How's your bag
My
been?
what?
How's your bag been recently?
What do you mean my bag? Oh, you're making a Zoot meme because he talks about his crypto?
All the time, dog. Like 6 times a fucking night.
Did he come in here recently?
Yeah, he came in last night, and he's got these tics, and sometimes he says bad words, and he said one like right as he left yesterday. I think it was him because I searched the moderation records, and he was like the last person in here. I haven't been hanging out with him recently because he has not been in here under his normal times. I mean, generally comes at, and I've been just trying to get my hours normalized. I don't really like to sleep like all fucking day. So he used to come in depending, but like generally from like 1 a.m. to like 6 a.m. and we'd play. But I've been trying to get to bed earlier than that. So because of that, he's been coming in, but I've just been asleep. But he will come in and he'll be like, "Oh, I'm so poor." I'm like, "Dog, you got a bag with 6 figures. Shut the fuck up." And he's like, "Oh, I can't wait to."
7 figures.
Yeah, not quite that high. But
High 6 figures is a lot. It was 7 figures at some point.
yeah. But then he'll like complain over having to spend like $10 on something. I'm like, why is it such a big deal for you to have to spend $10? Got that money?
No.
It's a really, really cool story. I like really you could make a fucking I think it's really cool. So he was really into Pokemon cards. Now, let me preface this by saying ask him for the exact deal, but this is just how I remember him saying it along these lines. He was really into Pokemon cards. And he went on eBay to buy Pokemon cards. He wanted to buy like $10,000 worth of Pokemon cards, or he had bought like maybe amassed $10,000 and a fraudulent charge, and froze his finances, and it pissed him off. And he went to the bank and was like, "Yeah." They're like, "You can't do that. We've frozen your assets." And he's like, "Why?" They're like, "Well, it shows like a bunch of transactions to eBay here, and they look suspicious, and so we are um, we're freezing your assets." So Ethereum skyrocketed.
What year was it? Like 2017?
Then it took his $10,000 investment to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars. I just think that's a really cool story. So like in speaking with him, I'm like, "So Zoot, you mean to tell me like your desire to buy Pokemon cards has made you into 100,000 there?" And he's like, "Yeah," but he doesn't keep it. That's why when I'm like, whenever he's like, oh, such and such is so expensive or whatever, I'm like, dog, you have huge amounts of assets. Why don't you just take some of it to become liquid? And he's like, yeah, it's more complicated than that. I get it, like, but
He has his grandmother holding the wallet so he doesn't sell or something.
yeah, so he doesn't sell essentially. I see people in here all the time. It's fucking scary to me that crypto gambling can have on people. There's a funny saying. I'll attribute it to Tim Conway, comedian, actor, guy from 1960s, 1970s. And his son says it all the time. And his son has a show on KFI in Los Angeles. He lives out of Burbank, and he can have gambling's the one that can make you a lot of money. And it's kind of a funny saying, like, of anything, like you could be addicted to cocaine or marijuana or alcohol. Those are all going to drain, but gambling is the one. I'm not saying it's the best one to have by any means, but all of the other ones are generally not going to allow you to have the same results. So come in here, and it's really sad to me. This one guy in particular, I've told you about this guy who manages all the bots for like all these major streamers. He he'll come in here and he'll take $1,000. He'll bring his friends into this Discord. He'll bring in all his friends, and he'll just play. We'll play roulette, and he'll just ask me to like pick numbers for him, and we'll pick numbers. And he'll take her dollars into $1,000, and then be up a lot, and he'll give away some of the money to friends and such, and then like a good amount of money, not life changing, but like a good night. And then he'll go into this within 30 seconds, lose it all. And I'll be like, what the fuck did you just do? He's like, I had to play it. I just had to play it. I don't know what I'm doing. I just had to do it. And then I'll be like, are you done? He'll be like, yeah, I lost it all. And I'm like, how did you do that so quickly? I mean, we were just here. You worked up like to get like $1,300, and it's happened a few times. It's just scary to see that happen with people, and I know it happens with people in cryptocurrency as well. And Zoot is kind of one of those people I could see doing that if he had direct access of his wallet. He's just a
It's funny that he is smart enough to recognize that he can't be trusted with his own money.
Right, exactly. He's a what's the word? Where you and he's impulsive. And I think it's amazing to me that he has basically amassed like a small fortune because of Pokemon cards. Isn't that a cool story?
Yeah, no, I didn't know that. I thought he did gain the money from crypto, but the origin story was Pokemon and the bank.
Right, exactly. I mean, I didn't know. I thought like maybe he got a hint or I don't know. Security position. I have no idea. But yeah, and I've got to say I'm proud of him. He's working hard. He updates me on it every fucking day that we talk, and he's really been working on himself. He's a major um, uh, he is a major uh, he's a major. Oh, I'm gonna get this.
Pony.
No. If this takes me all day, I'm gonna get it. He's a procrastinator, but and I get it. He'll come in here and just be like, well, there have been a few things that he says that he will do, and he keeps saying he'll do them, and then he'll say, I'll do it in 2 weeks. 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 And it's like, all right, dude, but like, don't complain about it if I'm telling you what to do. Like one of them is he comes in here all the time, like heartbroken about girls. I don't want to say heartbroken, but just frustrated. And he's a looking dude. He could pick up chicks, but he's like, there are none in my area. I'm like, dog, I am sure that there are some attractive single women in your area. He's like, yeah, but I've got to travel to find them. I'm like, people, I'm sure, on your block, you just don't recognize it. And so I've told him, get on the dating apps. And he's like, yeah, but nobody swipes right on me or whatever on the dating apps. And I'm like, all right, what are your pictures? He's like, well, they're just pictures I took. I'm like, no, get professional pictures taken. That's like the biggest thing that you can do to improve who's gonna swipe right on you, and have an action shots, have you in like your wherever you live, like being comfortable, have you perhaps like outside, have you with your dog, like that kind of stuff is gonna be attractive to women. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll do that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna start looking for photographers right now, and he'll do it, and then like a few days will come by and go by, and he'll be like, I'm so frustrated with these girls. And I'm like, all right, well, did you update your dating profile? He's like, no, I'll do it. I'll do it in 2 weeks until after I do this and this and this and this and this. And it's like, all right, that's cool. Just keep procrastinating. That's fine. I don't want to bash him. He's a nice person and he's my friend, but he can be frustrating sometimes. And then there's a subject that he'll always bring up, and I've had to tell him, I've given you my opinion. I don't want to talk about this when you're here. It just has to do with like mental health, and he'll get bored and he'll just want to talk. No, not that, but just I think if you just made up a psychological, Zoot would think he has it. And he's not in that. That's pretty common. But it's just like, I want to talk about psychological, and it's like, Zoot, we've talked about these things so many different times that I don't want to talk about them anymore. Because then you just come in here and you say, I think I have this, I think I have this, I think I have this, I think I have this. And I say, okay, go to seek professional help for that. And he'll be like, oh, I will in 2 weeks. And it's just like, oh, Zoot,
Get the autism diagnosis. That requires like another rule, not that thing.
Yeah, it does. At least he updates me perhaps on his body mass index, so that's your height to weight ratio basically, and he calls it his body fat percentage. But you're right, it does. But I keep telling him, dude, then just go to tell the you're ready, and I just think he's anxious about that, but that's fine. And
Has he actually been practicing his dance? Is the question?
no, I'm sure
he
he
doesn't have a body, but he actually has to be able to dance, right?
you know what, he has a pretty good voice. I've heard him sing. Now that's not dancing, but if you can sing, it says that you probably have a little bit of rhythm, or at least a musical gift. And he'll sing in situations. Like I've had karaoke and I've invited him and he's sung. And normally, like most people would not do that. So he does have the courage to be able to do that. And I really wish he would just start coming in earlier. But he time. This is Zoot. And Zoot, you're
Leave instantly, which
right.
is like
Exactly.
The worst.
He'll be like this. He'll come in at 2 a.m. and he'll be like, "We'll talk. I'll give him some shit." And then I'll be like, "All right, you ready to lose? How many games in a row are you going to lose?" So he's like, "I'm not going to lose any games in a row. I beat him 3 or 4 or 5 games in a row or whatever." He'll be like, "Oh, I've got to go." Okay, and then he'll leave. 15 minutes later, beat me, blah blah blah, and then he'll be like, "I've got to go do something." Like I think that I've almost become like a like when his mind is idle, he just comes in here and does whatever, which is cool. I mean, I'm glad he's here. He's
actually his procrastination device.
Yeah, exactly, a little bit. That's fine. I'll take that. He is an interesting person. He's a seemingly a good person, and I want the best for him, and so I do my best to give him good advice, but he doesn't always take it, which is fine. But I mean, he's living his own life. Again, I wish he would just come in earlier. Like, I don't know what time is it in Oliver time. In Australia, unless you
He's on the roof.
yeah, because there's really only there's coast. It's Perth, and he's not in Perth.
Yeah, I think like some 90+% probably people in Australia along the coast.
Oh,
Middle of it is just nothing.
Oh, it's way more than that. Yeah, it's it's like 98%. There's a religion as well, in spelled the same way. It's like voodoo, but it's also
West African beliefs with Christianity and indigenous knowledge.
it's also like a geological form. Okay, and then I was learning about this. Well, oh no, it was something different. Wait, was it? No, I was watching documentaries on. It was supposed to be on geography, but it really turned into geology. And So have you ever heard of Ayers Rock? Name Uluru?
What's it called?
Ayers Rock.
But there's an Australian rock band called the Hoodoo.
Oh, tight. Also known as Uluru, which is what it is original names. And let me see, is Ayers Rock a hoodoo? Oh no, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. Because a hoodoo is like when like a hoodoo is a tall fire rock shaped by erosion. No, it is a.
Some locations that could be considered hoodoo.
Pardon me. I'm in agreement with you on that.
If you're on the fence, though, is it really
Right. When I think of hoodoo, I think of like Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. Dude, you know what becomes really popular? Like a very popular TV show for children. There's Bluey. Zoo's about Bluey, but cartoon. It's a cartoon without words. And I've seen it on YouTube. Animated television series without speech. Angry Birds becomes big. I guess there are a lot of. I don't know.
Angry Birds has a TV show.
Yeah, apparently. Let's see here. And here's why. Well, we've talked about this, but we're going to talk about it more. Okay, what's the highest type of humor? I don't know if I've told you. I think I have now. It's mime. Mime is the highest form of humor. And I think,
Silent.
yeah, it's silence. And here's why. You can show mime to people in France or in Canada or in Mexico or in China or in Japan without any words and make the most amount of people laugh. It's like most universal. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I feel like when you say hi, that should be universal. Like widely accepted.
That's what I mean. Yeah. And then from there, it goes rhyme. No. It goes mime, pun, rhyme, alliteration. So if you're coming up, you know how like we always come up with these names of businesses.
Rhyme isn't humor though. Rhyme is not a form of humor.
If you, what I'm trying to say, if you want the best punchline, one that rhymes is more beneficial than one that doesn't.
How's that about fun?
It's not. So number one is mime. Number two is pun. Number three is rhyme. Number four is alliteration.
When have you heard a stand-up comedian joke where the punchline rhymes?
Yeah, I have.
I don't think that's very common.
George Carlin has done it. But he was almost like a philosopher. But yeah, like he would read these things, these really long things. He'd have little notes. You know who George Carlin is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he has a rhyme and rant. Not that this is really funny. Can you hear this?
Digital and smoke-free
diversified, multicultural, postmodern deconstruction is politically, anatomically, and ecologically incorrect. I've been uplinked and downloaded, I've been inputted and outsourced. I know the upside of downsizing, I know the downside of upgrading. I'm a high-tech lowlife, a cutting-edge, state-of-the-art, bi-coastal multitasker.
Can you hear this?
In a nanosecond. I'm new wave, but I'm old school, and my inner child is outward bound. I'm a hot-wired, heat-seeking, warm-hearted, cool customer, voice-activated, and biodegradable. I interface with the database is in cyberspace, so I'm interactive, I'm hyperactive, and from time to time I'm radioactive.
Right. I like a good example.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's not very common.
No, it's not. But that doesn't, like, I study humor a lot. In fact, I think there's when, like, I look at this in really big terms, and I could be totally wrong.
What is the main ingredient of humor that what that triggers the response people want?
It's a complicated answer. It depends, but one of the major ones is simplicity. There is it's called a in humor, it's called a something of words. Just one moment. Let me go to ChatGPT on this one.
I would say that is
In humor, what is it called when you are trying to limit the amount of words to make things simple? Comedians talk about it all the time. It's something of words. Economy of words. So, when something in economy of words. So when people laugh, the less words that you use or the fewer words that you use, the more impactful it is. So it doesn't get all jumbled and too drawn out.
obviously, I guess, kind of like there's going to be multiple opinions on it. I think that's like a factor in it, but the main ingredient makes people laugh and invokes that laughter response is surprise, because when you introduce surprise, it's like this unexpected joke is basically like, sometimes I guess you can kind of feel it coming, but I might say more frequently it's like things that you wouldn't expect come out, and that gives it, like, triggers your brain to be like, oh, this is unexpected, and it's a funny answer to this thing.
I agree with you. There's it's called a misdirect, at least in humor, where, like, what's an example of it?
You like lead them down one road and then
Yeah, the punchline's going to be A when it's really B, and the fact that has taken them by surprise enhances the ness of the joke.
yeah. I mean, there's like a whole lot of different ways that you can go. So I don't think that there's like one answer, but
I agree.
that is a misdirect is like one example of like a
Surprise.
lot of possibilities.
Right. Another one can be volume. I mean, it could be a lot of things, but just physical humor, kinetic humor, can do it as well. And there's a blend of them. I noticed that, in my opinion, and everybody's sense of humor is different, the best comedians are those who have a very high punchlines per minute um, ratio. So someone like Bert Kreischer has like a really, I don't know if it's a long one, because believe it or not, for as much as I hate Bert Kreischer, he's taught me two things about humor that other comedians have not. The first is this: he focuses a lot of his attention on the first word that a comedian uses when they come out. It's like, why did they choose that word? Why is that the word they chose? And after I heard him say that, like I hate to say that, like he that is an important thing. And then the other one is punchlines per minute. And do you know who comedian um, um, uh, Mitch Hedberg is?
Yeah, he's a one-liner guy who got
Right. He has the highest IMDb of any special, and I watched it like a couple weeks ago, and it's hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. It's just like a Comedy Central special that he did. He got like minutes, and he just enjoys it. Another comedian who has it is Rodney Dangerfield. You know who Rodney Dangerfield is?
Yeah, he was like in like the 80s or something.
Yeah. He's in Caddyshack. Yeah. And I was watching a lot of Rodney Dangerfield yesterday, and his delivery is so smooth. It's something that I just don't see comedians today doing that much. Like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of comedians today are just storytellers, which is not always that funny. They can be cool, but one of joke after joke after joke after joke, that to me is a really good comedian. Like, because that's so hard to do. It's so hard to have that much creative content. Um, and so people, you know who? I'm gonna make you guess this. He's arguably the biggest comedian or the biggest person in comedy, and his reputation is he's not that funny. Who is it?
Oh, Tony Hinchcliffe.
That's a really good guess.
Joe Rogan.
Yep, you got it. You got it. Both, I would say. Now, I have not seen Tony Hinchcliffe's stand up, but he.
I've listened to one of his. I feel when they was like. Honestly, I think him and Joe Rogan are like I don't know. I think Joe is like not as funny at some point. I feel like it might be more. I think if it was like a who can make me laugh harder contest, it would be Tony Hinchcliffe. But yeah, Joe Rogan is like not the worst comedian.
No, he's not. But he's very intelligent and I think very talented at interviewing. He just.
I think was it. This has nothing to do with it, but it was Mike Birbiglia, like one of the first storyteller comedians.
Oh, I don't know if he was one of the first. definitely of that group. So Tony Hinchcliffe has only put out one special, and it wasn't that well received. It was on Netflix for like a little while, and it definitely didn't bomb, but it didn't knock anybody out of the park. Do I think he's funny? Yeah, but I think he takes like cheap shots too, and I don't think those are funny. And Joe Rogan, I watched like within the last month, I watched like 3 or 4 of his stand-up specials, and they're okay. They're not that funny. Maybe people think that if they're just absolutely hysterical. He does have a jokes though that I feel are all-time classic jokes. This one he's got where he's talking about Caitlyn Jenner, and he's like, "Who knows? Like, if you lived in a house with all those women, who knows what would have happened to you?" And there's like another one that he says that's like, um, it's about women fighting, and it's like, um, if you mean to tell me that we live in a world where if you want, you can be a different gender and beat up the other gender? It's something I'm slaughtering it, but um, and like get paid to do it. That's okay. Like it was something like you. I would have never thought growing up like that would be considered okay. Something along those lines. But Joe Rogan, I would say, is not that funny to me, but he's more along the lines of like a George Carlin, like philosophical to me. He talks about some things that I feel are important to society. And he has like almost a,
Like what? I
hey,
haven't watched this. I watched like one of his specials. So
yeah,
talking about like weed.
yeah. He'll talk about things like he'll talk about not super political things, but almost like just like activism, and so it's not like joke after joke after joke, but that's okay. If the statements that he's making are um, important, I feel. So like, what would they be? Um, I mean, I probably had something along the lines of I'm not recalling it off the top of my head, but something like, um, okay, so when the pandemic came down, everybody panicked. Everybody said that you had to wear, and that's fine. Okay, great. But like, uh, they're forcing you to wear masks outside. Okay, but yet you don't have to wear them at a rally, so long as it's like the kind of rally. Somehow this mysterious disease people, if you were against the government, like there were just things like that that aren't necessarily that funny, but are important from a political standpoint. I feel to be said, whether you agree with them or not. There's just some reasonableness in what he's saying. Like, hey, if we're really that worried about this disease, then you would say that you have to keep your masks on during like all of it. But no, if you're fighting against like certain groups, then it was okay to not have a mask on. Things like that, um, that aren't necessarily that funny, but they're things that make you go, huh, yeah, that's interesting. Why is that way? Or, um, well, here's an interesting thing. He doesn't do that many specials. He did, but then he hadn't done one in 6 years until recently, and he did it. Um, he did it, and this is something that was groundbreaking. He did it live in one take. You know, when you watch specials like comedy specials, he actually Like they'll do like a stand up will say, I'm gonna be doing a special, let's say in Vancouver, January 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
Yeah, they'll record like three
Exactly.
like 3 takes of it,
and then pick the best ones. But this was different. This was, I'm only going to do it one time, and I'm just going to get it down really, really well. If you've ever seen, well, there's this documentary I saw within the last month on Richard Pryor, and I'd heard Joe Rogan talk about this, but I'd never heard it from like other people. Okay, so Richard Pryor was he needed money. And so he was going to do a stand-up special entitled it Live on the Sunset Strip. And he was going to do it like one or two nights. And the first night that he does it, he absolutely bombed. He absolutely bombed. Like to the point where he didn't remember the jokes. He needed people to come up on stage and like whisper in his ear what he's supposed to say. He did very, very badly. And then the next night he came out and killed. Just absolutely destroyed. It was just kind of a thing, like, he was all fucked up on cocaine and shit. That could be to you. But it was just interesting, like, sometimes it's not your night. Yet when you go back and watch Live on the Sunset Strip, it's like it's groundbreaking. It's phenomenal. Another comedian he's one of my favorite comedians of all time. At one time, I said he was my favorite comedian, and now he is just absolutely hated. Is Bill Cosby, and I grew up in the late '80s and early '90s as a child, and the Cosby Show big, and it was like my favorite show for many years. Still is one of my favorite shows. It was a show about a family. When it didn't matter the look of the family, I saw my family in that family, and community in that community. I think it was a very important show. Well, Bill Cosby and Richard Pryor, like arguably kind of were, they were trailblazers, especially in their specials, because it was rare to do a special that would be in a theater. But they did specials that were like in theaters, and they were frankly like, minorities who were slowly being accepted into the larger society. And like Richard Pryor, like dating white women was just seen as like a taboo thing, or just what they were trailblazing in a lot of different ways. And I watched their specials, and their specials are still very funny today. To me, a special is even better when it's like almost timeless. Do you know who Andrew Dice Clay is?
Yeah, I've seen his special, and it was quite funny. He was smoking cigarettes the whole time and like hitting on people's girlfriends and like basically just like making it super awkward by asking about the girl's sexual history right in front of the guy.
Right.
And you're like, oh, he's lying. We all know he's lying. Blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now he was a trailblazer. He's the first person to ever do arenas, and that I guess it's really interesting that to make money as a comedian is incredibly difficult. Remember we were talking the other night, and I was saying,
why with podcasts and everything?
No. Previously, even still it is, but previously was much more difficult because there were only limited clubs. It was really hard to get stage time, and then like we looked, they paid $25, and one time they didn't. At one time they did. There was some kind of like revolt that happened at the Comedy Store, in the 1970s. It's actually on their website. I've read it, but I still don't really understand exactly what happened. But basically, they let me just quickly see what happened. What it is. Yo, dog. In 10 sentences, tell me what comedy store it was like a revolt or like a union comics. It was how comics started getting paid because they weren't getting paid. In 10 sentences, tell me that whole background. It happened around the 1970s. Okay, in the 1970s, comedians at the Comedy Store in Los Angeles were performing for free under the idea that it was a showcase club where industry people could discover them. So they weren't even making money then. The club, originally started by Sammy Shore and later taken over by his ex-wife Mitzi Shore, was booming, with comics packing the place every night. Even though the club was making serious money from drink sales, the comedians weren't being paid at all for their performances. As stand-up comedy became more of a legitimate career path, comedians began pushing back, demanding to be compensated for their work. Led by comics like Tom Dreesen, a group of performers began organizing and essentially went on strike in 1979. They picketed outside the Comedy Store with signs like "No bucks, no yucks," pushing for fair treatment and pay. So notice what they did there. They had a punchline: "No bucks, no yucks." It's short, it's simple, but like that's what I'm talking about. Those things are powerful. Mitzi Shore argued that paying comics would change the nature of the club and ruin the showcase culture. Some comics like Jay Leno and David Letterman supported the strike, while others crossed the picket line. Eventually, most clubs in LA started paying comedians, though the Comedy Store remained a complicated place in terms of its policies. The strike was a turning point. It helped professionalize stand-up, proving that comics deserve to be paid like real performers. So for a long time, they weren't paid at all. The way it would work is if you were funny, you would get on stage, and then from there, a manager and agent would see you and maybe have you get a spell or have a TV show or something like that. But it was basically you were doing it for free. Okay, and then there were Rodney Dangerfield started a club in 1969 in uh, New York that was called Dangerfield. It went out of business in 2020, but he was like the first comedian club or one of the first ones that, and he did it because he didn't want to go on tour all the time and he wanted to be able to just make money, but he wanted to be able to make money, but not um, have to travel. He also was the first comedian to have his .com, and he was like a 75-year-old man pushing a website, like long before Joe Rogan and long before Dane Cook and any of these people. He was pushing it on the Tonight Show in like the mid 1990s. He was the first comedian to have a website, and it's still a website. Rodney.com is still a thing. It's like you can tell it hasn't been touched or in a long time because it's like it has a security certificate that's expired, so you have to like click on a bunch of things to get into it, but it's still there, and I think that's really cool. Okay, so you have the 80s where HBO becomes a thing, and they start giving people stand-up specials, and um, so you've got George Carlin, you've got Richard Pryor, you've got the Bill Cosbys of the world, and then you get people.
I'll say that I think that this element that makes comedians funny, I mean, it kind of is like obvious, but I guess maybe not like obvious, but pretty obvious. Is just like, I mean, this is like the reason why I will choose to listen to some people's podcasts versus other people's podcasts, and obviously like people like different people, and that's fine. For me, I'm like Theo Vaughn. I don't love the guy. I don't hate him, but I don't think he's like Albert Einstein or anything.
Few people do.
But it's just like it's just like the overall spirit of person themselves, and I think that like just because of like who they are as a person, like they may not even be trying to do anything funny like whatsoever, but just because of like their personality or whatever, it just automatically is either like interesting or funny or both.
Yeah.
Some more so than others you gravitate towards, but
That's why I find Joey Diaz funny. That's why I find William Montgomery funny. They have certain delivery. They could just talk and be funny. They don't have to have really funny material.
yeah, I mean William Montgomery is almost like so PIQ that it's like his comedy is almost doing like there's a thing in graffiti called anti-style, where you essentially instead of trying to it's like it's almost like a lot of like artwork that you see where it's like you're trying to be really, really bad. And Tim Heidecker, if you know who Tim Heidecker is, he has a stand-up show, and it's one of the most like unique and very smart specials that I have or that I've ever seen. I don't think like not too long ago, but it's like the whole time during playing the role of like he's doing anti-style, he's doing satire, and he's playing the role of a comedian that is like really, really sucky that's doing comedy. But he's acting it out, so he's like perpetuating that like sarcasm. I feel like William Montgomery is almost doing that. He's just like being like that. It's like it's almost like anti-style. It's kind of
I get that. He's influenced by addictive substances. He can be on and really funny. Other times he's not. It just depends. I mean, I've got to say, sometimes whenever he does his Kill Tony stand-up, I generally find at least 2 or 3 things pretty funny, and that's great. But he's also had times where he's not that funny. People say that they don't like him.
I agree. I think that him and Tony have like the most like they have a lot of chemistry. Probably the most chemistry of anyone that comes on Kill Tony. I think Tony enjoys talking to William. Probably the vast majority of people that talk to up there, which I think helps.
I agree, and you know what? Why that I feel that is?
Why?
He has jokes. Tony appreciates jokes, and if you go up there and you've got jokes, even if they don't all kill, if you can get a couple chuckles in there in a minute, you're going to be golden in his book. And that's.
And I think that
Miss
his
Aquarius.
willingness to fail, his willingness to fail and try new things. He may not. Some might be an absolute landslide and like disaster and fail, but the joke that William does tell that do hit like connects with Tony and like the audience so hard that it like makes up for any. I am Miss Aquarius. Any bad ones?
How are you doing, Miss Aquarius?
I'm sitting here. Later.
You want to play?
Yeah, we can play.
Riser, do you want an invitation?
Not good at bowling. I'll do it.
There's not, but we'll play. I can do archery, but that's.
do a mini golf.
There you go. That's what I like to hear. She's on fire. Yesterday she got 103, which is her record of 104, and she destroyed. She absolutely destroyed. Mr. Aquarius, who are your favorite stand-up comedians?
this one.
Like Dave Chappelle.
No,
I really
I
like
know
Dave.
you get it.
I really like Dave Chappelle. I was just, do you remember? I like Bernie Mac. Do you remember Bernie Mac?
Mhm.
I like there used to be a show. Oh, I like Steve Harvey. I think Steve Harvey can be very funny.
Yeah. He's good.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah.
Do you remember there were? It's one of the best specials, comedy shows of anything. It's called The Original Kings of Comedy with D.L. Hughley. It's got Steve Harvey, Bernie Mac, Cedric the Entertainer. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It's a show.
It was a special that came out in like 2000, around 2000.
I don't remember it. I remember know when I see it.
It's one of my favorite specials ever. And ooh, that was not good. They do this thing. I love when they talk about music, and he has this thing in it. I can't do it justice, but basically, into nowadays it's all F this and F that. But back in my day, music was music, and they play some Earth, Wind, and Fire, and I watch that all the time, and I just love it. I love how the crowd reacts. It's phenomenal. Um, who else? Oh right, Miss Aquarius. I have to get something here. Come on, got it.
It doesn't matter. You're gonna win. Yay! You did good. You win.
I win. All right. Send you one more.
We're doing what we gonna do? Yeah. You can do one more than me.
Absolutely.
I can do. Yeah. Archie.
Minico.
I gotta do Minico. My bad.
That's okay. No problem at all. I know
You
playing.
know who Patricia Neal is?
Oh,
No, I never heard. I might have heard of it. Sorry. It's okay. Come on, Ralph.
you're good.
I don't know who that is.
Very hilarious comedian. Did you ever watch Chappelle's?
I have, but I only did like one or two of them.
Okay, but he was also on The Office. He was very funny on that too.
Oh, okay.
The warehouse workers.
Okay.
So Craig Robinson, who is a comedian, he was the manager of the warehouse, but Patrice O'Neill, he was on the show as a warehouse worker as well. He had a nickname. It was Sea Monster. Anyway, he is like, people are just now starting to find out how talented he was. And he's since unfortunately passed, but I've heard Joe Rogan even say that if Patrice O'Neill was alive today, he'd have the biggest podcast in the world. Oh, Miss Aquarius, not what I wanted. All right, I'm gonna get this though.
Anyone is AI resurrected.
I would listen to it.
Good. I think that would be valuable content.
You know, I often ask ChatGPT to talk to me like Joey Diaz. Well, we did it for something. Oh yeah, we did it for Salmon Cannon.
Is there any law against like resurrecting people with AI?
Yeah, there's their estates own that.
So you can't actually like legally create content with that person's role.
Well, people are doing it. It's still questionable. Nice job, Miss Aquarius. Get it.
Thank you.
Get it right here.
Okay, you got this. That's great.
Nope, but let's see here. Nope, I don't think I can get you. Oh, definitely not that. All right, Miss Aquarius. You
Yeah,
win, I win.
I won, and you won.
That's right.
One, and so we won both. Yay!
Undefeated.
We
Absolutely.
won both games.
That's what I like. That's the best when that happens.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, y'all gonna do mini golf now?
Yes, ma'am.
So y'all have fun with that.
Thank you.
Got to practice more. You're welcome.
We'll get you.
All right, I'll be back if you're still up, okay?
Absolutely.
Bye, Ryder.
Riser, you're done. Right now, I'm telling you right now, I've learned, you didn't know this, but I became one of the top 1,000 mini golf players in the world. I'm not anymore, but I just cracked the top 100 or top 1,000.
What does that mean? Like in what measurement?
Well, like if you play ranked on here, they rank you, and oh yeah. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
This hole is like a prime example of like overall. Do you think it's possible to get a hole in one here? Sorry, from like two.
Yeah, I did.
Almost. Have you done it?
Yes, I have. And I was saying, like, I hadn't had a chance to say this, but when you really good people, or I should say, when you play ranked, they you with similar ranked players, and then I start to see how really good people play, and they give you all kinds of secrets in this game. You're like, oh, I would have never thought of that. So I've got
an option.
Oh fuck, yeah.
Did they teach you that one too? Or?
No, but you watch. Good job.
You're gonna be in trouble if that makes sense.
Go in the water. Great shot, dude. But like I never used to go that way.
Plato update. They changed the UI, and now the chat takes up a third of the screen for no reason. That's incredibly annoying. Honestly, I don't see this company surviving another.
Dude, it's been around a long time. Yeah, that was a great shot. Did you like that?
What?
Like,
Newfie.
did you that Newfie shot?
Man.
You got a tough shot. Not that tough. Look at this shot. Good shot. Good shot. All right, I'm gonna get it.
Oh, okay, of course. Let's see the Newfie pass here.
That's actually an amazing shot.
It's actually not.
You can have. I don't know if I've ever done this hole in two.
Oh, wow.
See, I told you it was.
What's the percentage on this one? I forget.
69. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up majorly, dude. Oh, I fucked up. Hit my ball.
Oh.
Oh,
Not that.
that's your shot?
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, what a shot.
what a shot.
Go. Get in front of him. Oh, what a shot. Wait. You can get it in. Oh, my God. You can
Dude,
literally get it in.
your ball's in my
Bank
way.
it up. No, bank it upward. Now you just gave me the hole.
That's okay.
Oh, I should have saved it. Alright, well, you have to make this one. Oh, come on.
New as fuck.
Oh,
Newfie as fuck.
tied. What?
No, I won. You were my win, dog. How Newfie was that?
Oh, I think that's
Newfie.
congrats.
Kind of you.
Talk about airship for a moment.
Yeah.
How some guy has a picture of like a little blimp city and the like turtle Pegasus mega yacht thing, the like crypto scam or whatever.
Are you gonna accept or no?
No. Too mentally draining. There's already a Lockheed Martin and a few other companies are building these like hybrid airships. But they're only 21 passengers, which is like nowhere near enough people for like a. Oh, one of them is 250 passengers. That's pretty good. Um, yeah, how long do you think until these aircraft cities become like a thing?
Well, there's an argument to be made that we already had the age of blimps, but I really think that there's a way to make a blimp that doesn't use helium or hydrogen. Hold on. What is the safest way to have a blimp?
Isn't it boron hydrogen?
I thought it would be nitrogen. Maybe not.
Boron is not.
Okay.
Oh, what if there's like a hyper anti or hyper light molecule?
Hyper light molecule. Like lighter than hydrogen?
Yeah.
It's not a standard term in physics or chemistry. The lightest known molecule is hydrogen. It's just
But yeah, I guess it's hard to just engineer new molecules.
well,
Aesthetically,
but it's H2. So what weighs more? What weighs more? Hydrogen with one atom or two? One hydrogen versus two. Two hydrogen atoms weigh more than one. Oh, okay. So one single hydrogen atom has one atomic mass unit. A hydrogen molecule has two. So then hydrogen gas is the most common form of hydrogen in nature. It's much more stable than a single atom floating around on its own. Yeah, so can you make a hydrogen blimp with one atom? You can't make a hydrogen blimp with single hydrogen atoms, and here's why, broken down simply and clearly. Hydrogen atoms are extremely reactive alone. A single hydrogen atom is unstable on its own in the air. It quickly finds another hydrogen atom and forms H2, the stable gas used in actual blimps. You would need extremely high energy conditions, like a vacuum or plasma environment, to keep hydrogen as isolated atoms, not possible inside a blimp. You need a lot of atoms to lift anything. A hydrogen blimp floats because it contains billions of trillions, billions of hydrogen molecules, enough to be lighter than the air it displaces. A single atom, or even a few trillion atoms, wouldn't have enough volume to lift, to float anything, not even a feather. A single atom, or even a few trillion atoms, wouldn't have enough volume to. Okay, technically impossible to contain atomic hydrogen safely. Atomic hydrogen is so reactive it would bond to the container walls, recombine with H2 quickly, possibly damage the material through chemical reactions. What real hydrogen blimps use? They use molecular hydrogen, H2. Two hydrogen atoms bonded together. It's still very light and provides great light. Okay, can you have a nitrogen blimp? You know nitrogen's 70% of the atmosphere? Yes, technically you can, but useful for floating. Nitrogen is too heavy. The density of nitrogen, so a nitrogen filled blimp wouldn't float. it would just sink like an empty balloon. What gases can be used for floating blimp? Helium. It's very safe. That's what modern blimps use. Hydrogen is not. It's flammable. Okay, so we want to use helium as our city.
Right. And yeah, the problem, I guess, comes with like scale, because I mean, do you think scalability is? I mean, I guess it is an issue, but like as the size, like apparently, like the amount of like hydrogen or helium that you need becomes like exponentially more the more weight. It's not good.
Somebody just posted about me 2 minutes ago on Blue Sky. Espresso Cyborg. Some rabbi nonsense post trying to drop on my feed. I mean, what the absolute fuck? Satan emoji. This is what always happens when I do not go hard at those fucks. Wait till tomorrow. I will cover this guy with posts on that fuck. Okay, very cool. Back to the discussion on blimp cities. All right. So there was a
Literally, you're like a freaking like burger place that like has like a slogan like another customer served, another happy client. Like,
That's right. Another satisfied customer.
yeah.
You're exactly right. I get people who are becoming more and more positive towards me, and that's good. They say like I'm a protective blanket. They know if anybody ever
I'm under that guy's like thing like, see you next time. Tell your friends.
exactly. Thank you. Come again. Um, they're hilarious. They make my day. I laugh so hard at some of these people and what they post about me.
Like that, they're genuinely upset.
Yeah, I mean, they make memes about me. I had somebody come in here last night. I was asleep, but they took all kinds of screenshots of the Discord, and they're like, "This person's listening to multiple podcasts simultaneously. Like, how are they able to do that?" And I was just asleep. I really wish I was awake because I really would have liked to talk to them. But they went through all my social media and posted a whole bunch of things. And, like when they start to do that, a lot of people are like, that's a good idea. Anyway, back to floating cities. Okay, this actually breaks my heart when I talk about this. Do you know who Sundar Pichai is?
Never heard of them.
He's shitty CEO of Alphabet, aka Google. I don't like him. Before he took the CEO-ship, it was a guy named Eric Schwartz but at least Eric Schwartz gave us the Chromebook and some other stuff. Like, Sundar just deleted stuff. You and I read through the thing. Like, it was, he got rid of Google Plus. Literally enough money, they could have supported these. And on top of all of that, their AI sucks. Of any company that should have been ChatGPT, it should have been Google. It's like under this guy's leadership, they have just devolved as a company. Okay. Well, hold on, I'm getting into that. Yeah. So Yo, dog, what was that thing that the United States government approved to give people free internet using Wi-Fi balloons or like satellites? But they were balloons that were going to float in the sky and give people internet from Google. It was approved in like 2010. Here's a quick rundown. Project Loon was a project by X, formerly Google X, a division of Alphabet. The idea was to use high-altitude balloons floating in the stratosphere, about 18 to 25 kilometers up, to beam down wireless internet to remote and rural areas that didn't have good infrastructure. The balloons acted like floating cell towers, powered by solar energy and steered by winds at different altitudes. It was especially hyped after disasters like Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico in 2017, where Loon helped restore emergency internet access. The government, like the FCC, approved temporary licenses and spectrum use for it in certain emergencies, and it got global interest. Eventually, though, Project Loon was shut down in early 2021, mostly because it wasn't actually sustainable. But it's like Google is just about what makes a product. That just bothers me. So anyway,
It sounds like a Starlink.
exactly. And Starlink's profitable. And Google could have made this product, Gemini or whatever, which was originally called like Google Llama, and before that it was called Bard, and before that it was Llama. It could have been like when it first started. It would have been profitable. And what would that mean? I mean, I'm sure it's based LOON. Dude, I make fun of Sundar Pichai so much on this platform. It's one of the reasons why I lost one of my main YouTube accounts, because I just started naming stuff. Sundar Pichai sucks dick. Like I named videos that because his shit sucks. Yo, give me a list of projects that Google has shut down their shitty CEO Sundar Pichai, like Project Loon and Google Plus. Okay, Project Loon, Google Plus, Google Stadia. It was a Google Cloud gaming platform. It closed because it couldn't compete with Xbox, PlayStation, and PC gaming. Google Play Music. Music streaming service merged with YouTube Music. Users to switch, killing Play Music. That was a thing. Google Allo, which was a messaging app. Google Inbox, which I used to use. It was an alternative Gmail app with experimental features. It was really nice. Google Daydream, which is a headset project. Google Expeditions. Google Clips. They even had like the Google Glass, like that. Now Meta is basically doing Google Glass, or like a version of it, like somewhat.
Google is like late to the VR headset world, but they're working on a VR headset.
Dude, they had one. It was Google Glass, and we talked about this Google Cardboard, and that was it was really good.
So with this one that they're working on, it's like a real like Oculus.
I know that. But I'm saying that like you don't think that they would have improved on it if they had just continued to work at it?
Yeah, I know it's the CEO's fault.
He does suck. I can tell you how much he sucks. I know this motherfucker really well because I complain a lot on this stream or on my live stream or whatever about CEOs when their technology doesn't work. I can tell you, I know Sundar Pichai's wife's name. It's Anna, where he went to school. ITT, India, or IIT, India Institute of Technology. Um, like I did background with Google. Basically, he's just an engineer who wasn't really charismatic. He loves cricket, and I really feel like he doesn't play 5 day long cricket all day long. Like he sucks. I think he's a shitty CEO. Google could be
Graduated at the Indian Institute of Technology in Bombay.
exactly, and he hasn't given back any money to it. Like he's a billionaire, and yet he doesn't give back. Like they should have a wing of that place called the Sundar Pichai Engineering Wing or whatever. He doesn't give back to his school. I can't stand when these people become very successful and they don't give back to the people who got him there. He's like a very influential entrepreneur and he hasn't given back. Like India's the most populous country in the world. Wouldn't you? I mean, like if I made you a billionaire, you would give back to every you'd name your high school after you and your grade school, and you would make sure that all your friends and family were taken care of, and he just doesn't do that. And I just it's very very bothersome to me. It's why I know so much about this motherfucker, and I shouldn't. If I know about you, it means you're fucking up. Um. So anyway, Sundar, you suck. And I have, I'm not kidding, Riser. I have hours.
You don't hear, I mean, even failing companies like United Airlines, you can hear their CEO making like daily stupid decisions.
Right. It would be like, oh, so you know what happens in the future? That like it's one of the first things that
It's like Jeff Bezos that's just like destroying his own empire.
one of the things that gets like when I go viral that I just talk about that changes the world like immediately is we just put AI in charge of planning of airline routes. Like there's just some system that you can put on and it just fixes all the airline routes. And currently they're not that efficient. There's like can you imagine how much more efficient airline routes could be and like airline scheduling if AI was in charge of it instead of like humans?
I mean, I thought about this today. I was like, like blimps, like people, like one reason that AI was telling me that like blimps don't exist or like the air traffic regulation. I'm like, that cannot be a problem because flights, there's like thousands and thousands of flights every day that are able to navigate the airspace. So it's definitely not the ability to just fly around. That cannot be hindering it. But yes, AI can improve the safety, hopefully, of those flight plans or make them more efficient and economical.
Blimps become very big in advertising. They're already somewhat big, but not that big. Meaning, like they'll put LED blimps and just have them fly over cities.
I mean, they for whatever reason they found that golf was the best sport or place to fly a blimp around a golf course.
I could see that.
That's pretty much the Goodyear blimp. And why is it Goodyear? It's a tire company selling them
Rubber.
for that.
They filled the Goodyear blimp on the 405, like in Carson, which is down the 405, and I've seen it fill up, and it literally like up right over the freeway, and you're like, whoa, that thing, you're traveling at 65 miles an hour, and this fucking blimp is overhead. And then it flies to all kinds of stadiums and stuff. It's
why does Goodyear
okay. do the blimp? How did they get involved?
Yeah,
It had to do with rubber, I think. Goodyear blimp, advertising brand. It's a flying billboard. Since 1920s, the blimp has served mass for Goodyear tires as one of the most effective old school marketing. It gives aerial coverage. Goodyear get into during World War One, and in the 1920s partnered with the U.S. Navy to build airships and blimps. They formed a company called Goodyear Zeppelin Corporation in 1924. Germany's Lufthansa Zeppelin, yes, the actual Zeppelin company, the tech and know-how. After military use dropped, leaned into commercial promotional uses instead. Why they still do it? Even in the era of drones and 4K everything, the Goodyear blimp still draws huge public attention, gets them airtime during major sports events, keeps the brand associated with. It's less about practical use now and more about branding. Technically, they're not blimps anymore, rigid airships, but blimp just sounds better. I've always had this theory that the air companies conspired to get rid of the airship. Even in American law, that there was a conspiracy between Goodyear tire or Firestone tire, I believe Goodyear as well, but and to put the streetcars out of business. So just for a moment, what's the great streetcar conspiracy in American law? You're probably talking about the Great American Streetcar Conspiracy. It's a wild and often debated U.S. transportation part of transportation history. Have you ever seen Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Riser?
let me see. I've definitely heard of it.
It's like a movie that has cartoons and real life in the same movie. It's the first movie ever that had Mickey Mouse and Bugs Bunny in the same shot.
So it's basically like the predecessor or the basketball movie.
Yes, but earlier.
There was the animation in Mary Poppins.
Yeah, they had like penguins. Dick Van Dyke. I don't know if that was the first. When was the first time animation and like video footage were combined, like in Mary Poppins or Who Framed Roger Rabbit or Space Jam? Which was in 1900. It was a silent short film. The first true interaction was in 1914 with the dinosaur. The first full-on film blending both was Out of the Inkwell in the 1920s and 30s. Classic examples you mentioned: Mary Poppins, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Space Jam. So it's been around for a long time. First mainstream magic was Mary Poppins, 1964. Roger Rabbit, 1988. It was the streetcar, and that's how it's called. It's not like
Is that from the like New York fact that airlines start the flip?
Yeah, so basically that one was never proven, but this one was. So basically General Motors, Firestone Tire, Standard Oil, and others formed front companies like National City Lines and Pacific City Lines. These companies went into cities, bought streetcar systems, and then ripped out the rail lines, replaced trolleys and with GM-made buses, increased fares, and reduced service. This helped make cars and buses using oil, rubber, and GM engines the dominant form of urban transport. And was it real? The legal side, yes. And it was a real court case. In 1949, GM and others were convicted in federal court of conspiring to monopolize the sale of buses and transit companies. Okay, so, and this is what caused car-choked roads, less public transit. I mean, if you, like, Irvine's a newer city, so it didn't really have this, but if you go to, like, Los Angeles or, like, even the smaller cities, Bellflower, there's like a center lane for turning. That center lane used to be a streetcar, and so the roads are like really wide, but people don't recognize exactly why. Okay, so here we go. Okay, could there have been an agreement by airline companies to put Air Motors, Firestone Tire, and Standard Oil did? You're thinking like a detective now. Official airship theory on record, like the streetcar case, there are definitely some interesting overlaps, suspicions, and economic power plays that may have helped push airships, also known as dirigibles, zeppelins, or blimps, into the history books. Could airlines have conspired against airships? Hard evidence of an anti-airship cartel like GM and friends ran against streetcars. There were factors that stacked the deck against airships, and airline companies certainly benefited from their demise. Why did airships fall out of favor? The Hindenburg is a big reason. The infamous explosive on live radio, 36 killed, turned public trust in airships almost overnight. After that, nobody wanted to ride in a hydrogen-filled blimp, but it doesn't have to be hydrogen, it could be helium. Technological shift toward airplanes. Planes got faster, safer, and more efficient, especially after World War I and II. Commercial aviation took off with Pan Am, TWA, and others leading the charge. Military investment in infrastructure. The U.S. government heavily backed airplane development for war and mail routes. Airports were built nationwide, not mooring masts or hangars for massive airships. Economic interests. Plane manufacturers like Boeing, Lockheed had major contracts and lobbying power. It's necessary to destroy airships with a secret plan. Market forces, media panic, and government spending did the job. Anything shady though? Aviation industry leaders like Pan Am had every reason to support regulations, public opinion, and media spin that favored airlines. After the Hindenburg, no one stepped up to save airships, even though Germany and the U.S. had been developing bigger, safer ones. The U.S. denied Germany access to helium, a much safer gas than hydrogen, which killed future Zeppelin efforts. So, I mean, it's not like documented, but I don't think it would be documented today. It's just the fact that General Motors, Firestone Tire, and Standard Oil got caught. Exactly. Okay, about this though. Oh, so not far from me, like almost less than a mile, about like maybe 2 miles away, they have these things called heliodromes. They were there's this area of Orange County that was there used to be heliodrome, OME. It's where you store a blimp. They have two, like military base. It's called like El Toro base. And then like since the U.S. hasn't been at war in a long time, they started to build it up in cities and such. and like housing, but the he exists, or one of them, 5 stories tall, 6 stories tall, and that's where you would store a blimp. And and you don't see them anymore, but they're
Goodyear one.
they do one Carson. They have a big one in Carson, but as I understand, they fill it up like let's see here, Carson Heliodrome.
There are only 13 active blimps in the world today. That's great. There are more astronauts than pilots.
That's crazy. So Goodyear Blimp Airship Base, Carson, California. So it is a base, often referred to as the Carson Heliodrome, though it's more commonly called the Goodyear Blimp. So they have one there. They're you don't find them very often, but they do have them. And so I don't know if what I say is true, but if I go viral, there's going to be a thing. This is already a thing, but they're going to do, like, I popularize it to rent Airbnbs from the Goodyear Blimp. They already do this though, so this isn't like my idea, but basically, you can rent an Airbnb in the Goodyear Blimp for like the Super Bowl or like the World Series and stuff. And these conversations that we're having, they're going to play out in history, and people are going to be like, why don't we have blimps anymore? And blimps become much more popular, especially for advertising.
Now, there's a debating today. I'm like, what is like, is it at all realistic to start a company for like passenger-based airship travel and finance it by potentially selling these properties on this airship, like pre-sale the properties and then use that as down payment and find other investors to actually build the thing. If you're going to start a passenger airship, basically a cruise ship in the sky company, how would you go about it? And do you think it's worthwhile?
Okay, that's a cool.
It's basically like a new category of
cruise ship.
I mean, it's existed, but it's really not in use at all today. It's technology for passengers, many like sky cities.
Yeah.
And I think would rival cruise ships, and I think that they'd be interested in taking a vacation instead of going on a cruise ship on a
sky ship
vacation, and then can land in all four destinations.
Yeah. I think it is.
And I think we both agree that it is the future. So, like, we're on that course anyways, and then that are building airships today that are, they're like hybrid blimps, but they still use blimp technology, like hydrogen, and they like use like giant drone propellers for maneuverability and lift. So it's something I'm genuinely curious about.
Yeah,
I think that airships could exist, and we should be able to fly around in them.
Yeah, safety would be a big issue with it, but let's look this one up.
I don't think so.
I do. I mean, if it gets popped, you're gonna have to, like, in the middle of the mountains, you're gonna have to like make sure people die.
I mean, well,
Yo, dog, how big would a blimp need to be to have like a cruise ship style activity? Let's say maybe 1,000 is too much, but let's see. Flying cruise ship style blimp for 1,000 people. That's okay. I mean, like, cruise ships have gotten bigger and bigger. Okay, a modern cruise ship for 1,000 people like a small mid-sized one needs area, not including the systems or engines. Now, airborne. What's possible with the blimp? Lift mechanics. Airships generally lift using a gas like helium. Hydrogen cheaper but risky. We don't want hydrogen. Helium lift capacity 1 kilogram of per cubic meter of helium. Let's say the fully loaded ship structure, fuel systems, people, and interior weighs. Okay, that's not like that. No. Volume required would be 300,000 kilograms or 300,000 cubic meters just for lifting up the ground. But that's just to float. To fly with comfort, safety, and control, you'll need more, probably 500 to 700 cubic meters of helium. Size comparison. Let's look at the largest airship ever built. The Hindenburg was 200,000 cubic meters. To carry 1,000 people plus full amenities, you'd need something like 3 times the volume of the Hindenburg. I don't think that's that big. I think that it could be done. Total.
I mean, relative to the size of the Earth, it's like nothing.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it's not even like the size of a stadium. It's like 3 blimps basically. Total theoretical right now. No airship near this scale exists. Needs massive helium supply. The thing that I've learned is, which I don't think it should be the case, but helium's really expensive. It used to not be, but it's become very expensive. Like more expensive. Okay, so you need an airship 3 to 4 times bigger than the Hindenburg with multiple decks. But dude, I think it could work. Want me to sketch it out? Yeah, let's see what it looks like.
And also, is that for steering and thrust? Then you can top off like 20% of the helium.
I saw the Rolling Stones. I saw them on the not on the stream, but I recorded it on GoPros. Like 4 years ago. But I've also saw them like 25 years ago, and I was at this event, and we were in a box, and they had this like drones weren't a thing yet, but they had a remote control airship. That I think could be a thing, and so I'm exactly, but like it had propellers. What you do is just make a bigger version. I've also seen these. I don't know if you've seen them, but like you used to probably still can, but they make UFOs.
Do you know how hot air balloons actually navigate?
Sort of. I mean, doesn't the wind take them?
Yeah, but if you want to go in like a certain direction,
You drop weight.
How do you do that? No, it's kind of like a direction, right?
Um, well, drop weight goes high.
And altitude, and so depending on the altitude, and then use those altitudes as the highways of your direction. That'll push you in with.
It's interesting. How do you steer a hot air balloon? You can't actually, in a traditional sense. They don't have engines or rudders, so they move with the wind. Like you just said, different altitudes, different wind directions. Wind tends to blow in slightly different directions at different heights. By going up or down, pilots can steer by finding a wind layer that takes them in the desired directions. Up, more heat; down, let air cool. Use the burner to heat the air with the balloon rises. Let the air cool. So it's like a vertical chess game. Pro balloon pilots. Okay, no brakes, no reverse horn. You're going to go where the wind takes you, which is why hot air balloon flights always include a chase crew to follow and pick up wherever you land. Oh, okay. So you don't just like a spot, right?
I think it might be possible, but probably that's not the typical flight pattern.
Do hot air balloons, when they
Like
fly,
going down a lazy river.
do they land in the same spot? Or do they land like miles away? Hot air balloons almost never land in the same spot they took off from. Balloons float with the wind, they can't return. So then why can't you put like a um
But
so why can't you have a hot air balloon with propellers on it? Not huge propellers, just like enough to be able to fly around. Why don't they do that? Great question. You think
balloon in the open basket?
yeah,
Possibly.
like basically fans. So why don't hot air balloons just strap and stay like a balloon for drone? Technically
Oh, you know what they could do? Gyroscope where that's stable, even if like there's
they're known as thermal airships or powered balloons, but they're rare. Here's why they're not common. Hot air balloons aren't air travelers, would have to work really hard just to move a little. Even a different prop, unless you used a lot of power, which adds more fuel. Weight is just a major limitation. Every extra pound of engine or battery means you need a lot more hot air or a bigger balloon to lift it. Hot air doesn't provide that much lift, less efficient than helium. Add too much weight and you either don't get off the ground or burn fuel crazy fast. Wind usually wins. Even if you do have propellers, wind speed often overpowers them. If you want control, use an airship. That's why blimps and dirigibles like the Goodyear blimp exist. They use helium, which lifts more weight than hot air. They're streamlined to reduce drag. They have engines and rudders to actually steer and cruise. Dude, I think you've got an interesting idea on an air cruise ship. That's an interesting one. Are you gonna have nets around it?
I mean, I feel like it was difficult to make it an open. Gosh, that'd be cool though. If there was like an open where you could actually just like feel the wind hitting you in the face.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That'd be scary as hell. I wouldn't want to do that, but
Right.
I mean, yeah, it would also be a great place to host that like UFC wrestling in the sky where you have to throw each other off the airship.
Right. Right. Hold on. We were saying there's that. I think that's a little too dangerous. Well, why did we say it was dangerous? It's dangerous. Okay, so you get two guys to fight up there.
You don't want to get knocked out before chucking someone off, but I think that potentially with like a AI, like even if someone was unconscious, there could be some
Right.
like high powered
Exactly.
thing with a net that would come scoop them out of the air.
No, not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they wear a suit and when they get thrown off, it like triggers a gyroscope that releases a like a parachute for them automatically.
Right. I mean, they still might get injured on the landing because you have to still navigate a parachute down to the station. But
No,
potentially, that parachute could be guided somehow, potentially with a propeller or something, into like a giant safety, like inflatable crash pad thing.
yeah. So I'm thinking, we've talked about that suit that expands. So just like as it gets close to the ground, it just expands, so you wouldn't get hurt. You could literally land on like the side of a mountain and you wouldn't get hurt. Okay, but
Mythbusters tested whether you could like skydive in one of like those inflatable human-sized hamster ball things and survive. And they did reduce the impact, but if you have enough layers of like hamster ball air insulation, I think still the G-force is going to do a lot of damage because you're just abruptly stopping too quickly. That's the problem with it.
right. Okay, I like the idea of helicopters. Actually, a blimp would be better. If that's what you're saying. So basically, you have the Goodyear blimp, and it doesn't super high. It could just float like close to close, like let's say like 1,000 feet. And you have two guys.
Is it harder for the blimp to maintain altitude higher elevation because the air is thinner?
Is it easier or more difficult for a blimp
I'd imagine
the Civil War.
to maintain elevation or altitude closer to Earth or higher in the sky?
It's very sad to see.
It's actually more complicated than you're talking.
And again, I
It's
say, if you
usually
look at
easier
the
for a
end
blimp
war, the
altitude at higher
1800s,
elevations than very
a
close
very
to the ground.
turbulent time. You take the
Why
end,
higher
was
can be easier, more
1869.
stable air, closer to turbulence from buildings, etc. Dude, this is one. When I go viral, I want a system in planes that maneuvers them away. Have you ever been in really bad turbulence?
they have like weather maps, but they just fly through. Like, I'm sure they try to minimize it without just like going, taking like a 6-hour detour on the shore. They could put the whole like weird.
Is it possible for AI to be able to completely avoid turbulence, or just like almost completely avoid turbulence for planes? Like to be able to know where the winds are, allow the plane to avoid it? Oh, this is a hot topic in aviation tech. The short answer is AI can't completely avoid turbulence yet, but it can definitely help planes avoid or minimize it a lot better than humans alone. Here's the deal. Why turbulence happens. Turbulence is caused by chaotic airflows, wind shear, jet streams, thunderstorms, mountains, thermal currents, etc. It's tricky because it can form suddenly and unpredictably. It varies in intensity and location over small distances. Many turbulent patches are invisible. Clear air turbulence. What AI can do now and in the future. Data gathering. AI can process tons of weather data, satellite info, radar, and real-time sensor data from the aircraft to predict where turbulence is likely. You can spot patterns humans might miss. Companies use AI-enhanced turbulence forecasting models to suggest smoother routes. Real-time response. AI systems on board can analyze data like accelerometers and air to detect turbulence onset quickly. They can adjust flight control Sut. Word, but it's subtle. But subtly, subtly. How do you say to you?
I think the T is like almost now.
Right. It's subtly, 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 subtly. It's not subtle. What's the difference? Subtly. Subtly is an adverb. How something is done in a delicate or not obvious way. She hinted at a surprise. Subtly is a noun. Pronounced subtly. Subtly. The subtly. Subtlety. Subtlety. Subtlety is a noun. Subtly. The subtly. The subtly. The subtlety. The subtlety of his argument. Subtly. Okay, hold on. The word. Okay, so as I read it here, okay, haircut, impact, AI, to subtly, subtly, subtly. What is subtly? Okay, the person subtly. So, how do you say something like the person subtly? The person subtly walked past the person. He used to say subtly.
Sut.
Right. I know the B is silent. Subtly. So the person walked subtly past the other person. It's not the person walked subtly. Subtly. Okay, so subtly, the quality of the state being subtle. Pronounced subtlety. Or so it's subtly. I guess subtle. Subtle. Subtly. Okay. So back to what we were reading before we had that.
True. Of the airship is very low.
I would imagine so. Less than a plane. Did you know that for every 1 hour,
Way less than a plane.
for every
Like billions of dollars in plane maintenance.
for for at least a military plane, for every 1 hour that it's in the air, it must be maintained 10 hours.
Is that even possible? Like, what are they doing? Scrubbing the windshield over?
They like have to adjust all of the bolts and things subtly.
Seems like
Subtly.
there should not just be like a standardized amount of like, hours necessary. It should just be based on like actual maintenance wear. What do I know? Run aviation mechanic.
Right. The person subtly walked past the other person. The person subtly walked past the other person. So it's the person walked subtly past the person. Give examples of subtly. Uh, okay. The painter's subtlety in blending colors. The painter's subtlety
What's the
in
difference between subtly and subtly?
subtly is the adverb, subtlety a noun. The chess player's move was due to the subtlety of her moves. So I get it. But you would say that that chess player played subtly, but their victory was due to the subtlety of their moves. His jokes rely on subtlety rather than loud punchlines. Okay. Give example. Okay, she subtly changed her tone during the meeting, demonstrating the subtlety needed to handle sensitive topics. The artist subtly adjusted the lighting in the painting, showing subtlety in
You're
capture.
really fixated on it.
I am because it sounded off to me. Okay, so the future of AI plus advanced sensors. Imagine planes equipped with LiDAR or specialized sensors that can scan the air ahead of turbulence causing eddies or wind shear. Combined with powerful AI, they could predict and avoid turbulence zones. The tech is in early development, but it's promising.
Did you hear about Google, your favorite company, best CEO in the universe, has a new AI-powered weather forecasting model called GenCast that supposedly is a lot more accurate at forecasts up to like 15 years or something.
Yeah, I have heard something about this. Enlighten me.
Apparently, 97% higher accuracy. I don't know much about it other than that brief statement. But yeah, the AI plus weather, you might actually be able to get the forecast right.
Yeah, I think that.
Now, one thing about airships, like there's been, I mean, I'll see how many examples you can name of this type of technology, but there's been technology that has been deemed like invalid by society as a whole, and then gets rejuvenated like years or decades later. One example of that is like VR technology. There were like many companies that are experimenting on virtual reality in like the 80s and 90s, but the tech didn't go anywhere, and people in that industry just thought this is never going to take off. And then that obviously saw a resurgence in recent years. I was listening to the guy who made the Oculus goggles yesterday, and now working on this great military company. And then he was also saying that it's like nuclear energy is another one where the product is too dangerous, and the U.S. stopped developing nuclear reactors for years and years and years, and then now people are starting to realize that's just like super efficient way, I guess, cheap way to create energy. So I think the same trajectory will happen with air. I think we'll be able to, yeah.
Okay, so let's say you've got an air cruise with 1,000 people and only having to be 3 times the size of the Hindenburg. That's doable. I think that's like realistic. What happens if, let's say, let's just say it pops? You're gonna lose 1,000 people Just
No. Like imagine instead of just having one giant balloon filled with all the air, like you could just make like a bunch of cells that like there's like 10,000 cells or something all filled with the hydrogen. If one pops, it's not even gonna affect it. It's like bubble wrap. It's like you're gonna have to pop like all of them, you know?
like the movie Up.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And yeah, like I think they've probably figured out a material that's both like super lightweight and strong and flexible that it's not going to be easy to pop. But yeah, I'm assuming that you can divide it into multiple sections so that it's not just a one pop only.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think that. How do you protect it from a terrorist
Let me,
attack?
let me refresh your screen. I'm asking this one thing.
Yo, pimp. How do you protect it from a terrorist attack?
Don't invite terrorists onto the plane.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is like
Don't
it's
fly over war zone areas.
I get that, but it's like moving really slowly, so it makes it a big target.
I mean, are you flying over dangerous areas?
No, let's say we're gonna fly this thing
I mean,
from.
if someone in the U.S., like, why hasn't someone in the U.S. gotten an egg? Is that what you mean? You guys just gonna target practice off with a laser pointer?
Yeah, let's see if that's ever happened. I don't think you can pop it with a laser pointer. Well, you need a really powerful
I
one.
think you said that'd be a big threat. But I mean, I feel like the threat is.
Has anyone shot a gun at a blimp and like caused damage, or any blimp ever? I guess probably during like World War I or something. There's no widely known or documented case of someone shooting a Goodyear blimp specifically and causing damage. The Goodyear blimp is a highly visited aircraft, so any hostile action like that can make headlines. I bet somebody has. I bet somebody's large, slow-moving, and filled with lighted gases. Historically, hydrogen, now mostly helium, so theoretically, a bullet could cause damage, hit a critical part like the gas cells. However, shooting any aircraft, including blimps, is extremely dangerous and illegal. No shit. Historically, there have been very few incidents of blimps being deliberately targeted or damaged by gunfire. During wartime, some military observation balloons and blimps were shot at or attacked, but these were usually specialized military targets, not commercial advertising blimps. If you want, I can dig deeper into any specific incidents. Yeah, what? Yeah, why wouldn't you do that anyway?
Has there been a hot air balloon crash?
Safety risk. Yeah, it's wild to think about shooting at a blimp. Here's why it's a really bad idea. I know why it's a bad idea. Has anyone ever shot at a hot air balloon and caused injuries? While there have been reports and stories about hot air balloons. Okay, so shooting
balloons envelope the part that holds the hot air. It can cause rapid deflation and an emergency landing. That's very dangerous for the pilot and passengers. Most accidental or reckless shootings, mostly accidental or reckless shootings. Sometimes people shoot near balloons without realizing they're there, especially in remote or wooded areas during hunting season. Legal consequences like and near misses have happened. Bottom line, shooting a hot air balloon is extreme. I still feel like people shoot at planes. Let's look at that. How about like commercial aircraft? Has anyone shot at a commercial aircraft and hit it? Yes, that's what I want. In some conflict zones, commercial aircraft have been hit by small arms or RPGs during takeoff or landing. For example, in war-torn areas like Afghanistan or parts of Africa, airport surroundings are sometimes insecure. There are reports of planes being hit with stray bullets, but commercial aircraft are built tough, and small bullet holes usually don't count safety. Terrorist attacks using missiles or explosives. Yeah, what about regular guns? Shooting a commercial aircraft with a typical firearm from the ground while it's flying is extremely unlikely to cause serious damage because altitude, speed, and aircraft construction. But during takeoff or landing, when the plane is low and slow, it's more vulnerable. Right, exactly.
I feel like it's more in like war area. Like people don't recreationally do it. But what is like blows my like the thing that like landed the plane in the New York River,
Hudson.
whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah.
Happened one time. We should be hearing about it. Um, so they think it could have been a mechanical failure, unrelated to the bird strike, maybe a design flaw, pilot error or sabotage, object strike. Some theories that it could have been a drone. Birds, not geese. Some question if it was geese or some other kind of bird or multiple species that caused the damage. Cover-up theories. There are claims that the bird strike story was a cover-up for a military drone incident or a government test gone wrong. I don't know. They made such a big deal out of that guy that
I mean, it seems newsworthy because you literally are saving people. No one dies. You land a plane in a river. Like, I don't think that. I don't know why they would try and set that up like a movie. That's a lot of risk for a news story.
well,
Maybe CNN was really desperate for a news story, so they took some deep into the engine.
what news was going on around that time? I'm I'm with you on. Okay, so June 15th, 2009. Okay, media cover. No, but like, oh wait, hold on. Yeah, no. There was something that was going on. Um, what else was going around during that time? My thought was it was in the middle of a financial crisis. But
January 15th, 2009.
yeah. Oh, it was the day before. Wait, the day before? Or was like the week of the Obama inauguration?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if there was any.
Getting into office. He did some shady stuff in like Afghanistan or something, and he needs to lighten up the mood or something.
I don't know, but I've just always been suspicious of
I
that.
think it's saying that. Oh, wait a minute.
I've seen planes that have hit a bunch of flock of seagulls or whatever birds, and they like destroy the nose
Oh.
cone, and it
You know
causes.
what's a good idea? You know, it's a great invention.
What's that?
It's
Big dog?
much like the deer are sound, like a frequency that he played to deter deer from
Yeah, deer
miles
steer,
away.
deer steer.
Same thing, but for birds and planes.
That's a good idea.
It's like,
Yo, dog, is it possible to make some kind of like echo device that makes birds not go in front of planes? Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool idea. Play distress calls or predator sounds of birds, visual deterrence, radar and tracking. The plane's moving super fast.
Flight 828, you're going to have to listen to the next 18 hours.
Oh, that is very funny, Razor. I think you could do it. Some kind of immediate device. I think you could do it.
I mean, if they're doing it for ants, there has to be something that could be like a sonic shield.
Dog, people keep posting about me on. I had this some. I don't know. People put gifs and stuff. We just wrote. You know what gets people interested though? Isn't 4/7 or whatever. I talk about Santa Claus machines, and people are really interested in Santa Claus.
Post on your Blue Sky account?
Oh no,
I like the post.
no. Well,
How do they
but what? Just one moment, I'll find out. It's called IMGBB, which is an image posting, and I have this long. I call it attention, but it's like a long thing of wall of text basically, and it talks about in this wall of text. Well, I post attention, please read the attached World Peace Manifesto. The biggest pimp of all time has been live streaming 24/7, 365 for 3+ years. Please join the Discord to discuss Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, MILFs, and more. Data equals number one resource. Share to be a trillionaire. And then I got this link that goes to an image, and then within the image, it's a really long thing of text. It talks about anti-gravity, artificial general intelligence, time travel, teleportation, wormholes, faster than light travel, replicators, quantum computers, nanobots, mind uploading, telepathy, artificial superintelligence, nanomaterial armor, ability cloaks, energy shields, regenerative medicine, human cloning, abilities, 0-point energy, cold fusion, biological immortality. I do in my I in there talk. I put the link to my blog, and in my blog I have stuff on airships. Let me see what I have. It's been like years since I posted about it, but let me. Okay, so it's Rabbi Rothschild.blog.com, and I know I've talked airships. This website is so big. Okay, airship. AIRSHIP. Nope. Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't think it's loading everything on this page because there's so much content. But I've talked about it. I know that. I mean, frankly, I'm not that much of an advocate for blimps. I am. I'm not saying they're great, but it's like you could spend all this fucking time on blimps or the same amount on anti-gravity.
Isn't that like way far away?
No, dude, it already exists. Do you know who Bob Lazar is?
He couldn't reverse engineer it's like, yeah, we're basically just like monkeys that can't figure shit out and dangerous.
Yeah, that's true. But they used anti-gravity there. He saw the disc fly in front of him. It emitted like a low sound, and he also used anti-gravity force. It was like a basketball cut in half, and when they would turn this thing on, and you couldn't move your hand closer to it. It would just stop. So I mean,
yeah, but he admitted that like the most brilliant physicist in the world like had like barely any understanding of how it actually functions.
But that was 30 years ago as well.
So that's what I'm saying. Like we are probably a long ways off of developing that on our own ever, or even reverse engineering it. AI will possibly figure it out somehow.
No. I think it's already been done. Look up Lockheed and TR-3B.
any credible. I mean, they wouldn't release that information. I doubt it.
Yeah, but people have shown it on camera. Like there's video of the TR-3B flying.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch one right now. Let's see it.
The one that I'm thinking uses like night vision, but these things has like a big light in the middle, and then like a light on each corner. So it looks like it has 4 lights, one on each corner of a triangle, and then one in the middle. It's called like the flying Dorito as well.
The actual. Oh, yeah, maybe it exists.
And it's silent.
Do you know, or, yeah, do you think that any humans have traveled the entire world in a hot air balloon and don't know looking it up?
Yeah, there's a guy who did it, I believe. Wait, well, there's
What year do you think it was?
okay, so there's the book by, I think it's
Around the World in 80 Days.
Jules Verne.
Story.
Yeah. I know. Okay, so let me think about this. I believe around the Okay, so the first person to do it in a plane. Well, so it would have been before then. Well, let's think how it would be done. Do I think somebody's been able to do it? Oh yeah. I read about it. He was in like a weather balloon atmosphere, and it was really cold. Or I heard about him. I don't know if I read about him, but I heard about him. When was it done? I think like in the 80s. What's the answer?
The one that I got, Bertrand Piccard and Brian Jones completed the first non-stop circumnavigation of the globe in a balloon, the Breitling Orbiter 3 in 1999.
Okay, 1999.
Fawcett achieved the first solo navigation of the globe in a balloon in 2006.
There you go. So it was not that far off. I knew it had been done for like 19 years, but I wasn't.
A wild human achievement.
It is. Dude, there's this story of this lady. You know who Nellie Bly is? I don't expect you to, but
No, I don't.
okay, so she worked for I think the New York World. New York World, and they were. Let me just give you a quick synopsis. Can you please give me the story of Nellie Bly in 10 sentences, 10 bullet points? And she was raced against somebody else who was going in the opposite end, and it was a race around the world, and it caught the attention of the world, but especially in the Americas. Yeah, so Nellie Bly and the race you're talking about. Nellie Bly was a pioneering American journalist known for daring investigative reporting in the late 1800s. In 1880, by Jules Verne's novel Around the World Days, she decided to race around the world herself. Nellie Bly set out to complete the journey in less than 80 days, which was considered impossible at the time. She wasn't officially racing another person, but British journalist named Elizabeth Bislin was sent by a rival newspaper to race in the opposite direction around the world. Nellie traveled eastward, while Elizabeth traveled westward, creating an unofficial global race that captivated the public. Nellie's journey took her by steamships and trains through Europe and Asia and across the Pacific. The race caught the attention of readers across the Americas and internationally, sparking widespread fascination, travel, and technology. Nellie Bly completed her trip in 72 days, 6 hours, and 11 minutes, beating both Elizabeth Beisland and the fictional 80-day mark. Her success made headlines and established her as a trailblazer for women in journalism and adventure. Nellie Bly's journey inspired many and showed how determination and courage could break boundaries for women at that time. I just think that's a cool story that like there was like a race around the world, and it was like it caught the attention of the whole world. I think it's a cool story. I think that should be.
Is this guy on like the podcast guy like screen? Is that you, but in the like universe, like parallel reality where you work at Duke private equity firm?
That's exactly right.
Why do you look so much like it?
I mean, there are a lot of people who attempt.
You
There
work
are a lot of people who attempt to have this amount of sexiness.
Yeah, so they did know that they were racing, or they did not?
So I think when Nellie Bly started, she did not know, but then somebody told her that, hey, you're in a race. Oh, let me see. Did Nellie Bly know that the Elizabeth lady was racing against her at the beginning, or did she only find out subsequently? Great question. Nellie Bly did not know about the Elizabeth Bisland racing against her at the start. Here's what happened. Nellie Bly's trip was planned and publicized by her newspaper, the New York World, but the rival paper, the Cosmopolitan, secretly sent Elizabeth Bisland on a competing journey at almost the same time. Both women set off independently without knowing the other was on a similar mission, going in the opposite direction. The race only became known to the public and the participants after both journeys were underway. It was the media and readers who framed their trips as a head-to-head competition, added excitement to the story. So Nellie was focused on.
She was just trying to get around the world with like planes and hitchhiking and boats, just like anything.
Yes. Isn't that a cool story? And on top of that, it was before the first transatlantic solo flight across the Atlantic. So she had to take Steamship by Lindbergh.
I sent you a documentary. Apparently, I hadn't sent it to you before. I sent it to Cat PNC, and possibly I mentioned it before. That's about like this German aerospace engineer that builds this like an airship blimp thing in the middle of the jungle in South America, and it's a very interesting documentary. I like it.
You just sent it to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Sick doc about a guy who built a homemade airship in the middle of the jungle in South America. Dude, I like that most similar flag thing. That's cool. I looked at that the other day, and then the art that you sent. So you like that art? It's very indigenous.
It's colorful. It's interesting. There's people also like they mention peyote a lot and how significant the substance of peyote is, and I've been diving in, like barely dip my toes in the water into like the like religious system and how they use that. They're like these full supernatural gods and beings that are beyond this world, and peyote is like role into communicating with those extra super cement beings. So, looking into they're like a whole different Sherpa type people. I kind of want to go to Mexico and more. There's also a form that I like, which is textile art, which is different from other keyword style art. It's not tapestry art, textile art, and some of them look pretty cool. I just like combining different fabrics together.
Why do you like fabric art?
Fabric art, one, it's some of them it's made on a loom, and a loom is a really cool machine.
It is. It's the first kind of computer, arguably.
Why do you say it's a computer?
Oh baby.
One computer?
Oh baby. Okay, so do you know about the Luddite people?
Of course I know.
Okay, well, I figured you would. Whenever anybody asks me to teach them about computers, I start with the loom. How is the loom the first kind of computer? The reason why I say that is because it is like the first thing that allowed. Okay, so for like organizing of information in a machine on a large scale. Okay, it's often called the first kind of a computer because it used a system of programmable instructions to control its operation. Programmability with punch cards. The Jacquard loom used punch cards to control the pattern woven into the fabric. Each card had holes arranged in specific ways that dictated how the loom's thread moved. By changing the sequences of cards, you could change the pattern automatically without manual reconfiguration. Automated control. The loom was able to automatically produce complex patterns, cards, which is similar to how modern computers read instruction software to perform tasks. Stored instructions. The punch cards represented a stored set of instructions separate from the machine itself, which could be reused or modified, an important idea in computing. Influence on computing development. The idea of using punch cards to control machines inspired later investors like the father of the computer, who planned to use similar cards in his analytical engine in the 20th century, which used punch cards for programming. So the Jacquard loom wasn't a computer in the modern sense. It didn't calculate or process numbers, but it was the first machine to use programmable instructions to automate complex operations, which laid the groundwork. Does that answer your question?
I get it now. I did not know that a loom operated with a punch card. I thought it was literally like you have a pen thing, and then you have to manually weave in between these like vertically laced lines somehow. And I don't know any loom or color changing patterns or whatnot. I was gonna dive to how a loom works because I'm good at it.
Well, I mean, the kind of complicated one, but essentially it's the first machine to use programmable instructions to automate complex operations. So the traditional loom was able to automate complex operations. You could program it a little bit. You could program it, even like a loom. You program like where the string's gonna go.
I thought it was entirely manual. I'll have to watch a video on how it works.
No. I mean, the early ones are, but even that is programmable. Where you put your you decide what yarn is gonna go in what spot. That's a program.
Okay. That's cool. I didn't know that.
Isn't it? In fact, there was a company when I first started this live streaming journey. It's called Loom. I don't know if it's still in business. Yo, is that live streaming app called Loom still available? I used to stream on something called Loom. Loom. Yes, the live streaming app Loom you're referring to is still available and actively maintained. Loom is a video communication platform. Availability. It's available on multiple platforms. Yeah, loom.com.
Apparently, there are oh, so what's the number? Like tons of birds apparently do fly into planes like all the time, but they're designed so that if one engine goes out, they can still land somehow. And so it rarely results in like a crash landing where somehow like all those geese got sucked into both engines, I think, and that made it the crash ending, but landing. But it's still weird that like I don't know, like only one instance of that geese both engines failed.
You ever seen one of the planes when a bunch of birds hits it? It looks like somebody took a machine gun to it. The nose cone and stuff.
I haven't seen that, but have you seen the plane where like the nose of it opens up and it looks like it's kind of like talking?
Yeah, it's cool. Have you heard that story of that pilot who was sucked out of the window of the plane and the people had to hold on to him and land the plane simultaneously, and it like fucked him up badly, but he survived?
Like, what do you mean, like regular people were
The co-pilot and stuff.
like a wing?
Yo, dog, what's a quick 10 bullet point summary of that pilot who was flying a plane and something like the windscreen flew off and he got sucked out, and the flight attendant and co-pilot had to hold on to him at like 30,000 feet and land the plane. He survived but really badly injured. Okay, a commercial flight was cruising at around 30,000 feet. Suddenly, the cockpit windshield off unexpectedly. The pilot was partially sucked out of the cockpit due to the sudden depressurization. The force was so strong that only his upper body was outside the plane. The co-pilot and flight attendant grabbed onto him to keep him from falling out. Despite being exposed to extreme cold and wind at high altitude, he held on and survived. The pilot was severely injured from the ordeal but stayed conscious. The co-pilot took control and managed to land the plane safely. Emergency crews were waiting when the plane landed. The pilot was hospitalized but lived to tell the incredible story. What's his name? His name was, I'll find out that. His name was Tim Lancaster. It was a June 10th, 1990 British Airways flight from Birmingham to Malaga. The cockpit windscreen blew out at approximately 17,000 feet. The sudden decompression caused Captain Lancaster to be partially sucked out of the cockpit. Flight attendant Nigel Ogden and first officer Alistair Atkinson acted swing fully ejected. Ogden grabbed onto Lancaster's legs while Atkinson took control of the aircraft, landing safely at Southampton Airport. Lancaster sustained serious injuries, including frostbite, fractures, and bruising, but remarkably survived the ordeal. He returned to flying just 5 months after and continued his aviation career until his retirement in 2008. The incident is often cited as one of the most dramatic in aviation history, showcasing the extraordinary bravery and teamwork of the flight crew. What was your question?
If you just open the window or something,
I think it was a. Oh, I remember what it was. Before I even look it up, they put the wrong screws in the windshield or something like that. Yo, why did the windscreen pop out? Wasn't it because they put the wrong size screws in or something? Yo, you got it right. The windscreen popped out because of improper maintenance involving the wrong screws. Here's the lowdown. When British Airways Flight 5390 was being serviced, the cockpit windscreen was removed and then refitted. The maintenance crew used the wrong size screws, similar ones instead of the proper longer screws, to secure the windscreen. These incorrect screws couldn't handle the pressure and stress during flight. At cruising altitude, the huge pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cockpit caused the windscreen to blow out violently. This led to the sudden decompression of the pilot being sucked out. So basically, a simple but critical maintenance error with screws caused a near disaster. Maintenance protocols
so
got
it was a Boeing aircraft.
it was what kind of aircraft was it? It was a BAC 111. So I believe that's British
Is there any is
Aerospace
there any
Corporation.
conspiracy surrounding the Boeing aircraft door stuff, or do you just think it was poor management, execution?
The latter. I mean, you don't hear much about it anymore. I think they change in the future. They companies. I've said this. Remember, I said like Amazon will go to be Prime. Boeing will just be Boeing, just Boeing, one syllable. Boeing, like Boeing, 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 Boeing. But that's how some people say it anyway. And I have a friend of mine. He's from South Africa. Really quickly, like Boeing, 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 and I and so instead of making it two syllables, just having it be one syllable is really important for a company. It's just about simplicity. Um, but that one,
For me, for the sake of comedy.
well, it's related. I mean, simplicity just is attractive to people, and in commerce, alliteration, comedy and commerce. Um, but I think that I'm actually surprised that there is not more, or there are not more airline issues. Like, I'm surprised there's not like a plane crash every day.
Or
It's just
Devotees?
no, 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 no. It's just like there are what like hundreds of car accidents, and I don't know. It's just like planes are. There's so much that can happen with lightning and flying over mountains and just people like a I don't know falling asleep at the wheel of the plane or whatever. Or the controls or drunk pilots. It's like nothing really. I understand why they have to be. And that's why for every 1 hour of flight, at least for military aircraft, 10 hours of uh, 10 hours of maintenance. I get that. But I don't know, there's like frost that can get on the plane tips and ice on the wings and
Like freaking
fog.
Yellow Night
Right. They have people who are employed in like northern states for freaky. I we were talking about turbulence. One time I was flying over the Rocky Mountains, and I'd flown before, but it was usually always really calm, and we had really bad turbulence. It was so bad, I'm not kidding. I asked the guy next to me if I could hold his hand because I thought I was going to die. And he said yes. And I literally gripped this man's hand for, like, I could see the blood. Like, my hand went, like, white because it was, like, white knuckle, basically, action. And he was calmer than I was, but I'd been in, like, maybe light turbulence, but this was like the plane was dropping like 20 feet in the air, and people were screaming, and I thought, no fucking way, I'm gonna die in a plane crash. Rocky Mountains. This is um it was fucking wild.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'd be hard to make a gyroscope happen that way. Or I mean, I don't know, if they're like big things, I think it would be hard to count if you had a 20-foot range in each diameter cockpit or something, and then it just always smooths it out no matter like the exterior shell moves, but the interior shell is the same.
I get that,
So it's just
but it would be too big. AI that just knows where all the air is going to be in the future, or like in the path of the plane, and then it can just slowly avoid those areas or quickly avoid those areas, depending.
I think it's possible to use sound, like it's possible, not really possible to use sound to airplane snowplow, smooth out the choppy air.
It's possible, but you'd need like a huge. You're talking like an ice for the air. Yeah, it's possible, but it would be really loud.
Right. Well, I mean, trade-off. Do you want a smooth flight or a loud flight?
I mean, if it's really, I think it might be so loud that it like would deafen the people. Think about how loud a plane is already, and then it would have this like.
It's like sonic boom.
Yeah, this
rockets,
huge.
Or maybe it like shoots off these like sonic booms like ahead of the plane, and then you ride through like these like explosions of nuclear like explosions or whatever that clear out all the turbulence in front of you.
Think about how loud that would be for people on the ground.
I mean, better soundproofing might be required.
No, people are already on the ground. They already think planes are loud. Now imagine it with sonic booms. Have you ever heard of sonic boom? It's like it breaks the glass of how it breaks the glass of houses.
Yeah, and it'll break the turbulence of wind. I guess I'm gonna have to search that.
I'm looking it up. Yo, dog, would a really loud horn, like as loud as a sonic boom, on the front of a plane be able to stop or diminish turbulence? Yo, that's a wild idea, but here's the deal. Sonic boom is a massive shockwave caused by something that breaks the sound barrier, super loud and powerful. The idea of putting a horn on that loud on a plane to stop or reduce turbulent sounds is cool, but turbulence is caused by chaotic air movements, things like air pockets, wind shear, and jet streams. A horn, no matter how loud, would just send out sound waves, pressure waves, but these waves don't have enough energy or the right kind of force to smooth out or push away the turbulence away from the plane. Oh, that's interesting. Also, producing a horn as loud as a sonic boom constantly would be crazy, noisy, and damaging to the plane's structure, passengers, and environment, and probably illegal. Planes already deal with turbulence by design flexible wings, autopilot adjustments, and pilot skill, rather than trying to blast the air around them. Plus, sound waves dissipate quickly and don't create stable airflow changes over large distances like you need. The best way to handle turbulence remain route planning, weather forecasting, and aircraft design, not loud horns. I like it though.
Yeah, it's just the sound waves are still not strong enough. You can control the atmosphere potentially with, like, I don't know, parts.
Blimps. What about blimps that like go around and like smooth out the air?
I think a blimp would be less affected by turbulence.
That's a good question. Yo, dog, less affected by turbulence than
Yeah.
Yo, great question. Here's a scoop on blimps versus planes and turbulence. Blimps airships are generally less affected by turbulence than airplanes. They fly slower and lower than most planes, often cruising in calmer air layers closer to the ground. Because blimps are huge, lighter than aircraft filled with glass, helium, they're more buoyant and don't rely on fast speeds to stay aloft. Their big size and low speed let them rise and gust more gently, like a boat on calm weather versus speedboat hitting waves. However, blimps are still affected by strong winds and severe weather. They can get pushed around or buffeted if conditions are rough. Planes, especially jets, fast and high, where jet stream and clear air turbulence are common, encounter sharper, more sudden turbulence. Also, planes have rigid wings and fast speed, which make which can make turbulence feel more intense for flying, but they are less practical for fast, long distance travel. So yeah, you can take a blimp across the ocean. Take a blimp from Los Angeles to Shanghai. Typical speeds of a blimp is 35 to 50 miles. 45 flying non-stop would be 138 hours. Holy fuck. That's almost a week. That's slow. Though for cruising, days. And a
Twice as fast, that's good. You don't, it's more like a luxury experience. But I mean, possibly if it's going around the world, first ever airship to go around the world. What do we name this company for our airship company?
Okay, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Um,
Boing. Steel, boing, sewing, boing.
Boing. What rhymes with shrimp? Gimp?
Blimp.
Perfect. You got it, dog. You nailed it. The blimp pimp. I'm the blimp pimp, baby. That's a great fucking name. That's the name. So is that the name of the air cruise line? Is the blimp pimp?
I mean, what else would it be?
Well, I didn't know if this was like a cargo ship. So this is the blimp pimp. All right.
I mean, the thing is that it's not very family friendly.
Dude, we'll make family friendly. Dude, pimp? I remember.
Maybe we need to do a little destigmatizing for the word pimp.
Yeah, exactly. Pimp just means somebody who's cool. Not necessarily though. I remember the first time I ever heard the word. My friend said to me, "You're a pimp." And I'm like, "What does that mean?" And he's like, "It's somebody who gets a lot of girls." I'd never heard that term before, and I kind of became obsessed with it still to this day. And I think that you could change it from somebody who gets those to just a really charismatic individual.
Yeah, the definition is, and the informal definition makes something more showy or impressive. But, yeah, mostly it's for providing prostitutes. But it should mean just cool.
Right. It does. I mean, you can really.
People of aggregator of sex workers.
Yeah, you can really get into it as like somebody who an aggregator of sex workers. Yeah, there you go. But it could also just mean somebody who's cool. What's another word that's done that? That like that we have them. That like words suck means like something that's bad now, but like originally meant to like like sucks dick. Or let me look up. I'm sure ChatGPT can use this. Well, give me a list of words that were once really have become mainstream. All right, sucks. Oh, I got the first one. Once a crude slang, now used to mean that's bad. Damn. Originally a strong swear word. Now mild and used all the time. A harsh insult among friends. Ass, crap, bloody, pissed, dude, screw. There you go. All right, so the blimp pimp. Love it. I don't just like it.
Apparently there's a
I
thing
love
called like a thermal controlled airship, which is basically like a hot air balloon, but like a airship that you keep in air in order to explore the
Yeah, we don't want that. We can make a change to the company. It's not the blimp pimp. I'm the blimp pimp. Pimp blimp.
Yeah, the cool blimp.
It's called it's Pimp Blimp.
Yeah, I mean,
It'd be like the
stigmatizing part is like kind of a little bit.
No, it's again, that's not a big deal. It's easy to put a marketing campaign together to just overcome that. And so, like, what would you say? Like, your friends and family, oh, we booked tickets on the Pimp Blimp. That would be really popular. I'm going to shoot at it with BB guns, though. I gotta tell you that right now.
That could be a room where it's just like trying off the blimp and we just like do a bunch of
Okay.
guns.
Wait, that would be a room?
Yeah.
I meant I was going to try to do it from the ground. So you're saying as you're flying in the Pimp Blimp, you try to break it?
Yeah, only it's like a kid's carnival game type thing where it's like you try and intentionally off the Pimp Blimp using a BB gun, but it's too strong, so no one's ever popped it.
Okay. I think that the Pimp Blimp should be, what do they call that? Never flat tire material. It should be made out of that. Do you know what I mean? Like, so if it takes a puncture, it heals itself. Self-healing.
Gray goo.
Yes, perfect. It's a self-healing blimp. Okay, so the Pimp Blimp, the actual blimp part is going to be filled with like mini balloons, right? Not mini balloons, but like, I don't know, like hundreds of balloons, right? So if like one of them breaks, it doesn't break them all, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Like in Up. Have you heard that? I'm sure that guy who tied a bunch of balloons to a lawn chair and made it like 10,000 feet in the air.
Yeah, Mythbusters did an episode, and he supposedly used the BB gun to lower himself.
Right.
As in Houston or somewhere Texas.
Yo, dog, give me that 10 bullet points on that guy who had a balloon that lifted his lawn chair in the air, put it down with big BB guns. Okay, a man tied a bunch of helium or weather balloons to a lawn chair turning it into a DIY flying contraption. He lifted off the ground unexpectedly, floating up in the air with no proper control or safety gear. Authorities quickly spotted him drifting, raising alarms for safety and public risk. At some point, to bring him down, a police officer or official used BB guns to pop the balloons. Wait, that's from the ground? No. Popping the balloons gradually lowered him down. The guy managed to survive. The event made headlines because of its highly related DIY flight stunts. Authorities likely became. Yeah, give me the exact stuff though. Don't give me random, like, broad. Tell me the fucking story. All right, here's the real story. Lawn chair balloon flight incident. Larry Walters, 1982. Larry Walters, a truck driver from LA, had a wild idea. He attached 45 helium-filled balloons to a sturdy lawn chair. On July 2nd, 1982, he took off from his backyard in San Pedro, California.
wearing a parachute and carrying a pellet gun, not a BB gun. The man was to float up a few hundred feet, enjoy the view, and shoot the balloons to descend safely. They estimated the lift of about 16,000 feet, way higher than he had planned. He was stuck there for hours into the controlled airspace of LAX, causing a serious flight risk. Air traffic controllers were freaking out because it was dangerously close to jets. Larry fired his pellet gun slowly, but it was tricky and nerve-wracking. After a few hours, he finally landed safely in Long Beach with no major injuries. He got cited by the FAA for violating air traffic rules, but the story made him famous worldwide as the lawn chair Larry guy. Larry stunt inspired movies, documentaries, and even science sections about amateur airplane. Yeah, that's correct. Why did you not just tell me that story, but you made up stuff about a police officer shooting him from the ground? Yo, my bad for tossing up a mix-up earlier. I was trying to keep it quick, but ended up blending stories by mistake. The Larry Walters lawn chair balloon flight is a real crazy one, and no cops were shooting him down. It was all him with the pellet gun up in the sky. Thanks for calling me out. I always want to keep it real and clear, so I appreciate you pushing for my legit story. Dude, okay, I've got one. Yo, dog, in a voice like Joey Diaz, please give me a commercial for a cruise company that offers flights in the air for people like a cruise ship, but in the air using airship. And the name of the airship is the Pimp. The future of cruising is in the air, babe. Welcome to the Pimp Blimp, the flyest airship this side of the stratosphere. We ain't just floating, we gliding smooth as silk, cruising the skies like the kings and queens you are. You want luxury? We got luxury. Lounges, fine ass dining, and so wild you'll think you're touching the clouds. This ain't your grandma's boat. We got DJs bumping, cocktails flowing, and vibes so fresh you'll want to stay up there forever. From LA to Miami, from New York to fucking Hawaii. Your ship cruise, where the sky ain't the limit, it's the playground. Capiche? Now get off your. That is Tanya. Or even over New York City.
I know, I think it would be like actually really, really cool.
Oh, you want to know something in the future? What they'll have? You ready for this one, big dog?
Okay.
Glass floors on planes.
Don't they already have those to some extent? I think in helicopters, there's helicopters with those.
Okay, but not on planes. I've never known of a plane to have a glass floor.
Not on the commercial, maybe not on the commercial airplane.
Wouldn't that be baller?
That would be very baller. Would you rather be in an underground submarine city or a
Do you mean like a skyscraper?
know what they're called?
Skyscraper on the ocean floor?
I'm not moving around. Why don't skyscrapers exist?
Pressure.
There's not that much pressure with like 100 feet, like coastline water, right?
Right. But then you've got waves and stuff. I mean, let's find out the real reasons. It's something that I promote though. I talk of like when I do my spam, I talk about sea scrapers. Just not in the. I did it a couple days ago. I had sea scrapers and floating cities talking about. Doug, why don't these scrapers exist like skyscrapers, but in the ocean?
There's a restaurant in somewhere like in Navy or something underwater.
There's a whole Florida that is.
Really?
Yeah, and I think it's in the Bahamas. I've seen it. It's like 100 feet underwater.
Oh, yeah, I think I've seen that on YouTube.
And then there's a guy who lived like 100 days in it or something without talking to anybody. It's like the longest anybody's been under, even though he was like not really. Yo, that's a dope question. Sea scrapers, like skyscrapers underwater, sound loud, but here's why they don't really exist yet. Crazy pressure. The deeper you go underwater, the higher the pressure. Building super tall structures in the ocean means dealing with crushing pressure, and that's way tougher than air pressure on land. Water corrosion. Salt water is brutal on materials. It eats away metals and concrete faster than air, making maintenance hella expensive and complicated. Structural changes. Water moves, waves, currents, tides, so sea scrapers would have to withstand constant, unpredictable forces from all directions, unlike stable land foundations. Oxygen and lighting. Underwater habitats would need artificial oxygen, lighting, and climate control to keep humans comfy, which is energy intensive and tricky to manage on a huge scale. Access and evacuation. Getting people in and out safely from underwater towers is a major hassle. Elevators don't work the same, and emergency evacuations get way more complex. Cost. Building and maintaining anything underwater is orders of magnitude more expensive than on land or even in shallow water. Environmental impact, tech limitations, economic demand, alternative solutions. Instead, we've got floating platforms, underwater labs, or oil rigs, which serve specific purposes without trying to be skyscrapers. That said, some architects and engineers dream of underwater cities or hotels, but it's still mostly sci-fi or experimental stuff. Want to hear about some cool underwater habitats? Yeah, I do. All right, the Aquarium Reef Base, located off the coast of Florida. Aquarius is the world's only undersea research lab. Yeah, that's what it was. It sits about 60 feet underwater and lets scientists live and work submerged for weeks studying marine life. It's basically an underwater mini city for researchers. Jules Undersea Lodge. In Key Largo, Florida, there's a tiny underwater hotel where guests scuba dive down to stay inside. It was originally a research habitat but converted into a quirky underwater Airbnb type spot. Proteus Submarine by Ocean Spiral is proposed, a concept for a massive underwater city by Japanese company Shimizu Corporation. It would be a giant sphere resting on the ocean floor with living spaces, farms, and energy systems connected by spiraling tunnels to the surface. Pure sci-fi right now, but a wild vision of the future. Sea Orbiters in development, a floating ocean exploration vessel that extends underwater. It would let scientists live and work while drifting across oceans, combining sea and air habitats. Designed more for research than living full-time, but still super futuristic. Underwater hotels like the Manta Resort, located in Zanzibar, it has an underwater room submerged a few meters below the surface, giving guests a 360-degree ocean view. Not a skyscraper, but the taste of living luxury. Hydropolis Underwater Hotel. Dubai, a luxury underwater hotel with multiple casino promises, swimming pools, restaurants, and rooms all underwater, but never got built yet. Ocean Spiral is a concept, another Shimizu Corporation vision, a giant underwater spiral city that harvests energy from the ocean, designed to house thousands. It's an attempt to edit building a sustainable underwater habitat. Marine cities and floating structures. Some ideas on floating cities tethered to the ocean floor like seasteading. These aren't underwater but are alternatives to landscapes. Deep sea research submersibles, not habitats. Tech like Alvin or Nautil let scientists explore deep ocean temporarily, pushing the limits of human presence underwater. Biosphere 2 inspired designs, while not underwater. Biosphere inspired enclosed ecosystems, which could translate to closed that's for the future. Does that answer your question? Excellent. Dude, did you hear about that hotel in space?
Real or is it?
Yeah, it's real. They're gonna start like in the next 10 years. They'll be available within 10 years. You know, give me like a 10 bullet point thing in Joey Diaz's voice about that hotel they're supposed to build in low Earth orbit. Joey Diaz style, straight up, no bullshit. Yo, this ain't no regular hotel, a fancy ass space station for rich mofos and space tourists to kick it among us about building it with big players like Blue Origin and Sierra Space. These are the real deal hustlers. The hotel gonna have all the amenities, sleeping quarters, labs, restaurants, and even places to chill and party in zero G. You'll be floating around sipping space cocktails while watching the whole Earth spin beneath you. That's some next level shit. They plan on having it up and running in late 2020s or early 2030s, so you've got some time to save your paper. It ain't cheap. We're talking millions to book a night. But hey, if you got the bankroll, why the fuck not? The orbital reef won't just be a hotel. It's a business park in space, so expect scientists and companies to set up shop there too. The station's lit piece by piece and add as they go, like a space Lego set for billionaires. Bottom line, it's going to change the game for space travel, making you feel like a true space pimp floating high above the bullshit down here. So get ready, cocksucker. The future's looking cosmic, and the parties move into orbit. You down for a zero-G highball? Does that answer your question?
You just answered your own question about the hotel in space.
Yeah, you did. You asked, "Is that a real thing?" And I said, "Yeah, like they're planning on doing it in the next 10 years."
Yeah, you're right. What's it called? Does it have a name?
Yeah, orbital.
Or what?
It's called orbital reef.
So what is your name that doesn't suck? That's not the orbital reef.
All right, here we go. Hotel. The space. That's it. The space place. That's it.
So the space is funny.
Space. That works too. That's good. Space.
That's very clever.
Space base.
Now the space.
Space.
Word. Yeah.
That's what I said originally, but
yeah, man, that's the best one.
okay.
Rarely can you use the same exact word. Funny.
Exactly.
Exactly. So the space, I love it. I don't just like it, I love it. Though I liked what you said or what I thought you said. Space, that works. But space, because of the rarity of that double word that you, I don't, I will try to think of another thing that you do that could work.
Is there a technical term for that?
Let's find out. Yo, dog, imagine a place in space. You called it the space, where two words are used to describe an object or place or thing. What do you call this? Like,
Reduplication.
look at you, reduplication.
Or immediate duplication or word doubling.
Reduplication. Okay, so here's some other ones. How about a bye-bye?
Yeah, night,
Go.
bye.
What are 50 reduplication? Just because of how good the names are, we have to come up with businesses for these.
It seems like most reduplications kind of like there's like really or like big and like
Space. That came to me so quickly. Yeah. But I still didn't even like it as much as then I said space place.
now.
And then I thought you said
Do you
space.
have I have an idea for this, but do you have a made for you style way to augment the struggling space hotel space business?
Okay, let's think of it.
I have one. If you offer them free tickets to the space, but it says in the fine print only one way, and then you charge like double for the way back.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so free to get there, and then only once.
And everything you need there is like insanely expensive. Like toilet paper is like 20 grand.
Exactly. Yeah. And then your return flight is just insanely expensive. Okay, I'm down. Okay, that was different than what I was thinking, but I like that one more. I was thinking. Okay, this is funny. Okay, so people who have at least like science fiction writers and scientists in general talk about when you build a place, not necessarily in low Earth or something that weightlessness is something that people want as part of the experience. But the thought is, if you were like creating an air or like a spaceship, you would want to create some artificial gravity. So the idea would be it would have a similar gravity to Earth. So what you do, you get a bunch of people and offer them a spaceship that has artificial gravity for an insane amount of money. Let's say $1 million a ticket. you do is you put these people false spaceship, and then when they get out, they're still on Earth, but you just tell them that it's artificial gravity, and you take $1 million from each of them.
To the Nigerian scammer.
Exactly. Okay. Okay. What's the best way to scam people in a Nathan for You style to get the most amount of money from people, but in space? I think what you
Joey Diaz would.
and Joey Diaz works. No, and what you said was really good. That you get them up there, and then in order to get home, guys are going to go to the space. You're like, okay, great, and you only send their kids there and keep the parents at home and hold them hostage. In order to get home, their parents typically have to pay a ransom.
Oh, that's different than where I thought you were going, but that was a good idea. Mine was, okay, you send them to space, they go to the space. They're normally it's like a 30-day hospital, and then that way you get more frequent turnover. Actually need to like give people like a.
All right, what about you tell people that they're able to go to the space and
You give them ration and immediately collect their deposit.
there's that. I was thinking, what was it? I was on some kind of ride. I don't know if it was at Disneyland or somewhere. Maybe it was Universal Studios or something. And I don't know if I was like or what it was. I'm trying to think exactly what it was, but basically, like, they said that, okay, it was like at some theme park thing where you were, it wasn't Space Mountain, but maybe it was Tomorrowland or something. Basically, you were going to go on a spaceship, and you go and you sit in a spaceship. Basically, like, there's a, imagine like a spaceship, but it's like got the seats of, think you're flying through space or whatever, and then so you know how movie theaters, the right side or through the left side? Do you know what I mean?
Does anyone go into the right side? Oh, like then, like if you're going into the theater and it actually splits both sides.
Yeah, exactly. You know, to go in
Some of
one.
them only have one side though, but yeah.
Okay, nevertheless, but you can eat. Okay, so basically, you go in through one side, you go into the ship thing, and then out the other side, and you think that you're in a different world. I'm just trying to think where I experienced this. It wasn't a dream. It was something where I really was. And it was like Jurassic Park the ride, but it was something like that where they're like, okay, go on a. Oh, I know. Wait, was it 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Disneyland? No, that actually takes. It was something like at Disneyland or something where you imagine like a just like I talked about, like a movie theater. You go in through one side, and then they fake that you're flying somewhere, and then you get out on the other side, and it is like a whole other world. You basically could do that to people, like trick them into thinking that they went somewhere else when they really didn't. So like I think you could probably do this easier on Earth. So imagine okay, so imagine you told some people that you they were going to travel to Hawaii, let's say, to a resort in Hawaii, and I guess you could do it. You just need like a really big place. But basically, you would have them enter the plane. They would think that they were flying on a plane, looking out the windows. It would look like they were flying, but it would just be like fake on the outside. Like it would just be like, uh, yeah, okay, what was? Maybe it was. Um, I'm really trying to think what ride it was. I don't know. There was like an ET ride at Universal Studios that it wasn't like that. It's kind of like that, but not really. Um,
Mission Space. I don't know.
yeah, it was something like that where you were put into like a room going in from like the right, and then you got out of the left, and it was like a different world. And I don't know. I was thinking you could do that and just trick people into thinking they went into space, though. But the gravity part of it
Right.
would be hard to fake. The gravity part would be like confusing to people. Okay, what about
Just re-educate them that there's actually no anti-gravity is only outside the spaceship, but we've induced an anti-gravity machine inside the spaceship.
right?
That
So
feels more like Earth.
that's artificial gravity. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So
We've introduced this advanced artificial gravity system, make it feel more like home.
you could really do that. So just take a hotel and put like stars on the outside of the windows, and just you basically just tell people that they are in space with artificial gravity, all kinds of space food like Tang and all that other shit. Like that ketchup packet thing that like in the squeezable things, all that would work. And so,
Everything is in toothpaste too.
yeah, exactly. That's how people eat in the future.
Literally, it's just like a black rip at dollar store, glow in the dark, 6 stars that you buy, and you're like, yep, it's real space.
Very, very funny. Okay, I wonder. Okay, so it's a ticket for you. Oh, Wait, that's not what it was, but it's similar. Okay, do you remember? Okay, is this what it was? It's similar. It's similar to
Here.
Las Vegas, where I experienced this. No, I'll think of it or probably won't. But no, okay. So you remember that Nathan for you? Somebody's got like gorgons or something, and then that lady gets brushed by the character actors, and they put her in an ambulance and then like rush her.
Oh.
You remember that?
Right. Yeah, I do remember that now.
Yeah. So basically, in a similar fashion, they and then they like say that you can sue. Funny one, and I think that the guy who is the lady's girlfriend was, or the lady's boyfriend, cool, but it wouldn't be like negative. It would just be positive.
Restricting people in this thing.
Yes, exactly. Or I guess you could do it in a different. You just tell them that they went on a different. Oh, I think it was at like a fair or something. Had a. Yeah, that's what it was. They had like a thing. It was like a. Let me see. Let me look it up. Yo, dog, wasn't there like a fair attraction in the 1980s or 1990s or early 2000s where you would buy a ticket and then get into a like what was supposed to be like a spacecraft, and it would move with people inside, and you looking at a screen, and it would look like you were flying through space, and then like you had landed and then you get off. What were these things? Yo, you're talking about a space simulator rides or space flight motion simulators from back in the day. They were super popular in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s at theme parks and attractions. Here's the lowdown. They were also called motion simulator rides or space simulators. You buy a ticket and hop in this cabin designed to look like a spaceship cockpit or shuttle. The cabin would move and shake in sync with, creating the illusion of flying through space or landing on a planet. The visuals were usually pre-recorded or computer-generated scenes of space travel, asteroids, stars, and alien worlds, etc. These combine physical motion, pitch, roll, and vibration with video to trick your senses into feeling like you are really on a mission. Okay, so one famous example was the Star Tours ride at Disney Park. Launched in 1987, it used this tech to simulate Star Wars spaceflight. Another was Mission Space at Epcot. That's where it was. That's where I saw it, I think. Mission Epcot, which is in Florida, with centrifugal style motion. That's where I saw it. It was at Epcot. Okay, outside of Disney, other theme parks had rides like Space Center, Houston Shuttle Mission Simulator, or smaller independent space simulators. Some science centers use these simulators for educational purposes, letting people experience astronaut training or space missions virtually. The tech behind it was a mix of hydraulic or electric actuators, moving a cabin synced with visuals and sound effects, and super immersive for its time. So yeah, these rides were the OG VR for space lovers before VR
was even a thing. Want to hear about how they work technically, or here's some wild ride stories? No. Okay, does it make sense what it was? It was basically like a car moved around, not a car, but like, does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I looked it up, and when I searched it, I almost said the word Epcot, but I did not say the word Epcot.
That's
So
okay.
it triggered a memory.
That's what it was. Okay.
I feel like NASA probably has like flight simulators and stuff.
Right. Now, how could we do a Nathan for you with this? Where, I mean, you need gullible people, but sometimes the people are gullible. So you would be like, okay, you have an opportunity to fly around the world, and you get a bunch of people who pay like a lot of money, I don't know, $1 million each or whatever, with the expectation that they're going to fly around the world. But the idea is they never get off of the plane. So you basically can move like it's the top, the front of the plane lifts up and moves down and can like pitch and yaw and all that. And but the people never get off the plane. The thing is, you never get this plane off the ground. Screens on the outside so that you think that you are moving around the world, and then you could pressurize it so like people's ears pop and all that if you needed to, and just give people the idea that they're going to be really flying around the world, and then they land, and then they get off the plane, and they're like, "Wow, we just flew around the world," or whatever. But in reality, what are your thoughts?
Um, that seems like a Nathan for you type of.
Yeah.
Party maybe before they enter the plane or something, or it's like a top military. You can't see the outside of the high secure area 51. Oh, you can still like the stickers.
All right. Now, hold on. There was another thing. Maybe it was at like Universal Studios. Let me think. Like a ride at Universal Studios where you are on a plane, and then all of a sudden the plane gets hijacked or something. It could have been at Epcot. Could have been at one of those places. Yeah, it was back. That's what it was. Back to the Future, the ride. Or Jeff. I was on that too. Star Tours at Disney parks. No. Yo, dog. What Back to the Future, the ride? Yo, here's a rundown. Okay, it opened in 1991. It was based on Back to the Future. You'd hop in a DeLorean-shaped simulator, basically a fake time machine car, and buckle up for a crazy time adventure. The ride used huge screens. Yeah, Doc Brown. I think I remember this one. Um, it was immersive. The ride closed in 2007 to make way for the Simpsons ride. Yeah, but okay, did any of these rides involve like people hijacking it. All right, cocksucker. I didn't even ask it to be Joey Diaz. Let me break it down for you. None of the rides, they're mostly wild adventures. Okay, maybe not that, but okay. So
Disney World, the one in Florida I went to.
okay, I think they have it though. Okay, so you know that what was it called? The Ocean Gate, that submarine that was going to visit the Titanic.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I'm familiar.
okay, so you tell people, hey, we've got a really safe version of Ocean Gate, and it takes off from New York City, let's say. And were you ever on the ride 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Disneyland or Disney World?
2000 what under the sea?
10,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
League?
Leagues, Leagues. It's a way to measure nautical distance.
No.
Okay, so they have a ride that basically takes you underwater in a submarine, but it doesn't take you like super far underwater. It just takes you maybe like 10 feet underwater, but it makes you feel like you're really far underwater. So you could basically tell people, hey, we're going to go visit the Titanic, but so get on the submarine or whatever, and instead of really going down to the Titanic, which would be like really dangerous, you just take them like 10 feet underwater, but then just use projections on the outside so that it looks like they're approaching the Titanic, and then they come back up.
I even need to go underwater.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. You wouldn't need to go underwater. That's an excellent point, Riser. So you just have one of those, like, whatever that space thing at Epcot was, and people just look out the outside, and you just have screens that look like the ocean approaching the Titanic. Here's one. I think in the future,
Why did this thing get shut down?
the ride still goes. It's still a thing. It became Finding Nemo. I think it. I mean,
In 1994, the iconic attraction was abruptly closed and was abandoned for the next decade, sitting in the middle of the most existing park on Earth. So it was abandoned and then transitioned into Nemo.
yo, dog. Oh, is that what they say?
No, that's what you said.
Yeah. No. Hold on. A couple times. Yo, dog. What's the thing with? It was called like 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea at Disneyland, and then it became Nemo's Adventure or something. Yo, back in the day, Disney 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Submarine Voyage. Yeah, named after the Jules Verne classic. It opened in 1959. It was all about diving. Deep under the ocean in the submarine ride vehicles exploring underwater worlds, battling giant squids, and checking through water-filled show tanks, and with lots of cool animatronics and special effects. But and maintained, and after a couple of decades, it started to lose popularity. So it closed in 1998, and the subs were mothballed for a while. Fast forward to 2007, and Disneyland brought back the submarine ride with a fresh, family-friendly makeover, Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage. The new ride swapped out old Jules Verne deep sea adventure for a colorful underwater journey with Nemo, Marlin, Dory, and all your favorite Pixar fish. The ride vehicles were basically the same subs, but now you're swimming through the story of Finding Nemo with updated visuals, animatronics, and fun scenes from the movie. The vibe switched from dark, mysterious, and a little spooky to bright, playful, and perfect for kids and families. It's still a classic Disneyland attraction, keeping the submarine ride spirit alive, but with Pixar magic twist. So yeah, the ride didn't exactly become Nemo's Adventure. It's a reboot and retheme of the old submarine ride, keeping the underwater story. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's interesting.
Right.
Do you think it's strange that the Volkswagen Beetle is like such a quirky, like strange name, like kind of bubbly design car, but it was like origin as like Germany in like World War II?
Yeah, and it means people's car.
The Beetle.
Something like that. Or Volkswagen means people's car. Yo, dog, what is the thing about Volkswagen Beetle meaning people's car? Yo, Volkswagen Beetle and why it means people's car. Volkswagen literally means people's car in German. Volk means people and Wagen means car. Back in the 1930s, Germany wanted to build an affordable car for the average German family, something reliable, cheap, and easy to maintain. That's when the Beetle was formed, designed by Ferdinand Porsche to fit that people's car vision. The idea was to get everyday folks out on the horse-drawn carts and into motorized rides, democratize car ownership. The Beetle's simple, durable design to a global icon, cheap to build, easy to fix, and perfect for mass production. After World War II, the Beetle became a symbol of affordability and practicality worldwide, especially booming in the 50s and 60s. It earned the nicknames like Bug and was beloved for its quirky shape and dependable engine. The whole people's car concept was about accessibility. Dude, I can tell you this. There were three chicks in a row that I dated who all drove Beetles. Was it three? Yeah, three.
No, it's just like coincidence.
Well, the Beetle was really popular. It regained popularity from like 2005 to 2015 or so. Yeah, it's total coincidence. But um, yeah, it was just a weird. It was like kind of a hot girl car, kind of. It was like a quirky kind of. Anyway, um,
You know what else is a strange? I was I was taking a shit today, and then I was watching a video on YouTube called "Sneaking into Epstein's Island." There's like some guy on like a jet ski was also Epstein's Island or whatever. And then I was talking to my friend who also about a month ago was watching the same video while taking a shit.
that
And
is
I just thought, I'm like, what are the odds of that happening? And assuming like 5 minutes a day of total like the window out of 24 hours, that is like 0.347% chance or like percentage of the day. And then out of 6.5 million, that the total amount of people that would fall into that window is about 22,750 people. And so, and out of the world, the 22,000 divided by like 8 billion is approximately a 0.0000288% chance that it happened. That's what it's supposed to watch that video well.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
All right, most recent Discord Rabbi's back. 29 minutes ago, he wrote something different. Let's see here. I thought he was YouTube Rabbi because they don't call me Discord, but also I did not look closely anytime. YouTube couldn't contain them. You know what? That's fair. And they put a GIF of somebody. That's funny. Isn't it? I think it's fucking amazing though. That I literally I've been talking for hours about futurology. People just because of these robots that I built are talking about me. I think it's amazing. Anyway, back to your.
I'm not sure if I mentioned this. I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but like when I first discovered you, and we got talking, and you like did your whole like. I mean, I don't think you even did, or even had your like kick down pat. No, you probably did. You probably did.
No, I don't think I did.
Mentioned,
I don't think I did.
Oh, I'm like streaming my world, or I'm just like streaming my life like 24/7. When I first heard that, I was like, that is the like most newsy IIQ shit I've ever heard in my like entire life. I was like so big. Like it was just crazy to me.
Well, thank you. So you think
So
it's a good idea?
I do. I hope you never stop streaming.
I hope so too.
And I hope that other people and that you deserve.
Thank you.
And it might feel like what you're doing perhaps at times is not important, but I disagree. I think it's very important.
I am in agreement with you. At no time during this do I ever have second thoughts. Like every day I get more motivated and more positive about it because I know I'm getting closer and closer to the end. You have to understand, Riser, when I first started this, I did it like for at least a year or 2 years, basically. Wait, was it 2 years? No, more than a year. And I did it and I didn't talk to anybody. Like, so I did it like totally alone. And then the first people I met that I recall consistently, I met on TikTok. There are these 3 people I met. One is a guy from they're all friends, but they met me on TikTok. One's a girl from Berkeley. She's becoming a doctor. Another guy's from Perth, Australia, and another guy is like a lawyer from Kentucky. And I met these people, and they became like kind of like my inner core of people who, and I'm still friends with them. And I would talk to them, but it wouldn't be like I would talk to a lot of people. And then I met the Harry. Oh, well, then I started doing a show on Twitter, late nights, with a girl from San Diego. We would do this overnight show on cryptocurrency. And I didn't really know anything about cryptocurrency then, not that I know a whole lot about it now. But ChatGPT had just launched. And so when people would come in, I'd be like, ask me any question and we'll come up with the answer. And people had never heard of ChatGPT. And I was literally just shilling ChatGPT to people. They're like, did you invent this? I'm like, no, it's like this thing. It's called ChatGPT. They're like, ChatGPT what? It'd be like, just ask me to write, like, give me 5 words to write a poem. Be like, all right, dog, cat, sun, car, bus, and it would come up with like this amazing thing. Like, how were you able to do that? It would be like, just go to chatgpt.com. Like, literally, I was teaching people about this, and then people would make fun of me because they'd be like, you think that ChatGPT is just such a big deal, don't you? I'd be like, you have no idea. It's going to be giant. And they'd be like, oh, it's not going to be anything that big. Anyway, we did that for like the spring of 2023, I want to say. And then, so I'd be up all night doing this show with this nurse from San Diego. And then I met the people in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Well, I shouldn't say. So I'm talking about like how my communities kind of grew. So it started with 3 people that I recall. I'm sure there were other people in there. Well, there were a couple people. There was this one girl who she was really into let's see here. It's called DD. Wait. She was really into daddy daughter fantasies, or it was something like that. It's like DD. It's called so this woman I met, she was she had this condition where she couldn't really well, and so she was in this like hospital, not a hospital, but like she had like an apartment in like a place where you could get care, and so she was online all the time, and she would watch me all the time, and she taught me. I don't know. It's called DDLG, Daddy Dom Little Girl. She was really into that, and I was not that into it, but I would do it just to appease her. She was like she was like 30, not like she was young. And then there was this girl in San Francisco who got really interested in what I would do. Meaning, like, I'd had random girls who had been in this, but none who like I had all not even come close to falling in love, nothing like that. Then there was a girl in San Francisco who I talked to for like, I don't want to say every night, but like for like periods of time. But then it gets to the point where we had talked about maybe visiting her in San Francisco. So I'm like, I care too much about my stream. Like, you don't understand. This is what I do, and I love it. Like, anybody who loves me will understand. Like, this has become part of me. Anyway, then it was summer 2023, and I was on Twitter Spaces, and I'm sure I told you this story, but basically, I would do my pitch wasn't as tight as it is today. It was much more randomized then, but I did a pitch. There was this guy named Chris something, and he would do this late night. It was called Crypto Nights or something like that, and I got to know him, and I got to know some other people too, who sponsored who. It was actually, let's see, how did it work? Some other cryptocurrencies like were interested in what I was doing, and there was one. It was like called Capita Coin, which was big, and I remember this one coin. It was the Joe Rogan coin. Somebody who was really into Joe Rogan made a coin, and since I was like always watching Joe Rogan, I got into it, and they had me download Telegram because I hadn't downloaded Telegram. I didn't use Telegram. And once I downloaded Telegram, like a week later, I was in this Twitter space and I was talking about futurology. And somebody was like, all these people were really excited about what I was talking about. And it was a big group of people. And somebody from Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, a few people, they were like, you've got to join our Telegram. Do you have Telegram? I'm like, yeah, I just downloaded it. They're like, please join it. We'd love to meet you. You sound like a really interesting person. Can you go to our website? And it was hpos10.com. And I went to it and I was like, all right, well, I'm live streaming. Do you mind if I'll just keep it up on my screen to like give you guys free advertising. They're like, that's amazing. And then I started live streaming in the um, Telegram, but I didn't have permissions to just live stream in there. And they didn't know who I was. And so what would happen is whenever they had a Telegram event in the video call, I would just stay in there and then just keep my camera on. And this pissed off a lot of people in that community because they were like, this is weird. And there are other people who are like, well, it doesn't hurt anything, and it's like free advertising for us, so whatever. So that was the first community, Harry Potter Obama Sonic community, that really like, aside from a few people here or there with whom I've connected. And then I had somebody, he's a friend of mine, who was like, I want to come visit you. And I'm like, okay. And he came and visited, and we live streamed it. And he's been in my room, and he's been to my house, and we went and had a picnic in the park, and he met the owner of the house, and I mean, it was fine for me to do that, but I know the owner of the house was like, that's what connected him. Like, oh, he's going to have people who are visiting him. And so he's asked me like not to stream in non-public parts of the house, or in like outside my room, basically. But because before I would like do it much more like in the bathroom and like other parts of the house. But when he started realizing like people are coming to visit him, random strangers, I think it kind of, it was just not something that a normal tenant was doing. So I've abided by that. Then we had the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new group, has gone big and small and big and small. There was a, but they hadn't yet sponsored, hadn't yet bought me merch. Then there was another cryptocurrency called the opposite one, whatever it was, the Voldemort one. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, it was like Voldemort everything was the opposite of Harry Potter, Obama Sonic Canina. So it was Voldemort, so that's the opposite of Harry Potter. Obama Sonic was Knuckles or no, it was like either Knuckles or Doctor. I want to say it was the Doctor. What's the Doctor guy? The bad guy? Whatever. Harry Potter Obama. It was, I think, Trump. Sonic. Wait, Harry Obama Sonic. Whatever. Doctor. 10. Oh, well, there was whatever. They gave me some stuff, and then there was another coin that was called schizocurrency or something like that, and it was by a doctor in Santa Monica, and he sent me some merch, and I did like 50 days of different poses for him, and they posted it on their Instagram, and the people at Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canina were like, look, you're live in Instagram, but you're not wearing our merch. What do we have to do to get you to wear our merch? And I was like, just send it to me. And I started wearing their stuff. And then from there, I met, then how I met Caspian C was through another streamer on YouTube, was looking for people to troll, and this guy has since died, but his name was Music Biz Marty, and this guy was looking to troll me and couldn't really come up with anything. Like, I didn't give him any ammunition, and I have an honest goal. I think it's very positive, and when you get to realize like who I am, I'm the most base person that you're ever gonna find. I mean, I'm very comfortable in my own skin, and I think mentally I'm in a very fine place. Like, I'm just pretty normal. I'm just on camera. And when you really get to that, you realize like, oh, this is a very normal person. They're just live streaming their life, which is abnormal. I get that. So I got to meet him, and he was nice. And then Caspian C and came in one day and wanted um, he wanted he wanted to come live with me, and I explained to him like, dude, I don't think that's going to be okay with my housemates and stuff.
You wanted to live with you, or just when you're like getting in trouble?
Yeah, and I told him I don't think my housemates. I mean, I know my house. I told him like I could give him like 3 days or something, but then he'd have to find another place. Like I can't just basically sublease my room to him. And though I would have loved to, but I told him what he needed to do to get a job, and we got him a job, and then he's in a much more stable situation now. Um, I around that time started a Discord, but I did not stream it. Actually, I started a Discord like 3 years ago, but didn't ever do anything with it. Some people recommended it to me, but still I didn't do anything with it. Then I started this Discord in April of last year, but I still didn't do anything with it until like July 1st. July 1st, 2024 was the day that I really recall like really kicking this Discord into gear and starting to populate it. And um I want to say bought 1,000 people, fake followers, to join this Discord, just to populate it because no one wants to join a Discord with real people. And so it started with 1,000 random people, but those 1,000 random people very quickly get their accounts banned. They're just bots and things like that. They were real people. Actually, they weren't bots, but they were like from China. They would lose their accounts. So like very quickly, my 1,000 people would reduce to like 900. However, I was getting people in because that's when I started spamming the kick. And so for every one person I would lose because they were a Chinese account, I gain two real people. And it still happens where I lose a few people here or there, but then when I got to 1,100, then 1,200, then 1,300, then 1,400, then organically, and then 1,600, 1,700, and now we're at like 1,770 or so. And then I'd get random people who would join me from Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, like you. And then, I met some other people, or like that Joe and that Ass Munch, who frankly just creeps me out. And he did a bunch of really weird stuff in the Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Telegram, and got himself kicked out again. I got him unbanned, and then he got himself rebanned, basically. He was really, he's, I think he's a funny person, and I think that he's very talented, and I think he's smart, but he's obsessed with not just sexuality, that's fine, but he's obsessed with, he hurt, he makes jokes about hurting children, and I don't think that's funny. And I have told him too many times, I don't think that's funny. And, but I meet like random people like that, and then I met, like Miss Aquarius came in here from another Discord, and Audie came in here from Twitter, and just like random people who I've met in whatever way. And you came in here from Telegram, and that's kind of how we created the community. But so why am I saying this whole long story? It's because I started with no one. And I did it for a whole year, not talking to anyone. So now that I have people who come in regularly, it's like it's much more. It's easier for me to be positive about it. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, when I'm just sitting here talking to you, and I get random people across the world who are complaining about me, that's the best, because it's like my strategy is working, and I know that it's just a matter of time. So long as I keep these bots going, that one person's going to come in and they're going to be like, what the fuck is going on here? And they'll see how much I've got going on YouTube and on Instagram and on TikTok, and they're going to be like, I know an influencer, or there'll be an influencer themselves, and they'll be like, this person says they're going to make me a trillionaire, and they put the reasons why. Pardon me. Like, I put in my spam letter, or whatever you want to call it, my what do I call it, manifesto. I have all the reasons why I'm going to make you a trillionaire. And if you're like, what do you mean? Um, it,
Because
it
inflation will devalue currency.
well, that's true. That's absolutely true, and I do mean that. There's this element of it, though. In this thing, it's as long as is Rabbi Rothschild the most archived person in global history? Yes. No single individual has more data archived on the internet in the Rabbi 365 since the pandemic. Rabbi does not only live stream life, but Rabbi archives the video so that future generations may be able to events that occur. Created the largest time capsule history in existence. Rabbi has created a single timeline of human. What is a list of reasons why Rabbi Rothschild's life streaming project may be important to the future of society? Rabbi Rothschild has amassed more data than anyone else, providing unique insights into human behavior and societal trends. Two, by documenting life for over 3 years, they have created an extensive data set that benefits a wide range of research areas, enabling a deeper understanding of patterns and behaviors. Three, comprehensive data allows researchers to understand long-term patterns in human behavior, societal shifts, and cultural trends. Four, companies can leverage detailed data to refine their products, and services, aligning them with user needs and preferences more effectively. Five, access to vast data drive enhance advancements in technology, artificial intelligence, and market research by identifying emerging trends. Six, data on purchasing habits and routines helps businesses understand consumer preferences, influencing product development, marketing strategies, and customer engagement. Seven, extensive data allows companies to spot trends early, giving them the ability to adapt quickly to market changes. Eight, researchers can study how societal and economic changes impact individual behavior, leading to better social policies and targeted programs. Nine, personal data can reveal health trends and patterns, leading to potential breakthroughs in medical research and treatment strategies. I mean, those are just, and then I talk about anti-gravity, artificial
Those
general.
are just some.
Pardon me?
That's just some of the reasons.
Exactly. I mean, I talk about, you know, I mean, the introductory um, paragraph says, Shalom, y'all. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in world history. I want to help the world through a global emphasis on pacifism. I feel if humans are ever to colonize space, terraform other planets, and travel intergalactically, we need peace on Earth. I want to help the world. I want to help world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, and cloud seeding. I want to help the world. I want to help world thirst through the digging of wells, life straws, and desalination plants. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. According to them, this data overtook petroleum as the number one resource on Earth in 2018. I need assistance with promoting this live streaming project. If you help promote me, I will make you, your friends, and your family trillionaires. How can one Rabbi Raphael's immense archive of content? By searching Bible Rabbi in any search engine and share any of Rabbi's content on social media. We dare you to do so. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain by helping promote Rabbi Rothschild. And then I put on my social media how to speak with me. It's really pretty thorough, and I think I explain it really well. I mean, it's like I get how people are very skeptical. The big thing that I get is people think that I'm a scam. that they're like, oh, I'll make you a trillionaire. That sounds like a scam. Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
Well,
Are you ready for me again?
no, you want to play again?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go.
Riser, do you want an invitation?
I am in the middle of lacing a canvas to a frame right now, so it's not.
All right. Miss Aquarius.
I'm ready.
Did you get an invitation just now?
No,
Okay.
I didn't.
You still didn't?
No, do you see? Oh, yeah, now I do. I got it. Yay, this thing.
Excellent.
Yes, lady. Here we go. Let's go.
Nice. And that's 9.
Let's see if I get this.
There you
Hey,
go.
let's go.
That's a nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Come on, come on.
This is a tough split, Miss Aquarius. Oh, come on. That should have got it. It did the invisible thing.
Yeah.
It did that invisible thing. Riser, have you ever seen the movie The Big Lebowski?
Heard of it.
You
No, yeah, he's gonna get it this time. Let's go, Rella.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go, Rella. Let's go.
No, not what I wanted.
You get them 3. You got it. You
Oh,
got
for
this.
sure. For sure. I shouldn't even have to go. It should just know. That's
Let's
automatic.
go. Let's go.
Automatic.
You guys not chirp each other like you?
No, we're the opposite. We're very positive towards each other, and we do not smack each other. We're very positive. We're very supportive of each other. Almost, Miss Aquarius. Almost. You'll get it.
They scared me out there. Whatever they doing out there, they made me miss it.
That's all right. All right, here we go. I'm gonna get these.
Get it.
It's
fair.
it's very different than what I do with Zoot. All I do is talk smack to Zoot, but Miss Aquarius is the opposite. Ooh, almost. That was really good. That was almost a strike.
Oh, no. No,
Almost.
You got this. Come on.
Yes, ma'am.
Come
No
on.
doubt. No doubt.
Come on, strike.
Got it.
Strike.
Boo. I'm gonna get these two though. No doubt.
Yes, you are.
No doubt.
It's there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are. All right.
That was good. You get these two now.
All right.
Ooh, right on the edge.
Oh, got one almost close.
All right. She finished with 53. Miss Aquarius, I'm going to get this spare. No doubt. Look at this.
That's good.
Ooh, I almost did. I'll take it.
The link is positive.
I'll take it.
Yay! You win, I win.
I
Let's
win,
go.
you win. All right, Miss Aquarius.
One more.
Your turn to win.
Let's go.
It's your turn to win. You know this, right?
Yeah, let's go.
Start with a strike.
Hey.
She did. This girl is on fire. I can't believe I hit those right down the and then not get any love. Oh man, that was not good. I did a lot of work to just get 6 pins. Your turn. Perfect. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you got the invisible pin thing again. You should have been able to knock that one down, or not should have been able. You did knock it down. It should have gone down. Great
Right.
spare. Great
Come on,
spare.
Rabbi. Come on.
No doubt.
Right.
Are you
Right.
serious? It happened again. I hit it right perfectly in the middle. Get it. Man, I have not. I'm struggling to just keep up. Look at you. Get all of those on the left and you'll get that one on the right. You got the invisible pin thing. You should have knocked that one down, or it should have been knocked down. No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Good job.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Match me. That's all right. You got this one. No doubt. N-O space D-O-U-B-T. Look at you. Look at you. Just gave that one a kiss. Beautiful.
Come on, Rabbi.
Got it.
Come on, come on.
Come on. All right. I'm going to get these two.
Yep.
No doubt.
You got it.
No doubt.
Yes. Good.
Miss Aquarius, perfect strike. Perfect strike. Perfect strike.
Thank you.
Get another one. That's all right. You got the win. Get it. Get it.
Nope. You got it.
Miss Aquarius with the W.
No, come on. You got
Nope.
extra. You can get them for. I know. I
Oh,
got
for
faith
sure.
in you.
For sure.
Yes, good there. I don't know. I might can do it, but who knows? You got this. Come on, Rabbi.
I tried. You win, I win. That's how I like it. That's how you like it.
Yeah.
Great job. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Alrighty, friends. Sweet dreams to you.
Me too.
Thank you,
See you,
ma'am.
Riser. Y'all have a good night. See you in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. She
Can
is.
we talk about
She's the
movie
nicest woman.
theaters for a moment?
What did you say?
Very positive.
She's so positive. I know.
When you said movie theaters, you flashback theaters. Not sure if they're still open in Oakville.
Do you want to talk
Have
about?
you ever heard of the Hot Oakville?
Have you ever talked of 4D movies?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay, good.
Television and movies and yeah, so the Cineplex is still open and weird. Do movie theaters exist in the future?
You know, I was just listening to something about this in the radio. Yeah, they do, but they become 4D movies as opposed to 3D movies or 2, which means like the floor shakes and the seats shake and they'll tilt and things like that, and then eventually they just become more like yeah, they do it. Okay, so I was listening to the it's like the coalition of movie theater owners had a recent summit, and they were saying like, will movie theaters be available? Will they be available in 20 years or so? And while a lot of people think no, I think they do. And the reason what they do is they become 4D movies, which means they have like smell-o-vision and the floor shakes and the speakers and things like that. And they have surround sound and all that. But also, it becomes much more like it used to be, where you would they have like meals, like they have um, I I I've heard of them and I've known people to go to them, but they're like I guess they're called like well in the United States there's a chain that does this called Alamo Draft House where they like bring out meals to you as opposed to just like popcorn and candy. You order like an entire meal, um, and that becomes more popular. But the thing that really changes it too is the allowing of alcohol and marijuana. So, or vaping at least, not necessarily like combustion marijuana, but I believe it becomes like okay in the future to allow people to use vape pens, and that changes the movies. A lot of the reasons why people don't want to go to the movies now is because they like to drink beer and or wine or whatever alcohol, and they like to get high, and you can't do that in public, so you just stay at home. But the idea is that if you're able to do that in public, that becomes really big. There are these things that they still don't legalize in California, but they have been more open to legalize them in Las Vegas. Are rooms like basically it's like a bar for smoking, and um, I think they're called cannabis lounges. Um, and that's going to revolution.
Also that at a concert festival.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to them, uh, but it's like a hookah bar. But it's the idea of like a hookah bar with um, marijuana. That would change the game. Um, okay, but so are movie theaters still a thing? Yeah. Are they? Are there as many of them as there once were? No, but they're still a thing because people are still going to want that. In that, we're going to go out and see a show, just like bowling. Bowling isn't as popular as it once was. Still be a thing because they have night bowling and they have disco bowling and or like dark light bowling. There are still people who want that. So, in answer to your question, will there be movie theaters in the future? Yes, as many of them likely no, but um, they will have more amenities like moving chairs. Uh, I've been to the movies. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but they have like beds. I've been with a girl in a bed. We saw. Um, yeah, it was really funny. This girl and I, this really really hot chick. She looked like a. I used to tell her she looks like a Fox News anchor. She's just this really pretty blonde girl who I met on a dating app. She and I dated for some time a while ago. We went to dinner and we went to go see um, was in Inception, you know, with Leonardo. And we went to this movie, and they were like, you know, like we bought the tickets or whatever, and they were like, Inception, it's the third door on your left. And we were on a date, and we were like still nervous about the whole, like we weren't paying attention to what I'm thinking. We were just more about we were more thinking about each other than we were, oh yeah, third door or whatever. So we're walking and we see the sign on the movie theater door, you know, but instead of going on your left, we went on to the second door on your left. And so we walk in and we know because we had dinner. and we had chairs in the front row, and I believe like, or not the front row, but they had this like that were they were like beds. I don't know if you've ever seen these, but they're like, it's like a lounge bed. So like you don't, like, you and a person can like lie down, and we were basically so into each other that we weren't paying attention to the movie. And the movie's really confusing. And we had been in the movie for like 45 minutes, and all of a sudden it ended. And we're like, what just went on? And we were like very, very confused as to what happened in this movie. And then we got out and we were like, what happened? That movie was like 45 minutes long. Like, or maybe, we know we were late, but we were like, what's going on? And then we realized we we were, let's just say, busy. Yeah. We were like, we had gone in the wrong theater. Anyway, I had gotten her a gift. She was really into the Beat Generation, which is like the generation before the hippies. It was like 1950s counterculture. And one of the big authors of that time, his name is Jack Kerouac. And she had said that it was like one of her dreams was to get a used copy of his major work On the Road and read it, like a used version of it. And so I found a local bookstore that had it, and I read it and did all kinds of like highlighting and underlining. So like, because I couldn't find one that anybody had written in, I could just find just used ones. But so I figured, okay, I'll read it and I'll do it. And I gave it to her, and so I had my mind on that. I had my mind on her. But anyway, it was a movie theater that had like beds, and they were like that pleather that's easily cleanable or whatever. And so that becomes pretty popular. That those like, not like beds in every section, but you're able to get a bed, or you'd be able to get a table, or you'd be able to sit in chairs that move and do all kinds of things like that. Um, and then
like a first class flight.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's also the idea of VR. So you would go to a place, and instead of looking at a screen, you just put on a VR headset. And doing that in public, to some people, will be attractive. And the idea is, if you're able to get high during it, that'd be a fun time.
Yeah, it'd have to be like non-kids movies probably, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, there are families that watch those movies on those beds, those like first class beds. Um, like,
That's so weird. I never seen one of those.
Yeah,
Dead.
yeah, and it's like big enough for like two people, but it'd be big enough for two people and like two kids, like a family.
Oh, what the hell? Wait, is that in the? Is this like its own heater itself? Is like the second, like its own bed heater?
No,
it's not just mixed in with like the chair people, right?
The chair people are behind, and then like the front two.
Aren't those the worst seats?
Yeah, but you're lying down, so it's like it.
Until, I mean, you're not destroying your neck, I guess.
Yeah, you're already lying down, and so it's not like, it's not awkward.
Because normally you don't want those seats,
but if you're lying down, it's like perfect angle.
Yeah. I mean, you're still kind of looking up, but it depends how far back the seats are, I guess. But,
yeah, I mean, they're still like tiered, like stadium seating. So
the court, I did not realize existed even. And like a bunch of movie theaters have those like lounge seat recliner recliner stuff in the front?
No.
There's movie theaters apparently where they're all like those that style, no chairs. They're all that style, but they're like a little smaller, according to Google and Korean cinemas.
Yeah, I've not seen the whole thing like that. I've just like the local ones in like Irvine AMC is like a normal, generally normal style. This was like one that was like further closer to downtown, or closer to downtown, further away. But then the movie is. I've been to them where they have speakers in the seats or like the armrests go down, so that you. So there are just interchangeable seats. I think you can. I've not seen one though that's only beds. The closest one was this one that I've been to that had the front two rows of beds, and if I recall, this was many years ago, but I did not like those kinds of seats, but because it was like I don't know, it was like my second or third. It was like okay, but it was like I don't know, maybe that's a little too presumptuous. But those were the only seats I could get, and they turned out to be great. But it was just like, like you were saying, like aren't those the worst seats? Or it's a little presumptive. Like, yeah, but I think I told her though that these are the only seats that were available, or we got them, or we bought them together. I don't exactly what I was vegan. I dated a lot of vegan girls, and she had a bug, um, and she it was just new to me. Like veganism was pretty new to me, and it's like they're being like, it's just like a head of lettuce. Like, this is it. It's like a salad, I think, or whatever. But yeah. Anyway, it just that's how the theater was.
What other work can you think of relating to movie theater?
Smell-o-vision.
Not like technology, just weird things that happen in movie theaters.
Like the bathroom, you said?
Just anything, any weird thing, any quirky thing that happens in movie theaters. What do you think? What is the fake butter in the popcorn made of?
Yeah.
So one time I was at a movie theater. So I have two popcorn stories. One of them is good, one of them is bad. The one that's bad, I was at a movie theater and I decided to just drown my large popcorn in the mystery butter.
Yeah.
And I ate it all, and then I felt bad for like a long, it was not good. I felt very, very bad. I should have known that it was not real butter. Just some weird mystery stuff. The second one, shout out to this movie theater in Collingwood. I hope that you're open, but I was at a summer camp in Collingwood, and we got to go to the movies, and we were watching like Pirates of the Caribbean 2, I think, or something. The one where Jack Sparrow gets trapped into like that, like the wooden ball sphere with like 8 of them. Like that's super funny. Amazing movie. But this theater, their extra large popcorn was like literally like bigger than the distance from like my knee to the ground. Like it was like halfway up your thigh, just like this giant endless bag of popcorn. And like pretty much every time I'm in a movie theater, if I'm eating popcorn, it's pretty much gone before the previews are even over. But this bag like lasted like literally like it was like a marathon, and like as I'm getting to like the end, I'm so full, but there's still so much popcorn left in this infinite bag, trying to like shovel it down. So I think we made it 5% of the way down. There's still 5%, and I thought that was an amazing court, and possibly for like a Nathan freestyle for a movie theater. I think that like the profit margin on popcorn is already like $9 million. They get like a all meat popcorn movie theater, or like at least one giant like lifetime movie time size bag.
I think, well, it's kind of an interesting premise. So at least when it comes to popcorn, I don't recall ever having it in like a standard theater. There's an issue with the hashgacha, the kosher supervision. Like basically, it can get contaminated. So there are some people, some Orthodox Jews, who consider movie theater popcorn to be kosher because there isn't a lot of cross contamination, or like really like what's going to be contaminated. Like it's just like popcorn and oils and things, but it depends on like how it's cleaned and things like that. So there are those of us who generally abstain. But I can tell you that, and I like having all you can eat popcorn might be something that would be very popular. I think I think it was at AMC or Century or perhaps Searchlight. All like you would buy one drink, and it was like a drink club. So you let's say like I don't know, let's say it was like $30 for a plastic cup, but you could get unlimited refills every month. Does that make sense? Or for a month. So whenever you go to the movie theater, yeah, no, not free refills from when you're there. It's for the whole month, so it gets you to the theater more often. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I've seen well, like candy, certainly. Arcades have been big at movie theaters. They're not so big anymore, but the arcade at a movie theater used to be a happening place.
Still is, I think, depending on where you go. The one that Dance Revolution is still
That's big, yeah, that's big. I I don't really. I mean, obviously, having done this stream, I haven't been in the movies in a few years. Um, I've been there's like a movie theater at the Irvine Spectrum that's pretty standard. Same with the outlets at Orange. That's the last one I think I've been to. I said Joker there, and that was just like a standard movie theater with standard amenities. Really try to think of like different ways to get people in. Okay, so I know what I was thinking. There was this thing called Movie Pass. Have you ever heard of it? it was a margin that you would buy, and you could go to like uh, a certain amount of movies for free, and it was very popular. It just wasn't that profitable. Yo, now give me a 10 bullet points like Joey Diaz about Movie Pass, that thing that allowed you to go to like a bunch of these per month. It went out of business, but it was a good idea, sort of. You got it. Here's 10 Joey Diaz style points on Movie Pass. 10 movies. Oh yeah, that's related usage guidelines. No, it doesn't. It's fine. Tell me what it was. Fair enough. What was Movie Pass? It was a subscription service launched in 2011 and let people watch multiple movies in theaters for a flat monthly fee. Kind of like Netflix, but for physical movie theaters. Here's how it worked at its peak in 2018. You paid $10 a month. You could see per day in theaters, any 2D shown. Use the Movie Pass debit card to buy the ticket at the box office or kiosk. It worked at most major chains, AMC, Regal, etc., even though many theaters hated it. Why was it a big deal? It was insanely cheap. A single movie ticket could cost $12 to $15, so it saved money fast. People started going to tons of movies. Some saw like 20 a month. It briefly boomed with over 3 million subscribers at its peak. The business model made no sense. Movie Pass paid price for every ticket its users bought. It lost movie every time someone went to a movie. Can you imagine? Like this is like a Zoot idea. I'm sorry, but no offense to Zoot. So it's not necessarily a Zoot idea, but it's like it's something that he and I would talk about and be like, every person who goes to see a movie is gonna lose. You're gonna lose money. You'd be like, just
I mean, some leagues they get enough users or whatever, but
right. Users abused it, watching movies every day, giving their cards their cards to friends. It got shady fast. Changing past. In 2019, it shut down in 2025, and now it relaunched in 2023 under new ownership and a tier more limitations. Still trying to recapture the idea of movie going as a subscription, but without burning itself alive this time. So that's what I think the future of movies is, Movie Pass, where you want, depending on whatever tier you have.
I mean, most things in life, like a wholesale price, failed so hard at that.
It's too.
Obviously, you have to make money.
It was too cheap. $9.95. That's less than a normal.
Oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's really.
Well,
Why would they ever do?
Keep in mind that this was in 2011, so that with the movie would be like.
I mean, wouldn't the movie theater to do it though? Because it's like it's $13, or sell someone a 10 ticket pass with like a 20% discount. You're still making more money.
No, would you be losing money?
No, you're getting more sales, assuming that they would not be going to those movies.
Okay, that's the assumption. I gotcha. That's a thought. I mean, if they just made it more, and I don't know what their tier system is, but okay, like today's day and age, I would say starting off, if you want to go to unlimited movies a month, any movie, that'd be like $50. Is that too expensive?
What do you mean, 15? I don't think it should work like that. I think it should just be like different levels.
I think so too, and that's what it is. It's tiered. So you could go to maybe 2 a month for $20, 5 a month for $30, unlimited for $50. What do you think of that?
I mean, unlimited for 50 seems really cheap, but
I mean, they were doing
some
unlimited
people
for
do it.
$9.95.
Yeah, which is just even worse.
Right. So, but I think that kind of a system would be very popular because it'll get people who go to the theater all the time. And then on top of that, you'll get random people who really want to go see this movie and then buy the ticket. Does that make sense?
I mean, it just sounds like a no-brainer for people that are already going to see multiple movies if they can save money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, have you ever been to a movie like during the day? No one is there. And so it would be like beneficial to the place to have the ability to have those showings be filled earlier in the day. Here's another thing I think you could do that could help the theater, and that's cleanliness. So that's another reason why I think people don't go is it's really hard to clean a movie theater well in between two shows.
They, for sports stadiums, they have like those big chairs, and I believe what they do is they like literally power wash.
Exactly.
The movie theater, like you want comfortable seating or whatever, but
right. In the
kind of if there's a balance between comfortable seats but also a easily washable footing on it.
Right.
That would be ideal.
That's where this pleather comes in. Where I don't know, whatever this bed was out of, it's like it's not plastic, but it's soft like leather, whatever. Or it is plastic, but it's soft and it's like a leather. So like bathrooms in the future become like self-cleaning, and I think you could make a movie theater self-cleaning as well.
They already have those now. Them cost $600,000.
But I think you could make a self-cleaning movie theater that basically once everybody left, that's a thought, like a new thought. Or you could have robots do it, but I even think robots couldn't do as good of a job. So basically,
I mean, the self-cleaning one, isn't that a robot? I mean, it's using robotics.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, I was thinking like, yeah, okay, so, be.
I'm sure that we have the technology that would make like if you wanted a self-cleaning movie theater.
Room, and then have it sprayed with jet like a car wash, and then have it dry, and just have like either a robot or like a lot of anyway, because they want to stop people from to look over the camera to make sure all the stuff it would like self sanitize, and then just have huge dryers to dry it out. You probably could sanitize and clean it and everything in like maybe like 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Now, it would be expensive. That's a lot of water, but I'm sure you could recycle the water as well and like sanitize it. So, a self-cleaning movie theater. I think a lot of stuff becomes self-cleaning.
I know you preach about desalination a lot, but what about the dead zones that are created from desalination, which is like a super concentrated amount of salt that's left over?
Yeah, you sell that.
Sell it.
Yeah, people want salt. Salt was once a currency. When you say to someone, "Are you worth your salt?" that used to mean like, "Are you worth being paid?" In fact, the it's arguable. Um, the exact origin is unknown, but the dollar sign that's like an S with like a line through it was originally a marker for salt.
Fair point.
So salt is in,
So, but yeah,
and the
we
reason
just
why
need to not leave it in the ocean.
the reason why salt was so much in demand is because it could preserve things. You could take meat and put it in salt and save it for long periods of time without refrigeration.
And are there things called dead zones now from desalination?
In answer to your question,
Ask the AI.
yeah, we're gonna have to ask. Yo, what are the dead zones that are created from desalination plants? Please answer like Joey Diaz. All right, Cox. Let me break it down for you. You've got these desalination plants, right? They take that salty ass ocean water. Oh, fuck. Violate our terms. Like, all right, strap in, you savage. All right, strap in, you savage. Because Uncle Joey's got another one for you. Straight from the School of Hard Knocks and Brian Slapping Truth. You ever
Get a
hear
PG version of like the safe for work PG version of Joey Diaz.
right? You ever hear people go, "Oh, desalination is the future. We're saving the world." Yeah, tell that to the fucking octopus who just got blasted with a salt tsunami thicker than a bronze accent. Here's the thing, sweetheart. Desalination plants don't just fart out clean water and skip off into the sunset. They pump out. They pump out this brine. Think of it as ocean water's evil twin, and one with the dead eyes, and a record. This brine isn't just salty, it's as if the salt had a grudge against life. Add in chemicals they use to clean the pipes. We're talking anti-scalants, chlorine, heavy metals. Now you got a cocktail for marine life. And this does to the ether and fart into the wind. It sinks. It's heavier than ocean water. So it drops down into a like a drunk at a blackjack table. Settles on the ocean floor and just chokes everything. No oxygen, no life, just a dead zone. Do you think coral wants to live in that? Okay, so um, what's a way that desalination plants can avoid dead zones? All right, you dirty water-loving degenerate. Uncle Joey's going to give you the real way desalination plants can stop turning the ocean into a fish cemetery. All right. The big issue is brine disposal. That toxic. Oh, come on! It was just telling me. It's okay. Tell me. All right, you asked for it, Uncle Joey style. Okay, step one: go deep or go home. You don't stick a pipe right near the beach where the kids are playing with seashells. Now you build the outfall way offshore, deep waters, baby. Why? Because the currents are stronger and the salty sludge got room to spread out. Step two: put a diffuser on that sucker. Um, you can't just let the brine dribble out like weak coffee. No, you need diffusers, little nozzles that blast brine out under pressure at different angles, like a fucking Bellagio fountain of salty death. Why? Because it spreads stuff out, mixes it fast, and doesn't let it pile up in one spot. Step three: monitor the water like it owes you money. Install sensors, real-time monitoring, check salinity, temperature, oxygen, all that nerdy science shit. If something goes sideways, like oxygen levels dropping faster than your grades in high school, you shut it down or adjust it. Boom, ocean saved. All right, so the answer is you need a fish-friendly outfall pipe. Joey Diaz approved. You build it right. You dump it smart. You treat the ocean with respect. Okay, so you don't build a desalination plant. You at least don't put the pipe right next to the beach. You just have it out in the ocean. It doesn't have to be in the middle of the ocean. It can be like a few thousand meters into the ocean, and then you protect that, and then it'll mix up, and you won't have a dead zone. How's that sound, cocksucker? With it is energy, because it takes a lot of energy to do it. I also think that there's an issue. It's a very contentious issue because like Nestle owns like 50% of all the fresh water in the world, so they don't want to lose their grip on all of that, and they just sold their 50% share to some other company or whatever. You know the thing that I say, like, answer this like Joey Diaz. There's somebody who makes YouTube clips that explain scientific subjects, scientific whatever, scientific. What's the word for which I'm looking? Scientific scientific topics, like Joey Diaz, on like chemistry and biology and stuff. And then people put them, when they think they're funny, they put them in the Joey Diaz subreddit, and they. I mean, I don't know. It's like, how do you want to learn? Do you want to learn from some nerdy person who's like really boring, or somebody who's kind of making you laugh at the same time? And more than anything, the thing about the Joey Diaz is it gives analogies that like make sense. Like, oh, okay, well, this is how you do it, you dumb shit. Blah 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 blah. Right. There's also this thing. You can have Joey Diaz tell you stories. They're fake stories. They're from AI, but they're about like crime and stuff to read you to bed in 4 hour intervals on YouTube. It's all AI, right? And I would not know, like, as much as I know about AI. Not that I know a whole lot. I didn't know that this could be done. I would think that somebody paid Joey Diaz to just start reading stories to people. About desalination? No. Yeah, movie theaters really, like, self-cleaning comes the way. It's very expensive to have, and robots, it's difficult for them to get in. So if you can seal off, like, just say a restroom, and spray it down and then have it like automatically dry, it's much more efficient. And if you're like, well, that sounds really expensive, it is. But here's a major issue that occurs that people don't think are like slip and fall accidents. So to avoid those types of lawsuits, if you know that you're going to have a self-cleaning bathroom, and you know it, right there is a $5 million to have it be self-cleaning. Exactly. We've got the idea of
what do porn shops exist in the future? I mean, they hardly exist now. I'd imagine they're all kind of. I mean, no, that's not true.
It's like what we talked about the other day, where it's like a self.
Did you ever go into a porn shop? Self-cleaning porn?
Would I ever? Fuck yeah.
No, like, have you ever been into one? Like, is your first time jacking off going into, like, a sex shop when you were 18 or
No. Who am I,
What
Zoo?
was your first time going in one?
This husband who liked to be cuckolded wanted me to fuck his wife in one, and I did. And she was beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. This lady was maybe 45 and I was in my 20s, and a 9.5. She was a really hot lady.
The guy owned the
What'd you say?
guy owned the shop.
No. They had no connection to the own. I don't know who owned the place, but basically, like, women would pay me to have sex with them, and or like husbands and wives would like pay me to fuck the wife in like a hotel or at their house or like a sex place like that, or like they had like yeah, that what would I call it? They were like sex stores, but then they like sex. There's this one place down just had like inflatable, and you would just get a room there, or it was just like a inflatables everywhere, but the rooms were private, and so you could do it there too. And I wouldn't do it like, hey, if you want to pay me to have sex with a beautiful woman, I'm not going to turn that down. And I wasn't in a relationship thing, and I'm somebody. I'm trying. I think every time it was I don't know. Sometimes there might have been some younger women who were younger than I was, but it was generally older women and established, like, wealthy couples who wanted generally like a younger guy to fuck the wife.
You Craigslist then?
That certainly was one way. I really was word of mouth. Like, someone would find out that I could pleasure a woman really well, and so they would tell a friend or whatever, and that couple would want me, or just like a single lady. Just it's known as being a gigolo. It's not really a popular thing anymore. I mean, I guess it is. It's not super popular, but it's just like a man who's paid to have sex with women. How would I find out about it? It was really word of mouth, but I have a really funny story about one couple, and it was I think it's really funny. So my first real job was working at a country club, and I used to get I was 16, and I was younger than everybody there. I had to get the job basically, like, my dad had to help me get the job, or like something, like he knew like the superintendent, and so normally they wouldn't hire someone who was under 18 years old, but they hired me because I knew like I had connections, whatever, at this country club, and these guys with whom I worked, they were all older than I was, and they would make fun of me just because, like, I was 16, I was like a virgin, like I was like really into school, and so they would just make fun of me a lot, and they weren't it's not like they would, how would I describe it? They would bully me, but like a good rizzing, but like older brothers would bully you, like not to the point where you cry, but like to the point where they're giving you shit. Well, um, fast forward, that was like my first real job. I went into working at a financial institution, and then I worked there and went to like finish school and everything. And fast forward like 10 years, and I saw an ad that was like young couple looking for a third to um, like fuck the wife, like compensation included, and um, so I was like, okay, what is this? And I think I emailed them and got her pictures, and she got mine, and so they were like, okay, here's the address. And I go to this really nice house and go up to the door and like ring the doorbell, and this really hot nurse, like woman in um, a nurse's outfit, shows up. Like she's really hot, and I'm like, ching, like perfect. And wouldn't you know it, the guy who's there is one of the guys who used to bully me as a little kid, and now, or as a younger person, and now he wants me to fuck his wife, which is like a fortune for someone. However, the second that I just said I can't do this, and I left, and they ended up emailing me, and they were like, "Look, if you're still into it, she likes you. Um, if you're interested, it's like, yeah, we know each other, but it's like we not like we're gonna be doing anything." And so I was like, all right, well, she's pretty hot, and I went to their house, and I used to fuck this chick all the time. Um, Basically, when I would go to bars, and I'd either hook up with some chick at a bar, and if I didn't, I knew I could go over to their house and fuck this lady. And I say lady, she wasn't. She was like my age. He was older, but she was my age. And yeah, and but it was like the ultimate reversal of fortune. Like usually, like the bully, like the guy who bullies you is like then you get the upper hand on him, and you're the guy who fucks his wife, and you've got a bigger dick than he does, and all this other shit. It was pretty wild. Um, and they were really cool. Like as a like it was just yeah. I mean, so I did that for a few years, and then I just became more serious with some women, and then I stopped that, and then um, I became more religious and stopped that entirely, and um, then the pandemic hit. I mean, I had gotten to be very religious, and um, then started live streaming my life. However, I have all of those memories, and um, don't necessarily. I don't think I'll ever go back to that. I mean, I don't think I'll need to. I think I'll go viral and then have any normal relationship that I want to have, or even non-normal. I really think that once I go viral, I know I say that. I feel like I say that like almost like someone who is like, once I win the lottery, like that's basically how I feel when I say that. But I think there's a better chance at me going viral than winning a lottery. I know if I do it for long enough, then it's inevitable. If I did this for 50 years, somebody would find out about it. So I just say to myself, I just have to keep doing it. But once I do that, I know women to some extent, even if I were the dude on earth, the fact is, if I can make them famous and make their friends jealous, then every chick on earth is going to want to be with me. And not just that, but want to reproduce with me. And thus, I just have to stay, um, I have to stay, I just have to be patient. You know, there was a certain part of this. It was like after 1 year of live streaming or something, maybe 1 or 2 years. It wasn't quite 2 years or something. But there was a moment that I had where I said on camera, it was like the world. Like I have enough data now. It was the point where I had more data than like anybody had ever live streamed it. Not just live streamed it, but archived it on. And it's not just I have one stream. I'm like right now on like 22 different streams, which are they all the same? Yeah, but I mean, they're the same actions, but they're different angles, which is very beneficial for what I'm doing as well. And it was like, all right, so long as I can just keep streaming consistently, I'm gonna win the world. Whether it's true or not is yet to be seen, but it's I get these random people um on Blue Sky, and they're absolutely right. They're like, low key, this rabbi is genius, or like they'll say like just about stuff that I say. They're like, I thought he was bonkers when I first saw what he was doing, but it makes more sense than anything in the world. I mean, like you said, like when you first heard about me, you were like, that is the most newfie idea that I'd ever had. And it is. And for anyone who is along the way, like what Zoot said, Zoot just came out to me one day and he said, do you know why I started coming in here or like even following you or whatever? I'm like, no. He's like, because you said you could make me a trillionaire. And I'm like, well, I really do think that. I wouldn't say it if I don't think it. There's nothing that I say on this stream that I don't mean in my absolute heart. And and you know how Zoot's very motivated by money. And he's like, I want to be a trillionaire. And so, and then he talks about like Zoot will be a character on this, as will you. People will love what you do because of the ideas with that we discuss. They'll be very exciting to people in the future. People will be like, oh, remember when there was the pimp blimp and that people didn't even know what a pimp blimp, bear scare?
People don't realize how dirty university, like it's practically impossible to start a university. And they the groundwork for what is known as, I mean, I don't know when you're watching this, probably be 20.
Chinese. It will eventually become
In the class with a giant pink mouse. How to make the nose about 50 times bigger.
That becomes a big thing. People are interested in how I do that. They're also interested. Projectors become really big. Projectors are already becoming bigger, but like all that come out of your phone. So like if you just want to watch Netflix on your phone, you just point it at the wall, and it'll show up that way. TVs and stuff, you won't have TVs. It'll just everything will be projectors. But projectors will have so many DPIs or like pixels that you can't tell the difference between like a really good TV and a projector. The thing about projectors, a really interesting aspect of it, or not just projectors, but any kind of TV, you just need to have it be 8K. Not like TVs need to getting better and better and better. It's like once it's at 8K, the human eye can't perceive anything better than that. So you can spend all of that research doing other things. Does that make sense?
Got the max resolution and human eye can perceive.
Thank you. Exactly. So
Don't we already have 8K though?
we do.
8K.
We do. It's just expensive. But yeah, 8K exists. And then another thing, and it's something that everybody always says, like, oh, you need a better camera and things like that. I don't really care about the cameras because I know that things will be just automatically upgraded to 8K. Like even with if you upload something on YouTube today, if it's really pixelated or something, YouTube will automatically upload it in standard definition. So, and you can have it do it in HD. So it's like already YouTube starting to do that. So it's
Not
just
like upscaling them, right?
yeah.
I don't think it's actually performing enough. It's just literally not the default 360 is like the UI.
Well, at least the way that I learned that it will work in the future is like let's say it's 720 or whatever. AI will be able to increase the amount of pixels so that it's 8K by default. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's an upscaled though to 8K. Not like expensive.
Yeah, but you gotta understand that like with quantum computing, all that could be done every scale on Earth of every piece of video ever could be done in less than a second. That's like when you get into quantum computing, the opportunities are endless. And even with just supercomputers, that could be done.
Fair enough.
What else becomes really big? So there's something with
We talk about drive-in movie theaters.
yeah. Those become people like to hear my stories from them. I don't have that many stories of them, but because like they weren't that.
Have you been to one? Or do you call drive-in?
I've seen. Let me think what movie. Because then they closed down because the
Pandemic should have kept them open.
yeah. I mean, it should have. I saw a movie not that long, like maybe 10 years ago at one club. Well, oh, okay. I saw Finding Dory there. I saw one in Las Vegas with a girl, vegan chick. She. This was kind of a funny story. She in a new car. It was new to me. It was a pretty new car. It's like a Toyota Corolla. Yeah, a different one. Yep, absolutely. I picked this girl up at the airport. It was an airport pickup, which I was with my friends and we were flying. We flew there to break, and there was a girl there, and I picked her up at the airport, and we dated for like a summer. Um, well, she was vegan and wanted to go see Inspector Gadget. And she was, I think I could have potentially, like, I liked this girl. She was, I like to smoke pot and she didn't like any drugs. And that's a tough one, you know. And I've had girls like that who are just very straight edge. But nevertheless, I met her, like, she introduced me to her parents and such. Like, there was a chance that, like, she met some of my family. Um, anyway, she very cute girl, very kind-hearted woman. Um, she and I went to this vegan restaurant, and um, then she wanted to go get. Um, she forget exactly where we got this, but there was like a I think Evans offers kosher, and we got milkshakes, but she got like dairy, like non-dairy milkshakes. I think we both did. I don't recall exactly, but I do recall she told me that she's lactose intolerant. And I said, okay. I mean, we don't have to get milkshakes. She was like, no, it's fine. I'll be fine. It was her idea. And I was like, okay. So we get milkshakes and we go to this drive-in. Now, I'm not from Las Vegas. She was like, she knew like the city a lot better than I did. So she told me where to go and everything. We're in my new car, and we go to see Inspector Gadget. And I just remember her saying, oh, and I'm like, what's wrong? I look over and she whips the door open and starts vomiting violently out of the side of my new car. And I was like, are you okay? She's like, uh-huh. What? I'm like, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'll be fine. What? And, she just was lactose intolerant and whatever. And she, so I just remember taking her back to um, her, um, her house. And
We're in California. Do you know what a dingbat is?
I mean, I've heard that term. Isn't it just like somebody who isn't that smart?
Yes, but that's not the definition I'm looking for. There's another term for it. And please don't look it up and cheat.
I'm not. What's a dingbat?
It's really originated in California. It's a style of architecture, and you can look it up. The photo. They're like small little, kind of like duplexes buildings, but they usually have like these. Instead of having a garage, they have like.
Yeah, I know what this is. Yeah. So I've also.
The house sticks over.
Yeah. I've heard of this as being soft story architecture as well. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, these things can be dangerous in earthquakes. They crush whatever underneath it.
I mean, so could any house.
Yeah.
Those probably because they have like really small.
I've worked just briefly for a company, Weinstein Construction, in the valley that would do retrofitting of these kinds of buildings, but we always call them soft stove. I think that's like the correct.
What do you mean retrofitting?
They would basically make them seismic safe. So I just did that. Yeah, it was there's a man I met, well, at Chabad of Sherman Oaks, which is a synagogue in Sherman Oaks, and he owned a company and asked me to do some work for his marketing. And so I built their like PowerPoints, and
Nation for you style.
yeah, definitely. And he like we would daven every morning together, pray, and then after that I'd go to his office and work on just some projects that I did over the course of I don't know, a few months, and then but what his company would do is soft stove dingbat architecture. They would reinforce their walls like over where that is, so that if there was a an earthquake, they would it would not fall because what it would do is it like crushes the cars underneath it. And what they would also do, the city of Los Angeles in like 2016 put out a map of all of the soft stove buildings in the entire city. And so what we would do at Weinstein Construction is um, we would basically have like sales who would go around and go all of these different buildings and like they had a pitch and basically try to get business, and then the people who work for Mr. Weinstein would do the retrofitting, and then we get paid. But what I did was um, the just like the PowerPoint for it. But basically, he had um, this like training course that you would go through to be one of his salespeople, and so I put together the marketing materials for that, and that was the job that I had before I worked at this startup at the technology company, the Uber for car washing. Yeah,
You're familiar with doing that.
definitely.
Good. Are they common? Were there a lot of them in California?
Absolutely. I think there were. I don't know about no.
Or whatever?
They are very popular in California. I don't know how many there are in the whole state, but if I recall, there were like 1,600 in the city of Los Angeles alone. But that doesn't include like the way the city of Los Angeles works is it's like kind of cookie cuttered. So there are other cities around that have incorporated. So there were a lot of those buildings, and that needed to be retrofitted before the big one, as they say. But are they popular? Extremely. And the reason why is because it allowed for parking in that wasn't street parking, like and like didn't need garages. How many soft stove
Well, why not
buildings
just build a
are in
garage?
Los Angeles?
Practically just like an open garage.
Why not build it with an open garage? Because it has an open
Like
garage.
that's what the carport basically is. It's like an open garage, but that was like closed off. So it's just like a regular garage.
Right. Oh, you're saying why don't they put a garage door opener on it?
I mean, they basically like just the style of the dingbat is like an open garage. Like if there was a garage door in front and like it was closed off, it would be a garage. Basically.
Yeah. So it's so. Are you asking why didn't they just put a garage door over it?
Yeah, kind of.
I mean, I know a lot of them are like it's an apartment building, so you need to give people like garage door openers, and then
Right. Yeah. They're multi-unit.
exactly
Places.
right. And now that I think about it, it was I think 16,000 originally in Los Angeles, and at the time, I think like half of them had been retrofitted or something. So they still have to do a good amount, but it's like a process that they're completing. And I know a lot of them they put so they may not have like a garage door on them, but they'll put like a gate on them because a lot of people try to break into cars and things like that. But yeah, they're all over the valley, the San Fernando Valley. So they are. It's like probably the
I
most.
think it's a funny term. It's like when I go back to my dingbat.
Right. And I mean, haven't you heard of it as like a not an intelligent person as well?
No, I've never in my life honestly heard someone. He gets it as an insult, but
Oh yeah,
maybe it's just my location and timeline.
sure. So let me look at whatever the dictionary definition is. So,
I think
an empty.
drive-through movie theaters have declined because I mean, there's not really
Yeah.
a reason, I guess, except they don't like them anymore.
There are a few reasons. Land became very expensive. So, like, imagine how big a theater has to be. Now, imagine.
Oh, I guess it's more drive-in because it's less. But can you fit more people? I guess you can. Depends.
No, you can't. The cars take up a lot of space, and then next to
There's
each.
potentially 5 people in each car.
Yeah, but it doesn't always work that way. Actually, the way that, at least when I would go, we fit more than that in a car. We would just pack
Some
them.
people are on the roofs of cars.
No, what we would do. Let me think how this worked. We would. Okay, so I can recall. Well, there was a time I went to the one in Las Vegas, and I also saw Finding Dory at one. But like, I was an adult then. I was paying for a woman, like, or paying. I should say paying for a woman makes her sound like a hooker. No, I mean I was paying for a ticket for a date, and all of those things. But when I was a kid, I went to one, and I shouldn't say kid. I was in high school, I think, and the way my friends and I did this was okay. So we were in one of our friends' vans, and it was okay. So we had. Let me think of what kind of van it was. Or so the way that the place worked is they would say, okay, how many are in your car full? And you'd be like, let's say 5. And they'd be like, okay, and they would count the 5 people in there, and then they would say, would you please open the trunk or open the back or whatever, because they would want to check to make sure there weren't other people in there, or also if you didn't have alcohol or something like that. And what my friends and I did is, I think it was something like this. There were like 5 of us in the front seat and the middle seats and the back seat or something like that. But then 2 of us jumped in like behind the back seats. So we drove up there, and I think my friends, like, I had money for it, and a couple like the other ones did. But there were 2 friends we had, perhaps it was something like this, who did not have money for it, and so they hopped in the back. And then they were like, okay, so there were 7 of us in the van. And then they were like, okay, how many people? And we were like, we need 5 tickets or whatever. And they're like, okay, will you please pop the back or whatever? And our 2 friends, if I recall, or 2 of us, I forget exactly how it worked, jumped into the middle part. And so they opened up the back and they're like, oh, well, I guess they do just have 5 people. And they closed it. But the 2 people had jumped into the center area. And then I recall like meeting other friends there. I know what movie we saw. We saw Troy, which had two. It had like 2 big actors, Orlando Bloom and Brad Pitt, and also I think Angelina Jolie was in it. That's where Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt like fell in love or whatever. Anyway, so I remember seeing that. But they just went away. The amount of space that you needed was big. I know like they would run like there's a place in Santa Fe Springs that would run a flea market like during the week, and then at night they would do that. Like they basically had to have multi-use. They just sell the land because it's so expensive and then build multi-unit housing on it, which is far more profitable. So they basically got rid of them all in the valley years ago, but in most places. No, I just don't think they were that profitable. So you got to think that if you can only use them at night. Think about that as well. You can't show movies during the day because it's light out and it has to be dark. So what do you do with the land?
The summer it stays light till like 10 p.m.
Exactly. And you can only show a couple movies per night. So like how are you making money on this land?
Just a parking lot. I mean, turn into a parking lot in the day.
Yeah, but at least the ones that I've seen, they didn't really have anything around them. It would just be like normal houses or whatever. Sometimes they're just I'm trying to think about the one in Las Vegas. It was just like residential houses around it. So it's not like anybody needed parking. It wasn't like there was a mall or something that was there. And they can only be used at night. And um, the 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 concessions are where any movie makes money, and that's like you're only going to sell concessions from like 9 p.m. till midnight. So like 3 hours a night, you're only going to show movies 3 hours a night because they can't be like open all night. Like you can only show one or two movies. It just really the short answer to your question is land use became prioritized for other industries, particularly multi-unit housing.
They basically demolished them to build dingbats.
Yeah, but dingbats were generally built in like the 60s.
I appreciate the answer. That makes sense.
Right.
So here's another, not the nothing to do with movies, but something I was searching up earlier. I'm just kind of not on the last feed here. No, I mean, I asked the AI already, but maybe you've noticed this, that sometimes the capitals of the country or provinces are not necessarily in like most major or like iconic part of the state or like the country. And like one example is like capital of, okay, Toronto is the capital of Ontario. That makes sense. So I guess, yeah, how could it not be? But like the capital of British Columbia is Victoria.
Right.
And
you would think it'd be Vancouver. Exactly.
And so there are just like a whole bunch of instances kind of like that where it's not really like the main city that is, I mean, I guess oftentimes it is, but it doesn't have to be. Does that make sense?
Well, okay. Canada is a great example of this. Most anyone who you ask, hey, what's the capital of Canada, off the top of their head would think Toronto and not Ottawa.
Yeah.
A lot of people would say the same about the United States without knowledge. They wouldn't think Washington, D.C. They would think
like
New York City
or something.
Absolutely.
They're not going to go to Washington.
they're used to like Paris, France, and London, England. They're they're not used to. I mean, many people would even think in China it might be Shanghai when it's really Beijing. And capitals change. Like Japan was Kyoto for like 1,000 years before Tokyo, something like that. Let me make sure that's right. Yo, dog, wasn't the capital of Japan Kyoto before Tokyo? Yo, dog, wasn't the capital of Japan Kyoto before Tokyo, which was Ito? Uh, was Kyoto the yes, absolutely. It was the capital for over 1,000 years, from 794 to 1868. Um, the place we call Tokyo used to be a small fishing village called Ito. In 1868, during the Meiji Restoration, the emperor moved the capital from Kyoto to Ito. Ito was renamed Tokyo, which literally means Eastern Capital. Why was it changed? Why did they move it? Um, it was a huge turning point in Japanese history tied to the Meiji Restoration. The big shift from Kyoto to Edo. In 1868, Japan ended over 250 Tokugawa shogunate, a military government headquartered in Edo. The emperor, who had been living in Kyoto more as a symbolic figure, was restored to power in a movement called the Meiji Restoration. This was a major push to modernize and centralize Japan under imperial rule. So why move the capital? Political power shift. The Tokugawa shoguns had ruled from Edo, not Kyoto. When the shogunate was overthrown, Emperor Meiji moved to Edo to claim power and make it the true center of power. Renaming it Tokyo emphasized a new beginning, balancing Kyoto, which is western capital, and Tokyo. Strategic and economic reasons. Edo was already Japan's largest city, a major economic and population hub. It had better infrastructure and access to trade routes, perfect for modernizing the state. Pardon me. So TLDR, they moved the capital to centralize power, modernize the country, and break from the old feudal past. Tokyo became the face of the new Japan. All right.
I mean, it's pretty rare that they move capitals, but sometimes they do.
You know, the United States' first capital was not Washington D.C.
I did not know that.
It was Philadelphia. A lot of Americans don't. It was Philadelphia. It was New York for a little bit, and then became Washington D.C. Yo, really quick. What was history of moving the capital of the United States? Wasn't it first Philadelphia, then New York City for a brief time, then Washington D.C.? Yo, you're right on track. The U.S. capital definitely moved around before landing in Washington D.C. It was first Philadelphia from 1774 to 1783. Then there were various temporary capitals. It was Trenton and New York City. Then it was New York City from 1785 to 1790. Then it was Philadelphia again from 1790 to 1800. It served as a temporary capital while Washington, D.C. was being built. So why were there so many changes? Security issues. There was like a mutiny in 1783. Political compromise. The South wanted capital further south. The North wanted it in a major. Philadelphia was always important, but Washington, D.C. was picked as a neutral, new, and symbolic. But yeah, isn't that interesting? Like a lot of people think that it's always been Washington, D.C., but in reality, Washington, D.C. wasn't even a city at the founding of the United States. And it was built on a swamp. You hear that phrase, drain the swamp?
Yeah.
So it kind of goes back to the early days, like that Washington, D.C. was built on a swamp. It's, yeah. So even the United States' capital has moved.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few reasons like why they choose capitals. I think some of it, I mean, it's not the case in the instance of the United States capital, but it is for probably multiple places. Is like it's just founded at an early point in time, and like Victoria was founded before like Vancouver was even developed for some reason. There are people living on Vancouver Island.
California's the same way. So like Sacramento. Apologies.
So is that an earlier settlement than other regions?
Yeah, so it's earlier settled than like Los Angeles, and wasn't as far east or far west as San Francisco, and was more centralized.
Right. I mean, these 2 points I find interesting that are like very significant decision-making factors, and so like where to put the capital, which is like one of them is like kind of balancing the region. So in the case of Ottawa, apparently the Queen chose it to be in Ottawa versus Toronto because Ottawa is situated on the border of Quebec and Ontario with almost like relatively equal distance in between like the two major cities of Montreal and Toronto, and therefore the political influence of either of those regions are more or less balanced. And then another factor is the defensible inland position, and you don't want to be attacked by like Navy fleets and cannons and whatnot and like all this shit. So placing your parliament or government buildings in a safe location where they're less likely to be attacked is another factor I find interesting.
I do too. That's why
Sacramento is also inland. So,
that's correct.
and it's also centralized, as you mentioned.
That's correct. Though I think in the future it gets changed, believe it or not, to Bakersfield, which is closer to LA. That's just something that was in this dream. I don't know if that's. I've heard it just played with. I've also heard that Cal becomes its own country someday. Already a movement called the California Secession Movement, and I could see it happening. A lot of people here are not happy.
Why don't they join Texas and Alberta and create like a holy triangle?
Why Alberta?
They're extremely rich in resources and also want to separate.
Oh, Alberta wants to separate?
I mean, Alberta is an inanimate object, but people in Alberta are also like, yes, they're in line. Like, there's some belief of separation from the rest of Canada. I mean, Quebec also has it, but Quebec is probably like a stronger. Who do you think wants to separate more from the U.S., California or Texas?
Well,
Canada,
Texas,
Alberta, and Quebec are very, very close, to be honest.
Texas was its own country at one time. So, it was the Republic of Texas, and so it's like already has a precedent for being its own country. I think though, people in California are sick of not always having representation the way that we would like, and like what do I mean? Like we have 50 million people here, but only 2 senators. The same amount of senators is like Wyoming, which has 400,000 people or something, like, or like smaller states. And so there's a idea like, hey, we should be represented better. yeah, we have a lot more representatives, but not senators. Like, why should we, with 50 million people, have the same?
Maryland should not have Maryland or Delaware should not be the same voting power.
Exactly. Or Rhode Island, or New Hampshire, or Alaska, which has like no one who lives there. I understand Alaska is big though, so I get that. But there are just these arguments. Wyoming has literally like 1/100th of the amount of people of California, and yet the same amount of senators. And there's especially a big push, like California has the fourth largest economy in the world. So it's just behind the United States, China, and Germany. It just overtook Japan. So it's like already its own force economically. But I think in the future, the United States breaks apart and California becomes its own state. Um, I think Mexico takes back part of California, perhaps. Um, Texas becomes
Have
its
you
own.
been to the Capitol building in Sacramento? Because it looks like a White House copy.
Yeah.
Like a nice building.
No one goes to Sacramento. That's one of the reasons why people in LA at least want to change the capital because nobody goes there. It's a very corrupt city.
Bakersfield, like I've been told, Bakersfield is a very like rundown, grungy kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
Not very nice.
people say that and they're right, but in a very good location because it isn't near the coast, it's centrally located, and there's a lot of room to expand there. I know some rabbis in Bakersfield who moved there years ago, and the population there is like.
It's actually a big I mean, I don't know what the population is, but why do you think it's significant enough that town to highlight on like a provincial map of like one town of less than 25?
Of less than 25.
Like on a provincial map, the one I'm looking at, there are like 25 towns, and Bakersfield is highlighted on the map as one of them.
Oh yeah, you mean like versus Fresno and Stockton and those? Because
San Jose, Monterey.
Yeah, it's the furthest. It's the furthest south for the Central Valley. So basically, like that whole area is one big valley. It used to be one big. It used to be part of the ocean, like you know, millions of years ago. But basically, that whole area also will fill up with water. It floods very easily, but Bakersfield is a little bit higher, and there's just a lot of room to spread out there. So it would make sense that to put it there. Well, but more so, a lot of people in California argue most of the population is in SoCal. We want to be represented closer to where we are versus Sacramento, where no one lives. It doesn't really represent San Francisco, and it certainly doesn't represent San Diego or Los Angeles or Orange County or Riverside County or San Bernardino.
I mean, these aren't like city hall meetings where you can just go in and voice your opinion, right? Like, and you have to be a government official anyway to even participate.
LA City Council, you can just go there as an individual, but generally, like, you have to be an elected state assembly person, and like nobody's that. I mean, like I knew a lady in like I had like a teacher's wife was one, in she lived in Yorba Linda or Brea, which is like in Orange County, and she was like our assembly person. But like unless you know somebody, like you're getting no representation there.
Yeah, I mean, that's my point. So, like, why, but just because the government building is right in the heart of Los Angeles, the state of California, is that going to change anything?
What you're saying? You mean if you put it in Bakersfield?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that perhaps you